yourself this time. Pizza deserves Pepsi.
Are you ready to fund your future success? United Way of Clallam County connects adults and teens to funding for career training and college. Funding can be used for a wide variety of programs, from welding to computer technology to traditional four-year programs. Our educational attainment specialist hosts in-person workshops, virtual drop-ins, one-on-one appointments, and more. Ready to get started? Email collegeaccess@unitedwayclallam.org or visit unitedwayclallam.org/FAFSA-WASFA to begin.
Newsradio KONP Business.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. The Federal Reserve today voting to leave interest rates unchanged, but still predicts 2 rate cuts this year because the economy is expanding at a solid pace. But it also expects inflation to worsen this year because of the Trump tariffs. Well, that rattled Wall Street because higher prices could affect rates. Now, earlier gains made after President Trump said Iran reached out to the White House about possibly restarting nuclear talks got wiped out, and at the closing bell, the Dow was down 44. The Nasdaq, though, ended 25 points higher. The S&P lost 2, and oil still around $75 a barrel. Lululemon is cutting jobs, 150 corporate positions at its store support centers. Toy maker Hasbro, the maker of Play-Doh, Monopoly, Nerf balls, and more, is also cutting positions, about 150 there. And after finding a love for beekeeping and honey, soccer legend David Beckham is now selling a line of honey-infused fruit snacks called Bee Up exclusively at Target stores. Tom Busby, Bloomberg Radio.
Hi, this is John at Angelo's Furniture. I'd like to personally invite you to share in the fun and savings all month long as we celebrate 106 years. Serving you is our number one priority, and that's why we're still here. Stop by and check out our incredible anniversary deals. And while you're here, enter our drawings. We've got a new Beautyrest mattress worth up to $4,000, $2,000 in-store credit, or a new stressless recliner worth up to $39.95. Help us celebrate 106 years in business at Angelo's Furniture.
Dr. Sam Skovgaard here, General Surgeon at Olympic Medical Center. Did you know that June is Hernia Awareness Month? If you've noticed a bulge beneath your skin, on your abdomen or groin, it could be a hernia. And if it's causing you pain, it's time to talk to your doctor. If your hernia requires surgery, your general surgery team at OMC is here to help. Talk to your primary care provider if you think you may need treatment for a hernia. Let's keep you healthy and hernia-free together. Learn more at olympicmedical.org/hernia.
News Radio KONP, traffic and roads.
All right, let's head up to Clallam Transit Dispatch Center now. That is where Jarrett's standing by with a look at the noontime road and traffic conditions for us. Good afternoon, Jarrett.
Good afternoon. Taking a look here, we do have a little bit of traffic, normal traffic through between Golf Course and Pioneer Monroe for the construction there. Looks like there is some traffic coming up Lincoln Street. Be aware if you are heading west, there is some one-way alternating traffic at Tumwater Creek and further west at Wisen Creek on the way to Forks. All of Clallam Transit buses are on regular routes and schedules right now. For heading out to the Hood Canal Bridge, that is currently open to traffic. And for ferry information, please go to WSDOT for live information. This is Jarrett live with Clallam Transit for KONP.
All right, thanks, Jarrett. Just checking the ferry situation right now. No problems, really. Everything's running on time, it appears, or within 5 or 10 minutes of the departures into and out of Seattle. All right, now across the North Olympic Peninsula, we've got clouds on the increase, as has been expected. May even see a rain shower later today. It is currently 62 in Port Townsend. It is 61 in Sequim and 61 out at Fairchild Airport.
ABC Entertainment News.
Cardi B is getting ready to drop some new music. The rapper posting about a new single called Outside. Could it be the song of the summer? Well, the album cover has a warm weather vibe, complete with a picture of an open fire hydrant on a city street. Outside is set to come out tomorrow.
Who are you people?
Oh, hi. We're your volunteers.
Get the hell out of here.
A new trailer for the long-running comedy series It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia hints at some high-profile crossover episodes this upcoming season. The gang will pay a visit to Abbott Elementary.
Philadelphia, the birthplace of our nation. Could it be the birthplace of a new love?
And also have Danny DeVito's character stop in for an appearance on The Golden Bachelor. Look for the new season of Sunny on July 9th.
Oh!
And happy birthday to Macklemore. The Seattle-born rapper, alongside Ryan Lewis, is a 3-time Grammy winner. Macklemore turns 42 today. Mike Dubusky, ABC News.
A better life with Dr. Sanjay Gupta.
For nearly a decade now, the Mediterranean diet has been voted the best overall diet by U.S. News & World Report. It can benefit your health in a number of ways, not the least of which is reducing your risk of cancer. That's in part due to the weight that many people lose on the Mediterranean diet. But, according to a new study out of Spain, other mechanisms, reduced inflammation, improved metabolic health, or even dietary interactions with your microbiome could also be responsible for the protective effects. Now, if you want to see some of these benefits when you're planning your meals or your snacks, put a heavier emphasis on fruits and vegetables, whole grains, beans, seeds, nuts. One bit of advice, rather than making sweeping changes to your diet all at once, try and make some of these changes slowly. Build on your success. I'm Dr. Sanjay Gupta, helping you live a better life.
Millions of Americans take medicine like Ozempic and Zepbound. Many of them are overpaying by thousands of dollars a year. These GLP-1 medications for diabetes, weight loss, and more may not always be covered by your insurance, but GoodRx can help. GoodRx helps you save every month on prescriptions at over 70,000 pharmacies nationwide. Best of all, it's free to use. Check GoodRx to save on GLP-1s. Just go to goodrx.com/GLP. That's goodrx.com/GLP. GoodRx is not insurance but can be used instead of insurance, including Medicare and other federal and state-funded programs.
Do you disregard people's personal space? Sitting next to people in public, even if there are tons of open seats? Do people ask, how do you sleep at night? Then you should get a mattress from Mattress Firm. They can help anyone sleep. There's still time. Come to Mattress Firm's July 4th sale and get a queen mattress and adjustable base for only $499.99. Get matched at Mattress Firm. Sleep at night. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
Hello, I'm Jerry Stewart, and this is One Moment in America. In 1779, Captain John Paul Jones spoke these famous words, "I have not yet begun to fight." I'll tell you the story behind those words after this important message.
Hello, Jerry Stewart here. Question, what are you, an American or an Americant? You might be saying, what's the difference? Glad you asked. An American is someone who sees a problem in our nation, and rather than running from the problem, you stay. And you say, I can fix the problem. And you do, helping to make our great America even greater. And an Americant? Pretty simple, pretty sad. You say, there's a problem. You don't have a solution. You don't even try to make a solution. And that is being an Americant. And we don't need any more Americans, but more Americans. Do yourself a big favor. Go to our website at www.jerrystewartusa.com and join our American Club by subscribing. And when you do, we'll send you an official American certificate to hang up and show to all that you're an American. So go to www.jerrystewartusa.com and join now. See you there.
In 1779, John Paul Jones captained an old ship, 14 years old. Its wood was rotting. Its cannons were second-hand. Some didn't even fire. But Jones bravely took this ship into battle. But almost immediately, his ship was struck and began to sink. The new, more modern British ship came alongside, demanding his surrender. Captain Jones's reply, I have not yet begun to fight. 3.5 hours later, with his ship still afloat, still fighting, his British enemy finally surrendered. Jones refused to quit fighting, and he won. Wow. I'm Jerry Stewart, and that was One Moment in America.
Don't become a victim of Medicare fraud. Medicare never makes cold calls, so when someone calls you and says they're from Medicare, hang up. If you get an offer for free medical equipment or services, toss it. When you get your medical statement, read it. And if anything looks suspicious, report it to the Senior Medicare Patrol with Sheba at 1-800-562-6900. That's 1-800-562-6900. Sheba is a free, unbiased service of the Washington State Office of the Insurance Commissioner.
The Olympic Game Farm would like to say hats off to the class of 2025. A special congratulations goes out to Elizabeth Beebe from your family and your friends here at the Game Farm. You've got your entire future to look forward to, and these next few years will fly by. Don't miss those big opportunities to grow. We've watched you shine, and we know you'll continue to do so as you move down this path life is waiting for you, Elizabeth. Congratulations again to you and the rest of the graduating seniors.
If you're taking a calcium supplement, it's probably not doing what you think it is. That's because you still lose bone density with traditional calcium supplements. That's where calcium from algae comes in. AlgaeCal Plus doesn't just stop bone loss. It's the only supplement ever shown to increase bone density in clinical studies. That's right, AlgaeCal Plus increases bone density, even if you're in your 80s. That's because your bones need more than just calcium and vitamin D to stay strong. There are actually 13 minerals and 3 vitamins needed to build healthy new bone, and AlgaeCal Plus contains all of them, and it's proudly made in the USA. Your calcium doesn't increase bone density. AlgaeCal Plus does. Talk to one of our bone health consultants today and see how AlgaeCal Plus can start increasing your bone density. Call now.
800-395-7074. 800-395-7074. 800-395-7074. That's 800-395-7074.
Breaking news this hour from townhall.com. I'm John Scott. The White House says President Trump will decide within the next 2 weeks whether to strike Iran. It says the president still sees a substantial chance the negotiations can achieve U.S. and Israeli demands on Iran's nuclear program. Meanwhile, the State Department has begun evacuating non-essential diplomats and their families away from the U.S. Embassy in Israel. White House correspondent Greg Clugston reports.
The evacuations come as hostilities between Israel and Iran intensify, and President Trump warns of the possibility of getting directly involved in the conflict. There's confusion, however, over evacuation plans for private American citizens. U.S. Ambassador to Israel Mike Huckabee announced that such plans were being made. But hours later, the State Department said there is no announcement about assisting private U.S. citizens to depart at this time. Greg Clugston, Washington.
Former State Department employee Gabriel Nerota says Iran now finds itself isolated.
No one wants to come and start a war with Israel or the United States if we hit Iran. Russia has abandoned Iran. China's abandoned Iran. The Arabs are rooting us on behind the scenes. And so Iran has lost its proxies, and they have no leverage anymore.
Nerota was interviewed by the Salem Radio Network. Also at townhall.com, President Trump signing an executive order to keep TikTok running in the U.S. for another 90 days to give his administration more time to broker a deal to bring the social media platform under American ownership. It's the third time the president has extended the deadline. The National Weather Service says Hurricane Eric has made landfall in southern Mexico. The agency's National Hurricane Center reported Eric had moved over the Mexican state of Guerrero along the country's Pacific coast, about 100 miles east of Acapulco. More on these stories at townhall.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group, and I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney, and the truth is I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. At Wesley, we've helped over 40,000 families cancel their timeshare, and I want to share with you how we do it. Just give my office a call. I guarantee if we take you as a client, we'll get you out of your timeshare, or you'll pay nothing. Attorneys, this was meant to be funny, so please don't sue me, especially my friend Kenneth from Black River Falls, Wisconsin.
Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. 800-613-5454. 800-613-5454. 800-613-5454.
The National Transportation Safety Board has provided new details about a deadly May plane crash in San Diego.
Shortly after the crash of a small jet into a San Diego neighborhood last month, NTSB investigator Dan Baker told reporters
there was airport lighting that was out that would have affected the illumination of the runway.
Now the NTSB says the runway lights at Montgomery Gibbs Executive Airport had not been working since 2022. Repairs delayed while waiting for an environmental study, although other lights at the airport were working. Too low, the Cessna struck power lines before crashing, killing all 6 people aboard and injuring 8 on the ground. I'm Ben Thomas.
Archaeologists in Virginia have unearthed the foundation of a building from the 1700s that once supported the nation's oldest surviving schoolhouse for black children. William and Mary announced the discovery on Wednesday. The foundation is nearly completely intact. Breaking news at townhall.com. Correspondent Alex Vega with the latest on mortgage rates.
Mortgage buyer Freddie Mac says the average rate on a 30-year mortgage fell this week to 6.81%. This is the third consecutive weekly decline. The average rate is now back to where it was in mid-May, reflecting a recent retreat in bond yields, which lenders use as a benchmark for pricing home loans. The latest pullback is a welcome trend for home shoppers at a time when elevated borrowing costs remain a drag on the housing market. I'm Alex Vega.
The Supreme Court has restarted plans to temporarily store nuclear waste in rural Texas and New Mexico, even as the nation is at an impasse over a permanent solution. The justices Wednesday reversed a federal appeals court ruling that invalidated the license granted by the Nuclear Regulatory Commission to a private company for the Southwest Texas facility. More on these stories at townhall.com.
This is the Newsradio KONP Noon Report.
Town Ortloff in the KONP News Center. Here's a look at what's happening on this Thursday, June 19th. Washington State is experiencing a significant rise in pertussis cases. The Department of Health reporting 2,261 confirmed or probable cases in 2024. That's a 25-fold increase from the 87 cases reported in 2023. As of May 31st this year, 1,314 cases had already been reported. Clallam and Jefferson counties, which had no cases in 2023, have seen notable spikes. Clallam's reported 8 cases this year. Jefferson County has had 13 cases. In contrast, King County's 166 cases translates to a lower rate than Clallam or Jefferson County per capita. Health officials attribute the increase to a declining childhood vaccination rates. Pertussis, also known as whooping cough, is a contagious bacterial illness marked by severe coughing spells. It poses the greatest risk to infants younger than 1 year who may struggle to breathe and face life-threatening complications. Now, the folks at the City of Sequim have introduced a new interactive game for kids that not only will get them out of the house this summer, but may be a fun way to learn how things work around the community. Agents of Discovery is an app that they can download on their phones. It's designed to engage young adventurers with a blend of outdoor fun and education. The app's first campaign, Reclaimed Water Wonders, transforms users into secret agents on missions to learn about reclaimed water usage at Carrie Blake Park's water reuse demonstration site. Parks and Events Assistant Manager Emma Jane Garcia explains.
So Agents of Discovery is an augmented reality app, and what that means is when you are on site, the Reclaimed Water Wonders mission that we're launching, this is our inaugural mission, is designed so that you can only play it on site at the park. And when you get on site, there's going to be a GPS trigger, and as you move physically around the reuse demonstration site side of Carrie Blake Park, you'll be able to access the different triggers, and you will kind of move over by the band shell and over by the pond, and through this mission you will get to learn about how reclaimed water is used at Carrie Blake Park.
Garcia says the app is suited for kids at a third grade reading level and up. A typical session lasts 30 to 45 minutes, and the app is available for free on Android and iOS. Now, this mission for young explorers will be just the first of many others being planned for the coming months and years.
So there's all sorts of missions that you can expect surrounding lots of different topics. I don't want to spoil anything quite yet, but it'll be fun. We'll keep the community abreast. And then each time you complete a mission, the agent they get a secret passphrase, and then they can talk to any park staff member or come into the Civic Center and pick up a special sticker reflective of the mission that they completed.
Now, a big launch event is set for a week from today on June 26th, 3:30 to 6 p.m. at Carrie Blake Park. The event will include city staff to assist with the game and provide free Wi-Fi for app downloads. You can download the app at the city's website, squimwa.gov. Look for the mission's mascot, Agent Sunny, the red-tailed hawk. More news after this.
Clallam PUD is now offering rebates on the purchase of Energy Star washers and dryers. Energy Star certified appliances save energy and money as they meet strict energy efficiency specifications. The rebates will be applied as a credit to your utility bill. Visit clallampud.net for more information or to submit an application. You will need to provide your purchase receipt. Clallam PUD, bringing energy to life.
Your community-minded friends at First Fed bring you the Community Corner, highlighting good things happening right here in our area.
The Sequim Prairie Grange hosts its first ice cream social of the summer this Sunday from 1 to 3 p.m. The Grange invites you and your family to enjoy the perfect summer treat to help support the Grange. Come out for a banana split or a sundae with all your favorite toppings for $7. The first ice cream social of the summer is this Sunday, 1 to 3 at the Sequim Prairie Grange, 290 Maclay Road in Sequim. And on June 28th, it's the 12th annual Crab Feed from the Sequim Valley Lions Club. The Crab Feed and Silent Auction fundraiser runs 1 to 5 p.m. at Pioneer Park on East Washington Street in Sequim. For $30, enjoy a half crab dinner including veggies, coleslaw, a roll, and a beverage. Plus, you'll be supporting the Sequim Valley Lions Club.
Community Corner, presented by First Fed.
In other news, Washington State ferry fares are set to rise this fall and go up again next spring. The State Transportation Commission plans to hike fares 3% October 1st and another 3% May 1st of next year. Additionally, a summer season surcharge will rise to 35% on all routes next summer, and the expiration period for multi-ride passes will be extended from 90 to 120 days as a trial starting in May next year. Lawmakers also approved increasing the vessel replacement surcharge from 50 cents to $1 per ticket starting the 1st of October and adding another 3% credit card fee in March of next year. Public comments on all the proposals are now open through August 5th, with a virtual hearing set for August 6th. Final approval is expected shortly after that. Washington State has dropped to 16th in the nation for overall child well-being, according to the 2025 Kids Count Data Book, a national report developed by the Annie E. Casey Foundation. Isabel Charlet reports.
The decline was partly due to poor early learning enrollment, with nearly 60% of young children not in preschool, above the 54% national average. Dr. Stefan Blanford of Children's Alliance says he is deeply troubled by the state's recent disinvestment in early childhood education.
I know of many providers all across the state who are grappling with the long-term implications of those cuts for kids in early learning settings, but in K-12 settings and then in life.
The data book examines states based on 4 categories: economics, health, education, and family. Washington's economic well-being dropped, but it improved in the family and community category. The report aims to guide policy in providing for the country's children and their families. Washington still ranks 9th for health in the country, but Blanford says he is concerned about cuts to children's mental health, which the report shows has declined in the last decade. He says Children's Alliance pushed for more behavioral health funding this year, but the budget deficit prevented action.
We know that 80,000 kids in Washington State have diagnosable clinical levels of anxiety and depression that are not being served currently.
Leslie Bossier with the Annie E. Casey Foundation says the nation can't lose sight of the racial disparities seen in these indicators, particularly among Black, Latino, and Native American children.
The child well-being outcomes on 15 out of 16 indicators for Native kids are lower than the national average. If you look at Black kids, it's 8 out of 16 indicators.
She says those results are similar for Latino children, too. I'm Isabel Charlet, Washington News Service.
Seattle and several other major cities now suing the Trump administration over a freeze on federal counterterrorism funding. The lawsuit, filed with Chicago, Boston, Denver, and San Francisco, claims the administration unlawfully paused the Securing the Cities program, which provides equipment and training to prevent nuclear or terrorist attacks. Seattle has received almost $5 million through the program since 2020. In March, it was approved for $1.1 million in radiation detectors to prep for events like the 2026 World Cup. But the purchase was halted in May. The city also has over $100,000 in unpaid reimbursement requests out. A man who escaped custody at Seattle-Tacoma International Airport in May has been captured by U.S. Marshals. Cedric Stevenson was arrested yesterday in Seattle's First Hill neighborhood during a search warrant operation. Stevenson wanted in Kentucky on charges including being a felon in possession of a firearm and third-degree assault, fled on May 4th while being escorted by a private transport service. He escaped while handcuffed, taking a light rail train from the airport to Capitol Hill. Authorities booked Stevenson into the King County Jail. A second person was also arrested, suspected of aiding in his escape. KONP News time is now 12:45.
Mike Holmgren here. When it comes to protecting your home, you need a local team you can trust. That's why I recommend Integrity Roofing and Construction. These guys live up to their name. No nonsense, transparent service, known for their legendary service and seamless communication. They use sustainable products that outperform to ensure your roof is both reliable and eco-friendly. And they're not just a roofing company. Integrity offers fully integrated construction services for your entire home, from roofs to custom waterproof decks, siding, and remodeling. They understand the Pacific Northwest weather. A big part of what they believe in is giving back to the community. Support local schools, youth sports programs, and charitable organizations, far beyond roofing. Get in the game and schedule your free estimate today at 206-202-ROOF or integrityrc.com. And if you mention me, get $500 off your next project. Call 206-202-ROOF or integrityrc.com. Integrity Roofing and Construction, where doing the right thing matters.
Craving something amazing? Come visit Donuts, Cakes, and More in the heart of downtown Sequim. Donuts and cakes, but oh, so many other good tastes. Enjoy sweet pies, luscious cupcakes, and tasty pastries, including what may be the area's best cinnamon roll. Special occasion orders? You bet. Donuts, Cakes, and More, a delicious new bakery in downtown Sequim on West Washington Street.
Here's your News Radio KONP forecast, brought to you by All Weather Heating and Cooling. Cloudy skies this afternoon with daytime highs approaching 61. Northwest winds 8 to 15 miles per hour. Overcast tonight, slight chance for showers, lows dip down to about 47. Showers likely tomorrow. Daytime highs approaching 57. Overcast skies. High of 60 Saturday with a chance for showers. 64, partly cloudy Sunday. Take a look at the extended forecast. 67 Monday, 70 Tuesday, and 68 on Wednesday. That's a look at your forecast. I'm meteorologist Paul Trombley. Currently 59.
Robert Workman's Take on Sports is next.
The NCAA College World Series final is all set. Coastal Carolina defeated Louisville 11-3 to advance Wednesday, scoring 5 times in the first inning before even making an out. The Chanticleers have now won 26 consecutive games. Then last night, number 6 LSU rallied for 3 runs in the bottom of the 9th to upend SEC rival and third-ranked Arkansas 6-5. The best-of-3 final begins Saturday in Omaha. In the majors, the Dodgers blew a 2-run lead in the 9th, but got a walk-off pinch-hit home run from Will Smith to boost them past the Padres 4-3. Braves blanked the Mets 5-0. Chris Sale came within 1 out of his first shutout in 6 years. Manager Brian Snitker gave him the chance.
He's a pro. He's a pro, and you root for guys like that, and and he gets it in all the situations. He gets it.
New York has now lost 5 in a row. Over in the Bronx, 6 straight L's for the Yankees after a 3-2 loss to the Angels. Meantime, in D.C., the Nationals dropped their 11th consecutive game, falling to the Rockies 3-1. Astros scored 7 times in the 6th to put away the A's 11-4. Jose Altuve and Victor Caratini each with a 3-run homer. Rays rallied past the Orioles 12-8. Baltimore scored all of its runs in the second inning to take an 8-0 lead, but Tampa Bay scored a dozen unanswered. Red Sox sank the Mariners, Phillies reeled in the Marlins, Blue Jays buried the Diamondbacks, Royals ripped the Rangers, Guardians tripped the Giants, and the Reds doubled up the Twins. The game shortened to 6 innings by rain. Bad weather for the Tigers and Pirates, so they'll play 2 today. Tarek Skubal scheduled to pitch the opener, Paul Skeens in the nightcap. Could be a record-setting crowd for a midweek split doubleheader. Cardinals and White Sox were rained out. They'll play a doubleheader today. Cubs and Brewers also postponed. They'll make that one up in August. That's Thursday Sports.
If you have aging parents, you've probably worried about their bathroom. That old tub, it's a slip waiting to happen. With Bath Fitter, you can convert it into a walk-in shower. Custom fit, installed in just 1 day, and backed by a lifetime warranty. No mess, no demo, just a safer, better bathroom. Call Bath Fitter today or visit bathfitter.com to schedule a free consultation. And right now, take advantage of 0% interest for 24 months.
Peninsula Bottling would like to congratulate all of the graduating seniors. To the class of 2025, we wish you the best as you set out on your new journey. When you look back on the memories you made, we hope you'll always be proud of your choices. Going forward, remember that some days will be harder than others, but in the end, it's the effort you put into it that really matters. If you don't fail at times, it means you never tried. Congratulations, graduates, from your friends at Peninsula Bottling. Newsradio KONP Business.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. Have you returned any purchases lately? We sent or brought back $686 billion worth of items online and in stores last year. And Capital One says that includes 8% of in-store purchases and 25% of things bought online, costing retailers dearly.
It's an insane amount of work to actually bring that item back to life, and it costs a lot.
Sundar Shamas is CEO of Return Pro, which helps retailers deal with the headaches.
Shipping, like transportation itself, the handling of it, the logistics, the remarketing of the item.
Shamas says some categories are especially big money losers, like furniture and
undergarments, for example, are difficult because they shouldn't go on the shelf at all. There's sanitation issues. Technology is very difficult because there are data privacy issues.
He says only about 20% of returned items overall end up getting resold. And adding to the pain for retailers, about 15% of retail returns apparently involve some type of customer fraud. Denise Pellegrini, Bloomberg Radio.
Last check of the noontime traffic and roads next, brought to you by Leeds Farm Supply and by McCrory Carpet One.
Leeds Farm Supply is your local equipment dealer. But did you know that it's the only locally owned service center, too? Leeds services the tractors, mowers, trailers, and other equipment they sell, along with brands like Kubota and John Deere. Leeds has 2 trained techs to take care of any size machine, competitive pricing, a fully stocked parts department, and a quick turnaround. Call or text 360-452-1400 and talk to Jeremiah for all your service needs. Leeds Farm Supply and Equipment Sales, your local farm store, and so much more. Buying locally doesn't always mean paying more. At McCrory Carpet One, they're a part of a cooperative that bands together over 1,000 family businesses just like them to form the largest floor buying group in America. Together, they buy over $7 billion in flooring. That means not only do you get the best prices and quality installation, but you help support local jobs and families. For over 60 years, always priced right, always done right. McCrory Carpet One.
Newsradio KONP. Traffic and roads.
All right, one last time up to Clallam Transit Dispatch Center. Here we go, and that's where Jarrett's standing by with a look at the traffic for us. Good afternoon, Jarrett.
Out here we do have a little bit of traffic, normal traffic between Golf Course and Pioneer Monroe for the construction there. Looks like there is some traffic coming up Lincoln Street. Be aware if you are heading west, there is some one-way alternating traffic at Tumwater Creek and further west at Wisen Creek on the way to Forks. All of Clallam Transit buses are on regular routes and schedules right now. For heading out to the Hood Canal Bridge, that is currently open to traffic. And for ferry information, please go to WSDOT for live information. This is Jarrett Live with Clallam Transit for KONP.
All right, thank you, Jarrett. We'll have another update when we get to the afternoon news with Pepper about 4:20 here on KONP. Well, the FDA has approved a powerful new shot that can offer near-perfect protection against HIV infection. Unlike existing pills and shots, this new injection is just 2 times a year. Here's ABC's Chuck Sievertson.
Dr. Gordon Crowfoot, infectious disease specialist.
These were 2 amazing studies with amazing data that basically shows 100% prevention of transmission in the majority of the population.
Part of that study population?
Lenacapavir is important to me.
Was Ian Haddock.
I feel fully protected from getting HIV, no matter if my partner is living with HIV or not.
He says he got tired of taking pills and a twice-a-year shot made sense to him.
Sheriff's deputies finding an alligator inside a home while serving an eviction in Philadelphia's Strawberry Mansion neighborhood. That happened yesterday morning. The tenant apparently left the gator behind. Here's Sarah Barnett, Executive Director of ACCT Philly, an animal care and control service provider.
You can tell from the skin he wasn't getting enough water, he wasn't getting enough food, he wasn't getting the care that he needed, and because gators are not meant to be pets.
All right, the annual Baby Jumping Festival in Spain is coming up this Sunday, in case you wanted to hit it. In this bizarre festival, grown men dressed as El Calacho, the devil, jump over tiny babies to ward off bad luck and to cleanse the babies of the evil that infests them when they're born. The origins of this peculiar tradition are not entirely clear, but it is believed to have emerged as a way to ward off evil spirits and protect the newborns. The festival combines religious and pagan elements, creating a fascinating and somewhat controversial spectacle. Well, summer is wedding season, and if you want to really make yours memorable, line up 169 bridesmaids. Yeah, the Guinness World Record for the most bridesmaids to one bride is held by Tina Ackles of Killeen, Texas. She had 168 bridesmaids at her wedding, which took place in Tampa Bay, Florida on April 18th, 2015. Now, the record is officially recognized by Guinness. However, in January of 2020, a Nigerian wedding planner reportedly had 200 bridesmaids at her wedding in Lagos, stated she was attempting to break the world record. For some reason, Guinness World Records still recognizes Ackles' 168 bridesmaids as the official record.
There's no question that the people behind AI, folks like Sam Altman, the founder of ChatGPT, Meta's Mark Zuckerberg, and the top brass of companies like Anthropic and Google, all believe that they're on the verge of building a global superintelligence. Here's why they couldn't be more wrong. I'm Kim Commando for Simply Safe. Visit simplysafekim.com and save 50% on a new system with a professional monitoring plan. There's no safe like Simply Safe. The world's best AI scientists understand the deep and fundamental flaws in all of today's versions of AI. None of them have any clue how to fix it. AI gives us only the illusion of thinking. It's definitely not conscious. In fact, it doesn't even know it's here. It never asks, who am I? What's my purpose? Instead, it's easily fooled, thrown off track, and wanders into some deep rabbit holes. For now, AI may take a few jobs, but it's not taking over the world anytime soon. Over 650,000 folks start their day with my free newsletter. You should too. Sign up at getkim.com. You know that moment at night when you're locking up, turning off the lights, and you just want to feel completely safe before heading to bed? That's the peace of mind Simply Safe provides. What sets Simply Safe apart is that most traditional security systems only react after a break-in happens. But Simply Safe is setting the new standard by helping to prevent threats before they even start. Their ActiveGuard outdoor protection, smart AI-powered cameras, and live monitoring agents keep an eye on your home 24/7. If someone's lurking around, agents are alerted. They can see and talk to them in real time through the camera, turn on spotlights, and even call the police if necessary. There are no long-term contracts, no hidden fees, and monitoring plans start at around $1 a day. And right now, get 50% off your new Simply Safe system with professional monitoring and your first month free at simplysafekim.com. That's simplysafekim.com. There's no safe like Simply Safe. Go now while you're thinking about it. That's simplysafekim.com.
I'm John Tesh, and coming up, if you want to impress a hiring manager, what employers really want to see is that you're a passionate person. I'll explain how to demonstrate that next in today's Intelligence for Your Life Minute.
If you have summer plans, then make Macy's Summer Style Sale your first stop. That's because you'll find amazing deals on exactly what you need to make any summer occasion feel like a getaway. Whether you're headed to the beach or your friend's backyard, we're talking matching sets, airy linen, swimsuits, cover-ups, and so much more for 25 to 50% off. Yeah, up to half off. So no matter where you're going, head to the Summer Style Sale going on now at Macy's. Savings off already reduced prices. Exclusions apply.
So if you're interviewing for a new job, the good news is the hiring manager wants to like you, because the sooner they can fill the position, the sooner they can move on. So here are some tips from the former editor-in-chief of Glamour and Self magazine, Cindy Liv. Be into something. Most companies don't care where you went to college. What they do care about is that you're a passionate person, whether it's a book club, a blog about your favorite hobby, those kind of things. They want something that shows you're a doer and that you make things happen. It's also good to highlight any team sports you participate in. It shows you work well with others. Solo sports are good too, especially something like a marathon. If you can train for and complete an endurance competition, it proves you have inner drive. I'm John Tesh with today's Intelligence for Your Life Minute.
The staff of Sequim Valley Chapel want to congratulate Bryant LeBoy and his peers at Sequim High School, as well as the entirety of the 2025 graduating classes. As you embark on the next phase of your life, we wish you all the support, love, and success that you deserve. Whether you're on an adventure or staying close to home, we want to remind you to protect yourself and those you love. Call someone if you need help or a ride home. The world deserves to have you in it. Squim Valley Chapel, because your loved ones deserve the best.
This message is brought to you by the law firm of McMiniman and McMiniman, Port Angeles and Squim.
Hi, this is Amy Bundy with the Sheriff's Office. As high school seniors celebrate graduation, it's crucial for everyone to celebrate responsibly and avoid driving after drinking or using marijuana. With warmer weather comes increased traffic. Please obey speed limits, buckle up, and eliminate distractions. Let's work together to ensure our roads are safe for all.
The law firm of McMiniman and McMiniman, protecting you and your family since 1985.
Newsradio KONP Port Angeles Squim, serving the Olympic Peninsula now for 80 years. A Radio Pacific station.
From ABC News, I'm Chuck Sievertson. President Trump's giving himself 2 weeks to decide whether or not to join Israel in attacking Iran's nuclear facilities. That from his press secretary at the White House, Carolyn Leavitt, saying the president believes there's still a chance for negotiations.
The president's top priority right now is ensuring that Iran cannot obtain a nuclear weapon and providing peace and stability in the Middle East.
On the MAGA supporters and voters who heard Mr. Trump promise to easily and quickly end wars, not start them, Press Secretary Leavitt says to them, trust in President Trump. While the president's director of national intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, recently testified to Congress that Iran was not building a nuclear weapon and its supreme leader had not reauthorized the program, even though it had enriched uranium. This today from the president's spokesperson.
It is a fact, and the United States government maintains this fact, that Iran has never been closer to obtaining a nuclear weapon.
The Mideast fighting has raised oil and gasoline prices in the U.S. to a national average of $3.20 a gallon. ABC News chief business correspondent Rebecca Jarvis.
The good news, though, going into this 4th of July weekend is that prices before the conflict erupted were relatively mild, and they're still well below where they were this time a year ago. Still, analysts are predicting that prices will keep climbing. By one estimate, they could jump 7 to 15 cents.
Immigration police are ramping up raids at workplace locations, farms, restaurants, and hotels, even after President Trump indicated last week that he wanted those raids to stop. No employers have been arrested. Severe thunderstorm watches from Vermont to Virginia. ABC News chief meteorologist Ginger Z.
It's a level 3 out of 5 this afternoon. It really erupts Baltimore, Washington, D.C., and then through the night, New York City is on the eastern side of this, but just west of us, New Jersey, Philadelphia also included in that enhanced risk today.
ABC's Ginger Z, that affecting tens of millions of people. You're listening to ABC News.
If you need to hire, it seems like the whole process can be exhausting. You search resumes, wait for the right candidates to apply, set up initial interviews. It's a lot of time and work. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates for your job the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. Zip Intro is super easy to use. You simply pick a time, and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you can choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day. Best of all, you save time and energy.
Try Zip Intro for free right now at this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. Zip Intro. Post jobs today. Talk to qualified candidates tomorrow. Once again, go to ZipRecruiter.com/free to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Israel's defense minister threatened Iran's supreme leader after Iranian missiles crashed into a major hospital in southern Israel and hit residential buildings near Tel Aviv, wounding at least 240 people. Wall Street stock markets have been closed today in observance of the Juneteenth federal holiday. In 30 states, it's a paid holiday. Canada's Prime Minister Mark Carney today saying he will impose new tariffs on U.S. steel and aluminum imports July 21st, depending on the progress of trade talks with President Trump. The Texas governor is in a political bind over state lawmakers passing a ban on products containing a main ingredient of marijuana.
Those products have been legal here since 2019, and a leading GOP polling firm has found strong support among Texas Republicans and Democrats to keep it that way. It all comes down to Governor Greg Abbott.
There are meaningful positions and concerns on both sides of the issue, and I'll look into all of those and evaluate all of those.
Abbott could veto the newly passed THC ban or sign it into law. His third option is to not sign it, in which case the ban would take effect by default. Jim Ryan, ABC News, Dallas.
Steve Carell, in his Northwestern University commencement speech in Chicago, said as bad as you feel about the state of the world, your parents probably feel worse. Carell said now is the perfect time to exploit your parents' guilt and to emotionally blackmail them. They might even let you live in the basement for an extra 6 months, he says. Chuck Severson, ABC News.
Hello, everyone. It's Caitlin at Airport Garden Center. I am here with Autumn to share an exciting announcement about a new service offered at our garden center. Autumn, tell us all about it.
Thanks, Caitlin. I would like to introduce our new custom planter service. We would love to make you a unique planter that fits your style and your budget. Bring us your own pots or choose from our wide selection of ceramic pottery, hanging planters, and rustic garden beds. Choose your own flowers or let us pick for you. Our expert designers will plant it all up with our premium organic soil and fertilizer. Pick up your planter at the garden center or we will deliver it to you with no extra charge within our delivery areas. Call or email us for a quote and let us make you something spectacular.
Sounds great, Autumn. Come see us or contact us at 360-457-8462 or online at www.airportgarden.biz.
KONP News brought to you by RE/MAX Evergreen Real Estate. Outstanding agents, outstanding results. 457-6600. Washington State experiencing a significant rise in pertussis cases. The Department of Health reporting 2,261 confirmed or possible cases last year, a 25-fold increase from 87 cases in 2023. As of May 31st, about 1,300 cases had already been reported in our state. Clallam and Jefferson counties, which had no cases in 2023, have seen notable spikes. Clallam's reported 8 cases this year. Jefferson County has had 13 cases so far.
Here's your News Radio KONP forecast, brought to you by Olympic Game Farm. Cloudy skies expected this afternoon with highs around 60. Northwest winds 10 to 15 miles per hour. Overcast skies tonight, slight chance of rain showers. Lows dip down to about 47. Cloudy skies expected tomorrow. Rain showers likely. Daytime highs approaching 57. Daytime highs approaching 60 Saturday with a chance for showers. 64, sunshine mixed with clouds at times Sunday. A peek at the extended shows, 67 Monday, 70 Tuesday, and 68 on Wednesday. That's a look at your forecast. I'm meteorologist Paul Trombley. Right now, it's 61 degrees.
It's the Todd Ortloff Show on News Radio KONP. Now, here's Todd.
Well, it's not quite Todd. It is Amanda Bacon filling in for Todd this afternoon. He's been down here since 2 o'clock this morning trying to get our interwebs hooked back up for us. There was a issue that happened. And so anyway, I just want to say thank you to Todd for getting us up and going again. But we gave him the afternoon off so that he can go nap and do whatever else he needs to do, because I don't even know if he's eaten, poor guy. So I get to fill in, especially when I saw who the guests were today. I was like, put me in, coach. I want to hang out with these cool people. First up on the Todd Ortloff Show today, we have May Graves with us. Hello, May.
Well, hello, Amanda. A nice little change of pace here.
Once in a while, we like to change things up around here. And we're going to be talking about the market, about the housing market. Interesting topic. Always changing, it seems like. So, May, give us this update. We like to check in with you once a month and see what's going on. Give us the little 411 today on what's going on in our area.
Sounds good. I'll cover numbers for both Port Angeles and Sequim. What we're seeing, it's kind of interesting. I've been telling Todd it's sort of like a roller coaster. You know, 1 month we were like, oh, we're gaining, and then next month, oh, it seems like numbers are a bit down. I really think it's all kind of balancing out right now. So we've been seeing a market that's been trending up for about 12 years straight, which has been incredible, right? It seems like real estate markets go in like 7-year cycles we hear often, but for 12 years straight, we've been trending up. So currently, it feels like it's pretty flat. From 2023 to 2024, we gained less than 2% increase. So like 1.7% gain was all. During the pandemic, those crazy unicorn years, we called it, where house prices, like you'd see a house list and they're, you know, it's sold the same day. over asking, all of that. We were gaining a 1.5% per month for 18 months straight. So to see a whole year just go up one less than 2% was like, wow, maybe we're going to take a turn. Maybe we're going to flatten out. So we just keep tracking the data to see where we're at. And it kind of holds true. What I'm seeing currently is it's kind of holding true. So let me go over numbers for you. So for Port Angeles, for May of 2025, we sold 38 homes. Let's look back at the last year. Last year was 36, so about the same.
Oh, wow.
Days on market, just 6 days on market. That seems like flying off the shelf, right? 6 days?
Yeah, that
That's
is
nothing.
incredible.
Last year was 26, so it's like, okay, so we're selling about the same amount of homes, but much quicker. Median home price this year, $425. Last year was $451, so it seems like things are sliding a bit there. Price per square foot, $306. That includes the land as well, so it's not a great indicator, but $310 last year, $306 this year, so kind of just hanging right in there. Homes is sold for full price or more, so I say at or over asking. 21 of the 38 homes sold for at or over asking. That's like a lot, right?
Yeah.
And last year was 24 of the 36, so even more. And we're seeing 98% of full price on average. So the most of the homes you can usually get 2% off, 3% off if you're a buyer. If you're a seller, you should just kind of chalk it up as that's pretty normal. 4% is about the average, it seems like, year over year. Right now, it's about 2%. Cash sales. So of the 38 homes in Port Angeles that sold for May, 14 of them were to cash buyers.
Holy cow.
Isn't that a lot? I know it. And that's with a median home price of $425,000. So
who are these people?
Well, yeah, right? I don't have that data, but it kind of makes you wonder. You know, I used to say it's kind of like half-price homes here. So if we have a lot of people from King County that come over, they retire, they want out of the city, they want closer to the national parks, the water. I don't know who those cash buyers are. We'd have to pull the data. I don't know where that's at. Let me go over Sequim. So Sequim, we sold 47 homes for May of 2025. Last year, 48, so hanging right in there. Same thing, though. Median days on market, 9. Sequim was 6. So, again, just flying off the shelf. Median home price in Sequim, $599. Yeah. And remember, Port Angeles was just $425.
Yeah, that's
so it shows you
crazy,
right? $599, the average home or the median home price. Price per square foot, $335. Last year, only $297. Over asking. So over asking this year. 24 of those 47 homes were at or over asking price. So like half of the homes are selling for full price or more, right? So there's a lot of doom and gloom in the headlines when you watch the news. And I'm not saying that this is a full picture of the market. It's a snapshot. And overall, we'll talk a little bit more about luxury market in a moment. And then percent of asking, same, 98%. So most buyers are getting about 2% off, but then, you know, a lot are paying at or over asking. 21 of the 47 homes that sold were cash buyers again in Sequim.
So again, about half.
Yep, just about, right? And last year there were 47 homes that sold and 17 of them. So that fewer were cash last year than this year. But what happens when the interest rates go up, you know, people have their money in investments or whatever. They pull that money out because they're like, hey, I'm not making much on that. I don't want to get a loan. I'll just pull my investment, buy a house with it. So that's so we're seeing that.
I would love to have that conversation with myself one day.
a great problem to have.
Yeah, I mean, it's fine.
Right? I just pull some cash and pay $500,000 for a house. Why not?
No sweat. So talk to me about the luxury market and what that means.
Okay, so back during the pandemic, when people nationwide talked about the luxury market, they always meant like $1 million or more. We didn't have those houses. Like, it was rare to see a house that was $1 million. You could buy homes on, let's say, Bell Hill and Sequim, huge water views, huge homes for about $500,000, right?
Yeah.
I wish we'd have bought all of those, actually.
I do too.
Because now the median home price on Bell Hill is about 1.1. Right? So the luxury market, though, you know, and this is just I guess, what do you say, anecdotal. I'm not sure about this, but what I think is kind of that median home price, that bread and butter, those are the working class. Those are the people that have to have a home. And we talk about, we kind of talk about the reasons that when people say, when they're selling, they say, oh, we're not in a hurry. Nobody's really in a hurry except for the people who have diamonds. They're getting married and they're merging two houses into one. Diplomas, somebody's graduating and moving out of the house, they're downsizing. Diapers, they had a baby, they need a bigger house. Divorce, maybe they need two homes now. And sometimes disaster or death will cause it. But for the most part, other than those, nobody's in a hurry.
Yeah.
So I think that median home price, those are the people that fall into a lot of those categories where they're upsizing, downsizing, deployment, maybe military move, where they have to buy, but the luxury market, maybe they don't have to buy, so they can sit, kind of wait for rates to come down, wait for prices to come down. So we are seeing that inventory in the luxury market sit a little more. Like I was using Bell Hill for an example. We usually sell about 2.5 homes per month on Bell Hill. In the last 12 months, we've only sold 12 homes on Bell Hill. So that's only one a month in the last 12 months.
I could maybe afford one of the quarters of the extra half that you're selling.
The guest house.
Yeah.
The guest house.
The lawn.
I'll see if I can hook you up.
Thanks. A little investment for my future.
Right?
So tell us what that means for people who are working here and maybe trying to buy a home for the first time. They're starting a family, they're in a small home renting and they want to buy, they don't need to buy a huge home, but they want to buy a home to start a family. What does that mean for them?
It's tricky in our area for sure. Well, like Port Angeles, I was telling you the median home price is $4.25. So rates are the highest they've been in like 25 years. And it's still not high when you look, like for decades back, if you go back decades back, that's not that high. When I bought my first home, I think my interest rate was 12%. And I remember them talking about adjustable rate mortgages, and I was like, no, I'm not sure I want to do that.
No.
We didn't know anything, you're a first-time home buyer. But that was 12%, and that was in like 1991. I know, you all thought I was 29 still. I did have cataract surgery, but
I love it.
I was a prodigy.
Wow, yeah.
Yeah, so first-time home buyers, it is tricky, but then rents are astronomical, right? So if you have a way to, I usually say, step one, find a realtor that can recommend a great lender for you. Do your pre-qualification. Find out if there's a program where they can get some assistance maybe with their down payment, or they'll give them a path to say, hey, if you save this much, we can get you into this program. And then they're able to buy, because a lot of times, not a lot of times, all of the time, if you're renting, 100% of your payment is going towards the seller, towards the homeowner's equity, not your equity, right? Yeah, so even if you can just start small and be faithful in the little things, use it as a stepping stone, get some equity when you sell that one, buy another.
Yeah. I often think about my little bungalow that I bought, and it says that it's already got so much equity in it because the prices have come up a little bit.
Yeah.
But the other side of that is I don't want to sell it because I love my little home. So
exactly.
It's an incredible investment if you are so lucky to get to do that. It was but by the grace of God that I got my place, and it's incredible. And I think home ownership is one of those things that everyone should have a chance to work towards that.
Yeah. And if you can keep it, you'll probably never hear another realtor say this, but I say, don't sell your homes, just buy a bunch. Everybody, not everybody, but there's enough people who have to sell. They can't afford to keep them all. And a lot of them don't want to be landlords. They don't want to be dealing with rent checks or toilets or water heaters leaking. I don't really want to, but it's
Absolutely not. I don't even want to deal with my own toilet leaking.
Right? Call somebody else.
Yeah. So May, how can people get in touch with you if they have questions about what we heard today, about what you talked about, or just any general real estate questions?
Right. I always say I'm old school. Just call me. Or if you're into texting, text me. So grab your pencil. And Todd always says, you can call the station. We got the number here. Small town.
Yeah.
So really just call or text me, 360-461-1922. May Graves.
I love it. May, I've known you for a long time. I just love watching you work and do your thing. And you really are just a beautiful human being, truly, inside and out. And I've always appreciated your friendship. But also, I appreciate you coming on and telling people what we need to know about our area.
Yeah, just so you have an idea, because a lot of, like, the number one question I get asked is, how's the market?
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes people just ask because they don't know what else to ask. They're like, she's a realtor, just ask her about the market. But sometimes they really need to know. They're like, my parents passed away. We need to get a house on the market. Thanks for having me.
Of course. It is my pleasure. I will see if I can kick Todd out of the studio next month when you're back, too. All right, stick around. We've got lots more coming up on the TO show right after this.
I understand that as our world becomes more automated, receiving personalized service from a real person is more meaningful than ever. I'm Dan Shappy, and as a farmer's agent, I know a thing or two about how to help you select the insurance you want so you can
protect what matters most.
Call 360-681-0696 to learn more and chat with me, a real person and experienced farmer's agent, today.
We are farmers. Bum, ba-dum, bum, 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 bum.
Underwritten by Farmers Truck Fire Insurance Exchanges and Affiliates. Products not available in every state.
Hi, this is John Holm, president of Tri-State Roofing, your local and family-owned company covering the entire Olympic Peninsula area. The difference with Tri-State Roofing is we separate ourselves with the quality of products we offer, customer service, including an A+ rating with the BBB, solid safety plans, and the best labor guarantees around. Call 360-208-2222.
Tri-State Roofing, we got you covered.
Hey there, Don Riling with Olympic Hot Tub. Get ready to save big on the hot tub of your dreams during our mid-year clearance spectacular. One weekend only, June 28th and 29th from 9 to 6 at our Auburn warehouse. Incredible savings on one-of-a-kind saltwater hot spring spas, plus deep discounts on pre-owned tubs, swim spas, and saunas. Do not miss this. OlympicHotTub.com. Better you, better life.
Olympic Hot Tub.
The Olympic Game Farm would like to say hats off to the class of 2025. A special congratulations goes out to Elizabeth Beebe from your family and your friends here at the Game Farm. You've got your entire future to look forward to, and these next few years will fly by. Don't miss those big opportunities to grow. We've watched you shine, and we know you'll continue to do so as you move down this path life is waiting for you, Elizabeth. Congratulations again to you and the rest of the graduating seniors.
Your community-minded friends at First Fed bring you the Community Corner, highlighting good things happening right here in our area.
The Sequim Prairie Grange hosts its first ice cream social of the summer this Sunday from 1 to 3 p.m. The Grange invites you and your family to enjoy the perfect summer treat to help support the Grange. Come out for a banana split or a sundae with all your favorite toppings for $7. The first ice cream social of the summer is this Sunday, 1 to 3 at the Sequim Prairie Grange, 290 Maclay Road in Sequim. And on June 28th, it's the 12th annual Crab Feed from the Sequim Valley Lions Club. The Crab Feed and Silent Auction fundraiser runs 1 to 5 p.m. at Pioneer Park on East Washington Street in Sequim. For $30, enjoy a half crab dinner including veggies, coleslaw, a roll, and a beverage. Plus, you'll be supporting the Sequim Valley Lions Club.
Community Corner, presented by First Fed.
Welcome back to the Todd Ortloff Show here on News Radio KONP, Port Angeles Sequim. I'm Amanda Bacon, filling in for Todd Ortloff this afternoon. And up next, we have a bacon bit. I got to sit down with the Queen of Mean. Back in the 80s and 90s, Lisa Lampanelli was everywhere, and she was crass, brash, and kind of crazy. Well, she's softened a little, and I got to chat with her this week. She has a new podcast out. It's called Shrink This. Each week, Lisa and her unpaid sidekick comedian Nick Scopoletti read letters from real people with real issues, mental health issues, body image, friendship, family, And while you're still texting that loser, we've all been there. Every episode of Shrink This is full of unfiltered wisdom, inappropriate jokes, a whole lot of heart, and zero BS. Just when you thought counseling and straight talk had to be 100% serious, it does not. And so I chatted with Lisa Lampanelli to find out about her podcast. Turns out she's super charming. Good morning, Lisa.
Hey, honey, how you doing?
I am fantastic. How are you?
Oh, hanging in there, helping people, saving lives, changing the world.
Doing the Lord's work, clearly.
Yes.
Oh, Lisa, what made you decide to start a podcast and just come right back on into our hearts and our lives?
Well, I said to myself, no one has podcasts these days. It's such a unique idea. But what actually happened was I was on a podcast on the network, the iHeart Network, as a guest. And they were like, oh, you should do one because you give really good advice. Because I just naturally coach people and talk to people in a funny way. And I was like, oh, okay. So I'm like, oh, that'll be a fun little project. And honestly, I have to say it is. I was at first going, ugh, now I have to deliver. I have to actually read letters from people and help them. But dude, it's so much fun because there's a lot of damaged souls out there, including me. Yeah. And it's kind of cool to vibe with them and see if we could set them straight a little.
I think that's the most important part about it is that we start to listen in and hear other people's problems. We think, oh, so I'm not the only single person with this particular set of skills of getting myself into trouble.
Yeah, like everybody is dealing with the same stuff in a different form. So whether it's codependence, it's going to be codependence in, workplace or marriage or friendship. It's like we all have the same stuff going on. We all have to learn acceptance in every area of life. So we all have the struggles. We might as well, with a sense of humor, sort of try to set ourselves straight.
So it's very interesting to me because I feel like even though it still interjects your humor that we're all so familiar with, it's almost a pivot from the mean roasting, and I say that with quotes, that, used to happen. I don't think you're going to tell someone who writes in and says, I'm having body image issues, that they're a horrible, ugly, person, and they should have those issues. You know what I mean? Like, I love this pivot of we're still able to have this sarcasm and this dialogue, but make it more tangible.
Yeah, I mean, I think when I retired from stand-up in 2018, I was like, oh, that's like the past. I'm not really an insult comic anymore. I'm not insulting in real life. Like, I don't go to the grocery store and just start slinging things around. So this podcast, it still has the humor I have in life, but it doesn't have the overt insulting stuff, which, by the way, was amazing at the time and makes you a good living. But I'm like, oh, this is just a different type of humor, plus this helpful yenta nature I have, because I'm a big yenta. I just want to tell everybody what to do. I mean, is that so wrong?
No, it's not. And clearly, we want someone to tell us what to do.
There you go.
What is it like having people come to you, though, with such personal items? Does it at all feel scary to have someone's frailty in your hand?
Well, if someone truly was sending cries for help, meaning, their life is at stake, we definitely have to alert the authorities and be just okay, this one I'm not touching. But most people, they're just dealing with garden variety stuff that you or I or anyone else would work on. Their boyfriend feels they should tell him everything and she doesn't want to tell him things, or she feels fat today and, what can she do about it? So it's stuff that, is hard, but it's not life or death, thank goodness. And again, let's hope that I have a little wisdom at least to steer them in the direction of, if I can't help you, at least get some help. Because I fully believe therapy, that's the best. That's the only thing. That's the only deal breaker I have in my life for friendships and family and relationships is you got to believe in working on yourself.
Yes, I have a phenomenal therapist, and I love her so much that my two best friends over the years have started going to her as well. And so when we take road trips together, we always send her a group photo and say it's her fan club.
Oh my God. See, that's the best. It's so funny because the guy on my podcast, Nick Scopoletti, who is my sort of unpaid sidekick, I call him, We call our therapist is named Brad, so we call ourselves the Cult of Brad because everyone needs Brad. And we just give his number to everybody. And he's a trauma therapist. He's amazing and goes deep. And I'm like, oh my God, I think we're a bit culty now. But you know what? If someone helps you, you got to pay it forward.
Absolutely. What do you think gave you all of this wisdom? I mean, what do you think in your life has created you to be able to give this life advice to other people?
That my only hobby since age 23 or 25 has been working on myself. So it's literally, I don't quilt, I don't garden, I don't do any jewelry making. The only thing I've ever done is go, why do I act the way I act and how can I fix it and make it better and not make other people responsible for my crap, which I've unfortunately done, as we all have. And I'm like, okay, I kind of studied myself a lot. And I think we all have the answers to what we need within us. So if I can direct people on the podcast to get that little wisdom from inside, then I kind of do the job I've been doing on myself.
Good job, by the way, on that. That's awesome. I wish more people took responsibility for themselves.
Yeah, you know what? That's why with friends, I'm like, oh, you don't like therapy? We're probably not going to be friends. You know, it just doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah, it doesn't. I don't know why it's scary to some people, but, you know, those are the people that talk on speakerphone in the grocery store. It's like, we've already heard your dirty laundry. Can we just...
Yeah. Well, you're in Seattle, right?
Yeah.
So you guys really believe in therapy. Like there's some I'm from New England and New York. So there is a country like us who just really own it, you know? So I think we're kind of blessed that we're kind of surrounded with like-minded people for the most part. And again, God bless if somebody doesn't want to work on themselves, that's okay. But then we have to have the boundary to be like, probably not an everyday contact.
Well, I mean, they've amped us up with Starbucks and gotten us so jittery and anxious with all the drinking of the coffee that now they're going to therapize us. But it's just like, all right.
Right. Oh,
you get punch cards for both.
Yes. Well, Seattle's great. I filmed my one of my comedy specials in Seattle. And we used to say there, because, I mean, that used to be a very homogenous city. Am I right? Because it was literally, I even had a joke when I was promoting the special. I was like, oh my God, Seattle, where even the coffee doesn't, even the coffee doesn't come black. You know, it was just like all white people. So now I think things are getting a little more integrated, but Seattle always has been a little bit crunchy, and they kind of get that they need to keep moving forward and be inclusive.
And they have definitely moved in many, many different directions over the years. Yes.
Thank God.
So how can we listen to your podcast, and how can we submit our, hey, question, I made a horrible mistake. How do I fix it?
Yes. Well, it's called Shrink This with Lisa Lampanelli. It's on the iHeartRadio app as well as every other place you get your podcast. And if you want to ask a question, I suggest that you would email it to shrinkthisShow@gmail.com. That's shrinkthisShow@gmail.com. And it's always best to start by paying me a compliment. Then I would be most likely to pick your letter. So do that.
I love it. Lisa, you are a delight. And I am so thankful that I got to meet the real Lisa. You know, and not just the stage persona that we know and love, but the real beautiful Lisa. And I think you are an incredible human.
Oh my God, thank you. You're the best. I'll see you in Seattle, babe.
Sounds good. We'll go get some coffee and then have therapy.
Exactly. Love you, man. Thank you, Amanda.
Mwah. Love you. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Bye.
Attention all moms-to-be. North Olympic Healthcare Network's board-certified physicians specializing in family medicine with obstetrics are here to guide and support you on your pregnancy journey. We provide personalized, compassionate care focused on building a long-lasting relationship before, during, and after pregnancy. From pre-pregnancy planning to childbirth to primary care for your whole family, we're with you for the journey. To learn more, visit nohn-pa.org/obstetrics.
Whether you're tackling your next big project or just getting started, having the right power tool, it makes all the difference. Projects get done faster, smoother, and with way better results. And there's nothing like getting your hands on a brand new power tool. The solid grip, that first pull of the trigger, and the hum of raw power, it's amazing. If you haven't had the experience, well, there's no better time to find out. This June, Angelus Millwork, Hart & Eagles, and Angelus Rentals are making that feeling even better. They've got specially marked power tools up to 40% off, and every other power tool in the store, 10% off. That means all the top brands like DeWalt, Milwaukee, Makita, and more, they're all on sale. And don't forget, grab the killer deals on batteries to keep your new tool running strong. So if you've been waiting for the right time to upgrade your tool bag, that time is now. Swing by your favorite employee-owned stores or visit lumbertraders.com today. As always, we deeply appreciate you for shopping local and employee-owned.
ABC News, I'm Chuck Sievertson. President Trump's taking up to 2 weeks to decide whether or not to join Israel in attacking Iran's nuclear facilities. That from his press secretary at the White House, Carolyn Leavitt, saying the president believes there's still a chance for negotiations. While the president's director of national intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, recently testified to Congress that Iran was not building a nuclear weapon. This today from the president's spokesperson.
It is a fact, and the United States government maintains this fact, that Iran has never been closer to obtaining a nuclear weapon.
The Mideast fighting has raised oil and gasoline prices in the U.S. to a national average of $3.20 a gallon. Pump prices are still well below where they were a year ago. Immigration police are ramping up raids at workplace locations, farms, restaurants, and hotels, even after President Trump indicated last week that he wanted those raids to stop. This is ABC News.
Here's your News Radio KONP forecast, brought to you by Olympic Game Farm. Cloudy skies expected this afternoon with highs around 60. Northwest winds 10 to 15 miles per hour. Overcast skies tonight, slight chance of rain showers, lows dip down to about 47. Cloudy skies expected tomorrow, rain showers likely, daytime highs approaching 57. Daytime highs approaching 60 Saturday with a chance for showers. 64, sunshine mixed with clouds at times Sunday. A peek at the extended shows, 67 Monday, 70 Tuesday, and 68 on Wednesday. That's a look at your forecast. I'm meteorologist Paul Trombley. Right now, it's 61 degrees.
Welcome back to the Todd Ortloff Show here on News Radio KONP, Port Angeles Squim. I'm Amanda Bacon, filling in for Todd Ortloff this afternoon. And it is my esteemed pleasure to be chatting with Kevin Holt, our business guru, with his Business Bits segment here on KONP. Hello, Kevin.
Good, beautiful afternoon, and good afternoon, beautiful.
Aw, thanks. I'll keep your microphone on now.
Perfect.
That was so, you know how to, you know what I like. Okay, so we're chatting about something that is very interesting to me, and I might want to pay extra attention to today. Scams pulled against performers.
Yes.
So what made you, first of all, choose this topic today? And then let's get into it.
Because I was lucky enough to be a young guy back in the 90s when a couple of my friends had garage bands in the Nirvana days. Yep. And they were, like everybody in that role, they had day jobs. That's where I met them, in my day job. And they would tell me about these things that would come their way, and we'd have a little sit-down chat. And imagine my surprise as the years go by and I read news items and I see it's still going on.
Yes.
And then it twists and turns and gets even worse. So there's some new stuff out there that's just awful. And so we're going to just kind of blow through all of this stuff and see what happens to people. We'll dive into the many ways that show people, like stand-up comics, magicians, and our favorite, musicians, fall victim to these performer scams. When scams aimed at musicians come up in conversation, most people have a similar response. Scam performers? Why? Everyone knows artists have no money.
Amen.
Exactly. However, while it's true that most artists have little money, performers have something of great value to scammers. Performers have dreams, and dreams can be exploited. So just before we take a look at that, though, I'll give an update on a dream of a different kind that Todd and I talked about a few weeks ago. We looked at what's happening to glamping. And, of course, it's nothing good. We reported that the glamping movement has suffered a whole bunch of calamitous cutbacks all across the country and around the world. You might recall that my report included a recently shuttered glamping project in Whatcom County. This project earned the title of most funded lodging in Indiegogo history. There were $1.2 million raised from 1,700 backers. It was a historic event back in 2022. Well, after 3 years of delays, confusion, and maybe even a little misinformation, the project officially folded. The founder sent a very terse message to the backers telling the glamping faithful that sometimes projects aren't successful.
Oh, my stars. Remind me to write this down. How do I...
Yes, indeed. Indiegogo the site of the proposed resort was listed for sale in March of this year with just one model glamping dome completed on the ground. So they worked real hard. The land was put on the market for $795,000, giving the backers maybe an idea that they might claw some of their losses back. Surprisingly, the property was quickly pulled from the market. The project founder had lost title to the property through foreclosure. Foreclosure documents filed recently disclosed that the project failed to pay the property's mortgage, principal, interest, and late fees. Worse, no property taxes were paid to the county.
Ooh.
The property is now scheduled to be sold at a foreclosure auction with a starting bid of $75,000.
Oh, my stars.
These kinds of crowdfunding campaigns have been spreading across the platforms, and due diligence is your only protection. If you give your money to a crowdfunded funder, there's no law against the founders using all that money to pay themselves big salaries and then sending you a terse email saying sometimes projects aren't successful.
Wow.
$1.2 million. Where'd it go?
Yeah, I have a
That's
sneaking
a big
suspicion where it went.
I think there was a lot of research at the local bar. So, that's you do your due diligence or kiss your money goodbye on crowdfunding platforms. And, nobody gave a lot, but they all lost it.
Yeah.
And so something to look out for. So now that we're in the mood for scams, let's talk about those performer scams. Perhaps you'd like to be a well-known musician like Todd Ortloff or Amanda Bacon or the famous Black Diamond Junction. Maybe you like to make people laugh and you're interested in stand-up comedy. Perhaps magic or other special skills like juggling, card tricks.
Ooh.
All these look like the path to an audience and a career as a performer. Now, whether you're an accomplished impresario, like Amanda, or a rank beginner, you have a target on your back. Your interest in the business of show makes you especially interesting to scammers.
Ooh. Okay, well, we're going to do that cliffhanger. I want to take a break real quick. And when we come back, let's find out why there's a target on our back.
And we'll talk about both beginners and how they get scammed and pros like you.
Yeah, I'm literally in the middle of something right now.
Oh, interesting.
Trying to get money from a performance that I did months ago.
And that's just old-fashioned not paying.
Yes. We call it shenanigans.
Yes.
Yeah. All right. By the way, it wasn't local. I just wanted to
I'm sure it wouldn't be. How dare it? You have relatives and friends.
All right. Stick around. We'll be back on the Todd Ortloff Show right after this.
I understand that as our world becomes more automated, receiving personalized service from a real person is more meaningful than ever. I'm Dan Shappy, and as a farmer's agent, I know a thing or two about how to help you select the insurance you want so you can
protect what matters most.
Call 360-681-0696 to learn more and chat with me, a real person and experienced farmer's agent, today.
We are farmers. Bum, ba-dum, bum, 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 bum.
Underwritten by Farmers Truck Fire Insurance Exchanges and Affiliates. Products not available in every state.
Do you know when your septic system was last inspected? Clallam County Environmental Health keeps those records and can tell you. Pumping your septic and complete septic inspections by licensed professionals are two very different things. State law requires inspections every 1 to 3 years, depending on the system you have. Get more information about your septic system and inspection requirements by calling Clallam County Environmental Health 360-417-2258 or by logging on to clallam.net/septic.
June is a great month for dads, grads, and yahoo! Here comes summer. This is Dale from Wilder Auto, and we've got the right rig for any one of those special times. From trucks for dad to reliable Wilder certified use for the grad, or just plain old fun in the sun, we've got a summer solution for you. Add to that the Wilder Advantage, well, why would you go anywhere else? Stop by and check us out or 24/7 at wilderauto.com.
Peninsula Bottling would like to congratulate all of the graduating seniors. To the class of 2025, we wish you the best as you set out on your new journey. When you look back on the memories you made, we hope you'll always be proud of your choices. Going forward, remember that some days will be harder than others, but in the end, it's the effort you put into it that really matters. If you don't fail at times, it means you never tried. Congratulations, graduates, from your friends at Peninsula Bottling.
The Bobcat National Sales Event is on now at Brim Tractor. Get a new Bobcat compact tractor with financing as low as 0% for 84 months, or choose a free front-end loader. Get a Bobcat zero-turn mower with financing as low as 0% for 60 months, or cash rebates up to $2,000. Visit Brim Tractor for incredible savings during the Bobcat National Sales Event. Some restrictions do apply. Length of contract and rate may vary. Offer ends June 30th, 2025.
Craving something amazing? Come visit Donuts, Cakes, and More in the heart of downtown Sequim. Donuts and cakes, but oh, so many other good tastes. Enjoy sweet pies, luscious cupcakes, and tasty pastries, including what may be the area's best cinnamon roll. Special occasion orders? You bet. Donuts, Cakes, and More, a delicious new bakery in downtown Sequim on West Washington Street.
Welcome back to the Todd Ortloff Show here on Newsradio KONP, Port Angeles, Sequim. I'm Amanda Bacon, filling in for Todd Ortloff this afternoon. And I am here with guest Kevin Holt, who is here doing his business bits with us. And when we last spoke, we were on the edge of our seats finding out how we are walking around as performers with targets on our back.
Yes, you are.
Exactly.
Well, you know, that starts because there are plenty of stories involving famous artists whose lives changed in a heartbeat. You know, somebody saw Amy Winehouse singing in a club. The next thing she knew, she had a recorder. Somebody saw a recording contract. Somebody saw Justin Bieber on YouTube, and the next thing you know, he's a crazy millionaire.
And just crazy.
Yeah. But, you know, overnight success is not the norm. And scammers exploit that delusional notion that overnight success awaits you too. For a fee, of course. So some of the oldest tricks in the book are still being pulled on beginners because they're new. They don't know. Most fit under the category of pay to play. We've all heard that phrase if we're in the business. And so the frightening new impersonation scams are being perpetrated on those who have achieved some success. And we'll talk about those at the end, and you will be very angry. And what that results in is gigs being pirated, revenue taken, and reputations ruined. Like most scams, it does a lot of damage. It's like a burglar. They do more damage breaking in than what they steal. Perhaps the saddest of all, though, is the creative loss these scams cause. Money is taken, feelings and reputations are hurt, money gets tight, time runs out. A performer with great potential might return to the world of jobs, bills, and the daily grind because their hearts are broken. So first, we'll look at traps for new players. Starting in the industry is exciting, but you're a target for scammers. Here's the three most common: showcases and fake festivals. You're invited to perform at an exclusive industry event with promises of producers and talent scouts. They do this with athletes, too. The catch? Well, you've got to pay a staging fee, or maybe sell some tickets. In reality, the event is either only attended by the people you sold tickets to, or it's completely fake. There's nobody there at all. Everybody shows up at the venue, and they're going, what do you want?
Wow.
Now then, there's placement offers. You get an email that says, Amanda, your music is perfect for my next Netflix series. Maybe you're a magician or a comedian. You get the same rap. Oh, but there's a catch. You know, you need to pay a production fee to kind of clean up your image. Maybe you need a photo shoot or a professionally produced video. But in reality, there's no show on Netflix, there's no commercial, and there's really no opportunity. After you pay, you'll be treated to the sounds of silence.
Wow.
And then there's bogus performance contracts. Let's say you're promised thousands of Spotify streams and a guaranteed playlist placement for a fee. But these services use bots to fill up your audience statistics, and that's going to get you or your comedy routine banned because those companies don't like it when people do that. Or sometimes it's, hey, we'll take care of all your promotion for the next 12 months. Or we've got a secret book of booking agents that's available for a very small fee, and it's your ticket to stardom. So the best protection from all of these beginner scams is surrounding yourself with people you can trust.
Yes.
Find people who will be your legitimate friends, who are in real businesses and can partner with you for success. Todd and I talk about this all the time. The answer is our tried and true solution to so many beginners' challenges, networking.
Absolutely.
Make a plan, reach the right people, take a look at what you want to accomplish, and look for places where the right people might congregate. Create a networking pitch that helps you meet the right people with a consistent message. So, got a lot of dangers out there. Having some friends along the ride is really going to help you. And finally, trust your instincts. If something feels off, whether it's pressure to pay, vague details, or pretty unbelievable promises, step back. When I was in business advising, nobody ever came into my office and said, damn, I'm sorry, I trust my gut.
No, I can't imagine that they would.
They said the opposite
Yeah.
a lot. Why didn't I?
Yeah.
But you know, maybe that's not you. Maybe you're not a beginner. Maybe you're an old pro or a young pro like Amanda. You've managed to avoid all these traps, and you've managed to achieve some success. Experienced performers, especially those with a good reputation, are targets of an especially troubling form of identity theft. Corrupt individuals who also want to be successful performers have created a new way to steal. These scammers search the web for videos and reviews of successful performers.
Oh.
Then they collect this information and create a website featuring all of these performers, maybe their videos, their reviews, and they claim to be a talent representative, booking these acts for corporate events and weddings.
Oh, man.
So how do the scammers make money on that? Well, they book the act and they collect a small advance fee, and that's nice. They could just they could just take the money and disappear, but that would shorten their line as a rip-off artist, and they have something much worse in mind. Remember, these people wanted to be successful performers, but they can't get gigs because they're not that good. So instead of taking the money, the scammer books Amanda. The corporate planner goes forward with their event, and on the day of the event, the scammer calls the customer and says, I am so sorry, but Amanda just dropped out at the last minute. She totally ghosted me. I don't know what we're going to do about her, but don't worry about that because I've got your back. I have a backup.
Oh, my stars.
That can come out and perform for you to make sure this is totally taken care of. You got my personal guarantee. You're going to be fine. Well, it's a corporate planner. What do they care?
Yeah.
Somebody shows up, plays music, great, event, whew, I'm done. So he has a band, he's a comedian, or he's a magician, and he steps up and saves the day. Of course, that was his plan all along.
Absolutely.
The scammer brings his own act, collects your fee, trashes your reputation, and looks like a hero.
Gross.
Pretty disgusting. And here's the worst part about it. In cases where this has been discovered and reported, it's hard to find a law to charge these people with, because they can just as easily say, well, Amanda said she'd work with me. That's why she gave me all those videos. I don't know what to tell you. It's a flaky business. And you run into the situation with law enforcement where, well, it's kind of a civil matter. It's an entertainment thing. It's kind of a contract dispute. I mean, where do we really fit in?
Right.
And so this is a really dirty, seamy underbelly of what is sometimes a very dirty, seamy business. Now, there are ways you can protect yourself from this too. Periodic web searches for your name, your show, things that you've done in the past, maybe a video you made. Just keep looking for it, and maybe set up a Google alert and similar types of options on Facebook and the other platforms that automatically bring you information about you. And if you find someone representing you, there is one thing you can do, a tried and true solution. You can do it ahead of time. You can't really do anything after the fact, but you can do a a Digital Millennium Copyright Act takedown notice of your image and likeness. And that's the DCMA. You've probably heard about that. You send a message off to, we got one next door when somebody used our internet to download a bunch of videos.
Yes, I remember that, yeah.
And we got that. It said, hey, what are you doing? Well, that's very effective, and you can go to dmca.com and find all about how to do it. You can do it yourself. And so you can at least get your face and your name out of their mouth, and everybody else is going to have to stand up for themselves. But you've got to be diligent in this ridiculously copycat world. It's an ugly, ugly scene out there in showbiz land.
Well, I mean, they always say that flattery is, you know, when someone's trying to copy you or whatever, and that's nice, but it's also identity theft.
Yes, exactly. Well, when it's used in commerce, it's definitely identity theft.
Yeah.
Well, speaking of revolting developments, next week we're going to review the emerging job losses attributed to artificial intelligence. There's an old rule in technology that says it gets twice as good and half as costly every 18 months. And AI is proving that to still be true. That law was developed in the 30s, and it's always been right. The gentleman that came up with it, his name is Moore. It's called Moore's Law. And it is advancing incredibly fast. And if you know the phrase hoisted on their own petard, it means blowing yourself up with your own bomb. The most heavily impacted industry is tech.
Of course it is.
Amazon just told everybody to come back to the office. They're finding out they were being brought back to the office to be let go. So it's going to be a fun show next week. We'll talk about the comeuppance of AI.
Ooh, the comeuppance of AI. I love that word, by the way. Thank you so much, Kevin Holt. How
welcome.
can people find you on the interwebs? The actual you.
Yeah, and I don't think anybody else is offering, because I don't do any paid gigs. That's kevinyourbusinesscoach.com. You can email me at kevinyourbusinesscoach.com. And if you just go to kevinyourbusinesscoach.com, you'll find our old shows and a lot of other stuff you can do. And if you've got any questions about this, feel free to drop me a line and we'll talk about it on the air.
Love it. All right. Thank you so much,
Thank
Kevin.
you.
Always a pleasure to see you. And that's going to put a wrap on the Todd Ortloff Show today. I'm Amanda Bacon, filling in for Todd. And we will circle back. Well, actually, I guess there is no Friday show tomorrow because there's a baseball game.
That's right.
So I will talk to you all again next week sometime.
Bay Baseball. Yes, indeed.
Have a great day, folks.
Welcome back to the entertainment calendar at KONP Radio Pacific. Today, let's start with Blue Hole Gallery in Squim. They have another Writers Read event on the 18th of June from 2 to 3 p.m. The theme this time is ekphrastic, an ancient technique from Greece that describes art through words. Just down the street on Saturday, June 21st, Oasis has the legendary Bread and Gravy performing in their restaurant from 8 p.m. to 1 a.m. Oasis always has something going on to brighten up your weekend for late-night entertainment. Moving over to Studio Bob, they are hosting the Pride on the Pier celebration in honor of June's Pride Month. On June 21st from 7 to 10 p.m., the adults-only Pride Prom will have DJ Last Eye spinning hits from the 80s and 90s at the tip of the hat to the Wizard of Oz. Field Arts and Events Hall, once again, has 2 back-to-back events starting with the titled Hog Wild Goes to Moulin Rouge, a fundraiser presented by the North Olympic Healthcare Network and Kitsap Bank for the 13th year in a row. On June 28th at 5 p.m., the show is described as a touch of Cirque du Soleil and European Circus. On the 27th, from 6 to 8 p.m. in the Sunset Lounge of Field Arts, Mike and Darcy Riggin are hosting a free karaoke night called Mic Drop. And finally, another main event, Eraserhead on the 29th from 7 to 9 p.m., a story about the protagonist Henry, a lonely man living in an apartment surrounded by industrial gloom.
who marries a woman he got pregnant named Mary X. Things take a serious turn, however, when the baby comes out as a bizarre lizard creature that won't stop crying. Eraserhead is a summer tribute to David Lynch. That's it for this week, and part of the fourth week. Check in with KONP News Radio again soon for more entertainment update. I'm Augustus Stone, and I'll see you next time.
Come out to Olympic Game Farm. It's the home of the waving bears. Come out to Olympic Game Farm for some tender love and care. Now it's not impolite to stick out your tongue, considering the critters you'll be among. Come out to Olympic Game Farm. It's the home of the waving bears. The llama and the yak know you want to come back, and the tiger always gets a few stares. Come out to Olympic Game Farm. It's the home of the waving bears.
Hi, this is John Hull. I'm president of Tri-State Roofing, your local and family-owned company. If you're interested in a metal roof, prices are going up across the country, but we receive volume discounts through the manufacturer, and we pass that savings on to you. Act now and call 360-208-2222. Financing is available.
Tri-State Roofing, we got you covered.
I spent 14 years in foster care, mostly in group homes. I slept in a lot of different rooms, but none of them really felt like mine.
There are more than 100,000 children in foster care waiting to be adopted. The Dave Thomas Foundation for Adoption is working to help find them a permanent home.
Now I have my own room, a place that's mine, and a family who loves and supports me.
From the streets to the sound, Newsradio KONP, Port Angeles Squim, is celebrating 80 years serving our community. A Radio Pacific station.
From ABC News, I'm Lindsay Davis, anchor of Prime, streaming weeknights on ABC News Live. President Trump's decided to give himself up to 2 more weeks to decide whether or not to join Israel in attacking Iran's nuclear facilities. Here's White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt quoting the president.
Based on the fact that there's a substantial chance of negotiations that may or may not take place with Iran in the near future, I will make my decision whether or not to go within the next 2 weeks.
ABC News senior White House correspondent Selena Wang has more.
When a reporter followed up and asked if the president was getting any evidence or inkling that those negotiations were coming close, would be successful, Leavitt wouldn't say why she believed that there was a substantial chance.
Some aides and MAGA supporters are saying that President Trump promised to end, not start wars. His press secretary had this for people who voted for him.
Trust in President Trump. President Trump has incredible instincts, and President Trump kept America and the world safe in his first term as president.
The Iran-Israel attacks are starting to affect Americans' wallets, as in oil and gasoline prices, says ABC News chief business correspondent Rebecca Jarvis.
The national average now $3.20 a gallon. The good news, though, going into this 4th of July weekend is that prices before the conflict erupted were relatively mild, and they're still well below where they were this time a year ago.
Immigration police are ramping up raids at workplace locations like farms, restaurants, and hotels, even after President Trump indicated last week that he wanted those raids to stop. Here's Trump border czar Tom Homan.
It's a matter of messaging, proper messaging. The message is clear now that we're going to continue doing worksite enforcement operations, even on farms and hotels, but based on a prioritized basis. Criminals come first.
President Trump signed a 3rd extension to keep TikTok from shutting down, another 90 days to find an American buyer for the video sharing site. Wall Street stock markets were closed for the Juneteenth holiday. You're listening to ABC News.
This statement has not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
I was always tired, with weekly bouts of indigestion. A friend asked me, when was the last time you did a detox? Never, I said, so she recommended Active Liver.
Our liver works hard every day to remove toxins from processed foods and unclean air and water. But too many toxins can overwhelm the liver, causing it to actually store toxins in our body fat. Low energy, brain fog, headaches, bloating, and skin irritation are all telltale signs that we need to act. Water or juice fasts can help, but often require days or weeks of feeling tired and sick. Thankfully, there's an easier way. Active Liver from New Nordic is a natural supplement that helps your liver effectively eliminate toxins on a daily basis, leaving you feeling better with more energy and less bloating.
Within a week of taking Active Liver, I was feeling better, and now I have more energy than I've had in years.
Available in both tablet or delicious gummies, you can find Active Liver online at Amazon or NewNordicUSA.com or in stores at your local CVS or Meijer grocery.
I'm Lindsay Davis. For the latest on today's headlines, be sure to watch Prime tonight, starting at 7 Eastern on ABC News Live. Now, more news.
For tens of millions, there are severe thunderstorm watches in effect through 9 p.m. Eastern Time tonight along the eastern seaboard from Burlington, Vermont to New York, Philadelphia, Washington, and through Virginia. Juneteenth celebrations unfolded across the U.S. today, marking the day in 1865 when Union soldiers brought the news of freedom to enslaved black people in Texas. Getting some notice, President Obama's comments on America in danger of drifting into an authoritarian government. He spoke Tuesday at a civics event in Connecticut.
It's consistent with places that hold elections but do not otherwise observe what we think of as a fair system in which everybody's voice matters and people have a seat at the table and there are checks and balances and nobody's above the law.
Some segments of the U.S. restaurant industry don't support President Trump's proposal to eliminate federal taxes on tips, saying it would help too few people and obscure bigger issues in the way tipped workers are paid. The Independent Restaurant Coalition has appealed to Congress to reconsider the proposal. The NBA season could end tonight. Game 6 of the NBA Finals. Oklahoma City Thunder leading the Indiana Pacers 3-2 in the series. Chuck Sievertson, ABC News.
KONP News brought to you by McCrory Carpet One. Always priced right, always done right. It's McCrory Carpet One. Washington State Ferry fares set to rise this fall and then again next spring. The Washington State Transportation Commission plans to increase fares 3% on October 1st, another 3% May 1st of next year. Additionally, a summer season surcharge will rise to 35% on all routes next year. And the expiration period for multiple ride passes will be extended to 120 days as a trial starting next spring. Lawmakers also approved increasing the vessel replacement surcharge to $1 per ticket starting in October and adding a new 3% credit card fee in March of next year. Public comments on the proposal are now open through the state through August 5th.
Here's your News Radio KONP forecast, brought to you by All Weather Heating and Cooling. Daytime highs approaching 61 this afternoon. Under overcast skies, winds out of the northwest, 10 to 15 miles per hour. Cloudy skies expected again tonight. Slight chance of rain showers. Lows level off around 47. Rain showers likely tomorrow. High temperatures reach up to 57. Overcast skies. High temperatures reach up to 60 Saturday with a chance for showers. 64, partly cloudy Sunday. Looking at the long range, 67 Monday, 70 Tuesday, and 68 on Wednesday. That's a look at your forecast. I'm meteorologist Paul Trombley. Currently, it's 59 degrees.
Live from the headquarters of Ramsey Solutions, it's The Ramsey Show, where we help people build wealth, do work that you love, and create actual amazing relationships. Ken Coleman, Ramsey personality, #1 best-selling author, and host of the new Ramsey Network's big hit called Front Row Seat. Oh, some long-form interviews with world changers. You've got to be checking him out. He's my co-host today. Open phones at 888-825-5225. Rachel is in Nashville. Hi, Rachel. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Better than I deserve. What's up?
I have a very complex payment situation that I need advice for. So we took your class, my husband and I, back in September, October. It completely changed our life. We've been rapidly paying off debt, building up savings. However, in the month of October, I work for a very large company, and there was a payroll error where they accidentally paid me $50,000, $48,000 to be exact, gross payment in error. I told them before it hit my bank account, but unfortunately it was too far gone at that point. After taxes, I received net $28,000. Approximately $3,300 of that was my paycheck. And again, I told them before it hit my account, but they took so long to correct the error and get me my debt repayment letter. Now, we're now 10 months in the future, and because it crossed tax year, they're asking for gross repayment, which is requiring me to come up with an extra approximately $23,000 of my own. And I've already been taxed on this because it was taxed in my 2024 tax return as well, which was additional money out of my pocket. They're offering to allow me to repay it in full, which would be the full 48, which net 3,300 of it is mine that I would have to repay back, and I'm not sure how I'm going to get that back in the future. But they also are giving me an option to deduct 15% from my paycheck until the debt is paid, and I'm not sure what to do. We have the money
so
to
wait a minute. Let me stop. If I understood you right, you don't owe 48. You owe 48 minus 3,300.
Well, net gross 48.
No, I'm talking about
and
that.
then
That's
paycheck,
the gross, because the taxes were taken out on this, and you should have gotten a ridiculous tax refund this year.
We did not. So because it wasn't corrected, it got charged as income to us.
I know.
And
so the net of taxes, the taxes that were taken out on this, should have created a huge tax refund for you.
We haven't received it yet. I was under the impression we wouldn't get that until we filed next year for our
It was last year.
Correct.
No, you're filing on the extra $48,000. It's not 48. It's 48 minus 33, correct? 3,300.
Well, my gross paycheck is $5,700. 33 is my net.
But you received $28,000 is what you actually got paid. That was the
net of
check.
taxes. Net of taxes. But
Yes,
there's
sir.
$23,000 in taxes withheld on it.
Correct.
Yes, sir.
And you should get that back if it was last year when you filed this year's tax returns. Have you not filed taxes for 24 yet?
That is the tax return that we were taxed on, and it filed for an extension, but we were taxed
You have not
on
filed
income.
taxes for 24 yet. Is that right?
Correct. We did, sir. We have filed for 24.
Well, you should be getting $23,000 back.
I wasn't, so I'm not sure how that works.
Well, here's how it works, okay? You paid $23,000 on that one check more in taxes than you should have.
Yes, sir.
And so you don't have taxes on that, so you should get all of that back.
Immediately?
In
I
24,
don't know.
when you file on 24 as a tax refund. When you file and you have overpaid your taxes, when you file your tax return, you get a tax refund. You know that.
Yes, sir. We still have that money though because they didn't submit the debt letter to me until last week, so it's been almost 10
But you
months.
only got the net. You've only got the 28.
Correct. But
It's
they're
just sitting
asking
there.
for gross repayment. Yeah.
I understand. Okay. Well, number one, you don't pay more than what you actually owe, and what you actually owe is the total amount, including taxes, that they overpaid you, and you should get all of your tax money back from the IRS on that amount without any trouble when you file your tax return. And the other amount, the amount that was net, is sitting in your bank account. So you can give them that now, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then you'll have to repay them the taxes when the tax money comes. You need a tax professional, I think. I don't think you know what you're doing on your taxes.
Okay. Thank you. Do you have, I guess, we have an accountant that does our taxes.
Yeah, but if he can't tell you you're getting the, see, if there's 48, they overpaid you by $48,000. Is that correct? Total.
They overpaid me by $43,000.
$43,000. Okay, I'm sorry. So $43,000, but that netted into your bank account $28,000 too much, correct?
20. Well, if you take out the $3,300 for that's how much I received in total.
I'm talking about forget what you're due. On the what I'm trying to get to is the amount that they gave you that was too much. It was 43 too much net of taxes. What was that 43?
It would be around 24.
Yeah, that sounds right. That sounds right. Okay, and so there's another 19 laying out there. You've got around 24 in your bank account right now, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so you can give them the 24. You owe them the other 19, but the IRS should be giving you the other 19 back because you should not have to. You shouldn't be paying taxes on that. So you've got to you have to file an amended return, and they have to file an amended W-2. The company has to file an amended W-2 saying you were not due, so that you pay taxes only on your proper amount, and that means that you get the entire refund back on the overpayment.
Okay.
But if they've submitted your income to the IRS as including this overpayment, then that's going to screw the thing up. They need to submit your income as not including this overpayment so you can get all the tax back from the IRS. So this is a two-check deal. You write them the check for the money you've got, and then when you get the money back from the IRS, if your CPA doesn't know how to do that, get a new CPA, because this is not rocket science here. And so then, wow, what a weird deal. Oh, man. Yeah, but you don't. That $19,000 tax in too much taxes that you have paid should come back to you once they submit the corrected W-4 or W-2 to reflect that you did not get that kind of income in 24.
Yeah, a little irritated here at a big company that has all the resources in the world to fix this, and they didn't fix it quickly. Hate that for her, but it's fixable.
Well, and then they're being, like, we're going to give you options for you to repay this, like you did.
Right, they're the one that messed up.
I've never done one that big, but we have overpaid people, $3,000 or $4,000 or something. And you know what we do? Eat it. Just keep the money. We're so stupid we did this. We're going to pay the stupid tax, and we're going to fix it. And somebody in accounting gets their butt chewed. Hello. Yeah. Wow. Guys, the real estate market is weird right now. So go with a mortgage company you can trust. Churchill Mortgage. Churchill is Ramsey trusted because they're reliable and focused on you. They've been doing things the right way for over 30 years, and they'll keep doing them the right way for 30 more. Learn more at churchillmortgage.com.
This is a paid advertisement. NMLS ID 1591. NMLSconsumeraccess.org. Equal housing lender. 1749 Mallory Lane, Suite 100. Brentwood, Tennessee 37027.
Hey guys, George Camel here. Listen, if you think student loans and credit cards and credit scores are meant to help you get ahead, you're what's known as wrong. That's because those things are just tools that the toxic money system uses to keep you broke and stressed out. And I should know, because I fell for all the money traps and lies out there, and it left me with anxiety and frustration and stress. I basically got punked without the Ashton Kutcher cameo. But I've got good news for you. No matter where you're starting from, you too can buck the system and build wealth, just like I did. Get this, I went from broke to millionaire in a decade. And in my new book, Breaking Free from Broke, I'll teach you exactly how I did it. You're going to learn how to have more money and less stress, even in this economy, and regardless of who's in the White House. You're going to learn everything from credit card schemes to mortgage myths to investing traps, and I'll show you how to break free from that toxic system and finally have more margin, more options, and more joy. You can get the new book, Breaking Free from Broke, today at RamseySolutions.com/store. That's RamseySolutions.com/store.
Most home security systems work only after someone breaks in, which is too late. But SimpliSafe's Active Guard outdoor protection helps stop crime before it starts with AI-powered cameras and live agents that can activate spotlights and talk to potential intruders in real time. Plans start at around $1 a day with no contracts and no hidden fees. And you can get 50% off a new system today at SimpliSafeDirect.com. There's no safe like SimpliSafe.
Hey guys, Rachel Cruz here, and I know money can be stressful. You work hard to create a life you're proud of, but so often I see people get into debt, stress, and worry simply because they're trying to keep up with everyone else. The result is car payments, mortgages, and credit card bills you can't afford. You see, comparison steals your joy and your paycheck. When we compare ourselves to others, we're playing a game we'll never win. When will the vicious cycle end? Well, it ends when you quit the comparisons and love your life, not theirs. That's why I wrote my best-selling book, Love Your Life, Not Theirs, to help you make a plan for your money and create a life you want. In this book, you'll learn 7 money habits for avoiding debt, spending on a plan, saving for the future, and making peace with your finances. Live the life of your dreams without debt, stress, comparisons, and worry, wreaking havoc on your joy. Go to the online store at RamseySolutions.com today to get your copy of Love Your Life, Not Theirs.
When you're overwhelmed by money, it consumes everything in your life. All day long, you ask questions like, will that check clear? Do I have enough to get to payday? Can I really afford that car repair? Well, no more. You should not have to live with that kind of stress, and you don't have to. When you follow a proven plan, you'll discover peace with your money you never thought possible. And you can start on that plan today with Financial Peace University. This course has helped almost 10 million people learn how to budget, save and spend wisely, get rid of debt, and build real wealth. And you can too. Start watching the course online right away or join a Financial Peace University class for community and support. Decide today that you're done letting money stress rule your life. Get started at RamseySolutions.com/FPU. You can do this. You got it. That's RamseySolutions.com/FPU. Robin is in Iowa. Hey, Robin, welcome to the Ramsey Show.
Hi.
Hi, what's up?
So I'm separated from my soon-to-be ex-husband. He took one of our vehicles. I took the other, and he's not been making the payments on his vehicle. So it will be charged off at the end of the month. And I am looking for guidance on, do I take this large payment or do I let it hit our credit?
You're on it as well?
I am. We have had
Why is he not
vehicles.
making the payment?
He says he cannot afford it and that the car needs to go back.
Yeah, well, that's called a repossession. And he's going to get sued, and so are you.
Yes. Yes.
It's not an inconvenience.
I'm aware of that, and that's where I'm sitting is, I've had the other vehicle, which is broke down, so I've been saving to try to fix it.
His
I've been
car,
driving my mom's
the car that he's driving, what does it take to bring it current?
Right now, it'd take $2,200 to bring it back up to where it is.
What is owed on it total?
Charge off.
What's owed on it total?
$28,000.
And what's it worth?
Probably closer to about $17,000 to $20,000 at this point.
Okay. And do you have any money?
Do I have money? I have money that I could get it caught up.
No. How much money do you have? That's what I'm asking.
I have about $5,000.
That's all the money. That's all the money in the world that you have is $5,000.
Yes. And I do not have a job currently. I lost my job in May. So.
Wow. Okay. And so that in the divorce, there's not going to be any things. Is there a home in the divorce?
No.
Okay. So you're just going to split up these dumb debts is all you're going to split up because you don't have any money to split up.
Pretty much. Yeah.
Let it go. Let it go.
Accounts, yeah.
Let it go.
Just let the Jeep go, and I should just.
You can't afford to catch it up. You can't afford to catch it up. You don't have a job and you have $5,000 to your name. You have to survive, and you're going to have to deal with repo. Your credit's going to get dinged, and they're going to come after you and come after him for the deficit. When they do, and it'll probably be close to a year before you hear from them, be sure you've got some money saved up, and let's pretend that the deficit that they sell the car. You have $28,000 owed on it, and they sell it for $18,000. So there's a $10,000 deficit. I'm just making this up. And they come and they say you need to pay the $10,000 hole that the car didn't cover. You say, well, that was awarded to my husband in the divorce. Yeah, but you signed on the note. Yeah, I know. But so I'll give you $3,000 to let my name go off of it, and you chase him for the rest. And that's how you negotiate this.
Okay.
But get ready for that. That's going to come in about a year. And your credit's going to be messed up. But whoop-de-doop-de, you got bigger problems than credit messed up. So how's the job hunt going?
Yeah. I've been putting in about 3 resumes a day. I haven't limited it to my area per se. I've actually put in for anywhere, decided, let the universe decide where I go, I guess.
No. So what is your
You won't like the universe.
Yeah, I got to tell you, it's a horrible strategy because people who trust the universe tend to be unemployed for a long time. What is your field of expertise?
I'm an environmental biologist.
Oh, good.
Okay.
What were you making before?
$66,000.
Good. Okay.
What is an environment? Just give me the quick 10-second version. What does an environmental biologist do? Forgive me.
My last position, I was doing environmental permitting and compliance work.
Private company or government?
It was a private company.
Okay. Okay, there's two things you have to do. Number one, I love that you have got a pretty specific field, and you know that world better than Dave and I would absolutely be reaching out and connecting in that field and looking for opportunities. But in your current situation, 3 resumes a day, while I appreciate this, and I don't want you to feel like I'm beating up on you, I'm not. But you might as well be playing the slots or the lottery. Submitting 3 resumes a day feels like activity and good activity, but it's not. And a resume without a connection is absolutely worthless. So here's what you have to do. There's what I would call a short-term strategy and then long-term. I'd like to see you have a long-term strategy of getting back in your field, or at least leveraging the skill set and experience that you have to maybe cross another industry. And I believe that's transferable. However, right now, you're working at Walmart, Target. Don't just assume I got to go drive and deliver food, but I'm not looking down on that either. But right now, you're looking at trying to make $15 to $20 to $22 an hour doing anything. Forget about skill, forget about experience, but you need to get money in the door right now for 2 reasons. Number one, you have a really tough financial situation and you need money. Secondly, you need momentum. You're going through a divorce and you've been laid off. And that is the equivalent of losing a loved one. We know this from psychology studies, and I believe very much in you just staying active. 1, for money, but 2, keep some momentum. So right now, you're taking anything and everything, and we're not sending resumes. We're showing up at these places going, here's what I've done, and I can take the night shift at Walmart. I'm overqualified, yes, but here's my story. And right now, people want people that they can trust. You've got character. You've got a good background, but this is an urgency thing, Robin. Like right now.
Yeah, you need the Walmart job by 2 of those by the weekend, and we're going to send you a copy of Ken's book called The Proximity Principle, which is what he's referring to, which is get yourself in proximity and get your resumes in proximity to people that work there that you know. Just filling out applications is a complete waste of time in the digital world.
That's right.
We had, at Ramsey, we hired 121 people last year. We had over 23,000 applications. The chances of you getting out of that application pile are almost zero if you didn't have someone that you knew here or something very, very special that you did to set yourself aside. But people just jumping on LinkedIn and whatever other thing that's out there and just ZipRecruiter and just filling out bazillion applications and feeling like, well, I can't get a job. Well, it's because you're jumping in a pile of 23,000 for 140 jobs. So you got to say, hey, my daughter plays soccer. My aunt coaches over here, and she works over there at that company. And, hey, would you put in a good word for me? And that's what Ken teaches, and that will get you the job, or at least get you the interview. The other, you won't even get an interview with what you're doing.
Exactly right.
So, yeah, go get some money short term, and then go be looking for the bigger thing and put all this other mess in the rearview mirror. I'm sorry you're going through all this, kiddo. I'd let that car go and deal with it later when you're in a much better place to deal with it. And you don't have to settle the whole deficit. You just settle your part and let him chase him for his part, since he didn't bother to take care of business here.
2 quick things to not just Robin, but to our larger audience who are in a situation like Robin. I want to make sure you hear something. First, the reason what Dave is saying is so true and why we're hitting this point is here's what happens. When you submit resumes, you feel like you're doing something productive. And then that makes your expectation rise where it should not rise. And then you get ghosted. and then you're spiraling because you've already lost. You've gone through a loss emotionally of losing a job, and now the frustration piles on top, and you can quickly get into a really depressive state, and that pauses everything. The second thing, if you're in the position like Robin needs to take, and Robin, I know you're listening, you need to take your current job description of the job you just lost and get it in front of you and begin to look at it. And if you have to, write down what the core skill sets you have that you exhibited in that last job. Then talk about the experience that you have and write that down. And here's what happens, folks that are listening and watching. You can take a job like she has and find crossover experience and skill set that can work in other places. And that'll help you see more. And what that does is it widens your search. And then you use the proximity principle and you begin to say, hey, I have this skill set and this experience. While I've been in this field, I can actually go over here. And you watch what happens. Opportunities that you never even thought of before begin to present themselves. So hope that helps a lot of people. This is a strategic play. And if you do it that way, opportunities show up on your front door.
Hey guys, Rachel Cruz here. All right, I'm about to say what everyone already knows, but budgeting is a good thing to do. But actually getting started, well, that's where people freeze up. And you guys, it doesn't have to be that way. With the EveryDollar budgeting app, getting started is super easy, and so is sticking to it. You can set up your first budget in less time than it takes to go through the Chick-fil-A drive-thru. It's really fast. And the best part, EveryDollar helps you see exactly what's happening with your money. You know what's coming in, what's going out, and what's left over for fun. Because let's be real, you need some fun in your budget. Plus, with unlimited budget categories, you can customize it to fit your life. Grocery runs, coffee runs, or even planning your next family trip. Whatever you have going on, EveryDollar keeps budgeting simple and stress-free, just the way you want it. So go download the app for free and get started today. Again, go download EveryDollar.
Straight View Credit Union wants to congratulate the entire 2025 graduating class. We're very proud of the youth in our great community. As we watch these kids move on to bigger and better things, we can rest assured that they will know exactly what to do as they go forward. Straight View would like to recognize a special graduate this year. Carter Shearer, we are proud of you and your accomplishments so far. Dream big and continue to set your sights high. Congratulations again, class of 2025.
Most people who have lived through an opioid overdose didn't do it alone. Someone was there when they OD'd. Someone had naloxone. Someone called for help. So if you use opioids like fentanyl, know who your someone is. Use together when you can. Have naloxone with you. Make sure you both know what to do in an emergency. More info at preventoverdosewa.org/safety tips. A message from the Washington State Department of Health.
Here's a look at what's happening. Due to the North Olympic Library System closure for Juneteenth on Thursday, the Port Angeles Friends of the Library's Bag of Books sale this month will be 2 days only on Friday and Saturday. Books in the entry lobby of the Port Angeles branch of the library. An opening reception of Olympic Outdoors, Recreation and Relaxation on the Peninsula. An exhibit at the Port Angeles Library is this Friday evening, 6:30 p.m. That is also followed up by the History Tales presentation starting at 7 p.m. That on the early photos of familiar place, digitizing the McClinton family photo collection. That is free and open to the public. Again, it all starts at 6:30 Friday evening at the Port Angeles Library. The Horsemen Never Ride Alone, a presentation that looks at death and survival from a genealogical and historical point of view. That's a presentation from the Clallam County Genealogical Society this Saturday morning at 10 a.m. This program's going to be at their center, corner of 8th and Peabody in Port Angeles, or you can get it via Zoom. Call the Society today to get the link in information. Clallam County Republican Party celebrating its annual Lincoln Day luncheon with a luncheon and auction at the Squim Prairie Grange this Saturday from noon to 4 p.m., featuring a barbecue this year and a keynote speech from Brian Haywood of Let's Go Washington. Tickets are still available at $55 each. You can get them online at ClallamRepublicans.org or in person at their office, 509 South Lincoln Street in Port Angeles. There'll be a shred event to support the Squim Free Clinic. This is sponsored by Sound Community Bank. It'll be happening on Saturday, 9:30 a.m. at the Trinity United Methodist Church parking lot in Squim. Squim Prairie Grange hosting its first ice cream social of the summer. It'll be this Sunday from 1 to 3 p.m. The event at Squim Prairie Grange, 290 Maclay Road in Squim this Sunday. And that's a look at what's happening.
Klahani Gymnastics is so much more than mats, bars, and balance beams. It's a place for building strength and confidence in our kids. It's promoting self-esteem and key building blocks for a healthy lifestyle. And, of course, fitness is always fun at Klahani. Get the favorite child in your life a gift certificate for tuition and call to check on our schedule for upcoming classes. 360-457-5187. Klahani Gymnastics on Acorn Lane in Port Angeles. Making fitness fun since 2009.
ABC News, I'm Chuck Sievertson. President Trump's putting off a decision on whether or not to join Israel in attacking Iran's nuclear facilities for up to 2 weeks. It's based on what he calls a substantial chance of negotiations. With some aides and MAGA supporters saying that President Trump promised to end, not start wars. Presidential Press Secretary Carolyn Leavitt saying this to those who voted for him.
Trust in President Trump. President Trump has incredible instincts, and President Trump kept America and the world safe in his first term as president.
The Iran-Israel attacks are starting to affect Americans' personal economies, as in oil and gasoline prices. The national average now $3.20 a gallon, still well below where they were a year ago. President Trump signed a third extension to keep TikTok from shutting down another 90 days to find an American buyer for the video sharing site. Wall Street stock markets closed for the Juneteenth holiday. This is ABC News.
Here's your Newsradio KONP forecast brought to you by All Weather Heating and Cooling. Overcast skies this afternoon with daytime highs approaching 61. Northwest winds 10 to 15 miles per hour. Cloudy skies tonight, slight chance of rain showers. Lows level off around 47. 57 tomorrow, showers likely. I'm staff meteorologist Jennifer Wojcicki. Right now, 59.
Alec is in Canada. Hi, Alec. Welcome to the Ramsey Show.
Hey, Dave. Hey, Ken. I'm a huge fan of both you guys, so I just want to thank you for taking my call.
Thanks. How can we help?
So I'm probably going to get in some trouble for asking you guys this, but my question is, how would you feel about me taking out student loans to invest into a guaranteed investment certificate, even though my post-secondary education is fully paid for?
I thought you said you were a huge fan.
See, I am.
It's the what if, Dave.
It's like you're like a huge fan of bears, so you go in the cage and poke them. I mean, what is the? I don't understand it all, Alec.
I'm going to cede the balance of my time to the gentleman from Tennessee to my left on this one. I've heard this a time or two.
Yeah. How about no? Don't do that. All right. John's in Jackson, Mississippi. Hey, John, how are you?
I'm doing great. How you doing, Dave?
Better than I deserve. What's up?
I'm trying to convince my wife, and I think I'm there, that we are in a more or less let the good times roll situation. The complication being there's a bit of an age gap. I'm 39 and she's 59. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
So she's got $250K in a Roth, Social Security's on the horizon. She'll have a small state pension. She worked 12 years for the state. That's at 65. We've got $77K in a stock market fund that we just have. I've got my own $160K of retirement savings in accounts. We've got about $50K in savings, just normal savings. And the only thing we owe is our house at $80K, and it's probably worth about twice that on a bad day, I would hope. So, we're not going to have that traditional retirement of each being, like 60 years old. And so in lieu of that, maybe we could just spend some money and just have a better life now for the next, 25, 30 years.
Hold on a second. Hold on.
Crazy.
Real quick. How much do you make?
I make about 80.
You make 80,000, and you're planning to work until what age?
Well, and I don't want to sound particularly crass, but we're both only children, and our parents have what I would say are sizable estates. So when I don't have to work anymore is it's probably about when I'll stop. That's about where I am on that. So, 55, 60, somewhere in there.
And you're contributing to a 401k?
Yes, I do matching and then a little extra.
And is she working?
No, she's been basically retired, semi-retired since she lost her job about 5 years ago.
Okay, all right. So her 250's there, and that's it. So, well, I don't know what you mean by let the good times roll exactly, but I can tell you what I would do in your situation. I can answer that. Okay. No, you are not financially independent. Not close, even. Okay. You're not where you don't have to work anymore and you don't have to worry about money and you're going to sit around like some trust fund baby and wait on the parents to die. No, I'm not going to do that. That's not a high-quality life. It's not a life full of dignity, a purpose, or anything else. And so I'm going to find something that I do for a living that has some purpose to it, that I enjoy, and that I can make some money at. And that's what you should be doing with your life until you can't anymore, not until you don't have to anymore. So I'm 64. The building I'm sitting in is worth $600 million, and I still work. Okay, so that's just this building, and so it affords me a very good life. I can do anything I want to do, and I want you to be able to do anything you want to do. But I also don't want you to think that doing nothing is good for you. Mentally, mental health-wise, spiritually, or anything else, because it's not. So if I'm in your shoes, I'm taking the 77 out of the stock market and paying off the house today, and I'm going to be putting 15 to 20% of your income into your 401k. And if you want to use, 10 or 15,000 or 20,000 or something out of that 250 of hers and go on a cruise or something, if that's let the good times roll, sure. Absolutely. But if you're talking about trying to burn through $250,000 of her money just because she hit 59.5 in the next 24 months, and you call that let the good times roll, no, I'm going to call that irresponsible. And I would not
that. I just want to be clear. That's not. I'm just talking about like, hey, we go out to the nice restaurant, maybe every month versus every third month.
Well, I think you can afford. I think you can afford to do that with what I'm talking about. You don't have a house payment anymore with what I just laid out.
Right.
And you do a budget. And the budget includes a nice entertainment budget, a nice travel budget, a nice furniture upgrade for her budget, a nice whatever budget. All of that is fine, but it also includes putting 15% of your income away and a plan to work. And honestly, I think she would be better off if she did something. Your two only children, she's sitting at home on her butt. I mean, I'm sorry, but is there not something she wants to do? You don't have to work to have meaning. That's not the thing. My wife doesn't work today, and hasn't since our first child was born. Doesn't work outside the home, I should say, because she does work. So anyway, I think you guys lay your hand to all of that, and but am I signing you up for a 24-hour-a-day Mardi Gras? No, that's unfulfilling. It's not a quality life. It is if you're 18 years old, but it's not for normal grown adults, And so that's what I would do. I would say I'd systematically be saving, systematically be giving, systematically be enjoying, and if you leave her 250 alone, it'll double every 7 years.
Yeah, the only thing that sticks out, and in no way, Jacob, do I think you're saying this, but I'm just going to throw this out there because I think this is a slippery slope. That when we are waiting on parents to die to inherit this life-changing money, I think that's I'm going to call it a slippery slope. And I just think we got to be very careful about that because that's really tricky. And I'll tell you this, as we sit down with our financial advisor, Stacey and I, every January, and they're talking to us, Dave, like, hey, you could live to be 90. Like, we're starting to see life expectancy. And so this idea of, like, I'm just going to try to scrape along and then hope the parents, kick the bucket. And, again, I know you're not saying that, but I do think that can get into a really weird, tricky, mindset, Dave, is what I was feeling there.
Our estate plan is set up that if one of our kids does that, they're out of the will. They don't have that as an option.
Yeah, to squander and just wait.
To sit and wait on me to die. It's not a plan.
Yeah.
So I'll take you out of the will, and then you'll have a need to work. That'll be good for you. See, okay, we'll help you fix that. And and so that's the way it's set up. Yeah. And you're not allowed to just sit and wait on us to die, because we may live a long time.
I think you are. I see you like 99 with a cane,
still on here going, sell a car. Yeah, that's it.
Well, you know what's funny about this? The calls will be the same 30 years from now.
Yeah, they were 30 years ago. I can tell you that. It's pretty much the same thing. Don't do a student loan. Don't do a credit card debt. Don't borrow on your student loan to invest it in a certificate of savings.
I think a lot of
over.
people will be here for 94-year-old Dave getting irritated.
I don't know, man.
I know
what
next
happens
level.
when people old quit making sense and they don't quit. That's not a good thing. We've witnessed that up close lately, and I don't think I want that anymore. But yeah, so I'm pretty much ensured that these people over there, the booth people, are going to take me off the air. Is what's going to happen. So.
It makes me think of, you and I are both friends with the legendary Art Linkletter.
Yeah.
And Art once said, he said this many times, but one of my favorite things he said was his favorite people to ever interview were young people and old people. Young people because they don't know what they're saying, and old people because they don't care.
Yeah. I interviewed Art on this show. He was 78, and he did 148 speaking engagements that year. And I said, "Why in the world are you doing that?" He said, "Because I'm on the Council for the Aging."
Yeah.
And some of the data, and this was 20 years ago, some of the data we found is that if you don't keep your brain active, it's a muscle. Mm-hmm. It atrophies just like any other muscle. And he goes, "So I'm doing it just to keep my brain active, just so that it's either that or do crossword puzzles. So, I got to do something to keep the thing moving." This is The Ramsey Show. Statistics show that half of Americans don't have enough life insurance, or they don't have any at all. I don't understand this, John. Why don't people want to take care of their family? They think they're going to die or something?
Well, I used to be one of those guys. I didn't even think about it. And one of my buddies said, "Hey, the only reason to not have life insurance is if you hate your wife and kids." And I immediately went and got term life insurance.
That's a gut punch.
For decades, Dave, I've sat across people who've lost a spouse. They've lost somebody important to them.
Me too.
They don't know what to do next.
You're going to have a crisis here. You got two options while you're sitting and talking to a young widow. She's concerned about how she's going to invest all this money properly and not mess this up, or she's concerned how she's going to eat tomorrow.
That's exactly
These are the two options. It's saying I love you to your family. Term life insurance. Jeff Zander and the team at Zander Insurance makes it easy and affordable. I've used them personally for 25 years. They're the only people I trust. Go to Zander.com or call 800-356-4282.
Now is the time to get the proven plan millions have used to get control of their money with Dave Ramsey's national best-selling books, The Total Money Makeover and Baby Steps Millionaires. You'll learn the 7 baby steps to crush debt and save in The Total Money Makeover. And when you're ready to invest and build wealth, dive into Baby Steps Millionaires. This is your proven and surefire plan to build a legacy. Go to RamseySolutions.com/store to order your books today. RamseySolutions.com/store.
Hey guys, Rachel Cruz here. So many parents I talk to lately feel a little lost when it comes to talking to their kids about money. It comes up when I'm coaching people and even in my own group of friends. They want to teach their kids how to spend responsibly, the joy of giving generously, the value of hard work, how to avoid college debt, and more. If that's something you've been feeling too, don't worry. Instilling these values in your kids is easier than you think. You just need a guide. That's why my dad, Dave Ramsey, and I wrote a book, Smart Money, Smart Kids. This best-selling book is our no-nonsense approach to teaching kids and teens the basics of money. These money lessons are crucial to their financial future, especially right now in our debt-obsessed world. This book will set your whole family up for success and open up meaningful conversations with your kids around money, no matter how old they are. Go to the online store at RamseySolutions.com today to get your copy of Smart Money, Smart Kids. That's RamseySolutions.com.
Most people know me as the guy who did stupid with a lot of zeros on the end. I made my first $1 million in my 20s the wrong way and then went bankrupt. That's when I set out to learn God's ways of managing money and developed the Ramsey Baby Steps. By following these steps, I became a millionaire again, and this time the right way. After 3 decades of guiding millions of others through the plan, the evidence is undeniable. If you follow the baby steps, you will become a millionaire and get to live and give like no one else. My new book, Baby Steps Millionaires, is now available for purchase. When you order my new book, you'll learn how ordinary people built extraordinary wealth and how you can do it too. I'll walk you through how to invest, build wealth, and bust through the barriers preventing you from becoming a millionaire. Baby step your way to becoming a millionaire. Get your copy today at RamseySolutions.com. That's RamseySolutions.com. Buying or selling a home is a big deal, and with all the clickbait headlines and confusing stuff out there on TikTok, it's tough to know what's actually really happening in the real estate world. Hey, we're here to make the latest trends easy to understand. Last month, home prices went up slightly again. Now our median house price is around $440,000 nationally, and we just hit over 1 million homes for sale. That's the highest inventory since 2019. Not enough to meet buyer demand, though. Prices are still going up. Average 15-year fixed rate, slightly under 6% right now. If you want to learn more about housing market trends and get ready to buy, get the free tools to help you buy or sell with confidence, we'll teach you, we'll help you. It's all free. Go to RamseySolutions.com/market or click the link in the show notes. Our question of the day is brought to you by Why Refi. Why Refi works with borrowers who have defaulted private student loans, even when other lenders have said no. With a lower payment, low fixed rate, you can refi this, get a clear path forward, get out of this debt. Visit whyrefi.com/Ramsey. That's the letter Y, REFY.com/Ramsey. Might not be in all states.
Today's question comes from Evan in Washington, D.C. I'm 35 years old, single with no kids. I make about $350,000 a year. I have a $750,000 net worth, and my only debt is my car payment and a $750,000 mortgage. I have $250,000 in my emergency fund and about $250,000 in retirement. The country club I'd like to join has a $20,000 initiation fee and then $500 per month after that. I golf about twice a week. Is it wise for me to make a purchase like this at this point in my life with my financial situation?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can afford that.
Yeah. No question.
But $250,000 emergency fund's asinine.
It's too much.
Pay off your car today.
Yeah, that's right.
Get that emergency fund down to 3 to 6 months of expenses and invest that money into some kind of good growth stock mutual fund with your financial planning firm.
Yeah.
But you can afford a $20,000 initiation fee with those numbers and $500 a month with those numbers.
Yeah.
Easily.
And if it's a nice place, send an email to Dave and I. We will consider joining you for 18.
We'll give it a consideration.
A consideration. I don't want to speak for Dave at his busy calendar.
Jacob is in West Palm Beach. Hey, Jacob, what's up?
Hey, Uncle Dave, how's it going?
Better than I deserve, man. How can I help?
Not much. I'm just trying to see if it's a foolish idea for me to purchase a used boat.
No, you ought to get it, I guess. I'm kidding. What's the situation? No. What's it cost?
Yeah, so they're asking $16,000. I could probably talk them down a little bit from there. I do have $13,000 currently stashed away in cash. I make a salary of $70,000 a year. I am debt-free, have no debt. I invest 13% of my income into my 401k, and every year I track and max out my Roth IRA. So I don't have really any expenses.
Do you have an emergency fund?
Food. Yes. Currently, that's just tied up in my money market account, which I could pull at any time.
I'm sorry. How much is in your emergency fund?
$38,000.
Okay. All right. And you have 13 saved towards a boat that they're asking 16 for.
Yes, sir.
So if you settle on 14, how are you going to cover it?
Well, I'll just wait another month and keep doing it, or I could pull out, I guess, from. I have a savings account as well, and then in my checking account.
I'm sorry. How much is in the savings account?
Savings account is just $5,000, and then
so you have 38 in an emergency fund, 5 in savings, and 13 in the boat fund. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Yes.
I'd offer 13.
Yeah, definitely. But and see what you can get the boat for. But yes, you can afford the boat.
Even you think even with storage, having to pay storage fees, since I don't have a house, I'm living in a condo, so I'd have to find a place that'd be roughly $300 a month.
If you don't
and then
want to,
insurance
it's
on top,
okay.
Oh, okay. Well, I just really wanted to see if you thought I could afford it reasonably with my income. And
Yeah, I mean, what's your car worth?
I have a Toyota Tacoma. It's probably worth $30,000.
And you make what?
$70,000.
Okay. One rule of thumb is not have more than half of your annual income tied up in things with motors and wheels, and you're probably getting ready to break that or pretty close. So that makes it a little bit questionable. You're going to have a lot tied up because the Tacoma's going down in value like a rock, and so is the boat. So you got a lot tied up in things going the wrong way. But you can do it, but you're just, be aware that you're pushing the edge. No more toys. You ain't getting room for toys. And, I don't know what these storage fees are. You need to look at that and see if you can actually afford that part. But the numbers you gave me, you have saved up for the boat, and Ken's right. If you bought it for $13,000, I think, that puts you right on track.
I think he gave us about $300 a month on storage, Dave. So
he said that?
Yeah.
Oh, I missed it. Okay.
And so with that, he needs to look at his budget and go, how much does that tax his other operating expenses?
$3,600 a year.
Yeah. So, it's doable based on the numbers he gave us. Is it the best decision?
Yeah.
Not on the rule of thumb.
You're on the top side of everything here. You're not on the bottom side. It's not a slam dunk like the country club guy. But the
what's a boat like that going to depreciate? Is there a rate?
They all go down like crazy
quickly.
Anything does. I mean, there's no such thing. Anything with a motor, it just or with wheels. If it's got a battery and wheels like Rachel's car, it goes down in value too. So those it doesn't matter if it's got a motor. But, I'm saying they just all go. They're all it's just a black hole for money. I will tell you this: the joke is always there's two best days in a boat owner's life: the day they buy it and the day they sell it.
Is that true?
So, well, I don't know. I've never sold one other than to buy another one. So I've had a boat my whole life.
Isn't that really? Okay, so this is a fun question.
If you reach the end of your use of a boat and you're sick and tired of it, and it's a bother, then it's a great thing. Like anything, you have a little celebration when you finally get the stupid thing sold.
But you have so much financial margin and freedom that my point is, I don't know if that's true for someone who's in good financial situation.
But I mean, emotionally, the thing could just be in the way. If you're done with you're done with it. I don't want this thing anymore, whatever it is.
But you've yet to reach this moment.
On a boat?
Yeah.
No, I like boat. I've got Mastercrafts, and we're skiers, and so and wakeboarders and surfers and all that stuff, barefooters, all that. We do all this stuff, and so we love our Mastercrafts. They're world's best ski boat, as far as I'm concerned. I'll just give them an ad right here.
There you go.
So there we go. Give them a mention. But that was when I was a kid, and we were skiing and beginning to ski tournaments and stuff. In my teenage years, if you had a Mastercraft, you were the dog.
Status
you were it was the best boat. I mean, because it's when you're slalom skiing in those days. And today, if you got a 190, it's a zero wake, and it gets you out of the water so fast, it's unbelievable. You're not dragging around back there and drowning and everything else. And so it's just, that's what I always wanted. It became a goal. I mean, like I was a teenager, I'm back there going, someday when I get some money, what am I going to get? Some people wanted to get a car. Some people wanted to get a Tacoma. Dave wanted to get a Mastercraft, so that was the thing. So it's a little different for me, but it makes sure you're going to use the stupid thing, and because you're going to be putting a fair chunk of your life into it, sir, and so make sure you're getting good use of it. Toys are not against the rules. The only rules we have are rules that cause you to become wealthier, so that you can enjoy your life more. That's the only rules we have. And when you make $50,000 a year and you have a $50,000 truck payment and you have a boat and 2 Sea-Doos and you wonder why you're broke, I can show you. It's in your driveway. That's why you're broke. You wonder why your kid's college fund isn't funded. It's in your driveway because you're buying a bunch of crap you can't afford to impress somebody at a stoplight that don't even know you. And so, ooh, cool truck. Yeah, well, that's about what you get for $70,000. Mm-hmm. So, no, you don't put money in stuff like that, and you live like no one else. You drive like no one else so that later you can live like no one else and drive like no one else. the reason we can afford those Mastercrafts is because, we didn't for a long time. And we saved and invested and saved and invested, just like we teach here on the air. So you live like no one else, so later you can live and give like no one else.
Speaking of, I along with the other personalities, have been at the other end of you giving us a wonderful time, dragging us on the back of that boat, and you have thrown me in places.
Such a joy.
My body is contorted in places and smacked the water.
Joy to launch Ken
at
Coleman.
a high rate of speed.
Launch him on a tube. Can you just see Ken flying through the air with
Limbs
the greatest of ease?
everywhere, terror until
Terror
you
on
land
his
in the
face.
water.
It's
Blisters,
a great tube
no
launch.
skin on my knees.
Great tube launch.
Dave gives like no one else, folks.
I'm telling you, man. That's right.
He does.
I'm generous that way. No matter what you want to do with your money, you need a budget. Start budgeting for free today with the EveryDollar app, the easiest way to budget. Track your expenses and reach your goals faster. Go to everydollar.com today.
When you lose your employer-sponsored health insurance, there may be a better option than COBRA, Christian Healthcare Ministries. CHM is an affordable, biblically based alternative to health insurance that could be a third of the price of COBRA. Yep, CHM programs start as low as $98 a month, and they've helped families take care of over $11 billion in medical bills since 1981. Learn more at chministries.org/budget. That's chministries.org/budget.
Listen, your home is your most expensive asset, and now you're ready to sell, fast and for a lot of money. But in this wackadoodle real estate market, one mistake could cost you tens of thousands of dollars. This ain't amateur hour. You need a pro in your corner, someone who knows how to price your home right, market it well, and negotiate the best deal. That's where a Ramsey trusted real estate agent comes in. To find one near you, go to RamseySolutions.com/agent. That's Ramsey Solutions.
Since 1945, Newsradio KONP has been your source for news and community. We are Newsradio KONP Port Angeles Squim.
From ABC News, I'm Chuck Sievertson. President Trump wants more time to consider whether or not to join Israel in attacking Iran's nuclear facilities. Presidential Press Secretary Carolyn Leavitt at a White House briefing.
Based on the fact that there's a substantial chance of negotiations that may or may not take place with Iran in the near future, I will make my decision whether or not to go within the next 2 weeks.
With some aides and MAGA supporters saying that President Trump promised to end, not start wars. This from the president's spokesperson.
Trust in President Trump. President Trump has incredible instincts, and President Trump kept America and the world safe in his first term as president.
Over the next 2 weeks, what we're going to see is a larger U.S. military presence in the region, because this weekend we're going to see the arrival of a second aircraft carrier in the Middle East. And over early next week, we're going to see the departure of another aircraft carrier. Now, it was a regularly scheduled deployment to the U.S. European Command Theater of Operations, but it's going to place it in the Mediterranean Sea just around the same time as this 2-week time frame.
ABC News Pentagon reporter Louis Martinez. With Israel saying they pretty much control the skies over Iran, an Iranian Revolutionary Guard general says Iran can still use land and sea capabilities and that they will continue to ramp up attacks. The Iran-Israel attacks are starting to affect Americans' wallets. Crude oil and gasoline prices are going up. The national average now $3.20 a gallon. That is still well below where they were a year ago. There's a severe thunderstorm watch until 9 p.m. Eastern Time tonight along the eastern seaboard from Vermont through Virginia. Storms are leaving more than 400,000 power outages across the mid-Atlantic region, including Pennsylvania, Maryland, Ohio, and Indiana. President Trump's signed a third extension to keep TikTok from shutting down, another 90 days to find an American buyer for the video sharing site. You're listening to ABC News.
If you need to hire, it seems like the whole process can be exhausting. You search resumes, wait for the right candidates to apply, set up initial interviews. It's a lot of time and work. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates for your job the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. Zip Intro is super easy to use. You simply pick a time, and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you can choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day. Best of all, you save time and energy.
Try Zip Intro for free right now at this exclusive web address, ziprecruiter.com/free. Zip Intro. Post jobs today, talk to qualified candidates tomorrow. Once again, go to ziprecruiter.com/free to try it for free. That's ziprecruiter.com/free.
No deaths have been reported from damage from Hurricane Eric in southern Mexico, according to an update from Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum. Eric's a Pacific hurricane. More than 120,000 power outages reported, says the Mexican leader. Former President Joe Biden due in Galveston, Texas for a Juneteenth evening service hosted by Reedy Chapel AME Church. Biden signed the federal holiday into law. An aide says he will reflect on the historic significance of Juneteenth, the moral imperative to confront the legacy of slavery. ChatGPT touts itself as a way to help with writing, but a new study from the MIT Media Lab finds the artificial intelligence tool may be doing more harm than good.
People who use ChatGPT to help write SAT-style essays consistently underperformed at neural, linguistic, and behavioral levels, according to researchers at MIT. Another group who used no technological aids were found to exhibit more brain function when writing, especially around creativity and memory load. The study is small and not peer-reviewed, though the researchers behind it say it was necessary to publish now because of the pace at which AI is being adopted. Mike Dubusky, ABC News.
Canada's Prime Minister Mark Carney today saying that he will impose new tariffs on U.S. steel and aluminum imports on July 21st, depending on the progress of trade talks with President Trump. Chuck Severson, ABC News.
KONP News brought to you by McQuarrie Carpet One. Always priced right, always done right. It's McQuarrie Carpet One. Washington State Ferry fares set to rise this fall and then again next spring. The Washington State Transportation Commission plans to increase fares 3% on October 1st, another 3% May 1st of next year. Additionally, a summer season surcharge will rise to 35% on all routes next year. And the expiration period for multiple ride passes will be extended to 120 days as a trial starting next spring. Lawmakers also approved increasing the vessel replacement surcharge to $1 per ticket starting in October and adding a new 3% credit card fee in March of next year. Public comments on the proposal are now open through the state through August 5th.
Here's your News Radio KONP forecast, brought to you by Olympic Game Farm. Daytime highs approaching 60 this afternoon. Under overcast skies, northwesterly winds 10 to 15 miles per hour. Cloudy skies expected again tonight. Slight chance for showers. Lows dip down to about 47. Rain showers likely tomorrow. High temperatures reach up to 57. Cloudy skies expected. Daytime highs approaching 60 Saturday with a chance of rain showers. 64, partly cloudy skies Sunday. Taking a look at the extended forecast, 67 Monday, 70 Tuesday, and 68 on Wednesday. That's a look at your forecast. I'm meteorologist Paul Trombley. Right now, 57.
Live from the headquarters of Ramsey Solutions, it's The Ramsey Show, where we help people build wealth, do work that they love, and create actual amazing relationships. Thanks for being with us, America. We're glad you're here. Ken Coleman, Ramsey personality, #1 best-selling author, and host of the hit runaway hit Front Row Seat on the Ramsey Networks. If you've not seen this interview program that Ken does with some of America's brightest stars, you will enjoy it. I promise you. Check it out. Lisa is in Fort Wayne, Indiana. Hi, Lisa. Welcome to the Ramsey Show.
Hello.
Hi. What's up?
So, my husband and I both work. We are doing everything right financially, at least according to everything I've read and seen and done. But he still insists that we can't afford a baby, and I wanted nothing more forever. And I just don't see how his math is working. I just don't see how he can think that when we're doing so well, and I look at people like my brother.
Do you have debt?
I mean, technically, we have a car that we're almost done paying off. It's got, I think, like $900 left to pay off, and
what else?
we bought a house about a year ago.
How much is your house payment?
I know we pay $2,400 a month. I think it's just under, but we like to round it up.
Okay, all right. And
then I do have student loans.
How much are your student loans?
About $48,000. They keep going up because I'm on an income-based repayment plan, and I've been
So you're not paying off your student loans, so they're going up. Okay. And
yeah, I've been working towards the public service loan forgiveness program for
no,
those.
it doesn't work. You've got to pay off the student loan. 1% of the people survive the public service program. It's a complete scam. So what's your household income?
He makes $70,000-ish. I don't know what my yearly salary is because I changed jobs about a year ago, but I make about $20 an hour.
Okay, which is about 30. So you make about $100,000 a year. All right.
Mm-hmm.
And your vision of having a baby involves you quitting work?
Most likely, only because I do have a disability, and we think that once I have a baby, I'll probably have to go on disability. But we're not sure. Okay. We're trying to figure that out.
So having a child will aggravate your disability and make it worse?
Yes and no. I don't know if you've ever heard of EDS or POTS.
No.
It's essentially a connective tissue disorder. So I'll be in and out of to make sure everything's good. I'll be, not in the hospital a lot, in the outpatient a lot. I'll be going to the doctor quite a bit, and then just because it's a connective tissue disorder where everything's loose, pregnancy makes everything looser. So there'll be a period of time where I'll be in kind of recovery, getting everything to tighten back up so that I can function as normal again.
Okay, and all of that, of course, involves medical bills.
Yes, we've got pretty good insurance, so I'm not super worried about the bills part of it.
So is he really worried about the money, or is he worried about you?
It's both. I mean, I know it's both. He said as much, but we're both pretty confident that because I've got a really good team of doctors, a lot of my disability is, I don't want to say in remission because it never goes away, but I'm pretty well managed for what I have. Yeah.
Have you two sat down and gone line by line through the budget? Because the way you led the question off, you basically said, I don't think his numbers are matching what I'm seeing. So I'm curious, have you gone line by line through your budget based on you losing $30,000?
What expense is it that he thinks is going to break you all?
Yeah, so we've gone line by line. The reason I think that it's coming across different is because, for example, he likes to have like a minimum $2,000 buffer in our checking account every month. We have an over $10,000 emergency expense in a share certificate, plus our regular savings for like saving up for things. He wants to have all of the funds saved up for, me being out on medical and initial baby expenses. He wants to have that all saved up beforehand. And I grew up in poverty, and I'm sitting here. He's got $17.5K in investment accounts. We've got all this money stashed away places, and he just doesn't like to touch it because he wants to have it just in case. He wants to have.
Well, he's trying to make sure he takes care of a wife who's going to struggle medically and a baby. I think this guy's loving you well. The way he knows how to love is to have some money to make sure that the family is okay. So his motivation is really pure. He's not. You didn't tell me he's got $1 million. You told me he's got 17,000. It's not like you've got cash stacked in the spare bedroom to the walls. Okay, it's 17 grand. So
I have a quick question. Has he revealed to you an amount of money that if you were to get to that, then he would feel comfortable?
Sort of. He tasked me with coming up with a number of like, when we have a baby, if we're getting ready to do this, how much do we need?
Yeah, you're not the one that needs the number. He's the one that does.
He needs to come up with a number.
Right. The reason he asked me to do it is because he's like, I don't really know what it's going to cost for us to have a baby, and I don't know how much your work is going to let you have off. And
So give him what he doesn't know, and then put pressure on him in a positive way.
The answer to your question is I think you guys can afford to have a baby, but I think the way you're going to get on the same page about this is that the two of you lay out a game plan, because your husband is a planner. He is a nerd. He's a wonderful husband, but he's a nerd. And he is going to be fretting and worried about his wife and his child, and it's going to offset some of the joy of having a child if there's not a plan. So the two of you sit down and work your way through a plan and what exactly those dollars are. Reallocate some of the dollars you've got and put some new dollars towards it. Get the questions answered about what it's going to cost, the questions answered about what your time you're going to be off, questions answered of whether you're going to quit and what disability is going to look like. All of those things, get all of that laid out, and that shouldn't take, you could do all of this in less than a month and figure out the plan, and then it might take you a couple months to fill in the gaps with the cash to do the plan. But one of the plans needs to be, after you do this, after you have a baby, you got to have a plan to get this stupid student loan paid off, because your plan that you have right now sucks. It's horrible. You're going to be in debt the rest of your life with the plan you've got right now. So that's a side issue. But you guys have got to start laying that stuff out and go, okay, we're going to get rid of all these debts, the last little bit on the car. We're going to actually start paying off the student loans after the baby comes. And I'm fine with that. We never tell people, virtually never, to avoid children based on cost. We always say have babies. The best thing in life is babies. Babies are awesome. They're the best thing out there. And the only thing better than babies is grandbabies. Yeah, that's the only thing better. So, get you some. But, he's laid out what makes him feel like a good dad and a good husband. So help him get there. And when you do that, I think all of a sudden, baby's going to be back in the discussion. I get asked all the time about what people need to do to improve their family's financial situation. Two of the most overlooked things are term life insurance and disability insurance. Both plans make sure that you have income to pay bills and take care of yourself and your family if something were to happen. For term life, you need to carry 10 to 12 times your income, and I recommend 15 or 20-year plans for most families. Stay away from cash value. Stay away from return of premium plans. They're a ripoff. Disability insurance is just as critical. How are you going to pay your bills if you're unable to work? Disability is the leading cause of bankruptcies and foreclosures. That's why I send you to Zander Insurance. They've been helping my listeners find the right plans at the lowest cost for over 25 years. Go to Zander.com or call 800-356-4282. Term life and disability insurance are just a necessity. That's Zander.com or 800-356-4282.
Health insurance costs are going up. Wait times are longer, and it's hard to get anything approved. If you feel like the system is working against you, try Christian Healthcare Ministries. CHM is a health cost-sharing ministry that's helped hundreds of thousands of families take care of healthcare costs, avoid red tape, and stay true to their values. Programs start at $98 a month. So go to chministries.org/budget to learn more. That's chministries.org/budget.
From tariff questions to tighter cash flow, business as usual is anything but usual these days. But NetSuite by Oracle tames the chaos by giving you full visibility and removing guesswork. NetSuite brings your inventory, accounting, and more into one system for the control your business needs to make the right decisions fast. And right now, you can download NetSuite's free ebook, Navigating Global Trade, 3 Insights for Leaders, at netsuite.com/Ramsey.
Hey guys, George Camel here. Listen, if you think student loans and credit cards and credit scores are meant to help you get ahead, you're what's known as wrong. That's because those things are just tools that the toxic money system uses to keep you broke and stressed out. And I should know, because I fell for all the money traps and lies out there, and it left me with anxiety and frustration and stress. I basically got punked without the Ashton Kutcher cameo. But I've got good news for you. No matter where you're starting from, you too can buck the system and build wealth, just like I did. Get this, I went from broke to millionaire in a decade. And in my new book, Breaking Free from Broke, I'll teach you exactly how I did it. You're going to learn how to have more money and less stress, even in this economy, and regardless of who's in the White House. You're going to learn everything from credit card schemes to mortgage myths to investing traps, and I'll show you how to break free from that toxic system and finally have more margin, more options, and more joy. You can get the new book, Breaking Free from Broke, today at RamseySolutions.com/store. That's RamseySolutions.com/store.
Hey guys, Rachel Cruz here, and I know money can be stressful. You work hard to create a life you're proud of, but so often I see people get into debt, stress, and worry simply because they're trying to keep up with everyone else. The result is car payments, mortgages, and credit card bills you can't afford. You see, comparison steals your joy and your paycheck. When we compare ourselves to others, we're playing a game we'll never win. When will the vicious cycle end? Well, it ends when you quit the comparisons and love your life, not theirs. That's why I wrote my best-selling book, Love Your Life, Not Theirs, to help you make a plan for your money and create a life you want. In this book, you'll learn 7 money habits for avoiding debt, spending on a plan, saving for the future, and making peace with your finances. Live the life of your dreams without debt, stress, comparisons, and worry, wreaking havoc on your joy. Go to the online store at RamseySolutions.com today to get your copy of Love Your Life, Not Theirs.
We know a bunch of you have been trying to get your friends and family on the Ramsey plan, and it's hard to get them to understand all this stuff, so we're going to help you. We built the Ramsey 101, the first level class that you can take. It's a playlist, and you can help them completely for free. It's an easy-to-share playlist. It covers the basics for someone who's just getting started with Ramsey. What are the baby steps? How to pay off debt using the debt snowball, how to build an emergency fund, how to get the spouse on board. Click the link in the top of the show notes and open Ramsey 101 playlist on YouTube. Text it, DM it, send it to a group chat. Say something like, just thought this might help, not like you're stupid. Don't do that. If you're listening on radio, we've got the playlist featured at the top of our YouTube channel. One share, one step could change everything for one person. Aaron is in Jacksonville, Florida. Hi, Aaron. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Better than I deserve. What's up?
So me and my dad, we run a painting business here in Florida, and the plan from the start was always for me to take it over. I'm 26 years old. He's about 60 years old now. But he also pastors a church here in Florida, and so the plan's always been for me to start and take over the business. He's going to hand it off to me. He's going to retire. But the last 6 or 7 years now, he's been doing just like shady things. As I get older, I'm realizing the things that he does are just not ethical, and me and my wife are just getting to the point of like, should I move on? Should I just take over the business and hopefully it all will just work out? But the shady things he does are just like taking payments from customers to his own personal Venmo account, and sometimes even to his own bank account, and sometimes won't even tell me. If I bring it up to him, he'll just blow it off, say it's our account. This Venmo's our account. If you need anything, we'll pull it out of there. And I can't get him to put it into our joint account through Fairwinds. So the big question is if I should move on.
So wait a minute, are you one of the owners now?
Yeah, I'm the VP of the company.
Yeah, and you're one of the owners now.
Yes.
Okay. And so he's taking money that is your money.
Yeah, our company, our painting company.
Yeah, I know. But he took it and put it in his personal account, which half of that money was yours, or some portion of that money is yours, right?
Yeah.
Not like if I need it, it's like mine. Whether I need it or not, it's mine.
Yeah.
Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, it's his personal Venmo account, so it's not really my money. It's basically
I don't think he sees it as shady. I think he just really sucks at bookkeeping.
Yeah.
It's irrelevant to him which account it goes in because it's his money as far as he's concerned. And
Yeah.
he left out the part where he was ripping you off. Right? He doesn't. I don't think he even realizes it, does he?
No, he'll deflect it and just try to blow it under the rug.
That's not what I mean. I don't think he realizes he's stealing from you. That's why he deflects it. As far as he's concerned, it's my money. If I put it in this account, if I put it in that account, it's still my money. But that's not true because you're one of the owners. You get paid out of the profits, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so this affects profits.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah. So you've had a discussion that was that blunt? I don't think so. You don't sound like that guy.
I have a couple of times, and he just says, "What's the big deal? What do you want to do?" I'm like, "Can we?"
Big deal is I want you to put the freaking money that's my money in this account that's ours. That's the big deal.
Mm-hmm.
But it doesn't sound like that coming from you. It would from me.
Yeah, this is a clear cut for me. I think you need to move on. I don't think he's going to change, and it feels like to me you already resent him, and this is just a mess. And I don't see him getting out of this deal anytime soon either. So then it comes down to, if he's not going to change, how much longer are you willing to put up with this? And I don't think you're going to like any of those answers. So if it were me, I would say, Dad, love you. I want out of ownership.
I'm willing to stay if you transfer all of it to me within 3 months.
Yeah.
If you're not willing to do that, I think I need to go out on my own. I think this thing's run its course.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Will he do that? Will he turn it over to you now?
I don't think so. I think he needs the income. He's a pastor, but it doesn't support his.
Yeah. He's bivocational. This is a slush fund for him. This also has tax implications, and I would not sleep well at night. I've never been a fan of people doing that and treating their business like it's a personal account. A lot of small business people do this, and that's dangerous. And the IRS loves to weaponize and make an example out of people. And I'm not saying that's going to happen, but for all those reasons, Dave, you're being very generous here. I wouldn't even give him I'd just be done. I don't think I'd give him an ultimatum because I don't think it's going to matter. And I think it prolongs your decision.
Well, what it does do is it gives Dad the choice.
Fair.
You let him have the dignity of choice, and you can choose.
That's a good point.
Dad, I'm through working together. This you putting money aside and other things I'm not okay with, and the other stuff you're doing I'm not okay with. I love you. I want to continue to be your son, but I can't work here anymore. If you want to turn this over to me, fine. If not, I'm going to go out on my own. And, it just sounds like that. Yeah. Yeah. There's no reason to burn the bridge and no reason to burn the relationship. Right. It doesn't, and so don't be yelling and calling him a crook and running out the door or something. That's not valuable. Mm-hmm. There's no need to do all that. So, man, I'm sorry. That's a hard situation to be in. Dave is in Chattanooga. Hi, Dave. Welcome to the Ramsey Show.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. I am looking at long-term care insurance, and I see a couple different options out there. One, this is something I should be looking at. That's one question. And number two, what should I be looking for? And basically what I'm looking at, I'm just trying to understand the numbers and what makes sense.
Okay. How old are you?
48.
You don't need long-term care insurance.
Okay.
The statistical use of nursing home stay prior to age 60 is very, very close to zero. And so we don't recommend long-term care insurance until you turn 60. Then the reason you would do it is this. If you have a mid-range net worth, meaning let's say you've got $500,000 or $700,000, 75% of the ladies outlive their husbands. So the normal scenario is 64, 65 years old, whatever, 69 years old, Dad gets something and goes into the nursing home, stays 3 years, burns through $350,000, cracks and scrambles the nest egg, leaves Mom broke when he dies. That's who needs nursing home insurance, long-term care insurance. You also, when you're buying that at 60 years old or older, want to buy an in-home care feature that it will insure someone to do in-home care as well as a traditional nursing home. None of it covers more than 3 years now. You can't hardly find it. It's all a 3-year policy, but the stats are the average nursing home stays about 2.7 years. And so very few people go over 3 years. It's very, very unusual.
And so if you do, you can get into some other messes, but you can't get coverage for more than 3 years hardly these days. So basically, nursing home's $100,000, so you're buying $300K worth of coverage. Costs you about $5,000, $4,000, something like that, and per year, and that gets you set up. Now, if you're worth $10 million, you don't need long-term care insurance. You hire full-time help and turn your home into a nursing home.
Okay.
Or you write a check and self-insure if someone does need to go into memory care or something like that, and you just write the check, and you're better off to self-insure through it. Because, again, your exposure is about $300,000. That's about what the average out-of-pocket's going to be. And you can absorb that if you have $10 million.
Okay.
But we strongly recommend mid-range and down to no money, under $1 million net worth, down to no money, that you get long-term care insurance once you turn 60. It is a major deal. It's a big hole in people's thing, and I see a lot of widows left with no money because daddy used up the money in the nursing home. And they had a pretty good little nest egg, a couple $100,000 or $400,000 or something, and it just gets cracked and scrambled.
Yeah.
Hey, George Camel here. Listen, we need to talk, specifically about Mama Bear legal forms. Allow me to paint you a picture. You plan a vacation, you make a budget, you book the Airbnb, you fire up the Maps app, and boom, trip of a lifetime. So here's the question. If you plan that carefully for a one-week getaway, why are you just winging it when it comes to your will? Not having a will is like dropping your family off at a foreign airport with no clue what happens next. And when you pass away, sure, your family will grieve, but they're also overwhelmed, stuck in court, and letting the government decide what happens, all because you didn't leave clear instructions. So the good news is you can fix that in 20 minutes with Mama Bear legal forms. I used them for my own will, and it was fast, simple, and gave me some real peace of mind. Just a few clicks online, and your family is protected. And a will is too important to ignore. It's how you love your people well, even after you've yeed your last haw, as we say in the South. So go to MamaBearLegalForms.com and handle this tonight. Use the promo code Ramsey to save 20%. That's MamaBearLegalForms.com, promo code Ramsey.
To the graduating class of 2025, as you head out into your new life, navigating all the things high school prepared you for, try to remember that each day is a lesson. Just like high school, you'll always be learning and you'll always be growing. Olympic Peninsula Title wants to congratulate you on all you've accomplished so far. We know your future will be big, bright, and beautiful. Walt Disney said, all of our dreams can come true if we have the courage to pursue them. Well done, class of 2025.
Check Up on Health, presented by Olympic Medical Center.
Check Up on Health with Chris Whitting.
You naturally assume that a drug benefit card that is included in your health insurance policy is smart to use. But that's not always the case, according to Dr. Edward Giardini, author of How to Save on Prescription Drugs.
I had a patient, for example, who was treated with a very cheap and effective medicine for high blood pressure called hydrochlorothiazide, and his dose was half a tablet a day. But through his insurance rules, he could only buy 1 month at a time, and the lowest copayment was $10. So every month he would go down to the pharmacy and spend $10 to get his 15 pills, which he would then cut in half and take. Well, what he didn't realize is he could buy a year's supply of that drug for $10. So by using his insurance card, he was paying 10 times more than he needed to.
With Checkup on Health, I'm Chris Whitting.
Dr. Sam Skovgaard here, General Surgeon at Olympic Medical Center. Did you know that June is Hernia Awareness Month? If you've noticed a bulge beneath your skin, on your abdomen or groin, it could be a hernia. And if it's causing you pain, it's time to talk to your doctor. If your hernia requires surgery, your general surgery team at OMC is here to help. Talk to your primary care provider if you think you may need treatment for a hernia. Let's keep you healthy and hernia-free together. Learn more at olympicmedical.org/hernia.
Laurel Lanes in Port Angeles believes that family time should be fun, provide some exercise, and most of all, be affordable. That's why during the summer, Uncle Vern makes sure that all kids that bowl for free. And all you have to do to take part in this awesome deal is go to laurellanesbowling.com and click on Join Our Club in the top right-hand corner of the page. You'll get 2 free games a day for each kid. laurellanesbowling.com. Go there now and have a ball at Laurel Lanes.
Don't become a victim of Medicare fraud. Medicare never makes cold calls, so when someone calls you and says they're from Medicare, hang up. If you get an offer for free medical equipment or services, toss it. When you get your medical statement, read it. And if anything looks suspicious, report it to the Senior Medicare Patrol with Sheba at 1-800-562-6900. That's 1-800-562-6900. Sheba is a free, unbiased service of the Washington State Office of the Insurance Commissioner.
If you've missed the Kim Commando Show, you've missed a lot.
Give her a phone and you teach her to be a good digital citizen. And you teach her the rules the road now so that when she does go out on her own and she is a self-sustaining adult, that she has the tools and the knowledge to make the right decisions.
America's digital goddess, Kim Commando.
The Kim Commando Show, Saturdays from 9 to noon on KONP.
ABC News, I'm Chuck Sievertson. President Trump is giving himself up to 2 more weeks to consider whether or not to join Israel in attacking Iran's nuclear facilities, because he says there's a substantial chance of negotiations. The U.S. military is increasing its presence in the Mideast with the arrival of a second aircraft carrier and another aircraft carrier on the way there.
A message that Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth has been reinforcing over the last couple of days, how the position there, the effort is to protect U.S. military assets and facilities and personnel.
ABC News Pentagon reporter Louis Martinez. Israel and Iran have each issued building evacuation orders in the past hour or so, with Israel saying people should clear out of a certain Iranian industrial zone, and Iran saying they'll target an Israeli TV station. There's a severe thunderstorm watch until 9 p.m. Eastern Time tonight along the eastern seaboard from Vermont through Virginia. Storms are leaving more than 500,000 power outages across the mid-Atlantic region. This is ABC News.
Here's your News Radio KONP forecast brought to you by Olympic Game Farm. Cloudy this afternoon with highs around 60. Northwesterly winds 10 to 15 miles per hour. Cloudy again tonight, slight chance for showers. Lows dip down to about 47. Cloudy skies expected tomorrow. Rain showers likely. High temperatures reach up to 57. I'm staff meteorologist Jennifer Wojcicki. Right now, it's 57 degrees.
Vanessa's in Detroit. Hi, Vanessa. Welcome to the Ramsey Show.
Hi, good afternoon, guys. Thank you so much for taking my call.
Sure. What's up?
Okay, so I have received a $30K buyout from my former employer. I have an $18,000 car loan left to pay off. I have $5,000 in medical bills. I'm just wondering, what actionable steps can I do to set myself up in the future for financial success?
Got the new job?
No.
What were you making before?
Before, I was making like $50K a year.
Okay. And when will you start the new job making $50K?
That is something I'm not sure of. It's a lot of wants that I want to do. I want to start a new business. I want to invest. I want to go to school. I want to go to college for.
No, you need to get a job.
Mm-hmm.
I'll get a job.
The job
Yesterday.
funds all of those want-tos. But the have-to
you don't have enough money to do all that. You only got $30K. You didn't get $3 million.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that is definitely
let me help you with this. If you get a job this week making $50K, the $30K is free money, and you can use it to pay off your debts. And you'd be debt-free making $50K. You'd be in a lot better position you were 4 months ago, before the voluntary buyout, right?
Yes.
And then you can take, since you don't have any payments, now you can start saving up money to go to school, saving up money to start a business.
Instead of just pouring out what I have now, and then that would just be a risk.
Well, the problem is you don't have anything to eat with, honey. When you pour out the 30K, there's nothing left. You don't have any money to eat with.
Right.
You got to have food
That was
money.
my worry.
Yeah. You need to go get a job yesterday. When did all this go down?
This has been an ongoing situation since last year.
Yeah. When did you get the check? When were you? When they cut you loose?
Like 3 days ago.
Oh, good. Okay, good. So it's fairly fresh.
What were you doing?
Yeah. I was an automotive worker at one of the plants, and they were basically very, they wasn't consistent. So I could have stayed. I think my raise would have been like 36, but because of the inconsistency, one day we working, some days we not, it wasn't guaranteed.
Gotcha. I'm sorry.
So
What did you say you were doing? Automotive what?
Worker. She's in Detroit.
Yeah, I was yeah.
Oh, okay. You're on the assembly line, like putting cars together.
We were the plant that sent the parts to
Gotcha. Okay.
the assembly line.
So you know a lot of people in that industry, I'm guessing?
Not really. I just kind of stayed to myself and worked and went home.
Okay. Again, Dave said it, and he's right. The best way for you to come out of this thing unscathed is you've got to get employed quickly. And you know enough people, you've got enough experience, you're looking at anywhere in the Detroit area, you got to get back to work quickly.
Vanessa, I'm not trying to be tacky, but I don't want you to think $30,000 is a lot of money, because you're going to find out how quickly it's going to go away if you don't get back to work. It's not much money. You did not get much of a buyout here. And so you didn't hit the lottery. I know it may be more money than you've seen in one check. I understand that. And I'm not trying to be talking down to you or something, but the way you're acting and emotionally is that this is a lot more money than it is, and you really have a pretty serious problem. You're unemployed, and you need to get that problem solved as fast as possible. Hang on, we'll send you a copy of Ken's book, Proximity Principle, which will help you with that process. Candace is in Washington, D.C. Hey, Candace, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Better than I deserve. What's up?
Hi. Okay, so my husband and we have done all your steps. We are debt-free. We have money in our emergency account, and now we are in the thinking of investing stage. And investing in, like, the stock market scares us, like, because it's not a world we know anything about. So my husband wants to invest in precious metals like gold, and I want to invest in a beachfront property or a lake property we can use as a rental.
Mm-hmm.
So my question is, what do you think is the better investment?
At your stage, neither one.
Okay.
Right now, you need to just be doing your 401ks and Roth IRAs and some good growth stock mutual funds. And I know you said the stock market scares you, and it scares you not because it's scary, but because you just don't know anything. So it's time to it's time to learn and start learning a little bit about how a mutual fund works. What a mutual fund is multiple people put money in it. That way they mutually fund it. That's where the name comes from. And what the fund buys tells you what kind of mutual fund it is. If they buy growth stocks with the money that people have mutually funded, then it's a growth stock mutual fund. And you hear people say that phrase a lot, I'm sure. And that's what we teach people, and what I personally have put, Ken's personally put, our families have put our retirement into mutual funds. And a mutual fund is 90 to 200 different stocks of America's best and brightest companies. And so when you open up your mutual fund information brochure, you're going to see companies like Exxon or Apple or Home Depot or Coca-Cola or McDonald's or something like that, and you're going to go, oh, 20 years from now, this group of stocks is going to be worth a lot more than it is today, because for the last 100 years or so, the stock market has averaged a little over 11% per year. And those are the group of stocks going up in value. And so that's what I would do. I'd put if you're out of debt, you got your emergency fund, I'd start putting 15% of my income into 401ks and Roth IRAs and good growth stock mutual funds. I'd sit down with a SmartVestor Pro You can find one that we recommend at RamseySolutions.com. We're not in the investment business, but these are the people that will help you do that and have the heart of a teacher, and they'll finish teaching you the lesson that I just started teaching you. Gold absolutely sucks. You're going to really screw up putting your money in gold. Your husband doesn't know anything about that either, or he wouldn't be suggesting it. Gold has a horrible track record. Over the last 70 years, gold has an average annual return of 2%. You'd be better off putting your money in a freaking fruit jar. So no, just because you've been watching too much, reading too much crap on the internet, if you think gold is a good investment. No, it's not an investment. It's a good way to lose your butt. And so no, you don't need to do that. And no, you don't need a beachfront rental that you're going to borrow money to go do. You just got out of that. So, no, you're going to be putting 15% of your income aside in good growth stock mutual funds, and that is the shortest direction to your first $1 million to $5 million in net worth.
I think that advice is a little fuzzy, Dave. I think you should clarify that a little bit. Just as a casual observer. Could you be any more clear? I don't think that's possible.
You know, I think it's fun to remember that when you're investing, when you do anything that's new, there's two kinds of fear. There's fear that is good for you. Don't touch a hot stove. Don't stand in front of an 18-wheeler that's coming at you at 80 miles an hour. That's fear that keeps you from getting hurt, right? You need good fear. The other fear is fear of the something I don't know how to do, but it's false evidence appearing real, F-E-A-R. And that's you holding the seat of your 5-year-old while they learn to balance a bicycle for the first time. In their minds, they're getting ready to die. In your mind, they're going to be balancing and giggling within the next hour, and they will probably scrape a knee in the interim. And they will not die from it. And instead, they will have a life of freedom because they can now pedal and balance and learn something that they didn't know before. That's a good fear that you work your way through with knowledge and with practice, and that's investing. And that's investing in the stock market. The stock market is not scary at all. It's not unstable, and it's not even that risky when you learn how to do it properly, like we're talking about. Not buying single stocks. We're not day trading. Not doing some stupid butt thing you heard on TikTok. We're just putting money in your 401k, baby. It's kind of boring. If you're buying a home in today's market, it takes more than hope and an internet search. I've recommended Churchill Mortgage for 30 years because you can trust them to take care of you the Ramsey way. That's why Churchill is the only Ramsey-trusted mortgage company. Go to ChurchillMortgage.com today to learn more.
This is a paid advertisement. NMLS ID 1591. NMLSConsumerAccess.org. Equal housing lender. 1749 Mallory Lane, Suite 100. Brentwood, Tennessee 37027.
Hey guys, George Camel here. You know, people ask me all the time, George, what's your #1 money-saving hack? And you know me, I've got frugal tips for days. So here's one that might surprise you. Get on a budget. And not just any budget, an every dollar budget. With every dollar, you'll get a clear picture of your spending and easily see where you can cut back. So, what's the hack here? Well, the average person frees up $395 doing their very first budget. So start saving more money with the Every Dollar app. Go download it for free today.
Hey guys, Rachel Cruz here. And I've read study after study showing that your relationships, health, decision-making skills, kindness, and even sleep can be better with gratitude. Plus, I've experienced this in my own life, which is why I'm so passionate about helping people find gratitude and contentment in their daily lives. One of the best ways to do this is through journaling. That's why I created the Contentment Journal. The Contentment Journal is a 90-day guided journal with thought-provoking daily prompts. Day by day, week by week, this journal will leave you feeling more thankful and hopeful. For the first 30 days, we'll focus on gratitude to recognize the blessings in your life. The next 30 days will focus on humility and becoming others-centered. And the last 30 days will focus on contentment and finding true, lasting happiness. You guys, contentment is a place where you can get to emotionally and spiritually, not financially. So go to the online store at RamseySolutions.com to get your copy of the Contentment Journal.
Everyone has strengths they can use to take control of their money. No matter who you are, you can win with money, and we have a proven plan for you. If you're trying to get out of debt, check out Dave Ramsey's bestseller, The Total Money Makeover. Or if you're ready to learn how your behavior is your biggest obstacle to making good money decisions, check out Know Yourself, Know Your Money. With tons more proven books and budgeting tools, you really can have the future you want. Check out our bestsellers at RamseySolutions.com. That's RamseySolutions.com.
Hey guys, Rachel Cruz here. So many parents I talk to lately feel a little lost when it comes to talking to their kids about money. It comes up when I'm coaching people and even in my own group of friends. They want to teach their kids how to spend responsibly, the joy of giving generously, the value of hard work, how to avoid college debt, and more. If that's something you've been feeling too, don't worry. Instilling these values in your kids is easier than you think. You just need a guide. That's why my dad, Dave Ramsey, and I wrote a book, Smart Money, Smart Kids. This best-selling book is our no-nonsense approach to teaching kids and teens the basics of money. These money lessons are crucial to their financial future, especially right now in our debt-obsessed world. This book will set your whole family up for success and open up meaningful conversations with your kids around money, no matter how old they are. Go to the online store at RamseySolutions.com today to get your copy of Smart Money, Smart Kids. That's RamseySolutions.com.
Well, graduation does not come with a GPS. A lot of students are walking into the real world with what's known as no clue. The Get Clear Assessment, Find the Work You're Wired to Do, Student Edition, is here. You get clarity and you build a real plan that they're confident in, whether it's a major, a trade, or their first job. $34.99. The assessment will help them identify their strengths, while the book will help them understand the results and figure out what's next. Fabulous for graduates. Get a copy today at RamseySolutions.com/store. If you're watching on YouTube or podcast, click the old link in the description. Noah in Seattle. How are you, Noah?
I'm good. How are you doing?
Better than I deserve. How can I help?
Hey, so I'll jump into it really quick. Sorry, this is super surreal talking to you. So me and my wife got married about a year and a half ago. And before that, 2 years before we got married, she got into a car accident, and she didn't have active car insurance.
Ooh.
And so she has a judgment, which is $80,000, about $83,000 to be exact. And we didn't know about this judgment until 6 months into our marriage. Like, there was nothing on a record. There was nothing.
Oh, no, wait a minute. She knew she got sued.
She had moved, and she hadn't gotten any papers or anything. She wasn't served at all. So 6 months into our marriage, we got a paper saying we have this judgment, we had to pay it.
And it's to an insurance company, I assume.
Yeah.
Who is the insurance company?
It's through a processing, like, I want to say collections, but collections isn't what it is.
No, but I mean, there's a judgment probably with the people she hit. It's their insurance paid the bill, and then they came after her.
Yeah, correct. Sorry.
Yeah. So who was the insurance company? Do you know?
I'm not sure. I can look at the papers.
How old is your wife?
She's 21 now. She was 18 when it happened.
Okay. So she just had no clue.
Yeah.
Okay. And you guys are, she's 21 and you're what?
20.
And what's your household income today, hon?
$75,000.
Okay. And I'm assuming you don't have piles of money anywhere.
No. We're on baby step 2, and I just wanted to know, this was our biggest and last debt to work on, and I just wanted to know if...
Your best route is I would take a run at it myself, I think. If not, I would probably spend $1,000 on an attorney and let them take a run at it. Your best route is to try to do a lump sum settlement and try to get this insurance company to say, okay, I got a 21-year-old kid, just got married. She's got no money. You ain't getting nothing.
Yeah.
Good luck with your $80,000 judgment. And this is how the conversation sounds. I mean, once they get a clear picture that this is that this is not a multimillionaire that they have sued, this is a broke person that has no money, that's brand new married and 21 years old. Okay, once they get that picture in their head, they're gonna soften up quite a bit. You follow me? Because they don't think they're going to get their money.
Yeah.
Once they understand what they're dealing with, they don't think they're going to get their money. And that's what I want them to think. I want them to think they're not going to get their money. And then offer them, $20,000 to settle the whole thing. And then just go borrow that.
Okay.
I would rather you have $20,000 on a credit card than $80,000 to a car insurance company.
Okay. My father-in-law said that what we should do is do bankruptcy, but I don't like that.
Absolutely not. You're not bankrupt.
Okay.
That's dumb. No.
Okay.
Where was he where was this genius when all this was going on? And when he take care of his daughter and find out what the flip's going on. So no, he doesn't. We don't need his advice. I promise you. He means well, but he doesn't have a clue how this works. So, I think. How confident are you that you can walk into this phone call with this lawyer on the other side with a bit of a swagger and do this deal, or do you need to hire an attorney to do it for you?
I'm pretty sure I could do it. I could do it.
Okay. Well, you understand you're going to paint the picture of you married this girl. You're not liable, okay, under no circumstances. So you can't get money from me, and I don't have any either. And I just married her. She's 21. She's got no money.
Yeah.
And she was 18 when this happened, and she had no money. That's why she didn't have any stinking car insurance. And so I've talked to the bank. The bank will loan us $20,000 on a credit card. If you'll take that as settlement in full, I'll give it to you. We'll take that and then take payments. No, we won't do that. The only thing I'll do with you is a lump sum. I want you out of my life. And then you just begin to negotiate and find out the number and then see if you can borrow that much money, because you can cut this at least in half. And I don't mind you borrowing because you're already in debt. We're just changing the name of the debt from $80,000 car insurance to $20,000 or $30,000 credit union loan or whatever it is, right?
Okay.
We're reducing the total debt by this maneuver, and then you got that item in your debt snowball, and you make $75,000 a year, and you go knock it out.
Okay.
But you're not bankrupt, and so don't do that. You could threaten that if you want to threaten that. Just go, well, my father-in-law told me to file bankruptcy, but I thought I'd call you guys and see if we could work some out. That's kind of you follow the swagger here, right?
Yeah.
And if you feel like you're out of sorts, if you feel like they're beating you up in the conversation, and it's going to take about 3 of these phone calls. They're very unpleasant conversations. You're not going to find understanding, compassionate, pastoral humans on the other side of this, okay?
Yeah.
These are ambulance-chasing lawyers, literally. They literally chase ambulances, for real, okay? And so this is, and they work for a car insurance company. God almighty. What a horrible law job. I mean, you got your law degree, and this is the only thing you can do, which means you're not much of a lawyer. So, yeah, this is who you got to deal with. And they're going to be nasty, and you got to just go, no, 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 no. I guess I have to do what my father-in-law said and file bankruptcy. I don't know. No. If you can come up with a settlement number on a lump sum, I'll go down to the credit union and see if I can borrow it to help her out because I just married her. But no, no, no. What part of no don't you understand? It's a complete freaking sentence. No, no. This is how it's going to go. You follow me, Noah?
Yeah, I follow you.
I don't want you to think that you're going to make one phone call and they're going to go, oh, we completely understand. We'll take 23. If they do that, I'll fall out of my seat.
It's true. Stick to the script. And I would go so far as to what Dave has told you. Type that out or write it out. And when you're on the phone, because they've done this before, and they will try to manipulate your emotions. And I'm telling you to stick to the script.
Give them
no matter what they say.
No information.
It's like a politician running for office. No matter what you ask them, they say the same thing.
Give us a current address on you. No. What's her Social Security number? No. What's yours? No. Where does she work? No.
Yeah.
I'm not talking about any of that. We're not writing a biography on my wife, honey. We're trying to settle this.
Yeah. I'd repeat the same line over and over until they realize this is a kid that I'm not going to crack, and then they don't want to play.
The only thing I can say yes to is bankruptcy, and then you get what's known as a zero.
Yeah, so 20,000.
Let's start from zero and go up. Where are we going from there? I can file bankruptcy for $1,000. So, I'll give you $1,000 so she's going to file bankruptcy. Let's start from there if we got to. Come on, dude. Let's figure this out.
It just occurred to me, Dave, I would really enjoy doing that once or twice on behalf of someone else. Do you know what I mean? Just kind of call up and go, hey, and just play the game too, because we got no emotion in it. It would be really fun to mess with those people.
But we used to actually do that as part of our counseling here.
Yeah.
And I quit doing it because we would get it all fixed, and the consumer the person that was in debt didn't have any blood in it. And so then they go screw it up the next month and not follow through on it.
Right.
But if they put it together, they don't screw it up.
You would never do this, but it would absolutely melt YouTube if we did it live, though.
Thoroughly enjoyed it.
Could you imagine if we did that live, folks?
Just beat the snot out of American Express.
Dave's calling
for
up.
a hobby.
I'm Noah's,
so fun.
I'm Noah's Uncle Dave, and I've taken over this negotiation.
I'm Mrs. Savage. I work for American Express. You changed your name to Savage?
It would melt
I had one lady, she named herself the Mrs. Baskerville, as in the Hounds of. No matter what you want to do with your money, you need a budget. Start budgeting for free today with the EveryDollar app, the easiest way to budget. Track your expenses and reach your goals faster. Go to everydollar.com today. You work your butt off for your money, but your money's never going to return the favor if all you do is sit around and hope for the best. If you're ready to make more informed investing decisions, get in touch with a SmartVestor Pro. These investment professionals lead with the heart of a teacher and take the time to explain your options, so you never have to invest in anything you don't understand. Over 1 million people have used the SmartVestor program to find advisors who specialize in retirement planning, charitable giving, advanced investing strategies, and more. If you're ready to join them and learn how to put your money to work for you, get a SmartVestor Pro in your corner today. Head on over to RamseySolutions.com/SmartVestor to find the pros in your area. Again, RamseySolutions.com/SmartVestor.
Ramsey Solutions is a paid, non-client promoter of participating pros. Learn more.
Thank you for 80 incredible years. This is News Radio KONP Port Angeles Squim, a Radio Pacific station.
From ABC News, I'm Dave Packer. Timeline sometime in the next 2 weeks. And from President Trump today as to when we can expect a decision on whether he'll authorize an attack on Iran. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt with a message for those in Trump's MAGA base opposed to foreign military entanglements.
Trust in President Trump. President Trump has incredible instincts, and President Trump kept America and the world safe in his first term as president in implementing a peace through strength foreign policy agenda.
ABC Pentagon reporter Louis Martinez with U.S. preparations for what might come.
Over the next 2 weeks, what we're going to see is a larger U.S. military presence in the region, because this weekend we're going to see the arrival of a second aircraft carrier in the Middle East. And over early next week, we're going to see the departure of another aircraft carrier. Now, it was a regularly scheduled deployment to the U.S. European Command Theater of Operations, but it's going to place it in the Mediterranean Sea just around the same time as this 2-week time frame.
Dodger Stadium in L.A., a group of protesters seen gathering near one of the entrance gates after the Dodgers confirmed that ICE requested permission to access the parking lots. The organization says agents were denied entry. ABC's Trevor Ault at Dodger Stadium.
Now, we have heard from Customs and Border Protection, who they claim this had nothing to do with the Dodgers, and this wasn't part of any official operation or raid that they were trying to set up here at Dodger Stadium and carry it out. They say that there were some vehicles here, tried to briefly park in the parking lot, and then they left swiftly after.
A massive explosion at the SpaceX Starbase in Texas, a Starship rocket exploding on the test stand. Hakeem Aliuski is a astrophysicist.
What they're doing is the very edge of aerospace engineering. And this is an incredibly complex spacecraft, and it's just a prototype, right?
500,000 customers without power along the mid-Atlantic after a band of powerful thunderstorms tore through. You're listening to ABC News.
Are you living with dry AMD? If so, you could be on the road to geographic atrophy, or GA, a condition that leads to retinal cell death and permanent vision loss. But with Izervay, you can
slow it down and get it going slower.
Izervay slows GA progression by targeting a key source of retinal cell death, which may help preserve your vision longer. Izervay, or Avastin Capted Pagel, is a prescription eye injection used to treat GA. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may temporarily increase eye pressure. Your vision may be impaired after an eye injection or exam. Don't delay. Ask your doctor about Izervay today.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Visit Izervay.com. That's IZERVAY.com. Paid for by Astellas Pharma.
Gas prices have been on the rise due in part to the unrest in the Middle East. Gas Buddy has prices at their highest level in more than a month in 49 out of 50 states. ABC's Rebecca Jarvis says that prices may jump as much as 15 cents a gallon over the next couple of weeks.
We have seen prices climbing in recent weeks amid rising tensions in the Middle East, and that flows through to the pump. With the national average now $3.20 a gallon, it actually jumped 2 cents just overnight.
After 584 days in Hamas captivity, Eden Alexander has finally returned home. Alexander was greeted by crowds of supporters in his hometown, Tenafly, New Jersey, freed from Hamas captivity last month in a deal brokered by the Trump administration before spending time recovering at a hospital in Tel Aviv. A 9-year-old girl's life saved after a shark attack near Tampa, Florida. Leah Lindell was snorkeling at the beach in Boca Grande, Florida, when the shark bit her hand, and paramedics rushing her to a Tampa, the general hospital there, where doctors were able to reattach her hand. Dr. Alfred Hess is orthopedic hand surgeon at Tampa General. He says the reattachment of the hand was possible because the break was clean.
The shark's teeth are so sharp that the cut through the wrist is clean and not jagged, and it doesn't ruin all the tissue, so that we have good tissue to work with and put back together in a timely fashion.
Dave Packer, ABC News.
Now there's a new way to take charge of your blood sugar. Introducing New Garlic Healthy Blood Sugar Formula from the makers of the nation's best-selling garlic supplement. New Garlic helps maintain healthy blood sugar levels with clinically supported levels of garlic, plus a custom blend of vitamins and minerals, and it's odor-free. Take charge of your blood sugar with New Garlic Healthy Blood Sugar Formula. These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Use as directed.
This is the Peninsula's Afternoon News.
The Afternoon News is brought to you by Steve Methner, your State Farm insurance agent in Port Angeles. Good Thursday afternoon. Pepper Fisher with you from the KONP newsroom. Washington State is experiencing a significant rise in pertussis cases. The Department of Health reported over 2,200 confirmed or probable cases last year. That's a 25-fold increase from the 87 cases in 2023. As of May 31st, over 1,300 cases have already been reported in this year. Clallam and Jefferson counties, which had no cases in 2023, have seen notable spikes. Clallam has reported 8 cases this year, that's 10.2 per 100,000 people, while Jefferson has 13 cases, or 38.9 per 100,000, one of the highest rates statewide. In contrast, King County's 166 cases translates to a much lower rate of 7.1 per 100,000 due to its larger population. Health officials attribute the increase to declining childhood vaccination rates. Pertussis, also known as whooping cough, is a contagious bacterial illness marked by severe coughing spells. It poses the greatest risk to infants younger than a year old, who may struggle to breathe and face life-threatening complications. The Department of Health recommends timely vaccination, particularly for infants, pregnant individuals in the third trimester, seniors, and those with weakened immune systems or chronic respiratory conditions. Early treatment with antibiotics can ease symptoms and limit the disease's spread. Travel on a Washington State ferry will cost more this fall and even more next spring. How much became a little clearer on Tuesday when a state transportation panel settled on a schedule to increase fares by 3% on October 1st and another 3% on May 1st of next year. The Washington State Transportation Commission also recommended hiking the summer season surcharge this year. They want to hike it to 35% on all routes and on a trial basis, extending the life of multi-ride passes to 120 days starting next May. They now expire after 90 days. If you want to share your feelings about all this, public comment will be accepted online through August 5th. A virtual public hearing will be held August 6th, with the commission then voting on a final fare hike will be proposed. Those increases will be in addition to actions taken earlier this year by state lawmakers and Governor Ferguson. They agreed to hike the capital surcharge, which is tacked onto each ticket, to $1 starting August 1st. It's now 50 cents. That money is used to fund construction of new state ferries. And a surprise witness, second witness, has emerged in the Idaho student murders case and could testify against Brian Kohberger at trial later this year. A woman claiming to be the Idaho DoorDash driver who dropped off food to victim Xana Kernodle minutes before a home invasion stabbing spree killed her, her boyfriend, and 2 roommates, has emerged as an unexpected eyewitness to testify at Kohberger's upcoming murder trial, and she told police she saw him at the scene. The purported driver revealed herself in a police body cam video from an alleged DUI stop taken last September and posted weeks later to a YouTube account. Web sleuths picked up on it, and her connection to the Kohberger case was reported in the Idaho Statesman on Tuesday of this week. The woman says in the body cam video, quote, "I have to testify in a big murder case here because I'm the DoorDash driver." An officer asks her which case. She says, "The murder case with the college girls. I'm the DoorDash driver. I saw Brian there. I parked right next to him." End quote. She is not named in redacted court documents and may suffer from credibility issues after police in Pullman accused her of driving while high on drugs. Meanwhile, the judge handling the trial said he would consider the defense team's request to delay the proceedings, but warned attorneys on both sides to be ready to go late next month anyway. 4th District Judge Stephen Hippler said yesterday that he would issue a written ruling on the trial timing very soon. More news after this.
The Bobcat National Sales Event is happening now at Brim Tractor in Sequim. Buy a Bobcat compact track loader with industry-leading travel speeds or a compact excavator with fast cycle times and get financing as low as 0% for 60 months. Or choose cash rebates or low lease payments on select models. Visit Brim Tractor today for the Bobcat National Sales Event. Some restrictions apply. Length of contract and rate may vary. Offer ends June 30th, 2025.
Your community-minded friends at First Fed bring you the Community Corner, highlighting good things happening right here in our area.
The Sequim Prairie Grange hosts its first ice cream social of the summer this Sunday from 1 to 3 p.m. The Grange invites you and your family to enjoy the perfect summer treat to help support the Grange. Come out for a banana split or a sundae with all your favorite toppings for $7. The first ice cream social of the summer is this Sunday, 1 to 3 at the Sequim Prairie Grange, 290 McClay Road in Sequim. And on June 28th, it's the 12th annual Crab Feed from the Sequim Valley Lions Club. The Crab Feed and Silent Auction fundraiser runs 1 to 5 p.m. at Pioneer Park on East Washington Street in Sequim. For $30, enjoy a half crab dinner including veggies, coleslaw, a roll, and a beverage. Plus, you'll be supporting the Sequim Valley Lions Club.
Corner, presented by First Fed.
Also in the news today, Chelan County Sheriff Mike Morrison says his office continues to treat Travis Decker, the suspect in the triple homicide of his daughters, as alive and actively evading capture, nearly 3 weeks into an extensive manhunt. Law enforcement agencies are investigating several new leads, including a reported sighting near the unincorporated community of Teanaway, that's in Kittitas County. Other reports place Decker in the Alpine Lakes Wilderness near Ingalls Creek, where a hiker was seen behaving unusually. Authorities say the fugitive's potential reach may have expanded, citing unconfirmed reports from as far as Texas, Canada, and England. FBI behavior analysts have developed a psychological profile of Decker to assist in anticipating his movements. And you can add to all that, they are now taking input from psychics about his possible whereabouts. Sheriff Morrison said the manhunt is expected to shift toward a longer-term strategy. National Guard air support will continue through this week, while drone support from Spokane Police is under consideration. The FBI and U.S. Marshals are expected to take over primary operations in the long run. Island County Sheriff's deputies are releasing more information on an illegal fireworks operation that caused an explosion that left one person dead in Oak Harbor. Crews responded to a massive fire at a home on Strawberry Point Road on June 17th. 2 people were able to get out safely, but one was killed in the explosion. A preliminary investigation suggested that 42-year-old Mark Fakema was manufacturing fireworks in a shop attached to the home when a detonation occurred. Island County Sheriff's deputies said there is no record of Fakema having a license to manufacture fireworks, and if he did, the amount and explosive potential of the products would make them classified as improvised explosives rather than fireworks. Deputies say there were about 2 pounds of fireworks that caused the explosion and fire at the home. A search of Fakema's home also uncovered 25 pounds of illegal explosive devices and a cargo container full of commercial fireworks. According to deputies, it appears that Fakema was dismantling the commercial fireworks in his kitchen to obtain materials for building his devices. That investigation is ongoing. And a Bellevue man was sentenced to 35 years in prison for multiple charges, including human trafficking and promoting prostitution, after he was caught bragging on social media about the amount of money he made from being a pimp. The Bellevue Police Department began its investigation last year after discovering potential signs of human trafficking when responding to a domestic violence call. The department used social media posts by Cedric Dorsey to build a case against him. The 32-year-old Dorsey trafficked women for sex and would use violence against them to control them. When Bellevue officers used a warrant to search Dorsey's home, they found 3 firearms, including an AK-47, alongside of $12,000 in cash. Again, he's now been sentenced to 35 years in prison. I'll have weather and sports next.
At Harper Ridgeview Funeral Chapel and Squim Valley Funeral Chapel, Mark Gustafson is precisely the professional you want helping your family during a time of loss.
Every morning when I get out of bed, I have one more opportunity to help a family in need that is grieving, that may be in a cloud, may not know what to do, where to go, who to talk to. And I'm here to help them through that and to be here every day for them.
Saying goodbye to a loved one is never easy. Friendship and experience can be a real comfort.
When a loved one loses someone, it's a journey that they're going through. It's new territory, so to speak, and I'm able to be there to help them. And again, being hometown, I'm there with them all the way through it from start to finish.
Caring professionals when you need them most. Harper Ridgeview Funeral Chapel, 452-9701, and Squim Valley Funeral Chapel, 683-5242.
This message is brought to you by the law firm of McMiniman and McMiniman, Port Angeles and Squim.
Hi, this is Amy Bundy with the Sheriff's Office. As high school seniors celebrate graduation, it's crucial for everyone to celebrate responsibly and avoid driving after drinking or using marijuana. With warmer weather comes increased traffic. Please obey speed limits, buckle up, and eliminate distractions. Let's work together to ensure our roads are safe for all.
The law firm of McMiniman and McMiniman, protecting you and your family since 1985.
We're expecting mostly cloudy skies overnight and a 30% chance of rain tomorrow. It's going to be mostly cloudy, rain likely. Saturday will be a 60% chance early in the day and a 30% chance of rain by afternoon, and a high of 60. Then we get back to the sunny weather. Sunday's going to be great with a high of 64, 68 on Monday. It's 61 degrees now in Port Angeles.
I'm Christine Lisi. An NBA champion could be crowned tonight. League MVP, scoring champ Shai Gilgeous-Alexander and the Thunder just one win away from hoisting the Larry O'Brien Trophy. And they'll look to get that win tonight when they visit the Pacers in Game 6 of the NBA Finals. In closeout games this postseason, SGA and the Thunder 3-1, and he's averaging 34.8 points on 60% shooting. He's not the only reason, though. It'll be tough for Indiana to hold off OKC tonight, explains ESPN NBA insider Brian Windhorst.
The Thunder look like they have found a game plan that's very successful. What I mean is going back to the starting lineup with the double bigs, Isaiah Hartenstein and Chet Holmgren, and then using Holmgren as a switch big man late in the game, and finding a way to get an incredibly effective two-man game with Shai Gilgeous-Alexander and Jalen Williams. Williams playing point guard for parts of the game, and then later on using as the screener. 71 points in the last game. The two of them have both averaged over 30 points the last 3 games.
Game 6 of the NBA Finals, 7:30 Eastern ESPN Radio, 8:30 Eastern ABC. Former Rutgers guard Ace Bailey canceled tomorrow's visit to the 76ers, reports ESPN's Jonathan Givony. He's the number 3 prospect on ESPN's big board. Philly, which has the 3rd overall pick in next week's NBA draft, hasn't ruled out selecting Bailey despite his canceled visit. He's the only U.S.-based prospect yet to visit any NBA teams. 5-time All-Pro linebacker, former first-round pick C.J. Mosley on his 33rd birthday, announced he is retiring from the NFL after 10 seasons. He was taken 17th overall by Baltimore in 2014. NHL, the Stars re-signed forward Matt Duchene to a 4-year, $18 million contract. He was the team's leading scorer this season.
Ever wonder how the credit card companies make their money? Well, think about this. If you owe $25,000 on 5 different credit cards and you make your minimum payments every month, here's what it's going to cost you. Are you sitting down? You'll shell out over $13,000 in additional interest, and it's going to take over 13 years to pay off your original $25,000 balance. That's how they make money. Now it's your turn to fight back by calling the Debt Solutions Network. We'll work on your behalf to reduce your debt. We specialize in credit cards, retail store cards, and medical bills. We promise we can and will reduce your debt. Call right now for a free 15-minute debt analysis.
800-932-5112. 800-932-5112. 800-932-5112. That's 800-932-5112.
Newsradio KONP Business.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. Have you returned any purchases lately? We sent or brought back $686 billion worth of items online and in stores last year. And Capital One says that includes 8% of in-store purchases and 25% of things bought online, costing retailers dearly.
It's an insane amount of work to actually bring that item back to life, and it costs a lot.
Sundar Shamas is CEO of Return Pro, which helps retailers deal with the headaches.
Shipping, like transportation itself, the handling of it, the logistics, the remarketing of the item.
Shamas says some categories are especially big money losers, like furniture and
undergarments, for example, are difficult because they shouldn't go on the shelf at all. There's sanitation issues. Technology is very difficult because there are data privacy issues.
He says only about 20% of returned items overall end up getting resold. And adding to the pain for retailers, about 15% of retail returns apparently involve some type of customer fraud. Denise Pellegrini, Bloomberg Radio.
We'll get a check on traffic after these messages.
Hi, this is Jack Gray from Angela's Furniture. It's already that time. We're celebrating again, and we want you to take advantage of our good fortune. We've been serving the Olympic Peninsula now for 106 years. In addition to huge savings, you'll be able to enter 3 drawings. One for a new Beauty Rest Black mattress, another for $2,000 in-store credit, or a stressless recliner worth up to $4,000. All free. Come down and see us and help celebrate 106 years at Angela's Furniture.
At McCrory Carpet One, they sell more than just carpet. If you walk on it, they carry it. Hardwood, laminate, vinyl, tile, stone, and more. Plus, experience their award-winning installation service on everything they sell. Because McCrory's sells more flooring than anyone else on the peninsula, and Carpet One stores sell more flooring nationally than anyone, they can say always priced right and always done right. McCrory Carpet One, serving the community since 1958.
Newsradio KONP, traffic and roads.
It's time to get our first look at traffic on a Thursday afternoon with Eric at Clallam Transit. Hello.
Hey, Pepper. Hello, everybody. Things are not bad out there at all. Our operators are in and around the city of Port Angeles on schedule. No reports of any accidents or disabled vehicles in this area. Bit of traffic in spots, but not too bad on the holiday. No active alerts from the DOT either. Nothing that's causing any major delays out there. 101, same type of deal between Sequim and PA. City of Sequim, they're looking pretty good at the beginning of their rush hour. No issues to report there. East of Sequim along 101 through Blinn, no problems to report there. All the way out to 104, it's looking good. 104 between 101 and the Hood Canal Bridge, also, I don't have anything to add there. Hood Canal Bridge showing open to vehicle traffic according to the DOT website. No scheduled closures for the evening. And 305 through Paulsbo, a little bit of traffic, not atypical for a weekday about this time and this time of year. And 305 through Bainbridge Island, same type of deal. It really is pretty light right now, and I have not had any reports of anything unusual out there. Bainbridge Island ferries have not reported any significant wait time, but do check their website for up-to-the-minute information. West of PA, our operators are maintaining schedule between Forks and Port Angeles along 101. They have not reported anything unusual out there, so no delays or anything else to report. At 112 through Joyce to the Lyre River, same type of deal, smooth sailing, in fact. And Nia Bay to Clallam Bay to Sappho. Our operator just reported from Nia Bay, and he's running schedule out there and has not had any problems. I hope everyone has a safe commute. Enjoy the rest of this beautiful Thursday afternoon. This is Eric live with Clallam Transit, KONP.
Thank you, Eric. That means the 420 Funny's next. It's brought to you today by Jose's Famous Salsa House in Sequim.
So in coming up with a new ad for Jose's Famous Salsa House, I thought, hey, why don't I go record people's reaction to their first bite of food? Sounded like a good idea. But this is all I'm allowed to play of that. Turns out the FCC thought we were making a brown chicken, brown cow kind of ad, because the audio was a bunch of, well, moans, for lack of a better word. Take it from this. You definitely need to try Jose's Famous Salsa House in Sequim, where the food leaves you satisfied.
Today's 420 Funny is brought to you by Dwayne Perkins, a very funny guy. Today, Dwayne says you can find anything on the internet on this edition of the 420 Funny.
It's fun being a comedian. It's a lot of fun. It's a lot of work, you know. I know it's crazy. It used to be, I don't think it was work before, but now it's a lot of work. Because you got to write jokes. That's easy, right? Kind of. But it's all the social media, people. It's just too much, man. Most people are great online, but you got some crazies out there. Some people are really cuckoo. And I don't need everyone to like me. I'm not about that. I don't need you to like me. I'm from Brooklyn. I'm good, right? But if you don't like me, I don't need you to tell me. You see what I'm saying? Like, just don't like me over there. But everyone's got... You know when the best time to be a performer was? It was the 80s. That was because it was like... There was TV, but there was separation, you know? Like say you hated Lionel Richie in the 80s. You had no way of telling Lionel Richie that you hated him. You had to eat that. Like, that was just something you had to just deal with. Maybe you could tell your friends, I hate Lionel Richie. Like, all right. You couldn't just call Lionel Richie up and be like, hello. Like, you couldn't do that. That was not an option. In fact, the only way you could tell Lionel Richie that you hated him in the 80s was to buy a ticket to a Lionel Richie show. A good ticket. First 10 rows so he could hear you. Right? You had to drop some serious 80s coin. Like $35. You had to pay $35 so you could be in the first 10 rows. You got there early. You were stretching. You were getting ready. He's like, when he comes out, I'm going to say, I hate you, Lionel Richie. I'm so excited. I'm going to mess up the whole show. He's going to know I hate him. He's going to know. Then he came out. He went right to some Commodore songs. You forgot he was with the Commodores. He was like, well, some of the Commodore stuff is actually pretty cool, though. I actually like... Okay, after the Commodore stuff, I'm going to say, I hate you, Lionel Richie. Then he did the song with Kenny Rogers. He was like, oh, I like that song, too, actually. All right. Right? Then he did We Are the World. He was like, oh, man, that's right. He wrote We Are the World. Man. After this, I'm saying. Then he did 2 other songs. You didn't even know it was Lionel Richie. About an hour and a half in, you're like, I think I love Lionel Richie, actually. And the problem with the internet is that you can't get kicked off. That's the real issue with it. You can do whatever you want today, come back, do it again. As a society, that's not how we set this thing up. The whole power we have to make everyone act right is we can ostracize you. We can send you to jail, right? We can send you to Australia. Like, wherever we need to send you, even in this room, we can kick you out, right? Internet, you come back the next day. Same problem with homeless people. You can't really tell homeless people what to do. You really can't, because they're already outside. You understand? You can't kick them more outside, is what I'm saying. Like, how do you threaten them, right? If you keep acting up, I'm gonna get you in an apartment. I swear, I'll pay your first and last month rent. Play games with me and see if I don't set you up in an apartment. But you gotta love the internet, because everything's on there. Everything's on. YouTube is like, I can't believe YouTube. It's the second search engine after Google, which is crazy when you think about it. Like, YouTube, everything is on YouTube. Like, if you grew up and you didn't know your father, okay? Don't hire an investigator. Don't do that. Go to YouTube and type my daddy, and your dad will pop up on YouTube doing the nay-nay. I promise you, he's there. Everything's on YouTube. It's an amazing thing. I'm telling you, 20 years from now, there won't be doctors. Just be YouTube. Like, your appendix is hurting, you'd be like, okay, which one of my friends has a steady hand? You bring up the YouTube. Skip the ad, dude, skip the ad. This is a pretty good deal, though. Let me bookmark it, I'll come back. Everything is on YouTube. My AC wasn't working, right? I went to the manufacturer's website, nothing. I go to YouTube, type in my AC, 3 or 4 guys pop up, teaching me how to fix my air conditioner. I was like, thanks, 3 or 4 guys. Yeah. One of the videos was in my apartment. I didn't know how he... And I was like, yeah, I was really appreciative. I was like, thank you, guys. But at the same time, I was like, who asked you to do this? Like, why was this your responsibility? I'm trying to... What, did you wake up at 2 a.m. in a cold sweat? Oh, my gosh. There's people out there that don't know how to fix the air conditioner filter. I've got to do it. I get all my music online, too, because the radio station, they play 4 songs all day. You know how that is. I actually heard Jay-Z on the radio recently, and the radio guy was talking to him. He was like, yo, Jay, what you feel about the music today, Jay? There's no good music, And Jay-Z was all like, well, there's good music out there. You just got to find it. You got to search for the music. So... It's your boy. So anyway, so think about what happened there. The radio station asked Jay-Z, where's the good music? Jay-Z told the radio station to find it. You're the radio station. Like, that would be like if you went to a restaurant, you call a chef over. Hey, chef, can I talk to you for a sec? Yeah, this food is awful. It's crap. And the chef was like, yeah. There's good food out there, though. You know what I mean? You gotta... We can't serve it, but do your homework. It's out there.
Dwayne Perkins on today's 420 Funny.
I spent 14 years in foster care, mostly in group homes. I slept in a lot of different rooms, but none of them really felt like mine.
There are more than 100,000 children in foster care waiting to be adopted. The Dave Thomas Foundation for Adoption is working to help find them a permanent home.
Now I have my own room, a place that's mine, and a family who loves and supports me.
If you have room in your home or your heart, see how you can help at davethomasfoundation.org.
Hi, this is John Holm, president of Tri-State Roofing, your local and family-owned company covering the entire Olympic Peninsula area. The difference with Tri-State Roofing is we separate ourselves with the quality of products we offer, customer service, including an A+ rating with the BBB, solid safety plans, and the best labor guarantees around. Call 360-208-2222.
Tri-State Roofing, we got you covered.
America Then and Now, a daily look at our unique heritage. In a moment, the launch of an iconic battleship. More after this.
He's coming. Here he goes. Surprise! Your table saw broke. Also, the warranty expired weeks ago, so you need to pay for a new one out of pocket.
At Progressive, we know small business owners don't usually like surprises because they cost you money. But a good surprise that could save you money? Getting a commercial auto quote from Progressive.
Oh, and the replacement part you ordered doesn't fit, so it's completely useless. What a waste.
Surprise yourself. See if you can save in as little as 7 minutes at ProgressiveCommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
It's Thursday, June 19th, 2025, and this is America Then and Now. This day in 1915 saw the launch of the newest battleship in the American fleet, the USS Arizona, following 15 months of construction. The launch, attended by 75,000 people, included Arizona Governor George W.P. Hunt and christened by Esther Ross with 2 bottles, one of which was filled with water from the Roosevelt Dam. The USS Arizona was transferred to the Pacific Fleet in the early 20s, and in 1940 the Arizona and the Pacific Fleet moved to Pearl Harbor, Hawaii, to serve as a deterrent to the expansion of the Japanese Empire. In 1964, the United States Senate passed a compromise bill followed quickly by the House, which would become the Civil Rights Act of 1964. And today in 1953, Julius and Ethel Rosenberg were executed at Sing Sing Prison in New York after being convicted of espionage in 1951 for passing nuclear secrets to the Soviet Union. The Rosenbergs were the only 2 American civilians executed for espionage activities during the Cold War. And that is America Then and Now. I'm Dusty Baker.
United Way works to create pathways to success for every young person in Clallam County. That's why we've partnered with Peninsula College to offer free help with student financial aid navigation. No clue how to begin paying for higher education? Let our educational attainment specialists connect you with a wide variety of aid from local, state, and federal sources. Get started by emailing collegeaccess@unitedwayclallam.org or calling 360-457-3011 today.
The Olympic Game Farm would like to say hats off to the class of 2025. A special congratulations goes out to Elizabeth Beebe from your family and your friends here at the Game Farm. You've got your entire future to look forward to, and these next few years will fly by. Don't miss those big opportunities to grow. We've watched you shine, and we know you'll continue to do so as you move down this path life is waiting for you, Elizabeth. Congratulations again to you and the rest of the graduating seniors.
ABC Entertainment News.
Just a day after the trailer for the Bruce Springsteen biopic dropped, the boss himself says he's got some new music in the works. Springsteen tells Rolling Stone that he's readying a new solo album, which he expects to come out next year. Next week, he'll debut Tracks 2, The Lost Albums, a compendium of unreleased music from Springsteen's back catalog. Lou Christie, the crooner behind songs like Lightnin' Strikes, has died from an unspecified illness, according to The Hollywood Reporter. Christie was 82. And the staff of Billboard is out with their list of the 75 best R&B singers of all time. Michael Jackson sits at number 3, Aretha Franklin is 2, and in the number 1 slot, 25-time Grammy winner Stevie Wonder. Mike Dubusky, ABC News.
When purchasing a home or land, nobody wants to inherit existing debts or legal issues that could interfere with their property rights in the future. That's why it's important to work with a local title insurance professional and protect your property rights with Owner's Title Insurance. Olympic Peninsula Title has been protecting the property rights of Clallam County customers for over 40 years. Put our team of professionals to work for you. For title insurance and escrow services, opt for Olympic Peninsula Title.
Breaking news this hour from townhall.com. I'm Keith Peters in Washington. President Trump has set a timeline for a U.S. decision on Iran.
The president has been talking about the possibility of joining Israel in strikes against Iran and its nuclear program.
You don't know that I'm going to even do it. You don't know. I may do it. I may not do it. I mean, nobody knows what I'm going to do.
White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt read a statement from the president.
Based on the fact that there's a substantial chance of negotiations that may or may not take place with Iran in the near future, I will make my decision whether or not to go within the next 2 weeks.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says the president will do what's best for America. Ed Donahue, Washington.
Israel's defense minister has threatened Iran's supreme leader after Iranian missiles on Thursday damaged a hospital in southern Israel and hit residential buildings near Tel Aviv. At least 240 people were wounded. Defense Minister Israel Katz blamed Iranian Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei and said this man absolutely should not continue to exist. Former State Department employee Gabriel Noronha says Iran now finds itself isolated.
No one wants to come and start a war with Israel or the United States if we hit Iran. Russia has abandoned Iran. China's abandoned Iran. The Arabs are rooting us on behind the scenes. And so Iran has lost its proxies, and they have no leverage anymore.
Noronha was interviewed by the Salem Radio Network. Ground's been broken in Virginia for the rebuilding of one of the nation's oldest black churches. Thursday's Juneteenth ceremony was at Colonial Williamsburg, a museum that owns the land where the church stood. First Baptist Church of Williamsburg officially established itself in 1776. Its free and enslaved congregants erected their first meeting house around 1805. More at townhall.com.
The following is not an actor, but a real-life story from Trinity Debt Management.
Hi, my name's Neil. I have some advice for you if you've been trying to break free from credit card debt. You can start by doing what I did. Get your bills together and call Trinity Debt Management. Trinity is dedicated to helping people like me become debt-free. When I called, my first experience was a feeling of relief. My counselor was kind, and best of all, she didn't judge me. In just a few minutes, she helped me figure out a plan that consolidated all my bills into one lower monthly payment. This substantially reduced my high interest rates and put me on the road to success. In the end, I saved thousands in interest, and today, my credit card debt is a thing of the past.
If credit card debt has you down, call Trinity at 1-800-990-6976.
My name is Neil. Take it from someone who's been there. Call Trinity and become debt-free for keeps.
1-800-990-6976.
A U.S. senator says Iran has the power to end its war with Israel immediately, if only it will give up its nuclear program. Bob Agnew reports.
Senator Dave McCormick says he's been asking around in the international community, and one thing's perfectly clear.
Nobody thinks that it is plausible or acceptable that Iran would have a nuclear weapon.
McCormick says the door is still open for the regime to become a regional partner for peace.
But if they cling on to the notion that they're going to maintain a nuclear capability, we have to take it out now. It's a once-in-a-generation opportunity, and we should stand with Israel and support them in doing so.
Senator McCormick was interviewed by the Salem Radio Network. Bob Agnew reporting.
President Donald Trump on Thursday signed an executive order to keep TikTok running in the U.S. for another 90 days. News and analysis at townhall.com. From Washington, I'm Keith Peters. A SpaceX rocket explodes in Texas. Correspondent Donna Warder reports.
A SpaceX rocket being tested exploded Wednesday night in Texas, sending a fireball into the sky. SpaceX says its Starship experienced a major anomaly around 11 p.m. Wednesday while on the test stand. It was getting ready for the 10th flight test at Starbase, Elon Musk's SpaceX launch site on the southern tip of Texas. SpaceX says there was no danger to nearby communities, and it's asking people to stay away from the site. Audio courtesy of Andrew C. of Rocket Future. I'm Donna Warder.
The Los Angeles Dodgers organization says it asked U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement agents to leave the Dodgers Stadium grounds after they arrived at a parking lot near one of the gates. More on these stories at townhall.com.
You're listening to KONP's Afternoon News, brought to you by Steve Meffner, your State Farm insurance agent in Port Angeles. Thanks for joining us on this Juneteenth. I hope it's going well for you. Pepper Fisher with you from the KONP newsroom. After a quick break, we'll come back with your weather forecast and SRN Sports.
You have a neighborhood auto parts store in Sequim ready to help. Such as when you're getting your trailer set up for the season, rely on A1 Auto Parts and Marine to keep your outdoor adventure on the road. Trailer brakes, axles, bearings, even a hydraulic hose fix. A1 Auto will custom make hydraulic hose while you wait. Find the experts at A1 Auto Parts and Marine to help keep your Northwest adventure moving.
Welcome back to the entertainment calendar at KONP Radio Pacific. Today, let's start with Blue Hole Gallery in Sequim. They have another Writers' Read event on the 18th of June from 2 to 3 p.m. The theme this time is ekphrastic, an ancient technique from Greece that describes art through words. Just down the street on Saturday, June 21st, Oasis has the legendary Bread and Gravy performing in their restaurant from 8 p.m. to 1 a.m. Oasis always has something going on to brighten up your weekend for late-night entertainment. Moving over to Studio Bob, they are hosting the Pride on the Pier celebration in honor of June's Pride Month. On June 21st from 7 to 10 p.m., the adults-only Pride Prom will have DJ Last Eye spinning hits from the 80s and 90s at the tip of the hat to the Wizard of Oz. Field Arts and Events Hall, once again, has two back-to-back events starting with the titled Hog Wild Goes to Moulin Rouge, a fundraiser presented by the North Olympic Healthcare Network and Kitsap Bank for the 13th year in a row. On June 28th at 5 p.m., the show is described as a touch of Cirque du Soleil and European Circus. On the 27th, from 6 to 8 p.m. in the Sunset Lounge of Field Arts, Mike and Darcy Riggin are hosting a free karaoke night called Mic Drop. And finally, another main event, Eraserhead on the 29th from 7 to 9 p.m., a story about the protagonist Henry, a lonely man living in an apartment surrounded by industrial gloom, who marries a woman he got pregnant named Mary X. Things take a serious turn, however, when the baby comes out as a bizarre lizard creature that won't stop crying. Eraserhead is a summer tribute to David Lynch. That's it for this week, and part of the fourth week. Check in with KONP News Radio again soon for more entertainment update. I'm Augustus Stone, and I'll see you next time.
Mount Pleasant IGS is full of your favorite snacks. We like to call them the official snack headquarters of baseball season, with the big stuff like corn dogs, burritos, and egg rolls, to your sides, like chips, dips, corn nuts, and popcorn. They even have a whole produce section filled with fruits and vegetables. Did you know Mount Pleasant IGS has its own liquor counter, too? No need to stop by the big box store when they've got everything you need right in one spot. Mount Pleasant IGS, your neighborhood country store.
It's been a dry and warm June, but the Northwest's famous January is going to stick its head through the door for a couple of days. We are expecting some rain tonight with a low of 47. Tomorrow, rain likely with a high in the upper 50s. Rain likely on Saturday as well, a high around 60. Then we get back to the dry, sunny days for Sunday and Monday. It's 61 degrees in Port Angeles.
Thinking about updating your bath or shower? Let's talk facts. Bathfitter's the original. We own the whole process, from design to manufacturing to installation. We deliver the best quality product at a great value for you. And we don't play games with your dollar. Bathfitter, why would you choose anyone else? Now offering 0% interest for 24 months, and for a limited time, we will pay your sales tax. Call Bathfitter today or go to bathfitternw.com.
With SRN Sports, I'm Jason Walker. Bus Family has agreed to sell the controlling stake of the Los Angeles Lakers to TWG Global CEO Mark Walter. How about $10 billion? That's the most ever for a professional sports franchise. And keep this in mind, a little more than 50 years ago, an unknown man named George Steinbrenner purchased the New York Yankees from CBS. Price tag for the entire team, $10 million. Stanley Cup is a little banged up thanks to the Florida Panthers' celebration of back-to-back titles. The bowl of the famous trophy has been cracked. The bottom is dented. The cup has been damaged a number of times, and it's considered fairly easy, though, to repair it. This is SRN Sports. Baseball action. Here we go in the interleague play. Cincinnati 4, Minnesota 2. Toronto beat Arizona 8-1. Cleveland over San Francisco 4-2. A pair of games, Pittsburgh at Detroit and St. Louis taking on the White Sox in Chicago. Both of those games were rained out. In the American League, Boston 3, Seattle 1. Angels beat the Yankees again 3-2. It was Tampa Bay over Baltimore 12-8. Now in that game, the Rays overcame an 8-run deficit early in the game. Kansas City knocked off Texas 6-3. Houston beat the Athletics 11-4. In the National League, one game postponed because of rain. That was Milwaukee and the Cubs. Colorado beat Washington 3-1. Philadelphia 4, Miami 2. Atlanta shut out the Mets 5-0. The Dodgers took care of San Diego 4-3. This is SRN Sports.
The staff of Sequim Valley Chapel want to congratulate Bryant LeBoy and his peers at Sequim High School, as well as the entirety of the 2025 graduating classes. As you embark on the next phase of your life, we wish you all the support, love, and success that you deserve. Whether you're on an adventure or staying close to home, we want to remind you to protect yourself and those you love. Call someone if you need help or a ride home. The world deserves to have you in it. Sequim Valley Chapel, because your loved ones deserve the best.
From ABC News Tech Trends, hot on the heels of Apple showing off iOS 26, Google is now rolling out the latest version of its smartphone software with Android 16. But Android authorities C. Scott Brown says it's a little bare bones right now.
What Google has done for the first time is sort of released the framework of Android, a new version of it. And then over the next few months, we're going to see more and more things added to it as time goes on.
One of those upcoming features is live updates, which are notifications designed to help you track things like sports scores and navigation.
You know, your Uber Eats order, your Uber ride, anything where there's like a progression of real-time information can now appear in these notifications.
There's also a refreshed design in the works.
It's all really subtle stuff, like the status bar icons are a little different. There's a lot more transparency, so when you pull down the notification shade, you can see your wallpaper behind the notification shade.
With Tech Trends, I'm Mike Dubusky, ABC News.
Newsradio KONP Business.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. After a slow start to the year and a box office comeback in April and May, it could be lights, camera, action for the summer movie business.
It's going to be a massive July for theaters.
Paul DeGarabedian, senior media analyst at ComScore, says that's because
Elio, skipping school.
On top of the PG film Elio out this weekend, there's also
July 2nd, Jurassic World Rebirth, and then on July 11, Superman, the new Superman movie. I mean, those two films alone represent potentially two of the biggest films of the year.
And then
we're being attacked!
Smurfs, coming the week after Superman, followed by I Know What You Did Last Summer and the Fantastic Four First Steps, and then the new Brad Pitt film, F1.
It's just a nonstop barrage of big films.
And Garabedian says this summer's box office sales could race ahead to $4.2 billion after slumping to $3.7 billion last year. Denise Pellegrini, Bloomberg Radio.
I'll be right back with a traffic report.
McCrory Carpet One is part of a 1,000-store co-op. That means you get the competitive pricing of a big box store, but with a superior installation. Their team of professional installers are all employees who live here on the peninsula. Their installation teams take pride in their work because they know they're working for their neighbors and friends. Local craftsmen helping local people. Experience the difference. Always priced right and always done right at McCrory Carpet One.
The premium compact powerhouse is here. The new MT225S from LS Tractor. 25 horsepower, 2-pedal hydrostatic transmission, and a highly featured operator platform. Now available with dealer-installed cab. All backed by the legendary LS Tractor warranty. Demo the new MT225S at your local dealer today.
Find the perfect LS Tractor for you at Leitz Farm Supply in Sequim. Locally owned and operated. Call Leitz at 360-452-1400.
LS Tractor, simply more.
Newsradio KONP, traffic and roads.
Okay, travelers, Eric is standing by to give us a traffic report. Hello, Eric.
Hey, Pepper. Hello, everybody. Let's check it out. City of Port Angeles. Right now, our operators are in and around town on schedule. There are no reports of any accidents or disabled vehicles in this area, nor any active alerts from the DOT that are causing any kind of delays out here. Things are going pretty smooth in the city, and the same type of deal on 101 between Sequim and PA. I see no problems out there. City of Sequim reaching the height of their rush hour right now, but still not a problem out there. Might be a little slower than usual, but I don't see any major delays there either. East of Sequim, 101 looks good out through Blinn, all the way to 104. 104 is looking good out to the Hood Canal Bridge. Hood Canal Bridge showing open to vehicle traffic, according to the DOT website, with no scheduled closures for the evening. 305 through Paulsbo, pretty typical for this time of day, this time of year. No problems on 305 all the way down to Agate Pass. 305 through Bainbridge Island, also looking pretty light at the moment, so I don't see any problems out there either. Bainbridge Island ferries have not reported any significant wait time, but do check their website for that information up to the minute. West of Port Angeles, Forks to PA along 101, our operators are on schedule, have not reported anything unusual there, nor have they reported anything out on 112, and they seem to be smoothly sailing through Joyce out to the Lyre River on that highway. Nia Bay to Clallam Bay to Sappho, we're looking good out there too, and there have not been anything out. There's been nothing out of the ordinary reported there either. I hope everyone has a safe commute. Enjoy the rest of this beautiful Thursday afternoon. This is Eric live with Clown Transit for KONP.
John Tesh, and coming up, if you want to impress a hiring manager, what employers really want to see is that you're a passionate person. I'll explain how to demonstrate that next in today's Intelligence for Your Life Minute.
If you have summer plans, then make Macy's Summer Style Sale your first stop. That's because you'll find amazing deals on exactly what you need to make any summer occasion feel like a getaway. Whether you're headed to the beach or your friend's backyard, we're talking matching sets, airy linen, swimsuits, cover-ups, and so much more for 25 to 50% off. Yeah, up to half off. So no matter where you're going, head to the Summer Style Sale going on now at Macy's. Savings off already reduced prices. Exclusions apply.
So if you're interviewing for a new job, the good news is the hiring manager wants to like you, because the sooner they can fill the position, the sooner they can move on. So here are some tips from the former editor-in-chief of Glamour and Self magazine, Cindy Liv. Be into something. Most companies don't care where you went to college. What they do care about is that you're a passionate person, whether it's a book club, a blog about your favorite hobby, those kind of things. They want something that shows you're a doer and that you make things happen. It's also good to highlight any team sports you participate in. It shows you work well with others. Solo sports are good too, especially something like a marathon. If you can train for and complete an endurance competition, it proves you have inner drive. I'm John Tesh with today's Intelligence for Your Life Minute.
Fair weather turns our thoughts to outdoor projects. Hi, this is Clallam PUD, and we want you to be safe so you can enjoy the results of your hard work. It's easy. Call 811 2 business days before any work involving digging so underground utilities can be properly located and marked. Visit clallampud.net for more safety tips about outdoor projects and more. Clallam County PUD, bringing energy to life.
How do you do? I'm Jay Arnold with the June 19th Arnold Almanac. Next.
Do you have Medicare and do you use a CPAP machine? Using a clean CPAP mask and clean supplies is important to staying healthy. Medicare will pay for you to have new clean supplies every 90 days. Just make this free phone call right now to get started.
Sponsored by Specialty Medical. 800-896-7012. 800-896-7012. That's 800-896-7012.
Vaya con Dios, my darling.
1963, Les Paul and Mary Ford separate just as Swingin' South, their last LP together, is released. They divorced in 1964. 1976, the Bay City Rollers starts its first American tour with a show in Atlantic City. 1977, Marty Robbins gets a flat tire and then runs out of gas on lap 193, finishing 13th out of 36 in Cam 2 Motor Oil 400 at Michigan International Speedway. Cale Yarborough was the winner, by the way. Yay! 1980, David Geffen forms Geffen Records, with Donna Summer the first artist to sign with the label. Geffen's first hit was Summer's. 2014, Jerry Goffin, co-writer of over 50 enduring top 40 hits, many with then-wife Carole King, dies in Los Angeles of natural causes. He was 75.
DJ Jack. 1961. Moody River, your muddy water took my baby's life.
Pat Boone's sixth and final chart topper, June 19, 1961.
Jay Arnold, more than music.
Todd Ortloff hosts the noon news weekdays on KONP.
Don't become a victim of Medicare fraud. Medicare never makes cold calls, so when someone calls you and says they're from Medicare, hang up. If you get an offer for free medical equipment or services, toss it. When you get your medical statement, read it. And if anything looks suspicious, report it to the Senior Medicare Patrol with Sheba at 1-800-562-6900. That's 1-800-562-6900. Sheba's a free, unbiased service of the Washington State Office of the Insurance Commissioner.
I am a radio commercial. You can't see me, but that doesn't mean we can't have a one-on-one conversation. I can be intimate. I can be bold. I can be used to tell you about a one-day-only sale! Or about why my family trusts a particular person or product. You and I can chat daily or sometimes just on the weekend, but we never stop communicating. I may make you laugh. I can make you ponder. And sometimes I can bring just a hint of a tear to your eye. You'll find me lots of places, your car, your home, inside a store, on the beach. Where you won't find me is in a landfill, wrapped around fish, or at the bottom of a birdcage. I'm a radio commercial, and I could be yours.
To open a dialogue between you and your customers, call us today, 360-457-1450. Local radio, local listeners, professional marketing. Newsradio KONP, Port Angeles, Sequim.
Celebrating 80 years of trusted news and local connections. This is Newsradio KONP, Port Angeles, Sequim, a Radio Pacific station.
From ABC News, I'm Dave Packer. A critical decision. President Trump has set a new timeline for any potential U.S. action in Iran, which continues to exchange missile attacks with Israel. The White House says the president will make a decision within the next 2 weeks. ABC's Mary Bruce has more from the White House.
For the third day in a row, the president hunkered down in the Situation Room, deciding whether the U.S. will take direct action against Iran. A source familiar telling ABC News a key factor weighing on the president's decision, the time needed for additional U.S. military assets to arrive in the region to defend American interests if needed. It could take several more days. One carrier strike group still in Virginia.
Some 60 million Americans are in the path for dangerous weather just ahead of an extreme heat wave expected to take over much of the country. ABC's Stephanie Ramos in New York.
A severe weather system sweeping into the Northeast, bringing potentially damaging winds and flooding. The storms forcing ground stops at airports in Washington, D.C., Baltimore, and Newark. Hundreds of flights canceled, thousands delayed. Winds gusting to more than 60 miles an hour. The system leaving a trail of damage as it crossed the central U.S. Heavy rain and winds downing tree limbs in Indianapolis.
Right there! Oh!
At least 12 reported tornadoes across 4 states since Wednesday afternoon.
And a 15-year-old boy struck by lightning this afternoon in New York City Central Park rushed to the hospital where he's in stable condition. In Tenafly, New Jersey.
Welcome home, Idan. We are so happy you are here. Woo!
A big welcome for Idan Alexander. He was believed to be the last living American hostage held in the Gaza Strip, freed from Hamas captivity last month in a deal brokered by the White House. On this Juneteenth national holiday, President Trump complaining on social media that there are, quote, too many non-working holidays in America. The president claimed that it is costing the country billions of dollars and workers do not support it either. You're listening to ABC News.
If you need to hire, it seems like the whole process can be exhausting. You search resumes, wait for the right candidates to apply, set up initial interviews. It's a lot of time and work. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates for your job the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. Zip Intro is super easy to use. You simply pick a time, and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you can choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day. Best of all, you save time and energy.
Try Zip Intro for free right now at this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. Zip Intro. Post jobs today. Talk to qualified candidates tomorrow. Once again, go to ZipRecruiter.com/free to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Former President Obama on Tuesday said the United States is dangerously close to normalizing behavior from government officials that is not compatible with liberal democracy and consistent with autocracies.
It's consistent with places that hold elections but do not otherwise observe what we think of as a fair system in which everybody's voice matters and people have a seat at the table and there are checks and balances and nobody's above the law.
The former president speaking at the Connecticut Forum. Concern is growing on the Korean Peninsula after North Korea launched more than a dozen rockets. South Korea's Ministry of Defense says that North Korea fired the rockets from an area just north of Pyongyang into the Yellow Sea this morning. U.S. and South Korean intelligence officials are analyzing the launches. It's the latest in a series of incidents for SpaceX. Its Starship rocket exploding in Texas during a test.
SpaceX posting on X, the Starship preparing for the 10th flight test experienced a major anomaly while on a test stand, and all personnel are safe and accounted for. The Starship is crucial to SpaceX plans to eventually send humans to Mars. For his part, SpaceX owner Elon Musk posting on X, his social media website, quote, just a scratch. Zoreen Shah, ABC News, Los Angeles.
I'm Dave Packer, ABC News.
Offer not valid in all states or where prohibited by law. Loans are subject to lender approval. See website for details.
Honey, the credit card bill came, and we're maxed out.
Maxed out cards, rent is due. We just need some extra cash to help us get by.
Maybe we should go to 27cash.com.
With our bad credit?
27cash.com is one of the largest personal loan networks. They can help people with any type of credit get up to $5,000, and cash can hit our bank account as soon as tomorrow.
When you need extra cash, go to 27cash.com. That's 27cash.com. 27cash.com.
This is the Peninsula's Afternoon News.
The Afternoon News is brought to you by Steve Methner, your State Farm insurance agent in Port Angeles. Hello, friends. Thanks for joining us on this Thursday, Juneteenth. This is Pepper Fisher with you from the KONP newsroom. Washington State is experiencing a significant rise in pertussis cases. The Department of Health reported over 2,200 confirmed or probable cases last year. That's a 25-fold increase from the 87 cases in 2023. As of May 31st, over 1,300 cases have already been reported. That is May 1st to 31st of this year. Clallam and Jefferson counties, which had no cases in 2023, have seen notable spikes. Clallam has reported 8 cases this year. That's 10.2 per 100,000 people. Jefferson County has 13 cases, or 38.9 per 100,000. That's one of the highest rates statewide. Health officials attribute the increase to declining childhood vaccination rates. Pertussis, also known as whooping cough, is a contagious bacterial illness marked by severe coughing spells. It poses the greatest risk to infants younger than a year old who may struggle to breathe and face life-threatening complications. The Department of Health recommends timely vaccination, particularly for infants, pregnant individuals in the 3rd trimester, seniors, and those with weakened immune systems or chronic respiratory conditions. Early treatment with antibiotics can ease symptoms and limit the disease's spread. Travel on a Washington State ferry is going to cost more this fall and even more next spring. How much more became a little clearer on Tuesday when a state transportation panel settled on a schedule to increase fares by 3% on October 1st and another 3% on May 1st of next year. The Washington State Transportation Commission also recommended hiking this summer season surcharge to 35% on all routes and on a trial basis, extending the life of multi-ride passes to 120 days starting next May. They now expire after 90 days. If you want to share your feelings about all of this, public comment will be accepted online through August 5th. A virtual public hearing is going to be held the next day, August 6th, with the commission then voting on a final fare hike. Those increases would be in addition to actions that were already taken earlier this year by state lawmakers and Governor Ferguson. They agreed to hike the capital surcharge that's tacked onto each ticket to $1 starting this coming October 1st. It's now 50 cents. The money from that is used to fund construction of new state ferries. And a surprise second eyewitness has emerged in the Idaho student murders case and could testify against Brian Kohberger at trial later this year. A woman claiming to be the Idaho DoorDash driver who dropped off food to victim Xana Kernodle minutes before the home invasion stabbing spree killed her, her boyfriend, and 2 roommates, has emerged as an unexpected eyewitness to testify at Kohberger's upcoming murder trial, and she told police she saw him at the scene. The purported driver revealed herself in a police body cam video from an alleged DUI stop that was taken last September and then posted weeks later to a YouTube account. Web sleuths picked up on it, and her connection to the Kohberger case was reported in the Idaho Statesman on Tuesday of this week. The woman says in the body cam video, quote, "I have to testify in a big murder case here because I'm the DoorDash driver." An officer asks which case, and she says, "The murder case with the college girls. I'm the DoorDash driver. I saw Brian there. I parked right next to him." End quote. She's not named in the redacted court documents and may suffer from credibility issues after police in Pullman accused her of driving while high on drugs. Meanwhile, in this case, the judge handling the trial said he would consider the defense team's request to delay the proceedings, but warned attorneys on both sides to be ready to go late next month. 4th District Judge Stephen Hippler said yesterday that he would issue a written ruling on the trial timing very soon. I'll have more news after these messages.
Hey there, Don Riling with Olympic Hot Tub. Get ready to save big on the hot tub of your dreams during our mid-year clearance spectacular. One weekend only, June 28th and 29th from 9 to 6 at our Auburn warehouse. Incredible savings on one-of-a-kind saltwater hot spring spas, plus deep discounts on pre-owned tubs, swim spas, and saunas. Do not miss this. OlympicHotTub.com. Better you, better life.
Olympic Hot Tub.
Hi, this is John Holm, president of Tri-State Roofing, your local and family-owned company. If you're interested in a metal roof, prices are going up across the country, but we receive volume discounts through the manufacturer, and we pass that savings on to you. Act now and call 360-208-2222. Financing is available.
Tri-State Roofing, we got you covered.
Hello, I'm a disabled veteran, and thanks to Sarge's Veteran Support, I live at Minsky Place in Sequim. Are you spring cleaning or downsizing? Turn your unused items into homes for heroes. Sarge's Veteran Support's thrift store in Forks accepts donations of furniture, household goods, antiques, and collectibles, all to fund housing for veterans across the Olympic Peninsula. Visit sargesveteransupport.org to learn more. Your generosity will change lives.
Also in the news today, Chelan County Sheriff Mike Morrison says his office continues to treat Travis Decker, the suspect in the triple homicide of his daughters, as alive and actively evading capture nearly 3 weeks into an expansive manhunt. Law enforcement agents are investigating several new leads, including a reported sighting near the unincorporated community of Teanaway in Kittitas County. Other reports place Decker in the Alpine Lakes wilderness near Ingalls Creek, where a hiker was seen behaving unusually. Authorities say the fugitive's potential reach may have expanded, in fact, citing unconfirmed reports as far away as Texas, Canada, and England. FBI behavioral science analysts have developed a psychological profile of Decker to assist in anticipating his movements. And you can add to all that, they are now taking input from psychics about his possible whereabouts. Sheriff Morrison said the manhunt is expected to shift toward a longer-term strategy. National Guard air support will continue through the week, while drone support from Spokane Police is under consideration. And Island County Sheriff's deputies are releasing more information on an illegal fireworks operation that caused that explosion that left one person dead in Oak Harbor. Crews responded to a massive fire at a home on Strawberry Point Road on June 17th. 2 people were able to get out safely, but one was killed in the explosion. A preliminary investigation suggested that 42-year-old Mark Fakema was manufacturing fireworks in a shop attached to the home when a detonation occurred. Island County Sheriff's deputies said there is no record of Fakema having a license to manufacture fireworks. And even if he did, the amount and explosive potential of the products would make them classified as improvised explosives rather than fireworks. Deputies say there were about 2 pounds of fireworks that caused the explosion and the fire. A search of Fakema's home also uncovered 25 pounds of illegal explosive devices and a cargo container full of commercial fireworks. According to deputies, it appears that Fakema was dismantling the commercial fireworks in his kitchen to obtain materials for building his devices. That investigation is ongoing. And a Bellevue man was sentenced to 35 years in prison for multiple charges, including human trafficking and promoting prostitution, after he was caught bragging on social media about the amount of money he made from being a pimp. The Bellevue Police Department began its investigation last year after discovering potential signs of human trafficking when responding to a domestic violence call. The department used social media posts by Cedric Dorsey to build the case against him. The 32-year-old Dorsey trafficked women for sex and would use violence against them to control them. When Bellevue officers used a warrant to search Dorsey's home, they found 3 firearms, including an AK-47, alongside of $12,000 in cash. Again, he's now been sentenced to 35 years in prison. I'll have weather and sports next.
Hello, everyone. It's Caitlin at Airport Garden Center. I am here with Autumn to share an exciting announcement about a new service offered at our garden center. Autumn, tell us all about it.
Thanks, Caitlin. I would like to introduce our new custom planter service. We would love to make you a unique planter that fits your style and your budget. Bring us your own pots or choose from our wide selection of ceramic pottery, hanging planters, and rustic garden beds. choose your own flowers, or let us pick for you. Our expert designers will plant it all up with our premium organic soil and fertilizer. Pick up your planter at the garden center, or we will deliver it to you with no extra charge within our delivery areas. Call or email us for a quote and let us make you something spectacular.
Sounds great, Autumn. Come see us or contact us at 360-457-8462 or online at www.airportgarden.biz.
Olympic Game Farm is the place for you. Better than the circus or a day at the zoo. There's llamas and there's lions and a race for you. Olympic Game Farm is the place for you. Say hello to a buffalo, stick out his tongue. This place is just amazing for the old and the young. These zebras or a tiger might catch your eye. They've even got a bear who will wave goodbye. It's so much fun, so bring your dad and your mom. Look us up at onlygamefarm.com.
Well, the first couple of weeks of June have been fantastic. But January is going to show up in town for a couple of days, starting tonight. In fact, there's a 30% chance of rain and mostly cloudy skies tonight. Tomorrow, rain likely, mostly cloudy. That's going to be our Friday with highs just in the upper 50s. Friday night, rain likely, and Saturday as well. It's going to be mostly cloudy. We'll see some rain, and we'll get a high of about 60 degrees. And then by Sunday, we're back to beautiful, mostly sunny weather with highs in the mid to upper 60s. That includes Monday as well. It's 61 degrees.
I'm Christine Lisi. An NBA champion could be crowned tonight. League MVP, scoring champ Shai Gilgeous-Alexander and the Thunder just one win away from hoisting the Larry O'Brien Trophy. And they'll look to get that win tonight when they visit the Pacers in Game 6 of the NBA Finals. In closeout games this postseason, SGA and the Thunder 3-1, and he's averaging 34.8 points on 60% shooting. He's not the only reason, though. It'll be tough for Indiana to hold off OKC tonight, explains ESPN NBA insider Brian Windhorst.
The Thunder look like they've found a game plan that's very successful. What I mean is going back to the starting lineup with the double bigs, Isaiah Hartenstein and Chet Holmgren, and then using Holmgren as a switch big man late in the game, and finding a way to get an incredibly effective two-man game with Shai Gilgeous-Alexander and Jalen Williams. Williams playing point guard for parts of the game, and then later on using as the screener. 71 points in the last game. The two of them have both averaged over 30 points the last 3 games.
Game 6 of the NBA Finals, 7:30 Eastern ESPN Radio, 8:30 Eastern ABC. Former Rutgers guard Ace Bailey canceled tomorrow's visit to the 76ers, reports ESPN's Jonathan Givony. He's the number 3 prospect on ESPN's big board. Philly, which has the 3rd overall pick in next week's NBA draft, hasn't ruled out selecting Bailey despite his canceled visit. He's the only U.S.-based prospect yet to visit any NBA teams. 5-time All-Pro linebacker, former first-round pick C.J. Mosley on his 33rd birthday, announced he is retiring from the NFL after 10 seasons. He was taken 17th overall by Baltimore in 2014. NHL, the Stars re-signed forward Matt Duchene to a 4-year, $18 million contract. He was the team's leading scorer this season.
The electric stove, the refrigerator, the vacuum. All advances in technology that had a profound impact on society. But the creation of one specific device brought the world together. And you're listening to it. With the invention of the radio, advertisers soon realized the power of marketing to a mass audience. And one advertiser took advantage of radio's true strength. On Christmas Eve, 1926, the first radio jingle was broadcast. And soon, the struggling Washburn-Crosby Company and their little cereal became the most popular brand in America. Since then, advertisers have used jingles and radio to stay at the top of your mind. And you have the chance to do the same. Make that lasting connection with your future customers. Call 457-1450 to find out how affordable radio really is and how easy it is to be a part of it. Radio Pacific, a multi-station radio network.
Newsradio KONP Business.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. Small businesses often use short-term bank loans to get cash to make payroll, but with gold prices hitting record highs this year and banks tightening lending lately, a growing number are using gold chains and rings as collateral for loans instead.
Business owners are using the old gold jewelry, not just a keepsake, but it's a working capital that they could use to fund and run their businesses.
And Gene Furman of King Golden Pawn calls it a new lending ecosystem.
They come in, they pawn the jewelry, they come in a week later when they get paid or, accounts receivables, and they pick it up.
With a broad range of business owners doing it.
From the barber shop to delivery shop, anybody who needs to cover their payroll.
Some consumer advocates warn pawning your stuff is risky. Furman says people are bringing anything of value they can think of.
Anything precious metal or value, watches, cars, anything could be turned into the financial instrument to be pawned.
Denise Pellegrini, Bloomberg Radio.
We'll check traffic in a minute.
Hi, this is John at Angelo's Furniture. I'd like to personally invite you to share in the fun and savings all month long as we celebrate 106 years. Serving you is our #1 priority, and that's why we're still here. Stop by and check out our incredible anniversary deals. And while you're here, enter our drawings. We've got a new Beauty Rest mattress worth up to $4,000, $2,000 in-store credit, or a new stressless recliner worth up to $39.95. Help us celebrate 106 years in business at Angelo's Furniture.
Growing your family is an exciting journey, and the labor and delivery team at Olympic Medical Center is here to walk it with you. Our team tailors your birthing experience with you, offering the choice and security you're looking for from the comfort of OMC's Birth Center. Learn more about OMC's team of obstetricians, nurse midwives, RNs, lactation consultants, and more at olympicmedical.org/Stork Squad.
Newsradio KONP, traffic and roads.
It's time once again to check in with Eric at Clallam Transit for a look at your Thursday afternoon commute. Eric, what do we know?
Hey, Pepper. Hello, everybody. Let's check it out. City of Port Angeles. Right now, we're at the height of our rush hour, so it is bustling in the thriving metropolis that is PA. Our operators, however, are on schedule in and around town. No reports of any accidents, nor disabled vehicles, nor any active alerts from DOT. Nothing that's causing any delays out there have been reported, so things look pretty good right now. Same goes for 101 between Sequim and PA, and the city of Sequim. They're over the hump right now, so things should be smoothing out there, and nothing has been reported since the last report, so things look good out there. East of Sequim through Blinn on 101, no problems all the way out to 104. 104, it's also showing pretty clear out to the Hood Canal Bridge. No problems that are causing delays have been reported there. Hood Canal Bridge is showing open to vehicle traffic with no scheduled closures to the evening. That's according to the DOT website. 305 through Paulsbo right now, good as well. In fact, pretty light for this time of day, this time of year. No problems to report there. 305 through Bainbridge Island also is looking pretty easy right now. You shouldn't have any delays down through the Bainbridge Island area. Bainbridge Island ferries have not reported any significant wait time, but do check their website for that information as it's up to the minute. West of PA, our operators are maintaining schedule between Forks and Port Angeles along 101. Have not reported anything out there. Joyce, 112 through Joyce to the Lyre River, smooth sailing as usual, and Nia Bay to Clallam Bay to Sappho. We're on schedule in those areas, and our operators have not reported anything unusual there either. I hope everyone has a safe commute. Enjoy the rest of this beautiful Thursday afternoon. This is Eric live with Clallam Transit for KONP.
Now, the Success Journal. Here's Chris Whitting.
Everyone had to admit, young Ralph was obsessed with cars. At age 12, Ralph built a car with a one-cylinder engine, but there were much bigger things ahead. Within a few short years, Ralph landed a job at a company that made engine parts for some of the giants of the automotive world, including General Motors. But one day, an unsteady car ride gave Ralph the idea of a lifetime. He was a passenger in a car being driven by a man who kept speeding up and then slowing down. That rough, jerky ride inspired Ralph to head for his workbench. There, he designed a new product that guaranteed a steady ride. He named it the Speedo-Stat, but you know it better as cruise control. It put Ralph Teeter on the road to riches. With the Success Journal, I'm Chris Whitting.
Texting enrolls you into recurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym for a while.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone.
Lower T?
Yeah, I went through it a while back. Once you hit 40, your body has less free testosterone. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that ad on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The key ingredient is something called Tesnor, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again, at work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text.
Text ALL to 321-321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T, the #1 selling testosterone booster at GNC. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast. Absolutely free. Text ALL to 321-321. That's ALL to 321-321.
You've changed thousands of diapers, cut off hundreds of crusts, played hours of peekaboo and duck duck goose because you'd do anything for your kids. That's why it's so important to protect them with life insurance from State Farm. Steve Methner State Farm will help make it easy and affordable for you to protect your family no matter what the future holds. Because for the people you do anything for, life insurance could mean everything. Call Steve Methner State Farm in Port Angeles today. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
A Better Life with Dr. Sanjay Gupta.
For nearly a decade now, the Mediterranean diet has been voted the best overall diet by U.S. News & World Report. It can benefit your health in a number of ways, not the least of which is reducing your risk of cancer. That's in part due to the weight that many people lose on the Mediterranean diet. But, according to a new study out of Spain, other mechanisms, reduced inflammation, improved metabolic health, or even dietary interactions with your microbiome could also be responsible for the protective effects. Now, if you want to see some of these benefits when you're planning your meals or your snacks, put a heavier emphasis on fruits and vegetables, whole grains, beans, seeds, nuts. One bit of advice: rather than making sweeping changes to your diet all at once, try and make some of these changes slowly. Build on your success. I'm Dr. Sanjay Gupta, helping you live a better life.
Millions of Americans take medicine like Ozempic and Zepbound. Many of them are overpaying by thousands of dollars a year. These GLP-1 medications for diabetes, weight loss, and more may not always be covered by your insurance, but GoodRx can help. GoodRx helps you save every month on prescriptions at over 70,000 pharmacies nationwide. Best of all, it's free to use. Check GoodRx to save on GLP-1s. Just go to goodrx.com/GLP. That's goodrx.com/GLP. GoodRx is not insurance but can be used instead of insurance, including Medicare and other federal and state-funded programs.
Do you disregard people's personal space? Sitting next to people in public, even if there are tons of open seats? Do people ask, how do you sleep at night? Then you should get a mattress from Mattress Firm. They can help anyone sleep. There's still time. Come to Mattress Firm's July 4th sale and get a queen mattress and adjustable base for only $499.99. Get matched at Mattress Firm. Sleep at night. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
Most people who have lived through an opioid overdose didn't do it alone. Someone was there when they OD'd. Someone had naloxone. Someone called for help. So if you use opioids like fentanyl, know who your someone is. Use together when you can. Have naloxone with you. Make sure you both know what to do in an emergency. More info at preventoverdosewa.org/safety tips. A message from the Washington State Department of Health.
Here's a look at what's happening. Due to the North Olympic Library System closure for Juneteenth on Thursday, the Port Angeles Friends of the Library's Bag of Books sale this month will be 2 days only, on Friday and Saturday. Books in the entry lobby of the Port Angeles branch of the library. An opening reception of Olympic Outdoors, Recreation and Relaxation on the Peninsula. An exhibit at the Port Angeles Library is this Friday evening, 6:30 p.m. And it's also followed up by the History Tales presentation starting at 7 p.m. That on the early photos of familiar place, digitizing the McClinton family photo collection. That is free and open to the public. Again, it all starts at 6:30 Friday evening at the Port Angeles Library. The Horsemen Never Ride Alone, a presentation that looks at death and survival from a genealogical and historical point of view. That's a presentation from the Clallam County Genealogical Society this Saturday morning at 10 a.m. This program's going to be at their center, corner of 8th and Peabody in Port Angeles, or you can get it via Zoom. Call the Society today to get the link in information. Clallam County Republican Party celebrating its annual Lincoln Day luncheon with a luncheon and auction at the Squim Prairie Grange this Saturday from noon to 4 p.m., featuring a barbecue this year and a keynote speech from Brian Haywood of Let's Go Washington. Tickets are still available at $55 each. You can get them online at ClallamRepublicans.org or in person at their office, 509 South Lincoln Street in Port Angeles. There'll be a shred event to support the Squim Free Clinic. This is sponsored by Sound Community Bank. It'll be happening on Saturday, 9:30 a.m. at the Trinity United Methodist Church parking lot in Squim. Squim Prairie Grange hosting its first ice cream social of the summer. It'll be this Sunday from 1 to 3 p.m. The event at Squim Prairie Grange, 290 Maclay Road in Squim this Sunday. And that's a look at what's happening.
If you've ever chosen Hartnagel Building Supply over a big box store, thank you. If you've come in to trust us with your building projects, thank you. If you've counted on our employee-owned team to help you get it done right the first time, thank you. This event, it's for you. A way to say thank you, loud and proud, with music, food, savings, and a whole lot of gratitude. It's all happening at our Customer Appreciation Barbecue, Friday, June 20th, from 11 to 2 at Hartnagel Building Supply. We've got house smoked pork sandwiches, barbecued corn, slaw, and cold drinks served up with smiles. Get expert advice and talk about your next project with our top building supply vendors. Inside the store, we have 15% off almost everything. Plus, enter to win over $1,000 in prizes. We can't wait to see you there, and truly thank you for being the heart of everything we do. Visit lumbertraders.com for more info, and as always, we deeply appreciate you for shopping local and employee-owned.
Breaking news this hour from townhall.com. I'm Keith Peters in Washington. Immigration agents were denied entry to baseball's Dodger Stadium in Los Angeles.
In a post on X, the Los Angeles Dodgers said ICE agents requested permission to access the parking lots and were denied entry. Homeland Security Assistant Secretary Tricia McLaughlin said the agents were not trying to enter the stadium. In an email, she stated their presence was unrelated to any operation or enforcement. Local media reported a group of protesters gathered shortly after. The team said the game against the San Diego Padres later Thursday will be played as planned. I'm Marcela Sanchez.
President Trump says he'll make up his mind within 2 weeks on whether the U.S. military will get directly involved in the conflict between Israel and Iran. Trump sought to keep open the door to diplomacy on Tehran's nuclear program, while Israel and Iran exchanged more attacks. Social media site TikTok lives on, at least for the next 3 months, after President Trump extended a deadline to sell.
It gives the administration more time to work out a deal to get the China-based platform an American owner. This was the third time the president extended the deadline. Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt says he promised to keep TikTok on.
There are 100 million Americans who use this app. It's wildly popular.
One deal fell through. China backed out following the president's tariff announcement. When he took office again, President Trump admitted originally he wasn't a fan.
Well, I guess I have a warm spot for TikTok that I didn't have originally.
Ed Donahue, Washington.
Some segments of the U.S. restaurant industry don't support President Trump's proposal to eliminate federal taxes on tips. They say it would help too few people and obscure bigger issues in the way tipped workers are paid. The markets are closed for the Juneteenth holiday. More at townhall.com.
The following is not an actor, but a real-life story from Trinity Debt Management.
Hi, my name's Neil. I have some advice for you if you've been trying to break free from credit card debt. You can start by doing what I did. Get your bills together and call Trinity Debt Management. Trinity is dedicated to helping people like me become debt-free. When I called, my first experience was a feeling of relief. My counselor was kind, and best of all, she didn't judge me. In just a few minutes, she helped me figure out a plan that consolidated all my bills into one lower monthly payment. This substantially reduced my high interest rates and put me on the road to success. In the end, I saved thousands in interest, and today my credit card debt is a thing of the past.
If credit card debt has you down, call Trinity at 1-800-990-6976.
My name is Neil. Take it from someone who's been there. Call Trinity and become debt-free for keeps.
1-800-990-6976.
Honda is not only producing cars and motorcycles, it's also successfully launched and landed an experimental reusable rocket at its facility in Japan, according to the company. Correspondent Bernie Bennett has more details from Washington.
The rocket reached an altitude of 271.4 meters, or roughly 890 feet, and landed within 37 centimeters, or roughly 58 inches, of the target touchdown point. The duration of the flight was 56.6 seconds. According to the company's press release, quote, "The test was completed successfully, the first time Honda landed a rocket after reaching an altitude of nearly 300 meters. Honda said in 2021 that it's conducting research and development in the field of space technologies. The company now says it aims to launch a suborbital space flight by 2029. Bernie Bennett reporting.
News and analysis at townhall.com. From Washington, I'm Keith Peters. More employers are putting health insurance decisions in the hands of workers.
They're giving employees money to buy their own coverage in what's known as individual coverage reimbursement arrangements, instead of offering a plan through work. Advocates say this approach provides small companies that couldn't afford insurance a chance to offer something. It also caps a growing expense for employers and fits conservative goals of giving people more purchasing power over their coverage. But this approach places the risk of finding the right coverage on the employee. John Scott reporting.
A SpaceX rocket being tested in Texas has exploded, sending a dramatic fireball high into the sky. The company says the Starship experienced a major anomaly at about 11 p.m. Wednesday while on the test stand at Starbase. More on these stories at townhall.com.
This is the Peninsula's Afternoon News.
The afternoon news is brought to you by Steve Methner, your State Farm Insurance agent in Port Angeles. Thanks for joining us this Thursday afternoon. Pepper Fisher with you from the KONP Newsroom. Washington State is experiencing a significant rise in pertussis cases, or whooping cough. The Department of Health reported over 2,200 confirmed or probable cases in our state last year, a 25-fold increase from the 87 cases in 2023. As of May 31st of this year, there's been over 1,300 cases already. Clallam and Jefferson counties, which had no cases in 2023, have seen notable spikes. Clallam has reported 8 cases this year. That's 10.2 per 100,000 people, while Jefferson County has 13 cases, or 39 per 100,000. That's one of the highest rates statewide. Health officials, they're attributing the increase to declining childhood vaccination rates. Pertussis, again, also known as whooping cough, is a contagious bacterial illness marked by severe coughing spells. It poses the greatest risk to infants younger than 1 year who may struggle to breathe and even face life-threatening complications. The Department of Health recommends timely vaccination, particularly for infants, pregnant individuals in the 3rd trimester, seniors, and those with weakened immune systems or chronic respiratory conditions. Early treatment with antibiotics can ease symptoms and limit the disease's spread. Travel on a Washington State ferry is going to cost more this fall and even more next spring. How much more became a little clearer on Tuesday of this week when a state transportation panel settled on a schedule to increase fares by 3% on August 1st and another 3% on May 1st of next year. The Washington State Transportation Commission also recommended hiking the summer season surcharge, which hasn't kicked in yet, to 35% on all routes. And on a trial basis, they're going to extend the life of multi-ride passes that you can buy to 120 days starting next May. They now expire after 90 days. If you want to share your feelings about any of these changes, public comments going to be accepted online through August 5th. A virtual public hearing is going to be held the next day, August 6th, with the commission then voting on a final fare hike proposal. Those increases would be in addition to actions already taken this year by state lawmakers and Governor Ferguson. They agreed to hike the capital surcharge that's tacked onto each ticket. They want to hike it to $1 starting October 1st. And that is going to happen. It's 50 cents right now. That money is used to fund construction of new state ferries. I'll have more news after this.
Building a future, sharing a dream, working together, we're on the same team.
Are you tired of paying high interest rates on your consumer loans? Look no further than Straight View Credit Union. We're proud to offer the best consumer loan rates in Clallam County, so you can borrow what you need without breaking the bank. Whether you're looking to purchase a new car, make home improvements, or consolidate debt, we've got you covered. Our friendly and knowledgeable staff will guide you through the loan process and help you find a payment plan that works for your budget. Plus, as a member-owned cooperative, we prioritize your financial well-being over profits. Join us today and experience the Straight View Credit Union difference. Visit us online at svcu.com or in person to apply for your consumer loan today. Insured by NCUA, Equal Housing Lender.
Craving something amazing? Come visit Donuts, Cakes, and More in the heart of downtown Sequim. Donuts and cakes, but oh, so many other good tastes. Enjoy sweet pies, luscious cupcakes, and tasty pastries, including what may be the area's best cinnamon roll. Special occasion orders? You bet. Donuts, Cakes, and More, a delicious new bakery in downtown Sequim on West Washington Street.
In case you missed it earlier today on the network news, a mixed verdict yesterday at the Karen Reed retrial outside Boston. A jury finding Reed guilty of drunk driving in connection with the 2022 death of her Boston police officer boyfriend, but not guilty on all other charges, including a second-degree murder charge in the death of Officer John O'Keefe. Here's ABC's Matt Gutman.
The real difference maker for me, having been around this case for over 2.5 years now, was that enough people locally believed the alleged theory that law enforcement covered up this murder and that somehow law enforcement was involved. And one of the elements that made a possible cover-up believable is the sloppiness of the lead homicide investigator, who during the investigation, 12 hours after it began, already started to send derogatory and misogynistic text messages about Karen Reed to his friends in his friend group.
In Arizona, new details about a missing camper who was found alive and airlifted out of a canyon. Here's ABC's Rhiannon Alley.
Janelle Banda was camping with her dad in the panoramic Coconino National Forest. On Friday, her dad called for help when Banda failed to return from a hike. Temperatures dropping into the 40s at night. Banda was camping near a steep cliff known as the Edge of the World. Then Monday, rescuers heard a voice coming from the canyon. Banda told rescuers she fell over the cliff after getting turned around, but somehow she landed on some brush, which cushioned her fall.
And the ground shook on the southern tip of Texas overnight. ABC's Jim Ryan in Dallas tells us about an incident that SpaceX characterizes as a major anomaly.
In preparation for its 10th spaceflight, Starship was sitting on a test stand at the SpaceX facility on the South Texas coast. Just after 11 p.m., a small plume of smoke spat from an upper section of the rocket, and moments later, video taken by space enthusiasts about 2 miles away captured a massive explosion. Both SpaceX and the Brownsville Fire Department say nobody was hurt. Jim Ryan, ABC News.
I'll have weather and sports next.
Don't become a victim of Medicare fraud. Medicare never makes cold calls, so when someone calls you and says they're from Medicare, hang up. If you get an offer for free medical equipment or services, toss it. When you get your medical statement, read it. And if anything looks suspicious, report it to the Senior Medicare Patrol with Sheba at 1-800-562-6900. That's 1-800-562-6900. Sheba's a free, unbiased service of the Washington State Office of the Insurance Commissioner.
Running your business is tough. Your insurance shouldn't be. Hi, I'm Darren Doty Jr. from Doty, Fryer & Geller Insurance. We specialize in protecting local businesses with customized coverage that fits your needs, not the other way around. Big company policies, we have them. Small town service, that's our specialty. We're here in Port Angeles and Sequim, ready to support you and your business needs. When you succeed, we succeed. We're Doty, Fryer, Geller Insurance. Visit dotyfryergeller.com or call 457-1145.
Peninsula Bottling would like to congratulate all of the graduating seniors. To the class of 2025, we wish you the best as you set out on your new journey. When you look back on the memories you made, we hope you'll always be proud of your choices. Going forward, remember that some days will be harder than others, but in the end, it's the effort you put into it that really matters. If you don't fail at times, it means you never tried. Congratulations, graduates, from your friends at Peninsula Bottling.
Well, it looks like we're going to get a break from watering the garden for a couple of days. We're expecting some rain tonight. Well, 30% chance of rain tonight. Mostly cloudy skies through tomorrow and Saturday, and rain likely both Friday and Saturday. Highs will be near 60. Then we get back to sunshine and warmer temperatures for Sunday and Monday. It's 60 degrees.
Come out to Olympic Game Farm. It's the home of the waving bears. Come out to Olympic Game Farm for some tender love and care. Now it's not impolite to stick out your tongue, considering the critters you'll be among. Come out to Olympic Game Farm. It's the home of the waving bears. The llama and the yak know you want to come back, and the tiger always gets a few stares. Come out to Olympic Game Farm. It's the home of the waving bears.
Dr. Sam Skogard here, General Surgeon at Olympic Medical Center. Did you know that June is Hernia Awareness Month? If you've noticed a bulge beneath your skin, on your abdomen or groin, it could be a hernia. And if it's causing you pain, it's time to talk to your doctor. If your hernia requires surgery, your general surgery team at OMC is here to help. Talk to your primary care provider if you think you may need treatment for a hernia. Let's keep you healthy and hernia-free together. Learn more at olympicmedical.org/hernia.
With SRN Sports, I'm Jason Walker. Bus Family has agreed to sell the controlling stake of the Los Angeles Lakers to TWG Global CEO Mark Walter. How about $10 billion? That's the most ever for a professional sports franchise. And keep this in mind, a little more than 50 years ago, an unknown man named George Steinbrenner purchased the New York Yankees from CBS. Price tag for the entire team, $10 million. Stanley Cup is a little banged up thanks to the Florida Panthers' celebration of back-to-back titles. The bowl of the famous trophy has been cracked. The bottom is dented. The cup has been damaged a number of times, and it's considered fairly easy, though, to repair it. This is SRN Sports. Baseball action. Here we go in the interleague play. Cincinnati 4, Minnesota 2. Toronto beat Arizona 8-1. Cleveland over San Francisco 4-2. A pair of games, Pittsburgh at Detroit and St. Louis taking on the White Sox in Chicago. Both of those games were rained out. In the American League, Boston 3, Seattle 1. Angels beat the Yankees again 3-2. It was Tampa Bay over Baltimore 12-8. Now in that game, the Rays overcame an 8-run deficit early in the game. Kansas City knocked off Texas 6-3. Houston beat the Athletics 11-4. In the National League, one game postponed because of rain. That was Milwaukee and the Cubs. Colorado beat Washington 3-1. Philadelphia 4, Miami 2. Atlanta shut out the Mets 5-0. The Dodgers took care of San Diego 4-3. This is SRN Sports.
Ah, the freedom of no long-term lease. That's what the lodge at Sherwood Village in Sequim can offer. Enjoy the spacious studio or a 1 or 2 bedroom apartment. Every amenity is comparable to a 5-star hotel. There's a full-service dining room, espresso shop, salon, and exercise room. Coupled with the lodge's experienced staff, our residents live like they're on vacation without having to leave home. The lodge at Sherwood Village in Sequim, 660 Evergreen Farm Way. Call today for your tour, 681-3100.
Newsradio KONP Business.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. Small businesses often use short-term bank loans to get cash to make payroll, but with gold prices hitting record highs this year and banks tightening lending lately, growing number are using gold chains and rings as collateral for loans instead.
Business owners are using the old gold jewelry, not just a keepsake, but it's a working capital that they could use to fund and run their businesses.
And Gene Furman of King Golden Pawn calls it a new lending ecosystem.
They come in, they pawn the jewelry, they come in a week later when they get paid or, accounts receivables, and they pick it up.
With a broad range of business owners doing it.
From the barber shop to delivery shop, anybody who needs to cover their payroll.
Some consumer advocates warn pawning your stuff is risky. Furman says people are bringing anything of value they can think of.
Anything precious metal or value, watches, cars, anything could be turned into the financial instrument to be pawned.
Denise Pellegrini, Bloomberg Radio.
We'll check traffic in 1 minute.
LS Tractor. Do more for less. More standard features, more capacity, and more operator comfort. LS Tractor gives you more. A comprehensive warranty and more PTO horsepower. Do more on your farm, ranch, or acreage. Mow it, grade it, till it, or move it. Stop by your local participating dealer and join the growing LS Tractor family today.
Find the perfect LS Tractor for you at Leitz Farm Supply in Sequim. Locally owned and operated. Call Leitz at 360-452-1400.
LS Tractor. Simply more.
Hi, this is Jack Gray from Angela's Furniture. It's already that time. We're celebrating again, and we want you to take advantage of our good fortune. We've been serving the Olympic Peninsula now for 106 years. In addition to huge savings, you'll be able to enter 3 drawings. One for a new Beauty Rest Black mattress, another for a $2,000 in-store credit, or a stressless recliner worth up to $4,000. All free. Come down and see us and help celebrate 106 years at Angela's Furniture.
Newsradio KONP. Traffic and roads.
Well, Eric, things seem to be moving along pretty well this Juneteenth. Is that still holding up elsewhere?
Hey, Pepper. Hello, everybody. Indeed. It looks pretty good out there right now. We're at the over the hump on our rush hour in Port Angeles right now. Things have smoothed out a little bit, and they weren't too bad earlier. So I'm surprised to see that traffic is not that bad out there. People seem to be enjoying the holiday. Our operators are in and around town on schedule. No reports of any accidents or disabled vehicles, nor any active alerts from the DOT that are causing any delays anyway. 101, same type of deal. I see no issues to report there. That's between the cities of Sequim and PA. City of Sequim, they're looking good as well. Nothing has happened since our last report. East of Sequim, 101 through Blinn looks good, all the way out to 104. That section of 104 to the Hood Canal Bridge is also looking good. Hood Canal Bridge showing open to vehicle traffic according to the DOT website. They have no scheduled closures for the evening. 305 through Paulsbo, that's eased up a bit from earlier too. Not that it was bad earlier, but it's even better now. And 305 through Bainbridge Island also looks really good. Bainbridge Island ferries have not reported any significant wait time, but do check their website for that. West of Port Angeles, we're on schedule between Forks and PA along 101. Our operators have not reported anything out there. Joyce, 112 through Joyce, to the Lyre River is smooth sailing, and Nia Bay to Clallam Bay to Sappho, we're still on schedule in that area and have not heard anything extra since earlier. Things look good out there, folks. I hope you have a safe commute. Enjoy the rest of this beautiful Thursday afternoon. This is Eric live with Clallam Transit, KONP.
A Better Life with Dr. Sanjay Gupta.
Ask just about anyone how to stay healthy as they get older, and they'll probably tell you to eat right, get plenty of exercise, get enough sleep. But there are other things you can do as well, and you know what? They're even easier. Seek out positive relationships in your life. Dr. Robert Waldinger is director of the long-running Harvard study of adult development. Warm relationships seem to keep people both physically stronger and kept their brains sharper as they grew older. He said that in a 2022 TED Talk. Good relationships turn out to be stress regulators. On the flip side, do your best to weed out the toxic relationships in your life. You also want to take time to rid yourself of as much stress as you reasonably can. Deep breathing, yoga, meditation, whatever it takes to shut out the world and feel centered every now and then. I'm Dr. Sanjay Gupta, helping you live a better life.
Millions of Americans take medicine like Ozempic and Zepbound. Many of them are overpaying by thousands of dollars a year. These GLP-1 medications for diabetes, weight loss, and more may not always be covered by your insurance, but GoodRx can help. GoodRx helps you save every month on prescriptions at over 70,000 pharmacies nationwide. Best of all, it's free to use. Check GoodRx to save on GLP-1s. Just go to GoodRx.com/GLP. That's GoodRx.com/GLP. GoodRx is not insurance but can be used instead of insurance, including Medicare and other federal and state-funded programs.
Do you disregard people's personal space? Sitting next to people in public, even if there are tons of open seats? Do people ask, how do you sleep at night? Then you should get a mattress from Mattress Firm. They can help anyone sleep. There's still time. Come to Mattress Firm's July 4th sale and get a queen mattress and adjustable base for only $499.99. Get matched at Mattress Firm. Sleep at night. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
Hi everyone, it's Leslie Robertson from the Port Angeles Chamber of Commerce, and I'm here to invite you to our biggest and best 4th of July celebration yet. As always, we're bringing you a full day of fun with dozens of free activities all day long for the whole family. We've got all your favorites like the apple pie baking contest, the hot dog eating showdown, lawnmower derbies, the cornhole tournament, the pickleball tournament, laser tag at the Gateway Laser Tag Pavilion, and a jam-packed kid zone at City Pier. And of course, we'll have our traditional community parade sponsored by Kitsap Bank, a hometown highlight you won't want to miss. Stick around for a free concert by Barracuda, the ultimate heart tribute band, plus a beer garden on City Pier. And this year, we're adding a few extras. Free tethered hot air balloon rides and a giant inflatable slide, along with a few extra surprises. For more information or to volunteer or be a vendor at the 4th of July celebration, visit our website at portangeles.org.
There's no question that the people behind AI, folks like Sam Altman, the founder of ChatGPT, Meta's Mark Zuckerberg, and the top brass of companies like Anthropic and Google, all believe that they're on the verge of building a global superintelligence. Here's why they couldn't be more wrong. I'm Kim Commando for Simply Safe. Visit simplysafekim.com and save 50% on a new system with a professional monitoring plan. There's no safe like Simply Safe. The world's best AI scientists understand the deep and fundamental flaws in all of today's versions of AI. None of them have any clue how to fix it. AI gives us only the illusion of thinking. It's definitely not conscious. In fact, it doesn't even know it's here. It never asks, who am I? What's my purpose? Instead, it's easily fooled, thrown off track, and wanders into some deep rabbit holes. For now, AI may take a few jobs, but it's not taking over the world anytime soon. Over 650,000 folks start their day with my free newsletter. You should too. Sign up at getkim.com. You know that moment at night when you're locking up, turning off the lights, and you just want to feel completely safe before heading to bed? That's the peace of mind Simply Safe provides. What sets Simply Safe apart is that most traditional security systems only react after a break-in happens. But Simply Safe is setting the new standard by helping to prevent threats before they even start. Their ActiveGuard outdoor protection, smart AI-powered cameras, and live monitoring agents keep an eye on your home 24/7. If someone's lurking around, agents are alerted. They can see and talk to them in real time through the camera, turn on spotlights, and even call the police if necessary. There are no long-term contracts, no hidden fees, and monitoring plans start at around $1 a day. And right now, get 50% off your new Simply Safe system with professional monitoring and your first month free at simplysafekim.com. That's simplysafekim.com. There's no safe like Simply Safe. Go now while you're thinking about it. That's simplysafekim.com.
It's Olympic Hot Tub's Mid-Year Clearance Spectacular, June 28th and 29th from 9 to 6 at our Auburn warehouse. You'll find incredible savings on one-of-a-kind saltwater and pre-owned tubs, swim spas, and saunas. OlympicHotTub.com. Better you, better life.
We are the National Park Foundation, and together with your support, we are building a bold future where national parks are vibrant, protected, and welcoming. Donate at nationalparks.org/foundation.
Newsradio KONP Port Angeles Squim, serving the Olympic Peninsula now for 80 years. A Radio Pacific station.
From ABC News, I'm Dave Packer. The White House says President Trump will make a decision on potential U.S. strikes on Iran within the next 2 weeks, holding out hope for a diplomatic solution. The U.S. is still moving assets into the region. If strikes are launched, there are several options the president could consider, like a 30,000-pound bomb. ABC Chief Global Affairs Correspondent Martha Raddatz explains.
This bomb, the Massive Ordnance Penetrator, or MOP, can only be delivered by the B-2 stealth bomber. The 30,000-pound bomb can penetrate deep into rock and has been tested successfully numerous times, but has never, ever been used on the battlefield.
This is Israel and Iran continue to trade strikes for the 7th straight day. The Israeli Emergency Services saying that 271 people were injured in Iranian attacks across Israel, including at a major hospital. Dozens of federal agents in masks and tactical gear were seen today outside the gates of Dodger Stadium in Los Angeles. That prompted a response from protesters. ABC's Jacqueline Lee has more from L.A.
Those dozens of ICE agents outside Dodger Stadium, they had requested to stage in that parking lot. The organization said no, so they staged outside of it. And as a result, you saw dozens of protesters there arrive to show those community organizers did not want them here in Los Angeles.
ABC's Trevor Ault.
It follows days of heated clashes between law enforcement and protesters, with President Trump sending in hundreds of Marines. ICE continuing to ramp up operations across Los Angeles County. An agent chasing a man down near a Home Depot, detaining him. And agents also raiding car wash in Glendale, as the administration vows they will increase deportations undeterred by protests.
Severe thunderstorms in the Northeast this evening, lightning and heavy rain along the I-95 corridor from Washington, D.C. to Philadelphia, New York to Boston. Hundreds of thousands without power, nearly 500 flights canceled along the East Coast. You're listening to ABC News.
If you need to hire, it seems like the whole process can be exhausting. You search resumes, wait for the right candidates to apply, set up initial interviews. It's a lot of time and work. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates for your job the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. Zip Intro is super easy to use. You simply pick a time, and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you can choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day. Best of all, you save time and energy.
Try Zip Intro for free right now at this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. Zip Intro. Post jobs today. Talk to qualified candidates tomorrow. Once again, go to ZipRecruiter.com/free to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
The 9-year-old girl who was bitten by a shark off the coast of Florida last week explaining what happened in her own words. Leah Lindell was snorkeling with family when she was bitten in the arm.
I pick up my hand and it's all in blood.
When she came above the water, her father picked her up and ran to her to the shore, and then a group of construction workers helped apply pressure to stem the bleeding. In the hospital, doctors worked to save Lindell's hand, and now she's able to move her fingers. Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy in San Diego touring some of the current air traffic control facilities at the San Diego International Airport. Duffy also touting the sweeping budget bill that the House has passed, saying it sets aside billions to upgrade the nation's air traffic control system and predicts it would take about 3 to 4 years to complete.
We're using 1970s radar. In that money, we get new radar as well. And we're going to have money to upgrade some of the towers, not all of them, and have a new en route facility that's going to be funded.
Now, a few weeks ago, this would not have been thinkable, but Newark Airport is now not just the #1 on-time airport in the New York area, but the #1 on-time airport in America, among the top 15 largest airports. That data from United Airlines a month ago, it was dead last because of air traffic control glitches and a closed runway. Getting that runway reopened made the difference. Markets were closed today for the Juneteenth holiday. Dave Packer, ABC News.
KONP News brought to you by RE/MAX Evergreen Real Estate. Outstanding agents, outstanding results. 457-6600. Washington State experiencing a significant rise in pertussis cases. The Department of Health reporting 2,261 confirmed or possible cases last year, a 25-fold increase from 87 cases in 2023. As of May 31st, about 1,300 cases had already been reported in our state. Clallam and Jefferson counties, which had no cases in 2023, have seen notable spikes. Clallam's reported 8 cases this year. Jefferson County has had 13 cases so far.
Here's your Newsradio KONP forecast brought to you by All Weather Heating and Cooling. Slight chance of rain tonight, otherwise cloudy skies expected. Lows around 47. Winds out of the west 8 to 15 miles per hour. Chance for rain tomorrow 58, overcast. Rain likely tomorrow night 47. I'm staff meteorologist Jennifer Wojcicki. Right now, it's 61 degrees.
From the Strait to the Sound, Newsradio KONP, Port Angeles Squim, is celebrating 80 years serving our community. A Radio Pacific station.
This is CBS Eye on the World. Here's John Batchelor.
Conflict in Eurasia across the vastness of the world island. I welcome Anatol Lieven of the Quincy Institute for Responsible Statecraft, who is the head of the Eurasia Project. He's traveling. He's in Europe and France. But to comment on all of Eurasia is necessary now because we have multiple motives, multiple war aims, multiple combatants, some several times a combatant. However, there is important documents to start with, and one of them is in the United States Senate, where I'm told there are 82 signatories to a move that would put a 500% tariff on anyone doing business with Russia, the aggressor in Ukraine. Mr. Trump, it is said, has asked the Senate to delay moving forward on that legislation because he looks to settle the matter of Ukraine without that scale of trade conflict. However, Mr. Zelensky is said to have attended the G7 meeting in these last days in the Canadian Rockies, looking to meet with Mr. Trump and other decision makers in the world's most developed economy. There were a lot of people invited also. Japan was there, South Korea was there, even Mexico was there. However, that did not happen because Mr. Trump left early because of the crisis in the Middle East. Anatol, that's enough complication. I want to concentrate on that 500%. It looks to be very important to Kyiv right now. Is it determinative or is it just more escalation in frustration? Good evening to you.
Hello, John. Well, the thing is, that given that the war in the Middle East is now driving up the price of oil, and there is a possibility that the US will come in, at which point Iran will certainly retaliate against countries hosting US bases. If you slapped, in addition, a 500% tariff on countries buying Russian energy, you would, threaten economic ruin to a number of key countries around the world, including India, which, of course, is a key US partner and heavily dependent, in fact, overwhelmingly dependent on Iranian plus Russian energy. Now, I cannot imagine the US slapping 500% tariffs on India. So I don't think that the senators have thought this through.
I would agree that there's not a lot of thorough pondering going on either in the Congress or in the White House right now, but these are warring moments. The question about the U.S. attack triggers a lot of concerns. I'm focusing on Ukraine, however, because Mr. Zelensky has, over these last days, seen a renewed Russian barrage of drones and missiles incoming. Some of them, you'd have to say, were never designed to strike infrastructure. They're being used as terror weapons. We don't get any clarity out of the Kremlin at this point. Does the Kremlin want to negotiate? Does the Kremlin want to see if it can win on the battlefield? Can you tell at this point?
Well, I think the Kremlin has set out its demands. The U.S. has not actually engaged with these demands yet. Some of these demands are completely unacceptable. Others, could be negotiated. And while now, of course, the U.S. is so distracted by what's happening in the Middle East that it's improbable that I think there will be any serious talks. So, yeah, I mean, for several months to come, the question will be what happens on the battlefield and what progress, if any, the Russians make.
It's not complicated enough. Here we go. Russia has warned the United States through Sergei Lavrov, the foreign minister, not to interfere in Iran. That would be a grave mistake. Iran is allied with Russia, at least in terms of exchange of arsenals and opinions. We're told this. Iran is not alien to Beijing either, because it's a supplier of oil through the Shadow Fleet. Then there is the matter of North Korea shipping weapons and men into Ukraine. All of this comes together to say we're looking at what looks to be an alliance of revisionist states. You can't deal with one without dealing with all of them. Does that change the situation in Ukraine profoundly? That this is now, it's not a global conflict anymore, but it's certainly a Eurasian conflict.
Well, it could, but the interesting is that, on the other hand, many people think that a U.S. war with Iran would be hugely to Russia's advantage because, of course, it would distract the U.S., it would distract U.S. Weapons from Ukraine, it would distract U.S. attention, it would be a terrible blow to U.S. prestige in the world and relations with countries like India. But, I mean, on the other hand, of course, there is not much that Russia could do about it. So it would also be an embarrassment for Russia because, so far, I mean, Russia and Iran are not formal allies, but, they are partners, and Russia has not been able to do anything to defend Iran. Because, of course, Russia itself is tied down in Ukraine and doesn't have the weapons to provide. So I think... and of course the Russians, want to be seen to be doing something for Iran, but the truth of the matter is that all they could do would be to provide Iran with, well, in the long run, of course, missile technology. They could give Iran hypersonic missiles. The Russians don't have many of them at all, and could give Iran satellite intelligence. But, at which point, of course, the Russians would be helping the Iranians in just the same way that the US has helped Ukraine. But that, that would really infuriate Trump, would destroy Trump's relationship with Putin. And I think the Russians would be very unwilling to do that. So the Kremlin is in a bit of a bind, not a bit of a bind, a huge bind.
I want to call back to the Iraq situation because it's come up a lot in cases made for and against intervention in Iran. We had superior air power, superior ground forces, overwhelming force used against Iraq. And yet, at that time, as I recall, Russia warned, don't do this. Don't go in there. It's not going to help anything in the Middle East for you to try to kill your way through the resistance you're going to meet. The U.S. did not listen, and all these years later, since the withdrawal in 2010, 2011, 2012, Iraq is understood as a defeat for the U.S. and for the U.S. military. Is that a good warning here that Iran will not be a different outcome?
Well, I mean, the US and Israel are not going to try and occupy Iran, unlike Iraq. So it's not going to be the same kind of war. But, on the other hand, in terms of America's image in the world, but also, if the Iranians really hit back against, oil if America comes in, the intention will obviously be to try actually to destroy the Iranian economy. That will be bad in itself for obviously oil prices in the world. If the Iranians manage successfully to hit back at oil exports from the other Gulf states, which host American bases, then oil prices will go through the roof. And that will be extremely bad for the world economy. So, yes, I mean, in a way, that would be very good for Russia in the short term. But yeah, Russia was right about not invading Iraq. It was right about not overthrowing Gaddafi in Libya. We should have listened to the Russians. And you have to remember as well that, Russia at the same time has always tried to preserve, and with success, actually, good relations with Israel. Strangely enough, I mean, Putin and Netanyahu have a very good relationship. So, on the other hand, Russia doesn't want to be forced to choose between Iran and Israel. So I think the Russians are so far doing about the minimum that they feel they have to discourage the Americans from an attack.
One final detail here before we turn to the NATO meeting upcoming, which is a different direction for the future. The question of offering refuge or sanctuary to the leadership in Iran. They offered it to Assad. He's said to be in Moscow. Is that realistic to believe that Moscow would offer a place for the leadership, including the Ayatollah and his family in Moscow?
I mean, yes, sure, they might offer, but I mean, my impression is that the Iranian regime, which is after all a religious regime, is made of much sterner stuff than than Assad and company. I mean, I suppose they might move their women folk and children, small children, to Russia, but I don't see the Ayatollah Khamenei running away. I think they'll stand and fight.
I observe that is the present condition, because the threat of the U.S. ordinarily would make people adjust to the overwhelming power that's possible. I'm speaking with Anatol Lieven. He's traveling, the Eurasian director for the Quincy Institute for Responsible Statecraft. We're going to turn to the upcoming NATO meeting and what NATO can achieve not only now, immediately, but into the future of the 21st century for Europe and for the balance of power. This is CBS Eye on the World. I'm John Batchelor.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out collection letters, garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it even harder to get out of debt. Don't let tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in taxpayer assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. Let them fight on your behalf, helping to put your tax problems to rest. Call the tax professionals at Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Let's face it, nothing makes you look older than you really are than thinning hair. But what if you could not only increase your hair count, but promote new hair growth without surgery, without drugs with potential side effects, and without a prescription from your doctor? Well, now you can, thanks to a breakthrough new supplement called Hair Grow, provided by New Nordic, the #1 supplier of dietary supplements in Europe. Hair Grow is now available in the U.S., Only Hair Grow contains Tocogaya, a powerful antioxidant that has received a U.S. patent. Multiple clinical studies show Hair Grow is safe and effective in promoting new hair growth. In one study, 95% of the patients using Hair Grow saw increased hair count. Don't lose more time and more hair. Try Hair Grow today to feel and look your best. Available online at Amazon, Walmart.com, and NewNordicUSA.com, or in stores at your local CVS. Look younger and feel more confident with Hair Grow by New Nordic at NewNordicUSA.com, or in stores at your local CVS.
Hey, get in. What? Who are you? I'm future you. Constipation with belly pain still coming back? Yeah. Mia, our doctor figured it out. She said it's irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, or IBS-C, and Linzess could help you get ahead of it.
Linzess linaclotide is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
William is one of millions of Americans who uses GoodRx to save on the cost of their prescriptions.
My oldest daughter, Camilla, 2 days old, she had to have open heart surgery. All of a sudden, she's on 5 different medications. It adds up at the end of the month. Me and the pharmacist got so tight. She said, GoodRx save you a lot of money. Saving that extra $200-300 a month. We're able to do all these extra activities, so it puts less stress on our household, and it puts less stress on our pockets.
Download the free app or visit GoodRx.com and start saving today. GoodRx user compensated for their time. GoodRx is not insurance, but can be used instead of insurance.
This is CBS Eye on the World. I'm John Batchelor with Anatole Lieven of the Quincy Institute for Responsible Statecraft. He's in Europe, and I look upon Europe's future. Anatole, a column by op-ed in the FT several days past, Christine Lagarde, the central banker for the Eurozone, mentioning that Europe needs credibility in order to participate in global affairs, especially a global euro, she called it, which would be the second choice of people for transactions around the world, not replacing the dollar, augmenting it. That's her presentation. And she said 3 things were necessary to create the conditions for a trustworthy global euro. 1 is institutional and legal integrity. 2 is economic growth. And 3, most important, actually she put it number 1, geopolitical authority. By that she means defense. Is Europe looking again seriously at developing its own defense mechanisms? That means not 5 anti-aircraft systems, 1. That means not 5 tanks, but 1. And a central command that rotates, something like NATO without the U.S. Is that a credible choice in this upcoming NATO meeting in New York?
I doubt it, to be honest, John. I mean, they are talking about rearmament, and they will. They will rearm to a considerable degree. But the issue of, who produces what, and therefore who doesn't produce certain things, is going to be hideously complicated. And as far as I can see, they haven't even really started talking about it yet, because it is so complicated. But also they promise their populations that this is going to reindustrialize. Well, that is not going to be very convincing if the first thing that you have to do is actually shut down a large part of your remaining arms industry, because it's going to be produced somewhere else. So I'm quite skeptical about this, I must say. But the other thing you see is that there's a deep tension between Europe, deepening itself in this way and consolidating and strengthening itself and expanding. Because to take in Ukraine, for example, even if the war ends, is going to be colossally expensive. If you take in the Western Balkans as well, you are talking about trillions upon trillions of euros. And trying to find that money and rearm at the same time, I mean, that is going to be quite a challenge.
Do you observe that geopolitical authority, by that I believe the central banker means defense, that Europe can grow without its own military presence, without its own defense? Because you correctly identify this is going to be an expensive endeavor, but Europe is a rich land, a very rich land with a large consuming population and once upon a time balanced manufacturing and services. So it is not without gifts.
Well, yes, I mean, look, I think Europe can rearm on the assumption that it doesn't have to fight Russia for many years to come. But if at the same time, some of the European countries are thinking seriously about intervening in Ukraine, which they say that they are, although then, of course, they row back on that and say only with US support and so forth, well, that's a very different matter. Then you have to rearm very, very quickly. And the only way you can do that is by buying American weapons. But in addition, the problem there, and that's a key problem for Zelensky and the Ukrainians, is that given what's now happening in the Middle East, in certain key categories, there aren't enough American weapons to go around. America does not have enough Patriot anti-aircraft and anti-missile systems to supply Israel and Ukraine and American bases in the Middle East, and to keep enough in reserve, for a potential war in the Far East. There just aren't enough of them, and America isn't producing them quickly enough. And I have a feeling that if anyone is going to get the short straw, it will be the Ukrainians.
In the United States, there is a strong faction in the Republican Party that is responsible for all the anti-NATO talk. All the U.S. doesn't need it anymore. Old-fashioned transnational alliance left over from the 20th century. But that same group believes that there is nothing for the U.S. in the Middle East and get out, do not get involved. Same group. People say anti-NATO, anti-Europe. They're also anti-Middle East, anti-intervention. And that is a confusion for the leadership right now. In this argument, and my measure any day to day, one side or the other could dominate the president's decision. Does Europe see that?
Oh, yes. I mean, they see that. But, it's not that this faction of the Republican Party is proposing, at least, only the real hardliners.
We have 30 seconds, Anatole, 30 seconds.
Yeah, but, that wing of the Republican Party is not proposing to leave NATO. It's just proposing not to extend NATO further and not to go to war with Iran, which, of course, a great many people in Europe completely agree with.
Anatole Lieven.
You're listening to CBS Eye on the World with John Batchelor.
Millions of Americans take medicine like Ozempic and Zepbound. Many of them are overpaying by thousands of dollars a year. These GLP-1 medications for diabetes, weight loss, and more may not always be covered by your insurance, but GoodRx can help. GoodRx helps you save every month on prescriptions at over 70,000 pharmacies nationwide. Best of all, it's free to use. Check GoodRx to save on GLP-1s. Just go to GoodRx.com/GLP. That's GoodRx.com/GLP. GoodRx is not insurance, but can be used instead of insurance, including Medicare and other federal and state-funded programs.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Stop by Paua Treasure Trap. We're located in the front of Easy Pond in downtown Port Angeles. We have a fun selection of gifts to choose from. Everything from our best-selling leather journals to anime figures and fun pop culture gifts. We also have hard-to-find collectible swords for fantastic displays. And you've got to check out our adult humor section in our front mezzanine that's full of not-safe-for-work gag gifts guaranteed to spark laughter. Easy Pawn in downtown Port Angeles.
It's that time again, the time we watch our children graduate and grow. At Fogtown Coffee, we want to say a special congratulations to Kendall Mast. You've made your family very proud and all of your friends here at Fogtown. You've done amazing things so far, and we're sure you're on your way to do many more great things. Step out of the box and be brave. You have so much to look forward to. Congratulations, Kendall, and to the entire 2025 graduating class from your friends at Fogtown Coffee.
Want a garden that grows like a champ without the fake stuff? Meet True Organic at the Co-op in Sequim. True Organic is 100% organic fertilizer that gives your fruits, flowers, veggies, and herbs the nutrients they crave without synthetic junk or low-quality fillers. Plus, it's people and pet friendly, so no worries when Fifi and Fido get to fraw lickin'. And right now, 4-pound bags are just $12.99. Give your garden the love it deserves with the True Organic fertilizer from the Co-op Farm and Garden in Sequim.
This is a true, sad story for ADT, the leader in home security systems. My favorite dog, Oliver, was stolen from our garage recently. If I had a camera system installed in my home from ADT, I would have known exactly what car possibly pulled up in my driveway and stole my little friend. If I had a security system from ADT, my dog would still be here. I called ADT this weekend, and they're coming out in a few days to install a camera and a new security system. Unfortunately, it's a little too late for me. Listen, protect everyone you love in your family. Call ADT now. Have them come out and give you a quote to install a full security system in your home. Don't let it be too late for you. Call right now.
Paid for by the Home Security Hotline. 800-561-6198. 800-561-6198. 800-561-6198. That's 800-561-6198.
Wrinkles, gray hair, and hearing loss are common signs of getting older. But being short of breath, having tightness in your chest, coughing, and wheezing are not. If you are experiencing these symptoms, you may be one of the millions of people who are living with a condition called COPD but don't know it. Early diagnosis and treatment can add years of better breathing to your life. For more information, talk to your doctor and visit copdfoundation.org today.
We asked parents who adopted teens to share their journey.
If you build a relationship, then it becomes easier. If you build trust, it becomes easier. As a parent, you want what's best for your child. To give them the love that a child needs is probably the best thing you can do for a teenager.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. Visit adoptuskids.org to learn more. A message brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
The Ramsey Show. If I thought, with my 40 years plus in the financial world, that your best shot at having a high-quality life was a universal income, I would be for it. But I don't think it is. Your best quality of life is when your character is increased with discipline, grit, the ability to overcome obstacles, a belief that if I leave the cave, kill something, and drag it home, I get to keep it.
Catch The Ramsey Show from 2 to 4 Monday through Friday on your local information station, Newsradio KONP.
If you've missed the Kim Komando Show, you've missed a lot.
Give her a phone, and you teach her to be a good digital citizen. And you teach her the rules the road now, so that when she does go out on her own and she is a self-sustaining adult, that she has the tools and the knowledge to make the right decisions.
America's digital goddess,
Kim Komando. The Kim Komando Show, Saturdays from 9 to noon on KONP.
ABC News, I'm Dave Packard. The White House says President Trump will make a decision on potential U.S. strikes on Iran within the next 2 weeks, holding out hope for a diplomatic solution. Meanwhile, cracks in the Iron Dome, more and more missiles coming from Iran are breaking through Israel's defenses. ABC's Ian Pannell is in Tel Aviv.
Many Israelis woke up to the sound of sirens and then this intense barrage of ballistic missiles from Iran, many of them landing here in Tel Aviv, but also others landing down in the south, near the city of Beersheba, and in particular, a hospital down there took a direct hit.
Dozens of federal agents in masks and tactical gear were seen today outside the gates of Dodger Stadium in Los Angeles. That prompted a response from protesters. ICE says they requested permission to stage in the parking lot. The Dodgers say that request was denied. Severe thunderstorms in the Northeast this evening, lightning and heavy rain along the I-95 corridor. Hundreds of thousands without power at this hour. This is ABC News.
Here's your Newsradio KONP forecast brought to you by All Weather Heating and Cooling. Slight chance of rain tonight, otherwise cloudy skies expected. Lows around 47. Winds out of the west 8 to 15 miles per hour. Chance for rain tomorrow 58, overcast. Rain likely tomorrow night 47. I'm staff meteorologist Jennifer Wojcicki. Right now, it's 61 degrees.
AI is really starting to hit critical mass in a number of sectors, in a number of industries. Was it the initial intent of developers to create something that would eliminate entire swaths of job categories and classes? No. However, as you're seeing AI become more and more relevant, you will most certainly see big dislocations in the marketplace, especially in tech and professional services, where AI can do 95% of the work. It's akin to an industrial revolution, a farming revolution, with the efficiency of this new technology. The question is, will that dislocation then create new and more opportunity and make the economy more vibrant, more diverse, or will it cause an economic correction?
Eliminating jobs doesn't mean you're not also creating jobs. I read this from the article. Microsoft plans to invest $80 billion in its current fiscal year to build out data centers that train models and run AI applications. The latest cuts come on top of a reduction of around 6,000 jobs in May across product and software developer roles. Microsoft started with 228,000 full-time employees at the end of June a year ago. So as you obsolesce certain jobs, you add jobs that never existed before. That would be maintaining the data centers and training those models of AI. A sales department doesn't mean you're eliminated as a job category. It means that you have other opportunities. Is that, I know I'm trying to be rosy scenario here. What is the thinking?
John, I think the thinking is AI can take out 80 to 90 to 95% of the human effort in many roles through automation and through machine learning. There will still be human requirements in many of those posts and positions on complex points or more complex issues that have to be dealt with or questioned. But can AI automate out a lot of the cost and expense? Yes. If you're a company like Microsoft, the publicly traded, bringing that cost savings to the bottom line is extremely interesting. And then leveraging that knowledge of what you've been able to do internally to external customers is further interesting.
Let's go to China, how it's dealing with AI. It's got already a severely damaged economy with huge unemployment numbers. They won't even give us those numbers anymore. We know that. And AI, at least to hear the top of the line bragging by Global Times, AI is helping them deliver food, for example. It seems they overcapacity floored drone activity. And so They've taken the drones around the country saying, what can you do with this? Deliver the mail, deliver food, monitor the forest, look at the oceans. They have drones in all directions up to 1,000 feet. However, China taking the lead, I've seen some of their automobile factories. They're all robots. Have they got a solution that you hear of for the people who are obsolesced from their factory jobs?
John, this is kind of the challenge with AI and the challenge with some of these advanced robotics, which is the bifurcation of societies. So those lower skilled workers, those folks that work more with their hands in those manufacturing environments, if artificial intelligence robotics can remove human capital from those scenarios, those are the displaced workers that are going to have the greatest challenges. China is never short of labor because of the population, but I think they do face the challenge of this dislocation and this advanced automation. While it's beneficial for the Chinese companies, is not going to help the domestic economic situation for workers who are there there with, in many cases, relatively low skills, trying to find jobs and trying to find unemployment. So it will cause potentially more societal friction.
And that means that they do not have a patch for their labor problems because they're going big-time AI. They think it's competitive. They think that they can export it. They think that they can take the solar panel model that failed and the EV model that's failing with cutthroat competition and turn it into the drone model, and after that, the AI model. Let's go to Europe. The European Union does a lot of complaining about how we're not all on the same page. They have a different metaphor, but that'll do. AI is also fresh to them. However, they're chewing their wrists because they don't have a Silicon Valley, because they want to put on digital taxes. In other words, they appear from the outside to be anti-Silicon Valley, anti-digital, anti-what makes up the AI. Are they, or are they embracing AI as well?
John, there's a huge gap between European development and investment around AI versus U.S. The U.S. is clearly leading in this sector and this opportunity, and I think Europe is wholesale missing an opportunity for the next kind of 50 years by not investing heavily into it, not pursuing it. The other thing that you see being here in the Valley is that many of the best and brightest minds in this marketplace all come from Europe because they're able to chase that success here in the United States that they're not able to chase in Europe based on tax law, based on business structures. So the U.S. continues to be a magnet for best and brightest talent and most opportunity around it, and that will be a huge economic disruption to the Europeans over the next decades.
Do they talk about it in Britain? You remind me, that's what happens with the atomic weapons. It was the British who had the labs and the scientists who made the breakthrough, but they couldn't afford it. So they said, how about you, FDR? And he said, you bet. And we became the bomb makers. Are the Brits aware of the fact that they handed off atomic energy to the U.S. and now they're allowing the U.S. to take the brain drain? Do they notice?
John, those that are touching tech, I think, are aware of it and understand that gap. And you have some fabulous companies in the UK like ARM doing amazing things as it comes to compute. That being said, on the whole, their economies are not geared towards this next AI revolution, as it were, and the governments are busy chasing other problems as opposed to focusing on this.
Okay, bringing home to America, we have Microsoft as a leader, but the White House says we care about crypto, we care about AI. Congress wants something called the AI Act, but they're holding up on it because they're reluctant to get involved in regulation. What is the mood here among the lawmakers? Do they want to contain it? Do they want to ring fence it? Have they got more of the Biden administration too big to succeed, or have they got the Trump administration Wild West, go for it?
John, the Trump administration has removed a lot of the barriers and is saying go out and compete in an open market, which is wonderful for the first time in years and years, to be able to let American companies go out, innovate, challenge incumbency, and go fight it out in the public market. And that's what it's going to take for the U.S. to be the leader and to be the most successful country in this space.
If I understand, there's supposed to be a race with China. Is it real or is it marketing?
Never count the Chinese out. They have some very, very bright people doing some very, very interesting things, but they're still a mimic or a mirror of what's happening in the U.S. The level of true innovation in terms of AI is still relatively moderate comparatively.
Chris Riegel is the CEO of Scholar.com. It might be necessary in future, Chris, for us to say we're human. What you just heard was the human Chris Riegel talking to the human John Batchelor about artificial intelligence. Once upon a time, you had to read a Philip K. Dick story to go where we're already arriving.
Stay tuned for more of CBS Eye on the World with John Batchelor.
Hey, get in. What? Who are you? I'm future you. Constipation with belly pain still coming back? Yeah. Mia, our doctor figured it out. She said it's irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, or IBS-C, and Linzess could help you get ahead of it. Linzess linaclotide is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out collection letters, garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it even harder to get out of debt. Don't let tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in taxpayer assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. Let them fight on your behalf, helping to put your tax problems to rest. Call the tax professionals at Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com. Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Let's face it, nothing makes you look older than you really are than thinning hair. But what if you could not only increase your hair count, but promote new hair growth without surgery, without drugs with potential side effects, and without a prescription from your doctor? Well, now you can, thanks to a breakthrough new supplement called Hair Grow, provided by New Nordic, the #1 supplier of dietary supplements in Europe. Hair Grow is now available in the U.S. Only Hair Grow contains Tocogaya, a powerful antioxidant that has received a U.S. patent. Multiple clinical studies show Hair Grow is safe and effective in promoting new hair growth. In one study, 95% of the patients using Hair Grow saw increased hair count. Don't lose more time and more hair. Try Hair Grow today to feel and look your best. Available online at Amazon, Walmart.com, and NewNordicUSA.com, or in stores at your local CVS. Look younger and feel more confident with Hair Grow by New Nordic at NewNordicUSA.com, or in stores at your local CVS.
Whoa. More fiber?
What?
Down here, buddy. It's me, your spoon. Constipation with belly pain still coming back?
Yeah.
Talk to your doctor. It could be irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, or IBS-C, but Linzess could help you get ahead of it.
Linzess linaclotide is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
This is CBS Eye on the World. I'm John Batchelor. I welcome Conrad Black, my colleague, a distinguished biographer and writing his column at the National Post about Canada. Canada in the news. Canada's new Prime Minister, Mr. Carney, is headed to Europe for EU and NATO summits after being an excellent host at the G7 in the Canadian Rockies, the beautiful Canadian Rockies that I've never seen in person. But boy, they look good on TV. However, what's important here is that after the contretemps of the recent election and after the unhappy end of the Trudeau 9-year premiership, it is good to see Canada enjoying its spotlight again. And Mr. Carney, after having campaigned as a green advocate, is looking to balance out some of his remarks in the past with a commitment to Canadian growth. All that said, in your most recent column, Conrad, good evening to you, you write a sentence that I celebrated as soon as I read it. Canada is the only transcontinental bicultural parliamentary confederation in the history of the world. And of all large countries, our political institutions are senior to any except those of the United States and the United Kingdom. Accurate, accurate, accurate. So it occurred to me, who could complain about Canada? You have it good. Who complains? Good evening to you.
Yeah. Good evening to you, John. Well, I think most Canadians think it is a good country. They're not down on the country as such, but it's not as highly centralized a country as the United States. The provinces have more authority than your states do, and because of Quebec's status as a French-speaking place with a co-equal official status with the English-speaking people, there's always this temptation that they have had, the French Canadians, of setting up their own country. Now, Canada's been a good deal for them, and 56, I think, of the last 77 years, a Quebec person has been leading the government of Canada. Pierre Trudeau did, and Justin Trudeau did, Jean Chrétien, Brian Mulroney, Paul Martin, and so on. And but it's always there, and because of the last 10 years of a real persecution of the oil industry in the West, there's a lot of separatist feeling out there too. So we have to watch this, and we have to mitigate the causes of it. And I'm personally, I'm not doubtful that the country will carry on all right. Now, as you know, the whole situation was roiled pretty seriously by your president talking about Canada just folding up into the United States. And that sort of thing makes Canadians nervous and irritable. And so the atmosphere in that regard is a little jumpy at the moment, but it should be fine. We just need some good government, that's all.
Another aspect of your column that puzzles me, and maybe it doesn't have a solution, the doubts about not just your sovereignty, but your origins. This idea that you stole your country, which is completely without facts. And yet, do I read you correctly to say that it's been a concern, even an obsession of the Liberal government these last years?
Yeah, in effect, the answer is yes, because I don't know what possessed them, but Justin Trudeau got this brilliant idea that we should identify ourselves to the Human Rights Commission at the United Nations as a country that had attempted what was called cultural genocide on our native people, the so-called Indians. Well, you see, this is just nonsense. In the first place, it isn't genocide of any kind. It's assimilation. And in the second place, we didn't do it. We did not lift a finger to discourage them from keeping all their customs and language that they want to. We've got into this sort of guilt complex, which my own view is that because this country generally emulates the United States, and we never really had slavery in this country, and no one of any color came here unless they wanted to. No one arrived here involuntarily. The best we could do in coming up with something to torment ourselves about, as the United States has to some extent with the segregation and the imbalance in standard of living between African American and Caucasian American communities, the best we could do we couldn't drag the French into it because they have no possible grievance, was complain that we had taken the territory of the natives. And so this native victimhood industry has arisen, making all sorts of outlandish claims. And I am convinced that they're cranking up to say, in effect, that the French and British settlers and explorers that came here did to them what Hitler and Stalin did to Poland. But it was nonsense. There were only 200,000 native people in the whole country of 3 million square miles, and they were 95% of them were nomads. They weren't operating this country or fully occupying it at all. It was basically virgin territory. But we get ourselves into these ridiculous positions of self-inflicted wounds, you see, and because it's pushing on an open door for the native radicals, they took against the founder of the country, and you and I have talked about it in these sessions from time to time, John A. Macdonald, and forced his statue to be boarded up and this kind of thing, because he allegedly was not adequately supportive of the native tribes, which is nonsense. He gave them the right to vote. He gave them employment on the National Railway when he built it. I mean, he was actually quite generous to them.
Mr. Carney, back to the beginning. He was born, I believe, in the north.
In the Northwest Territories, yes. They're very close to the Arctic Circle.
And so he has an appreciation from his youth of what a great country you've got. What somebody gave you the best of territories. You could walk in the Northwest Territories and never meet anything but a bear or a fox. I mean,
that's right. You'd meet. That's right. You'd meet a bear. Huh?
And in Quebec City, you've got a gem. The only time I visited Quebec City, I thought, this is a Hollywood set, right? This isn't a real place.
And there have been a number of Hollywood movies there. You know, Alfred Hitchcock. You remember Rosemarie?
Yes.
You know, Jeanette MacDonald and Nelson Eddy. I was started in Quebec City. And got to the Rockies, but it started in Quebec.
And so what we have here is a gift from God to the people of Canada. And I understand maybe if they've never lived anywhere else. But certainly, Conrad, people understand this.
Yes. Look, it's a very good country to live in, and almost all Canadians would say that. But there's a dissatisfaction that we're underachieving in the world and should have a better government. Now we have a new leader now, and we'll see how he goes. I think he's off to quite a good start. So we just have to see how it goes. And I would never have a fear of him at a meeting like this NATO meeting. He'll be fine. You know, because of your president pounding the table, right. They've gone from saying, all right, we'll get up to 2% of GDP on defense by 2030. They claim they're going to get there next year, and they're going to go above 2%. So that's one of the things I think that would address a problem if we had our own armed services of a scale that were remotely adequate to defend the country. And instead, basically, our defense policy has been just to keep the phone number of the Pentagon to hand at all times. You know?
Conrad Black, writing for the National Post.
You're listening to CBS Eye on the World with John Batchelor.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out collection letters, garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it even harder to get out of debt. Don't let tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in taxpayer assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. Let them fight on your behalf, helping to put your tax problems to rest. Call the tax professionals at Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343.
With so many choices for deliveries, how convenient is it that you've got an option for the perfect cup of joe, too? Fogtown Coffee in Port Angeles delivers. We offer a no-cost delivery for orders to businesses of $20 or more within city limits. Call 360-504-3509 for delivery or download the Joe Coffee app. Just text coffee to 474747 and order ahead for store pickup. You can even schedule a specific time. Fogtown Coffee on Front Street, your front door coffee delivery headquarters.
Oh, you got punched. Okay, that's nice.
Yeah.
How badly were you injured, Tim?
I have a detached retina.
You have a detached retina because of you getting punched? Hold on. Stop.
Yeah.
You have a detached retina. Were there witnesses that saw you getting hit?
Yes, sir.
You got a case. Oh, yeah. No, there's a case there. There's a case, if anybody believes you. There's a case.
Catch Handle on the Law Saturday afternoons at 4 on Newsradio KONP.
Since 1945, Newsradio KONP has been your source for news and community. We are Newsradio KONP Port Angeles News.
I'm Dave Patter. It's early morning in Iran, where overnight Israel says it struck dozens of military targets in Tehran and around Iran, including the heavy water nuclear reactor at Arak and a nuclear weapons development center in the area of Natanz, as well as military production sites. Meanwhile, Iranian missiles hitting Israel overnight, including a hospital in Beersheba, causing extensive damage. ABC's Ian Pannell is in Tel Aviv.
Now, the Iranians deny that they targeted the hospital. They said they were targeting Israeli military facilities, but we visited the site. We saw the damage. One of the wings of the hospital took a direct hit from this ballistic missile. The front facade of the building had all the windows blown out. You could see extensive structural damage.
Here at home, the White House saying President Trump will make a decision on potential U.S. strikes in Iran within the next 2 weeks, holding out hope for a diplomatic solution. A group of protesters gathering at Dodger Stadium in Los Angeles Thursday after the Dodgers said ICE requested permission to use their parking lots, but were denied. ABC's Trevor Alt is at the stadium.
The Dodgers have drawn criticism for remaining silent during these escalating ICE raids, but the organization is reportedly planning to announce initiatives supporting impacted immigrant communities.
Heavy rain in Tennessee, where a portion of Interstate 40 is closed in the Great Smoky Mountains because of a massive rock slide and flooding. Tennessee Department of Transportation Chief Engineer Will Reed.
That's a lot of water in a very short period of time. Okay, when you have 2.5 to 3.5 inches of water that's very localized in a very short period of time, these things can happen.
Reed estimates it'll take about 2 weeks to reopen that road. And severe storms moving east this evening. Lightning and heavy rain along the I-95 corridor from Washington, D.C. to Philadelphia, New York, Boston. Hundreds of thousands without power. Nearly 500 flights canceled along the East Coast. You're listening to ABC News.
If you need to hire, it seems like the whole process can be exhausting. You search resumes, wait for the right candidates to apply, set up initial interviews. It's a lot of time and work. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates for your job the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. Zip Intro is super easy to use. You simply pick a time, and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you can choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day. Best of all, you save time and energy.
Try Zip Intro for free right now at this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. Zip Intro. Post jobs today, talk to qualified candidates tomorrow. Once again, go to ZipRecruiter.com/free to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Gas prices have been on the rise due in part to the unrest in the Middle East, now at their highest level in more than a month in 49 out of 50 states, says Gas Buddy. ABC's Rebecca Jarvis.
The good news, though, going into this 4th of July weekend is that prices before the conflict erupted were relatively mild, and they're still well below where they were this time a year ago. Still, analysts are predicting that prices will keep climbing. By one estimate, they could jump 7 to 15 cents.
A SpaceX rocket at the Texas Starbase exploded on the test stand. ABC's Maria Villarreal.
Whoa!
No!
The Starship erupting in a series of massive explosions.
Ship 36 just blew up.
Staggering flames filling the South Texas sky. SpaceX was preparing for a routine static fire test, loading fuel before igniting Starship's engines. They believe a pressurized tank exploded, setting off a series of blasts.
A deadly plane crash in Beverly, Massachusetts. The small plane going down in an industrial park near the airport just after takeoff. One person on board was killed, another in critical condition. No one on the ground hurt. The crash is under investigation. President Trump today signed an executive order to keep TikTok running in the U.S. for another 90 days to give his administration more time to broker a deal to bring the social media platform under American ownership. This is the third time that Trump has extended the deadline. Dave Packer, ABC News.
KONP News brought to you by McCrory Carpet One. Always priced right, always done right. It's McCrory Carpet One. Washington State Ferry fares set to rise this fall and then again next spring. The Washington State Transportation Commission plans to increase fares 3% on October 1st, another 3% May 1st of next year. Additionally, a summer season surcharge will rise to 35% on all routes next year. And the expiration period for multiple ride passes will be extended to 120 days as a trial starting next spring. Lawmakers also approved increasing the vessel replacement surcharge to $1 per ticket starting in October and adding a new 3% credit card fee in March of next year. Public comments on the proposal are now open through the state through August 5th.
Here's your News Radio KONP forecast brought to you by Olympic Game Farm. Cloudy tonight with a slight chance for rain. Lows around 47. Winds out of the west 8 to 15 miles per hour. Cloudy again tomorrow. Chance for rain. High of 58. Cloudy skies tomorrow night. Rain likely. Lows level off around 47. I'm staff meteorologist Jennifer Wojcicki. Currently 57.
Thank you for 80 incredible years. This is News Radio KONP Port Angeles Squim, a Radio Pacific station.
This is CBS Eye on the World. Here's John Batchelor.
Malcolm Hoenlein, Conference of Presidents, Major American Jewish Organizations, joins me as my colleague and co-host. We go right to our colleague in Jerusalem, Alex Trayman, the CEO and bureau chief for the Jewish News Service, looking at Jerusalem, but at the same time looking towards the threat from Iran these last days under continual bombardment. I take it mostly at night where it is right now. Alex, very good evening to you. Thank you for joining us. Jerusalem,
good evening, John. Good evening, Malcolm.
Jerusalem has not been a target, but it can be. The reports here are that the missiles, the ballistic missiles, maybe even the drones come on Tel Aviv. What is the sense right now of the bombardment? Is it what you expected? Is it more or less than what you expected? And this threat that Iran has championed for years. Good evening to you.
Good evening. You know, we've had tens of thousands of rockets and missiles fired at us over the last 600 days from Gaza, from Lebanon, from Yemen, and from Iran itself. And over the last several days since Israel launched its surprise attack on Iran, there's been over 450 ballistic missiles and hundreds of drones fired at Israel. You're correct that the majority of them have been fired towards Tel Aviv, have been fired toward Haifa. Many have been fired in the south towards Israel's nuclear reactor at Dimona. Jerusalem has been mostly calm compared to other parts of the country. However, when ballistic missiles are fired in the direction of Israel, remember, Israel is a very small country. It's about the size of the state of New Jersey. So when ballistic missiles are coming from 1,000 miles away, all of a sudden the entire country will get warning signals that ballistic missiles are on the way. And then within just a few moments, the technology is able to discern exactly where these missiles are headed. And then you'll get air raid sirens in specific locations on the basis of where they think that these missiles will fall. That said, they're coming from the east, so even when they're going to Tel Aviv, they're basically going right overhead. And the air defense systems are oftentimes trying to intercept these missiles right overhead. And so even when you have an interception, you can have large pieces of shrapnel falling, even in Jerusalem, even in other places where the missiles are not necessarily targeted at. So it's a real situation. Israelis going in and out of shelters, and it's definitely the most intensive bombardment that we've had since this war started.
Malcolm.
And maybe since the Six-Day War in 1967, certainly in terms of what Israel has had to mount. So tell us first, what would you sense the mood of the people is? Is the renowned resilience of Israelis in evidence, despite the fact that last night you had hundreds of wounded and unfortunately altogether, I think we're so far 24 killed, but that some of the rockets got through. Is there a sense of commitment and resilience and support for the government now?
Absolutely. I would say you have universal support for the government, universal support for the IDF and the Air Force in this campaign. The Israeli citizens are just proving themselves again and again and again to be among the most resilient in the entire world. Just dealing with this as though it's the next stage, doing their part. The home front understands that they have to do their part and be resilient in order to support our Air Force, which is running nonstop sorties to and from Iran. And everybody understands that this 600-day war that we've been fighting has been spearheaded by the center of this this terror octopus, which is Iran. And, we've been hearing about the threat of nuclear Iran for years and years and years. And all Israelis really understand it's time for this threat to be completely neutralized.
Alex, the concern here is the arsenal. Is it running down? Is it being resupplied? I know that's a secret, but it's a sense that you're spending hundreds of your interceptors every night, and almost as if that's Iran's tactic, to wear you out and you can't shoot back. Is that a concern you see in the editorial pages? I'm not asking for secrets, just are the columnists worried about it?
Well, the estimates were that Iran had between 2,000 to 3,000 ballistic missiles that they could fire at Israel. Now, you could see from the precision in which Israel's acted that they have calculated all scenarios. And as far as the assessments are going and is being reported, not only are the attacks taking place in Iran going as well or better than expected, but the amount of damage to the home front has been much less than expected. Israel was prepared for, again, well over 1,000 missiles. In fact, hundreds at a time being fired at Israel. In the entire several days, we've had about 450 ballistic missiles, and they've been firing in descending numbers. Like the initial barrages were several dozen, and even though this morning we had about 20, that was one of the largest barrages in the last 2 or 3 days. So I don't think that the estimates that Israel's running out of interceptors is correct. I think Israel planned for this scenario, and as long as they are playing a good offense, which means taking out missile launchers and creating a bottleneck, which makes it harder for Iran to be firing the missiles at Israel, I think that so far the defense, while not hermetic, has been decent, and we still have the capacity to keep fighting.
Malcolm?
Do you notice if there are shortages? Is there food? Is there other things that are lacking because now, as the war enters a couple days and the days before were not great, what is the sense internally? How's the economy doing?
Well, I mean, people have been staying home from work, except for essential businesses, which obviously includes supermarkets. I mean, the streets are open. It's not like the lockdowns of COVID. People are out and about in between the sirens. The stores are filled with food. There's no people rushing on gasoline stations for gas for the car. We haven't had any power disturbances here. So Israelis, again, proving their resilience, just kind of going about their business, and with a great deal of apprehension, of course, but, we haven't seen too much out of the ordinary aside from these constant entries into the bomb shelters and the few missiles that are getting through.
Alex, how long do you have once the siren goes off to get to the shelter?
So what happens is you get these alerts on your phone that indicate that a missile barrage has been fired. Usually that gives you about 10 to 12 minutes in which you're told to get near to a protected area. From the time that the air raid sirens will go off, you have 90 seconds approximately to get into your shelter. However, I can tell you that on multiple occasions, you begin to hear big booms overhead, interceptions taking place just seconds after air raid sirens go off. And in some cases, you can even sometimes hear those booms ahead of the air raid sirens. So, best to get into the shelter, with that 10-minute notice. And it's amazing that the IDF can know exactly when these things are fired and that they're heading towards Israel.
1 minute, Malcolm.
So tell us what is the political situation of Netanyahu now in your estimation?
Well, I mean, nobody's really thinking about that. I think that most of the Israelis are supporting Netanyahu through this campaign. Even the opposition. You've seen Yair Lapid, Avigdor Lieberman, Benny Gantz, all challengers of the prime minister meeting with him, all supporting this campaign. This is universal. We have to see, obviously, how well it goes. If it continues to go with the success that it's been going for the last few days, Netanyahu will be a hero after all this. But we don't really want to think about the day after. Right now, we've just got to get through this as swiftly as possible.
Alex Trayman in Jerusalem, Malcolm Hoenlein, I'm John Batchelor.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy. Pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. Optima Tax Relief. Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Millions of Americans take medicine like Ozempic and Zepbound. Many of them are overpaying by thousands of dollars a year. These GLP-1 medications for diabetes, weight loss, and more may not always be covered by your insurance, but GoodRx can help. GoodRx helps you save every month on prescriptions at over 70,000 pharmacies nationwide. Best of all, it's free to use. Check GoodRx to save on GLP-1s. Just go to GoodRx.com/GLP. That's GoodRx.com/GLP. GoodRx is not insurance but can be used instead of insurance, including Medicare and other federal and state-funded programs.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Hey, get in. What? Who are you? I'm future you. Constipation with belly pain still coming back? Yeah. Mia, our doctor figured it out. She said it's irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, or IBS-C, and Linzess could help you get ahead of it.
Linzess linaclotide is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
William is one of millions of Americans who uses GoodRx to save on the cost of their prescriptions.
My oldest daughter, Camilla, 2 days old, she had to have open heart surgery. All of a sudden, she's on 5 different medications. It adds up at the end of the month. Me and the pharmacist got so tight. She said, GoodRx save you a lot of money. Saving that extra $200-300 a month. We're able to do all these extra activities, so it puts less stress on our household, and it puts less stress on our pockets.
Download the free app or visit GoodRx.com and start saving today. GoodRx user compensated for their time. GoodRx is not insurance, but can be used instead of insurance.
This is CBS Eye on the World. I'm John Batchelor. Malcolm Hoenlein, Conference of Presidents, major American Jewish organizations, with me, and we're very pleased to welcome Washington Institute's Rob Satloff to help us sort through the politics of the moment of the war fighting between Israel and Iran. Rob, a very good evening to you. The headline in the Wall Street Journal, Israel-Iran trade fire as U.S. weighs options. Subhead, Israeli hospital damaged by Iranian missile attack, weighs options. As I understand it these last days, there are factions emerging in both parties. Nobody's obeying the old rules. They're going for the new rules. What does the weighing look like from your point of view, Rob? Good evening to you.
Well, good evening to you. It's very good to be with you again, John and Malcolm. First, before I answer your question, you mentioned just in passing the notion that Iran hit Soroka Hospital in Beersheba in Israel. Let's not let that pass too swiftly. This is a direct attack on a civilian hospital. This is not by mistake. This is not, an error. This is not because they fear that Israel has military operations underneath the hospital, like what happens, regrettably, in Gaza. They are attacking civilian targets. This is a horrendous war crime. And I'm just waiting for Amnesty International and all those other organizations to call out the Iranians for this sort of terrible deed. I didn't want that to go to pass without.
Rob, and thankful. Let's do geography here, because you and I know that Beersheba is well down the peninsula towards Gaza. So in order to hit that hospital, they had to fire over Jerusalem, over Tel Aviv, over all the outdoor suburbs, heading for Gaza, and then bring it down in Beersheba.
Yeah, it's not far from Gaza, but you had to actually target a totally civilian area in order to hit Soroka Hospital. So let's understand what's going on here.
All right, back to the U.S. Way away, Rob. What is the way?
So the basic question is, will Donald Trump authorize U.S. Central Command to complete the core mission in Iran, which is the destruction of the Fordo nuclear enrichment facility, which is buried deep within a mountain, and that the most effective way for to achieve its destruction is with special U.S. munitions, these extreme bunker busters that can get that deep underground. Now, or alternatively, two alternatives. One, let Israel do what Israel was planning to do, because surely Israel began its campaign with its own plans to how to address this target, perhaps not as efficiently or comprehensively as what the U.S. could do, but I'm sure they did not launch this campaign without their own plans for how to do this. Or the third option, use the threat of massive external involvement to coerce Iran into giving up, surrendering. This is what the president referred to a couple of days ago with his famous two-word tweet, unconditional surrender. So this is really what in broad strokes, what at the highest level, it seems to be under consideration, these three broad options.
The talk about needing 24 hours, 48 hours, the belief on the part of some that Israel's continued operations will bring them to the table. There's been reports of the Foreign Minister Agrachi wanting to come to the White House or meeting with Witkoff, the special envoy, in the coming days. Right. Where do you see the level of discussion today and the timetable for when an ultimate decision has to be reached?
All right. So, look, as I said, three broad options: America acts, diplomacy, Israel acts. Now, they do relate with each other. They're not totally independent. So Israeli action will have an impact on diplomacy. The Israelis are going ahead with what they're doing. And that will have an impact on whether the Iranians decide, perhaps to take a diplomatic route. Now, I know there have been reports about the president perhaps authorizing J.D. Vance, the vice president, and Steve Witkoff, his special Middle East envoy, to meet with Iran. One assumes the idea here is to meet with Iran to accept Iran's unconditional surrender, which is what the president has laid out as America's position. That may not be what Iran has in mind. And there may need to be a lot more visible display of American intent in order to achieve the unconditional surrender the president has sought. Some of this may happen within a few days. I just saw one headline, John, which said that the president may give up to 2 weeks for diplomacy. I don't know if that's accurate. It's impossible to know at the moment how much of this is smoke, how much of this are trial balloons, how much of this is meant to influence the thinking of one of the other actors. One assumes that unconditional surrender without the use of further American action, of offensive American action, is what the president's preference is. But it's impossible to know.
Rob, does the president need the War Powers Act? Does he need Congress to weigh in on this?
Well, this is a point of some dispute at the moment. There are some who argue on both far ends of the spectrum, and actually some in the middle, who say that the president would be wise to gain congressional authorization. There are some who say it's required. I'm not a legal scholar. My view is I focus on to me what's most important is what the objective is, and what would be the most effective way to achieve the objective. My preference, for what it's worth, John, my preference is that if Israel can achieve the objective without U.S. offensive participation, I would prefer to see that. I think it is eminently reasonable for the United States to contribute, as it is doing now, in the defense of Israel. But I like the 77-year principle that has always governed these situations, in which the United States provides Israel with the means, materiel, and weapons for it to do the fighting. I think that's a great division of labor. We're at a moment where people are considering, the White House is considering, changing that principle. I think we need to see whether or not Israel can achieve its objectives without American offensive direct participation, and only then have the White House make the decision whether we need to change our approach.
Malcolm,
from your readings in Washington, do you get a sense that the people appreciate why America has a stake in this, why America is the major target of the Iranians and the great danger devil, and we're the minor devil?
So I don't think that most people appreciate that first, they don't appreciate that the Iran nuclear program is a strategic threat to the United States.
30 seconds, Rob.
Secondly,
30 seconds.
And they don't appreciate that we are the great Satan and Israel is the lesser Satan. I don't think that is the commonly held view. I regret that. It is just a sad state of our political debate that it's not the widely held view.
Rob Satloff in Washington with the Washington Institute, Malcolm Hoenlein, Conference of Presidents, Major American Jewish Organizations in New York. We've addressed the U.S. and watching the conflict in the Middle East. When we come back, the region and the globe.
You're listening to CBS Eye on the World with John Batchelor.
Are you over 50 and constantly feeling tired, bloated, or just a little off? Don't ignore it. Those could be signs that your liver is crying for help. As we age, our liver, which is essential for metabolism, digestion, immunity, and detoxification, needs extra support and protection. If neglected, it can leave you feeling sluggish and constantly off your game. That's where Active Liver from New Nordic comes in. Available in easy-to-take tablets or delicious gummies, Active Liver combines powerful natural ingredients like turmeric, milk thistle, and globe artichoke extract to help support healthy liver function. With Active Liver, you're giving your body an essential daily defense against toxins from alcohol, fatty foods, and sweets, helping you reclaim your energy, improve digestion, lose the bloat, and strengthen your immunity so you can look and feel your best again. Protect your liver and give it the support that it deserves by making Active Liver from New Nordic part of your daily wellness routine. Find Active Liver in stores at your local CVS, Meijer Grocery, or online at Amazon or NewNordicUSA.com.
Olympic Game Farm is the place for you. Better than the circus or a day at the zoo. There's llamas and there's lions and a race for you. Olympic Game Farm is the place for you. Say hello to a buffalo, stick out his tongue. This place is just amazing for the old and the young. These zebras or a tiger might catch your eye. They've even got a bear who'll wave goodbye. It's so much fun, so bring your dad and your mom. Look us up at onlygamefarm.com.
Don't become a victim of Medicare fraud. Medicare never makes cold calls, so when someone calls you and says they're from Medicare, hang up. If you get an offer for free medical equipment or services, toss it. When you get your medical statement, read it. And if anything looks suspicious, report it to the Senior Medicare Patrol with Sheba at 1-800-562-6900. That's 1-800-562-6900. Sheba is a free, unbiased service of the Washington State Office of the Insurance Commissioner.
Hate the hassle of traveling to the big city? Caviar Jewelry in Port Angeles now offers some new name brands in bridal jewelry with delicate and whimsical ladies' rings by Frederick Goldman and Art Carved, Anne Hardy, and stout men's bands from Triton. We'll save you time, trouble, and money. We've also added some fun nature-inspired sterling jewelry from our new partner in Thailand, whose brand empowers women all over the world. Check out our new and improved website at caviarjewelry.com for current sales and catalogs. See you soon.
Home affordability. Yes, it does exist here on the peninsula with Mountain View Homes. Looking for a quality craftsmanship home at 40% less than stick-built? Call Mountain View Homes. We specialize in affordable homes with full-service land packages, dirt to turnkey, quality, beautiful, and an efficient manufactured home on the site of your choice. Mountain View Homes has 3 locations to serve you, including Carlsberg. Visit mtviewhomes.com. That's mtviewhomes.com.
At Olympic Peninsula Title, good old-fashioned customer service never goes out of style. We've been closing real estate transactions in Clallam County for over 40 years and have earned the repeat business of our customers because we treat people with respect, put the security of our customers' funds and information as priority number 1, and always provide service with a smile. When it's time to choose a title company to close your transaction, opt for Olympic Peninsula Title and see why we've been voted the best title company in Clallam County over and over again.
ABC News, I'm Dave Packard. Israel says it struck dozens of military targets in Tehran and around Iran overnight. Meanwhile, Iranian missiles hitting Israel, including a hospital in Beersheba, causing extensive damage. ABC's Ian Pannell is in Tel Aviv.
Now, the Iranians deny that they targeted the hospital. They said they were targeting Israeli military facilities, but we visited the site. We saw the damage. One of the wings of the hospital took a direct hit from this ballistic missile. The front facade of the building had all the windows blown out. You could see extensive structural damage.
The White House saying President Trump will make a decision on potential U.S. strikes on Iran within the next 2 weeks. A group of protesters gathered at Dodger Stadium in Los Angeles Thursday after the Dodgers said ICE requested permission to use their parking lots but were denied. Heavy rain in Tennessee, where a portion of Interstate 40 is closed in the Great Smoky Mountains because of a massive rock slide and flooding. This is ABC News.
Here's your Newsradio KONP forecast brought to you by Olympic Game Farm. Cloudy tonight with a slight chance for rain. Lows around 47. Winds out of the west 8 to 15 miles per hour. Cloudy again tomorrow. Chance for rain. High of 58. Cloudy skies tomorrow night. Rain likely. Lows level off around 47. I'm staff meteorologist Jennifer Wojcicki. Currently 57.
This is CBS Eye on the World. I'm John Batchelor with Malcolm Hoenlein, Conference of Presidents, Major American Jewish Organizations, and we're very pleased to welcome our colleague Rob Satloff of the Washington Institute to comment on what we know, fog of war, about the exchange of missiles, drones, aircraft, back and forth between Tel Aviv generally and Tehran and all the rest of the suspect sites in Iran that are associated with the Islamic Republic of Iran's suspect nuclear weapons program. However, we turn now to the region watching this conflict. There are several conflicts underway: Gaza with the Hamas, Lebanon with Hezbollah, Yemen with the Houthis, and then there's the Ukraine-Russian fight. So there's head spinning going on. However, the region right now is focused on will or will not the U.S. join with its ally Israel in responding to the Iranian provocations, and also the NPT in violation. Will the U.S. support Israel in enforcing the violation of the NPT and shut down the Islamic Republic's ambition to develop its own nuclear weapon? Rob, I begin with Russia because the threat is from Lavrov himself, who speaks for Vladimir Putin. The threat is, do not get involved to the United States of America. How do you read that, Rob? Uniform, ceremonial, or does it have bite?
Look, I think that the big picture about Russia's view of this conflict is they are perhaps Iran's most important global ally, and they have been very, very quiet, very balanced, very even-handed. They have not jumped to Iran's support. They have not publicly condemned Israel. They've been very, very cautious about their position on this. Now, perhaps it's because they want to earn a few points with Donald Trump. They've offered themselves as the mediator, the peacemaker. I hope we don't take them up on it. But the key here is, Russia relies on Iran for drone technology, for its fight against Ukraine. But yet Russia has not jumped in headfirst to help Iran in this conflict. Lavrov's comments, I'm afraid to say, Lavrov is, if it doesn't come from Putin, I don't buy it directly. I don't take it nearly as seriously. I don't think Russia is in a position to be warning or threatening the United States about anything.
Malcolm?
So let's look beyond Russia, which is really critical, and we'll have many more questions about their role in this. But the Middle East itself, do you find the Arab and in Muslim countries' muted response, quite remarkable?
Yes, I agree with that assessment. I mean, they've almost across the board, they have restricted their criticisms to rather perfunctory statements from some unnamed Ministry of Foreign Affairs spokesperson. I mean, and I can't, it's very rare to see a leader coming out with a strong, powerful statement of condemnation, and certainly none are saying they're lining up with Iran shoulder to shoulder, to confront the Zionist threat. That you just don't see. Iran does not have too many friends around the Middle East, which is not to say that everybody is delighted to see missiles flying over their territory. That's, okay, fair enough. But very few of them are coming out and saying, that they support Iran in this conflict.
The region includes the only Muslim state with a nuclear weapon, that would be Pakistan. Is that to watch, Rob, Pakistan, Islamabad, and whether or not it supports Iran?
It's a very interesting question, John. Pakistan is one of the countries that has been fairly vocal in their support to Iran. It's uncertain, unclear whether that support actually translates into anything tangible. I would be extremely surprised if Pakistan somehow uses its nuclear assets in support of Iran. It would underscore its vulnerability to India. It would open itself up in many ways. So yes, verbally they have been tougher than many, but I have not seen any sign of a practical manifestation of that.
Here's my concern, Rob. Excuse me, Malcolm, just a moment. The major worry in any conflict like this is a third-party intervention. That's why I'm looking around. That would explain the massive force buildup by the U.S. to make sure a third party doesn't get involved. Do you have a suspect to watch closely, third party?
At the moment, I don't have a suspect that's going to jump in to help protect Iran, to support Iran. If anything, ironically, what you have is, certain statements by some Western leaders. The German chancellor was remarkably muscular and robust in suggesting and hinting that that there's an important interest in destroying Fordo. I mean, who'd have thought it? I'm cheering for German militarism this week. Let's get. I mean, this is how this has turned the world upside down.
Well, I think it's turned it upside down also. When you looked at Jordan took down drones flying over it, and certainly must have allowed Israel some passage. Syria, they flew over Syria. You see the Egyptians, Egyptians writing in support of Israel in various websites. Morocco, remarkably silent on this. Could this then be the staging ground for the next phase of the Abraham Accords?
So it's an interesting question. I don't think that a key element can be circumvented. And what I mean by that is if one assumes that there is a visible victory vis-a-vis Iran, that Israel succeeds in taking out its major threat of the Iran nuclear program, hopefully that will give enough political wind in the sails of the Prime Minister of Israel that he'll be able to face down some of his more hard-right members of his coalition and bring the Gaza conflict to an end, hopefully with all the hostages released. That, I still think, is going to be essential to trigger the next phase of the broadening of the Abraham Accords, which is focused principally on Saudi Arabia, but also we should not rule out Lebanon or other participants. I don't think we can totally avoid Gaza, but how Iran turns out will, of course, be pivotal.
China. The People's Republic of China has a huge deal with Iran, 25 billion or more is my memory, and the shadow fleet is routinely used to sell Iranian oil. 90% of its oil is going to China. And yet, the same word applies from Russia to China. Subdued response. Yes, they want the war to stop, but they're not getting involved. Are you surprised by that, Rob?
So on China, I'm not surprised that they're not going to get involved. China has relatively little military assets in the region. They're not going to put this at risk. Their economic connections in the region at risk. They have excellent ties on the other side of the Gulf with the Emirates, and with Saudi Arabia. The Chinese are playing all sides on this, which is not unusual. But from the Iranian perspective, what they're not doing is coming out firmly and clearly in Iran's support and backing it up with muscle.
Malcolm?
I will ask you whether you think the United States would be able to enlist anybody else in a response. You mentioned what the Germans have said. The British pilots seem to have participated in some of the defensive maneuvers. If this thing comes to a head, and we're seeing the movement of the Gerald Ford aircraft carrier group, anybody else join in?
So I don't want to get ahead of myself here, Malcolm. There are different ways in which different countries can participate. Whether it's not necessarily just participating in the bombing of Fordo. There's all sorts of intelligence, refueling, support roles that other countries theoretically could do. But I don't think we should get ahead of ourselves yet.
And to your question, by the way, you saw that the Pakistanis were in the White House this week, the head of their national intelligence, et cetera. I think to John's question, that's an answer.
Yes, that's why I think there's a big difference between, even with Pakistan, which has such a tight relationship with Iran, a big difference between expressing some verbal support and actually acting on that support.
Rob Satloff of the Washington Institute, looking very carefully at the region and at the world island, the Eurasian supercontinent, and it's staring very carefully at what is going on in Iran right now, very carefully. Will the Ayatollah surrender? Will he flee? Will he martyr himself? Question marks. Malcolm Hoenlein, Conference of Presidents, Major American Jewish Organizations. I'm John Batchelor.
Stay tuned for more of CBS Eye on the World with John Batchelor.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. Optima Tax Relief. Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Whoa. More fiber?
What?
Down here, buddy. It's me, your spoon. Constipation with belly pain still coming back?
Yeah.
Talk to your doctor. It could be irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, or IBS-C, but Linzess could help you get ahead of it.
Linzess linaclotide is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out collection letters, garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it even harder to get out of debt. Don't let tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in taxpayer assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. Let them fight on your behalf, helping to put your tax problems to rest. Call the tax professionals at Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hey, get in. What? Who are you? I'm future you. Constipation with belly pain still coming back? Yeah. Mia, our doctor figured it out. She said it's irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, or IBS-C, and Linzess could help you get ahead of it.
Linzess linaclotide is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
Let's face it, nothing makes you look older than you really are than thinning hair. But what if you could not only increase your hair count, but promote new hair growth without surgery, without drugs with potential side effects, and without a prescription from your doctor? Well, Now you can, thanks to a breakthrough new supplement called Hair Grow, provided by New Nordic, the #1 supplier of dietary supplements in Europe. Hair Grow is now available in the U.S. Only Hair Grow contains Tocogaya, a powerful antioxidant that has received a U.S. patent. Multiple clinical studies show Hair Grow is safe and effective in promoting new hair growth. In one study, 95% of the patients using Hair Grow saw increased hair count. Don't lose more time and more hair. Try Hair Grow today to feel and look your best. Available online at Amazon, Walmart.com, and NewNordicUSA.com, or in stores at your local CVS. Look younger and feel more confident with Hair Grow by New Nordic at NewNordicUSA.com, or in stores at your local CVS.
This is CBS Eye on the World. I'm John Batchelor with my colleague Malcolm Hoenlein, Conference of Presidents, Major American Jewish Organizations. While the missiles and drones go back and forth from Iran and the Houthis in Lebanon, Gaza has been in the news, always in the news. It still is, although it's hard to see given the fighting in Iran. So now I go to Malcolm to report to him as I faithfully listen to London news each morning, especially the FT.com. Malcolm, the reporting is strange. It's detached. It's assertive, and it continues to change its point of view, always anti-Israeli, but from the point of view of Gaza officials or Hamas Health Ministry or just public opinion about the aid stations. And not today, but I believe 24 hours ago, the report was an Israeli tank had opened up and civilians who were queued up to receive aid because they were starving. It was that way, Malcolm. That was reported according to Palestinian officials. Maybe they said Gaza officials. Sometimes they go back and forth. What is going on in Britain, Malcolm? Is this, what universe is this?
It's insanity, and it's self-destructive, ultimately. And you see it in the loss of confidence of people in any of the reporting. BBC devotes a very significant portion every night of its news reporting to these fictional stories, interviewing people supposedly in Gaza. And so many times these have been proven to be false reports. The latest one was the report that many people, dozens of Palestinians, were killed at a Gaza Humanitarian Foundation aid distribution site. And they said it's just categorically untrue. It did not occur at a GHF site, but at a UN World Food Program site, which has nothing to do with Israel. This is under UN auspices. And so far, they say that nothing has occurred at the sites of the GHF, which the United States and Israel are supporting, and during their operating hours. What happens afterwards, sometimes they don't know. But they designed specifically to prevent these kind of tragedies. And yet the BBC will interview people, and so no matter how many times it's proven that the assertions are wrong, both in terms of the numbers and the presence and who was even fighting in the area, times when Israel wasn't even nearby, and yet they report as fact. And when they apologize at times and they try to backtrack on it, but then they go immediately and do the same thing again. And I think people are beginning to see through it, though unfortunately the damage is done. And you see that there aren't demonstrations except for the useful idiots marching in New York, but you don't see demonstrations for Iran in Iran. You don't see them in other countries where people are standing up for Iran because they recognize the danger it poses, yet the media would portray them in this soft light, not talking, and then I don't reference the people, and Israel has avoided civilian casualties and civilian sites, targeting military sites, that it just discredits them completely. About Iran, we forget that Iran has practiced the art of threatening Israel for many years. What do you hear now, Malcolm? Is it now a fact established that Iran had provoked this conflict? Is that accepted? Very broadly, and including in the region. including in Muslim and Arab countries, and I've spoken to leaders in those countries. We remember the Ring of Fire, where the Iranians were responsible for Hezbollah and for Hamas and for the Houthis and for the militias in Syria and Iraq that they tried to surround Israel, but more than that, overthrow the regimes, establishing themselves as a control factor in Syria and in Lebanon, denying the people their rights there, let alone their own rights. Just a report came out this week where almost 1,000 people were executed over the last year in Iran. It is the most vicious regime in the world in that regard. And the same thing is what it does to subjugate people, and that's why you don't see sympathetic statements. But for us and for America to be reminded why this is so important for us. You remember in 1979 when the 52 American diplomats were held hostage, and in 1983, 241 Marines were killed by Hezbollah, directed by Iran's IRGC, and 19 airmen in the Khobar Towers by Iran, Saudi, Hezbollah, 2 attempts on the life of the president. The sailors from the USS Cole, 17 of them killed in 2000, and then U.S. troops killed 608 plus by Iranian EFPFs in Iraq, terror by remote control, and the drone and rocket attacks by Iran militias killed soldiers in Tower 22. We can go on with the whole list. So Iran has long been a war with America. Israel is fighting the war for the West right now, and no one can but be amazed at how this little country, which has 1/10 the population of Iraq and 1/70th the geographic size, has been able to counter the Iranian assaults and the massive buildup of missiles, etc. And I think that accounts for some of the silence of the others in the region, who all tell me quietly that they are longing for Israel's complete victory.
You have polling, Malcolm, the American people watching this conflict. What does it tell us?
So the latest poll that I saw, because there are varying reports, and obviously people don't like war, but half of the American people approve of the attack. Republicans much more likely, I think almost 3/4 in favor. But the majority believe Iran poses a threat to the United States. And the majority of about 60% think that that the strikes against Iran could make the world more dangerous, while a significant part believe that it will make it much safer. So for the 80+% who believe that what happens in the Middle East matters for the life in the United States, and by the way, the latest poll shows also way over majority support for financial aid for the Israeli military, that despite the negative press and the distortions, I think the American people largely see through it. What we've seen on our campuses, we see the manipulation of our young people and of our political process often, that the people are beginning to take account and recognize who our friend is in the region and who is not.
It was established over several administrations that Iran is the chief sponsor of terror in the world. Is that being repeated, Malcolm, by the administration? Are they reminding the American people what Bill Clinton said, what George Bush said, what Barack Obama said, what Joe Biden said?
I think President Trump believes it. I think there are people in the administration, there are neo-isolationists, there are others who try to argue against him, try to restrict what the United States does, some even holding key positions. I think most in the military, certainly the CENTCOM people, have been remarkable in this regard, and that the president has shown real leadership because he understands what's at stake here, what's at stake for America, what's at stake for the region, and recognizing that in Iran, allowed to continue on its path to a nuclear weapon and being so close to being able to say, guys, it's too late, we did it. And he knows that they were buying time when he offered them a month and they asked for 60 days and he gave it to them, that they were just buying time while they continued to move ahead on their nuclear program, on the enrichment, in complete violation of the IAEA standards and their agreements.
Malcolm Hoenlein, Conference of Presidents, Major American Jewish Organizations, Flag of War. This will continue.
You're listening to CBS Eye on the World with John Batchelor.
Hello? Whoa. More fiber?
What?
Down here, buddy. It's me, your spoon. Constipation with belly pain still coming back?
Yeah.
Talk to your doctor. It could be irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, or IBS-C, but Linzess could help you get ahead of it.
Linzess linaclotide is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
Ever wonder how the credit card companies make their money? Well, think about this. If you owe $25,000 on 5 different credit cards and you make your minimum payments every month, here's what it's going to cost you. Are you sitting down? You'll shell out over $13,000 in additional interest, and it's going to take over 13 years to pay off your original $25,000 balance. That's how they make money. Now it's your turn to fight back by calling the Debt Solutions Network. We'll work on your behalf to reduce your debt. We specialize in credit cards, retail store cards, and medical bills. We promise we can and will reduce your debt. Call right now for a free 15-minute debt analysis.
800-932-5112. 800-932-5112. 800-932-5112. That's 800-932-5112.
Celebrating 80 years of trusted news and local connections. This is Newsradio KONP Port Angeles Slim from a Radio Pacific station.
I'm Dave Packard. President Trump has set a new timeline for any potential U.S. action on Iran. The White House says the president will make a decision within the next 2 weeks, saying there's a chance for a diplomatic solution with Iran to give up its nuclear weapons. ABC's Mary Bruce has more from the White House.
All of this is coming as European leaders are expecting to meet with the Iranians in Geneva. One senior official telling us the president hopes this 2-week timeline will, quote, give the Iranians some room to come to their senses. But make no mistake, the president still has this high-stakes decision to make, and he's now given himself a deadline to make it.
Israel says it struck dozens of military targets in Tehran and around Iran, including nuclear and military production sites. And more missiles coming from Iran are breaking through Israel's defenses. ABC's Ian Pannell in Tel Aviv.
There's been some speculation suggesting that the number of missiles coming from Iran had reduced over the last few days, and perhaps Iran was running low. Well, I think we now know that that certainly isn't the case.
One of the missiles hit a hospital in Beersheba, causing extensive damage. Freed American-Israeli hostage Edon Alexander returned to his hometown of Tenafly, New Jersey today. This neighbor...
He looked really happy, and we were really happy that he was back.
The 21-year-old was captured during the October 7th Hamas attack. He was freed last month after 584 days in captivity in Gaza. Alexander was the last living American citizen still believed to be held by Hamas. Severe thunderstorms in the Northeast this evening, hundreds of thousands without power. A 15-year-old boy in the hospital after being struck by lightning in New York Central Park. Nearly 500 flights canceled along the East Coast, and now comes the heat.
It'll feel like 108 in Omaha, 106 in Minneapolis on Saturday. Blazing heat that spreads into the Northeast over the weekend. We're talking triple-digit feel-like readings in D.C., New York, and Boston.
ABC's Lee Goldberg. You're listening to ABC News.
When was the last time you detoxed your body? If you're like most people, the answer is probably never. Toxins accumulate in our bodies every day from pollution in the air we breathe and water we drink, as well as the food we eat, especially if that food includes fast food, processed food, and sugar. How do you know if you're suffering from a buildup of toxins? If you're experiencing low energy, brain fog, headaches, bloating, and skin irritation, then those are all telltale signs. So, how do you detox your body? Well, you can add saunas or juice fasts, but what you really need is Active Liver from New Nordic. Containing a powerful blend of turmeric, milk thistle, and globe artichoke extract, Active Liver makes it easy to help your liver detox your body all year long without major changes to your diet or lifestyle. Try Active Liver today and start feeling better with more energy immediately. Active Liver comes in both a delicious gummy or tablet. Active Liver is available in stores at CVS or Meijer, or online at Amazon or NewNordicUSA.com.
On this Juneteenth national holiday, President Trump complaining on social media that there are, quote, too many non-working holidays in America. Meanwhile, former President Biden returning to Galveston, Texas for Juneteenth services at the Reedy Chapel AME Church.
Some say to me and to you that this doesn't deserve to be a federal holiday. They don't want to remember, but we all remember the moral stain of slavery.
President Biden signed the bill into law making Juneteenth a federal holiday. A little girl's life saved after a shark attack near Tampa.
I was just snorkeling, then I went up to breathe, and then something hard bit me.
That something, says 9-year-old Leah Lindell, was a shark trying to take her away right in front of her mother.
She was about 3 to 4 feet away from me.
She describes seeing the fling of her daughter's arm.
And it was like almost completely gone.
Doctors got to work in less than an hour. Surgeon Alfred Hess crediting the nature of the bite.
The shark's teeth are so sharp that the cut through the wrist is clean.
Leah's parents praised the nearby construction crew for getting Leah's arm in a tourniquet. Wayne Cabot, ABC News.
The Dallas Cowboy cheerleaders say they're getting a 400% raise after years battling for a pay hike. Their pay increased from $200 to $400 per game following a lawsuit settlement in 2019. They say this raise is 4 times that amount. One of the veteran cheerleaders calling it life-changing. Dave Packer, ABC News.
KONP News brought to you by RE/MAX Evergreen Real Estate. Outstanding agents, outstanding results. 457-6600. Washington State experiencing a significant rise in pertussis cases. The Department of Health reporting 2,261 confirmed or possible cases last year, a 25-fold increase from 87 cases in 2023. As of May 31st, about 1,300 cases had already been reported in our state. Clallam and Jefferson counties, which had no cases in 2023, have seen notable spikes. Clallam's reported 8 cases this year. Jefferson County has had 13 cases so far.
Here's your News Radio KONP forecast brought to you by All Weather Heating and Cooling. Overcast tonight with a slight chance for rain. Lows dip down to about 47. Westerly winds 8 to 15 miles per hour. Chance of rain tomorrow 58. Cloudy. Rain likely tomorrow night, lows level off around 47, cloudy skies expected. I'm staff meteorologist Jennifer Wojcicki. Currently, it's 57 degrees.
News Radio KONP Port Angeles Squim, serving the Olympic Peninsula now for 80 years. A Radio Pacific station.
This is Lee Habib, and this is Our American Stories, the show where America is the star and the American people. Coming to you from the city where the West begins, Fort Worth, Texas. Auntie Ann Byler is best known as the founder of Auntie Anne's, the world's largest pretzel franchise. Here to tell her story, in a talk she gave at Biola University, is the pretzel queen herself, Annie Byler. Let's take a listen.
I was born a little Amish girl in Lancaster County, Pennsylvania. 5 boys, 3 girls, 1 mom, 1 dad. You know, the old-fashioned way. 10 of us. We were raised to love God and to love each other. My dad said to work hard. We hear the line a lot today, work smarter. My dad made me believe if I work hard, I am smart. Be kind to each other. My mom said every day, little children, love each other. Do not give each other pain. When one speaks to you in anger, do not answer them again. Every day we heard that. I believe that one of the greatest lessons I learned on the farm was to persevere. You do what you don't feel like doing. You do it anyway. At the age of 12, I would make 60 or 70 pies and cakes by myself in the basement of our old farmhouse in a big old pizza oven. And I'd walk down there, wipe the tears from my eyes because I did not want to do that. My mom and dad would come home from market that night, and my dad was so proud, and he would tell every customer, my daughter made those pies, my daughter made those cakes. So at the age of 12, my bakery was pretty well, it had reached a peak. Like, I can sell my wares, my goods, my baked goods. And my dad was proud of me. There was something about all of that that really set the pace for me. I really thought I hit the jackpot the day I married Jonas Byler. Now, with a name like Jonas Byler, you know that he was Amish. It's just, you don't have to wonder. Yes, he was Amish. We were young, we were innocent, and filled with love for each other and for God. And we were living our dream. As a young Amish girl, all I ever wanted in life was my very own family. I have to tell you, though, 46 years of being married to this man, he's not quite as tall. His last doctor checkup, he's a half-inch shorter. His hair is not so dark, but he's still really handsome. And I still believe I hit the jackpot the day I married Jonas Byler. God gave me more than I deserved. The secret is, find someone that loves God more than he loves you. That is not a guarantee, but I can tell you that's a very good start in a relationship. In a few short years after being married, our dreams were broken. Our 19-month-old little girl, Angela, was killed in a tragic farm accident as she was walking from our little double-wide trailer to my mom and dad's house just up the lane. It was during that time that she was run over by a bobcat, which my sister was driving at the time, and she was killed instantly. My grief was too deep for words. And I began to withdraw into a place of silence. My husband and I drifted apart. This took me into a great, deep depression. And based on that, I went to our pastor, who we thought was a good man at that time. And I walked into his office that Monday morning, about 5 months after our daughter was killed. And as I left his office, he seduced me, and I stayed in an abusive relationship for 6 long years. The grief that I experienced with Angela, as deep as that was, the abuse took me to the abyss of hell, of despair, of darkness, of guilt, of suicide. Being broken in spirit from 1974 to 1984 had me believing that God was finished with me. In 1984, my husband and I walked into a church in Austin, Texas. Broken in spirit, we were welcomed by the pastor and his wife, Tom and Brenda Wilson. Their love and the people in that congregation restored us back to spiritual health. I had no idea at that time that God had Auntie Anne's on his mind. Through our tragedy, Jonas and I began to put our life back together again with the help of marriage counseling. And Jonas decided, this is exciting. I want to help other couples get through their struggles in their marriages, just help people. So he began to study psychology and became a counselor and did free counseling in our community for over 15 years. When he started counseling, and he was doing it as a free service, that meant one thing for me. I needed to go to work and make the dough. The pretzel dough, that is.
And you've been listening to one heck of a story told by Annie Byler about the tragic loss of her daughter's life, then the even more tragic abuse delivered to her by the person, well, the last person who should, her pastor, but then reclaiming her faith and reclaiming her story and her relationship with God. When we come back, the story of Auntie Anne and her pretzel empire, here on Our American Stories. Lee Habib here again, and I'd like to encourage you to subscribe to our podcast on Apple Podcasts, the iHeartRadio app, or wherever you get your podcasts. Every story we air here is uploaded there daily, and your support goes a long way to keeping the great stories you love from this show coming. Again, please subscribe to the Our American Stories podcast at Apple Podcasts, the iHeartRadio app, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Okay, raise your hand if you want to make your life a little bit easier. Great. Now raise your other hand if you like to be comfortable. Perfect. Now that you have both hands raised, imagine putting on your shoes. And that, folks, right there is your answer to an easier, more comfortable life. Go hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins. This is footwear you don't need your hands to put on. They can be raised in the air, and you can just step it and go. Why don't you experience what people can't stop talking about? Life-changing Skechers Slip-ins. Get your Slip-ins at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/policy. That's ethos.com/policy.
Here's Comedians and Skechers Getting Comfortable, presented by Hands-Free Skechers Slip-Ins.
Hey, I'm Bobby Slayton, and I'm here with my pal, comedian, and Skechers ambassador, Mr. Howie Mandel.
Why did it take so long to invent something as amazing as Slip-Ins? I know it seems simple, but it took Skechers to invent a better pair of shoes.
Yep, with Skechers Slip-Ins, you just step it and go. You don't have to touch your shoes. And by the way, Slip-Ins are for the whole family, men, women, and kids, in all your favorite Skechers styles. Find Skechers Slip-Ins at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
Something amazing is happening. Despite a citywide blackout, this company is still up and running. That's because CDW deployed and managed a cost-effective Eaton Triplite Series Smart Pro UPS to safeguard equipment easily and reliably. Keep the power on and protect your IT equipment from electrical challenges. Triplite by Eaton and CDW. Make amazing happen. Find out more at cdw.com/triplite.
I'm Silas Norman. Kidney disease is devastating the Black community. We're more likely to have diabetes and high blood pressure, the leading causes of kidney disease.
I have diabetes.
I have high blood pressure.
And we're more likely to have kidney failure.
My mom is on dialysis.
Black people are 4 times more likely to be on dialysis, yet we're less likely than other groups to get a kidney transplant. As Dr. Silas Norman, a kidney transplant physician, I can tell you that 90% of people with kidney disease don't know they have it. And every day about 12 people die waiting for a kidney transplant. But kidney failure is often preventable. Talk to your doctor about your risk for kidney disease. Insist on getting your kidneys checked regularly, especially if you have diabetes or high blood pressure.
We're the American Kidney Fund. We believe in kidney health for all. Visit kidneyhealthforall.org. That's kidneyhealthforall.org.
And we continue with Our American Stories and the story of Auntie Annie Byler. And she's best known as the founder of Auntie Anne's, the world's largest pretzel franchise. Let's return to the talk she gave at Biola University.
My decision to go to work was based on our financial need and not on a smart business plan. From a housewife to corporate America almost overnight. Auntie Anne started in 1988. And we knew from the very early days of months of Auntie Anne's, that Auntie Anne's was created to give. God wanted to use Auntie Anne's as a vehicle for missions. I can tell you that purpose with passion is dangerous. 3 things that I did not have when I started Auntie Anne's, and the obstacles that I had to overcome. There were many, but 3 things in particular: education, formal education, capital, and a business plan. I went through the 8th grade because that's Amish culture. It's what you do. And when you're done with 8th grade, you go on the farm and you help mom and dad, or you go get a job. It's what we did. It's all I knew. So I'm not a dropout. We had no capital. We had come back after living in Texas, and we had $25 cash. Had no plan, had no 401k. I didn't know what a 401k was. I didn't know what CDs were. I didn't know what I knew nothing, period, about business or banking. And I felt intimidated as I made my rounds in the business world. And I became fearful. I began to whine, whine and cry to my husband. Oh, I wish I would be like him, like her. I wish I... He said to me one day, stop whining and just be who God made you. That sounds like simple, not too profound, but at the time, it was very important for me to hear those words. During that time, God took me to the verse in Psalm 32, verse 8. He said, I will instruct you, and I will teach you in the way that you should go. And I'll counsel you with my eye. And I took him literal. It was very clear to me there was 3 things that I had. I had a great purpose. I had great product, and I had great people. And when you focus on what you have, you don't have any time left to think about what you don't have. And when we started Auntie Anne's in 1988 with a $6,000 loan from my father-in-law, we bought our first market stand. By 1992, we were opening our 100th store. The growth for me was fast and intense. By 1995, we were opening our first international store halfway around the world in Jakarta, Indonesia. I mean, why? People will say to me, why did you go to Jakarta, Indonesia? My simple answer to the question is, I guess I thought that if we could do business halfway around the world, anything closer would be easier. What I learned early on as the founder and CEO of a fast-growing organization was that if we were going to grow as an organization and fulfill our purpose, then I, the owner, the founder, the leader, then I would have to grow personally. You cannot grow professionally if you do not grow personally. That meant to me, to live a life of purpose meant then that I had to get over me. I had to grow in every aspect of my life, which meant to read books. I went to seminars. I went to conferences. So I was so sick of going to conferences. Week after week, month after month, leadership, management, franchise consult, you name it, I was there because I knew I had to grow. Over time, I became comfortable in my own skin and confident in the position that God put me in. And it became very clear to me, it's not about me. but it was about the purpose. I became passionate about our employees, and I've always been passionate about the product. Today, I don't own the company anymore, but the unfortunate part is that my name is still there. And Linda, I cannot help myself. If I come to your store and the pretzels are not perfect, I just, I'm passionate about the product and the employees and their needs. And I'm here to tell you that if you care about your employees, they will be loyal to your purpose. Guaranteed. I read a book on Lincoln on leadership. Lincoln was dubbed with an MBWA, manage by walking around. I can relate to that. It's all I ever did, walk around in my office and talk to people. I knew if I talked to them and cared for them. I mean, I didn't know at that time, but I wanted to know them and care for them. I loved them. And discovered much later, if you care for your people, they'll be loyal to your purpose. When I started Auntie Anne's, I was surprised at how business was being done, because remember, I didn't know anything about business. I hadn't made my rounds out there in corporate yet. I didn't know. I mean, I grew up on an Amish farm. It was all about integrity. I knew that Auntie Anne's had to be the kind of company that would honor God in all that we did. Can we do it perfectly 100% all the time? No. But I believe the model is there, and to be excellent and to care about building a company of integrity. Who would have thought that a pretzel, it's a common, pretzels date all the way back to 610 AD. God took this little Amish girl from Lancaster County, Pennsylvania, all around the world, selling pretzels. We sold the company in 2005 and built the family center to help families in need. But all during the years, I kept going back to the promise that God gave to me. I'll teach you. I'll instruct you. I'll help you. And I can tell you, He was faithful to His promise. And He not only taught me, but He walked with me every step of the way, and He helped me. Mother Teresa once said, "You don't have to be famous to be effective. You just have to be faithful."
And a terrific job on the production and editing by our own Greg Hengler. And a special thanks to Biola University for the story you just heard. And that, of course, is Auntie Anne Byler's remarkable life story, born out of tragedy, the very worst kind, and then triumphing despite it and putting her faith in the Lord. But also, well, what she did was she had to get over herself, and she had to grow personally, which she did relentlessly. And over time, I became comfortable in my own skin and confident in the position God placed me. And we can only hope for that in everyone who's listening, that you can get to that place, that we can all get to that place. And as Ann Byler said in the end, God took this little Amish girl all around the world selling pretzels. God not only taught me, He walked with me every step of the way. The story of Auntie Anne's pretzels, which in the end is Ann Byler's story, here on Our American Stories.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-444-2013. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-444-2013. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800 1-800-444-2013. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-444-2013 or biglou.com.
You're great at protecting your personal information. You might even use things like two-factor authentication and strong passwords. But as much as you try to control how your info's protected, there are other places that also have it, and they may not be as careful. That's why LifeLock monitors hundreds of millions of data points a second for threats. If your identity's stolen, they'll fix it guaranteed, or your money back. Save 40% your first year with my name Clay as the promo code at lifelock.com. Terms apply.
Are you tired of watching stock market swings hit your portfolio? Phoenix Energy provides investors with 9 to 13% annual interest rates through corporate bond offerings in the oil and gas sector. Start today and get monthly deposits directly into your bank account. Phoenix Energy conducts offerings pursuant to Rule 506C under Regulation D. Alternative investments are speculative, illiquid, and you may lose some or all of your investment. Securities are offered by Delmore Group, member FINRA SIPC. Delmore Group and Phoenix Energy are not affiliated. Learn more by visiting phoenixenergy.com/iHeart to register for a free investor webinar.
The electric stove, the refrigerator, the vacuum. All advances in technology that had a profound impact on society. But the creation of one specific device brought the world together. And you're listening to it. With the invention of the radio, advertisers soon realized the power of marketing to a mass audience. And one advertiser took advantage of radio's true strength. On Christmas Eve, 1926, the first radio jingle was broadcast. And soon, the struggling Washburn Crosby Company and their little cereal became the most popular brand in America. Since then, advertisers have used jingles and radio to stay at the top of your mind. And you have the chance to do the same. Make that lasting connection with your future customers. Call 457-1450 to find out how affordable radio really is and how easy it is to be a part of it. Radio Pacific, a multi-station radio network.
The Ramsey Show.
Not one piece of data says that where you went to school indicates your increased probability of success.
That's right.
Not one. Lots of failures at life. Went to Harvard, to Yale, went to MIT.
That's true.
And they completely flunked out at life. I went to that school, and because they played football well, I am successful. What?
Catch The Ramsey Show from 2 to 4 Monday through Friday on your local information station, Newsradio KONP.
ABC News, I'm Dave Packer. President Trump has set a new timeline for any potential U.S. action on Iran. The White House says the president will make a decision within the next 2 weeks. ABC's Mary Bruce.
All of this is coming as European leaders are expecting to meet with the Iranians in Geneva. One senior official telling us the president hopes this 2-week timeline will, quote, give the Iranians some room to come to their senses. But make no mistake, the president still has this high-stakes decision to make, and he's now given himself a deadline to make it.
Israel says it struck dozens of military targets in Tehran and around Iran, including nuclear and military production sites. And more missiles coming from Iran are breaking through Israel's defenses. One hit a hospital, causing extensive damage. An appeals court Thursday allowing President Trump to keep control of National Guard troops he deployed to Los Angeles following protests over immigration raids. The Indiana Pacers forcing a Game 7 in the NBA Finals, beating the Oklahoma City Thunder 108-91. This is ABC News.
Here's your News Radio KONP forecast brought to you by All Weather Heating and Cooling. Overcast tonight with a slight chance for rain. Lows dip down to about 47. Westerly winds 8 to 15 miles per hour. Chance of rain tomorrow 58. Cloudy. Rain likely tomorrow night. Lows level off around 47. Cloudy skies expected. I'm staff meteorologist Jennifer Wojcicki. Currently, it's 57 degrees.
This is Lee Habib, and this is Our American Stories, the show where America is the star and the American people. And we love to hear your stories. You're the hour in Our American Stories. Send them to ouramericanstories.com. They're some of our favorites. And one of our favorite recurring types of stories to tell is the story of founders, of people who start things, who have the courage and the desire to do so. And it is no simple thing to do, and we don't spend nearly enough time in this country talking about people who start things. Today, we're going to tell the story of a legend and leader in the hotel world, Horst Schulze, and how he reshaped how service and hospitality are defined in the business world, standards that have become world famous. Throughout the years, Schulze worked for both Hilton Hotels and Hyatt Hotels Corporation before becoming one of the founding members of the luxury hotel chain, the Ritz-Carlton, in 1983. Horst is also a Christian and tries his best to live by his faith at home and at work. Here's a story of how he deals with and thinks about his employees, his company, and the founding vision of the Ritz-Carlton.
We, particularly in our industry, we hire because our industry has over 100% turnover. There constantly open jobs in the hotel, and the jobs have to be filled. So what do? We hire. And we said, finally, we're not going to do that. We're going to select. We're going to suffer through the open job until we have somebody who actually fits into it. By the way, we went to the point, it took an average of 10 interviews before we filled the job, including dishwashers. But we didn't fill them. And then, of course, so we created a profile around each job category, and then hired against this profile. We know that was the talent really needed for this job. So that was the selection. So we went into major careful selecting. Kind of a funny example here is doorman. Well, we found, after we were working and we interviewed our 5 top doormen, that they had all one thing in common. Their hobby was gardening. Now, wow. With other words, they like to be outside. And the doorman, but what would we have done in hiring somebody? We probably would have liked somebody that loves computer work in a room somewhere by himself, and we put him in as a doorman and vice versa. But so we did selection, and then, of course, orientation. And that was one of the keys, again, of our success. Absolutely, and I'm absolutely zealous about that the orientation, when I see orientation being done in nearly every company, is totally wrong. What happens most of the time? Most of the time, the new employee, and let's say it's a hotel, it could be any business. The new waiter comes to work. The manager, the department head makes his, we're a team speech, which is pretty pathetic. It happens everywhere. We're a team here. And then what? What is a team? A team is a group of people who help each other toward a common goal, objective, vision. But that's not being, the vision is not, the goal is not being given, just we're a team. And so Bill, the new waiter, now after the team speech, the boss said, now Bill, work with Joe over here because Joe knows the ropes. Which is really funny because you're not in a rope business, but somehow he knows ropes. And we turn him over. And Joe, the waiter that's there 9 months and knows the ropes, tells Bill, the new waiter, on the way to the kitchen, this company is no good. That's his orientation. What do we possibly expect from that employee? It's crazy. We did our orientation, we went so far as to the first day. Orientation has to happen the first day, because that is when people are willing to change their behavior. Because it's the first day to work is a significant emotional event when you can impact behavior. So we didn't do it the second day, the first day. And so far that when we needed a certain job to be filled and we found an ideal candidate, we offered a job to the candidate, but he couldn't come to work until the day of orientation, but we paid him. The first day had to be oriented. And the first day we talked about who we are. What do we how do we treat guests? How do we say hello? Where are we going? What is the dream of this organization? We invited them to be part of the dream, not part of the function. We hired them and oriented them to be part of a dream, the vision of the company, to be the leader in the service industry in the world, in our case. Join this dream, but we connected to the motive of the dream, also the first day. And here's why we dream about that, because that will create respect for all of us. We connected ours to them. That creates opportunity for all of us. That creates honor for all of us. That creates, we define ourselves that way, together. That creates more income for all of us. So that's why you have to join this dream. Adam Smith wrote a book, besides Wealth of Nations, where he identified that people cannot relate to orders and direction. And what do? We give orders and direction all day long. He said people can only relate to objective and motive, vision and motive. Bang. There's Adam Smith. And by the way, Aristotle wrote that in order to be fulfilled in life, you need purpose and belonging. Oh, well, the vision is a purpose that we give people. Why wouldn't you give them that? Here is why. And they can buy in. Rather than just giving the direction, you tell them why. And bang, they buy in. So it becomes a total different relationship, as you will, and total different buy-in, and a total different alignment. Because they know why. They don't just know. You said because. What do some bosses say? Why should I do that? The answer, because. Wow. That's how we treat human beings, that we treat our neighbors. We cannot get away from the fact. If I'm a Christian, I cannot get away from the fact. I cannot dismiss my employees or my customers of not being my neighbors. Come on. It's kind of pretty sad. I have to give it at least sometimes thought that I have to supposed to love my neighbor as myself, and that incidentally they are neighbors.
And a great job on the storytelling by Greg Hengler, and a special thanks to Horst Schulze for sharing the story of the Ritz-Carlton, at least one part, which is how to hire and motivate folks. And he tells a compelling story about how to do so. By the way, his book, Excellence Wins, a no-nonsense guide to becoming the best in a world of compromise, is a must-read for anybody leading anybody, anywhere. And it all starts with vision casting and motivating folks to do their best. And my goodness, the other thing, clearly, if you've ever been to a Ritz-Carlton, is service, and service to others, and having the mission of the company and the enterprise serving the customer, and not the customer serving the enterprise. By the way, I love the quote from Adam Smith: people cannot relate to orders and direction. They respond to vision and to motive. And no finer words could be said. To hear some of the other Horst Schulze pieces, by the way, go to ouramericanstories.com, including the terrific one about his life story, an immigrant story, coming from Germany to the United States, well, to pursue his dream. And the Ritz-Carlton was not only his dream, but the tens of thousands of employees who work there. The story of Horst Schulze, here on Our American Stories.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-444-2013. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-444-2013. That's 800-444-2013 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-444-2013. 800-444-2013.
If you need to hire, you know it takes time. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. You simply pick a time and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day.
Try Zip Intro for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. Zip Intro. Post jobs today. Talk to qualified candidates tomorrow.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group, and I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney, and the truth is I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney or if I look like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. At Wesley, we've helped over 40,000 families cancel their timeshare without me being an attorney. And I want to share with you how we do it. Just give my office a call, and you will not talk to an attorney. And I guarantee if we take you as a client, we'll get you out of your timeshare, or you'll pay nothing.
Call now for your free information kit. 800-714-9090. 800-714-9090. 800-714-9090. Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy. In 2011, I founded Wesley Financial Group with one goal in mind: to help honest folks out of their timeshares permanently. Today, I run Wesley with my two sons, a real family business, treating every client and every employee like we'd want our own family treated. That philosophy has helped us grow into the largest, most trusted timeshare cancellation company in the United States. Fortune magazine even recognized us as one of the best places to work. Why? Because we genuinely care. In fact, some of our former clients were so moved by their experience working with us, they joined our team so they could help others to timeshare freedom. If you're stuck in a timeshare, give us a call. Let our family help your family.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit kit. 800-885-9700. 800-885-9700. That's 800-885-9700.
We're with Bridget, whose husband won't be home for months, and whose daughter is due any day. We're with Mike, who's leaving home to protect his family and yours. We're with all service members and their families who need community, connection, and maybe a bit of magic. Are you with them? Learn more at uso.org today. We're with Liam after his 4th military move, when being new is starting to get old. We're with Tara during the holidays, when she misses home the most. We're with all service members and their families who need connection, comfort, and a home away from home. Are you with them? Learn more at uso.org today.
And we return to Our American Stories. Up next, the origin story of America's superhero, Captain America. Here to tell the story of how he came to be is R. Joseph Parrott. But first, a clip from a rare interview given by Jack Kirby, one of Captain America's creators. Let's take a listen.
I've always tried to do the timely thing. The timely thing, I think, is what people understand. Captain America is a product of his time.
If you're talking about Captain America, I mean, the first place you have to start is with that origin story.
Look, up in the sky! A bird, it's a plane, it's Superman!
You had an explosion after the appearance of Superman in the late 1930s of these superheroes who were selling really well. And so you had a lot of new heroes popping up. And you had a number of mostly young guys concentrated in New York trying to create these new heroes. And one of these guys was somebody named Joe Simon. And Joe Simon was working with another guy named Jack Kirby. His name was Jacob Hertzberg at the time. But Joe Simon's trying to come up with one of these heroes, and the first thing he kind of thinks to himself one day, I mean, there are a bunch of stories about this, but if we listen to Joe Simon's version, which I think is pretty good.
Here's Captain America's co-creator, Joe Simon, in the 2011 documentary, Captain America, The First Avenger.
I was 24 when we first created Captain America. Jack Kirby was 22. At the beginning there, Batman was doing very well, basically on the use of his villains. So I said, maybe that's the answer, you know, get yourself a good villain and then get a foil for the villain instead of the other way around.
Joe Simon asked himself essentially, all right, how do we get the best heroes? I mean, he said that essentially the best heroes, the ones who sold the best, were the ones who fought the best villains. And so if you're trying to think of the kind of best villain of the era, why create a new villain when you have the best villain possible?
Adolf Hitler. I figure, well, he's a live one on his own brutal way. He'll be the villain.
And who do we get to fight against the Nazis? Who better than Captain America?
Here's Jack Kirby, the creator of Captain America, explaining more about that in 1988.
This was at a time when everybody was patriotic. There wasn't a day passed by that, we didn't get news from Europe in the newspapers. And it was ridiculous not to do Captain America. There was an idea that would have been bought by everybody. So Joe and I did that. Our job was to sell comic books.
So they essentially create Captain America, Joe Simon and Jack Kirby do, as this kind of antithesis to Hitler and this Nazi regime. And so he has to stand for kind of all the best parts of the United States, stand for democracy, stand for freedom, stand for a certain level of, ideal equality, right? Which contrasts against Hitler in Nazi Germany, which is fascist, targeting Jews and gypsies and all these other folks, and also invading much of Europe, invading Poland, invading France by 1940, isolating Great Britain and bombing London over and over and over again. Captain America essentially stands for everything that Hitler doesn't, and that's how we get in December of 1940, a full year before Pearl Harbor, this first issue of Captain America, where he's jumping through the window and
I had Captain America beating up on Hitler.
Punching Hitler in the face.
And Captain America breaking into Nazi strongholds.
That's the introduction to Captain America and the introduction to this kind of superhero that stands not just for kind of might and taking care of the little person, but for all these values that the United States is going to become associated with.
Captain America became the symbol of everything that was happening.
It's first released just after the peacetime draft started. Captain America is this little scrawny 4F guy. We later get to know his name is Steve Rogers.
He wanted to be a soldier, but he was skinny and not very muscular and so forth.
But because he's so patriotic, he's selected essentially for this experiment to create American super soldiers, to in many ways fight this kind of ideal of the German super soldier.
The chemical is perfected, gentlemen. Then the time has come at last. There's nothing more to be said. I wish you Godspeed.
And he becomes the singular Captain America because as this experiment is happening, it's shown that there's actually a German agent who's infiltrated the experiment.
You and your accursed experiment shall die within this room. Down with democracy. Down with freedom. Dr. Erskine. Take cover, Rogers. I'll stop that murderer. No, it's my job. It's what I was created to do.
He kills the scientist who's in charge of this. He destroys a formula before Captain America is able to take him out. And by the end of that story, it's revealed that he's actually Private Steve Rogers, so he's Captain America, the superhero. But in real life, he's this relatively low-ranking guy. So if Hitler's the number one villain, we also get this creation of this kind of ultimate comic book Nazi.
I used to go to a place called Stress, and I had my lunch there. usually wind up with a hot fudge sundae. I'd sit there looking at the hot fudge sundae thinking of a villain, and I see this brown fudge tentacles coming out of it. I say, wow, this is a very weird looking creature. A villain and look something like that, and we'll call him hot fudge. And then I kept looking at it. Then I saw the big cherry on top of it, and I said, that's it.
The Red Skull.
It was the cherry.
He's originally kind of an American fifth columnist. He's actually killed, but he's such a good villain, the Red Skull. He's so memorable. He becomes so associated with Nazism. He gets trotted back out a number of times in the 1940s. He tends to get killed, and then he kind of magically reappears. But he kind of captures that threat of Nazis being one kind of, just constantly there, constantly fighting, constantly reappearing, but also that kind of almost visage of death.
Captain America, bah! He will not interfere with my plans. Nothing can stop the Red Skull.
One of the things I think is really important is really to emphasize when Captain America came out. It is a full year before Pearl Harbor. I can't stress that enough. And we're coming out of this period where the United States was extremely isolationist. Even though Britain looks like they're kind of the last great democracy of Europe against this fascist threat, there's still a real sense of hesitance, of fear, of this isn't our fight, that we have this free security provided by oceans. Joe Simon, Jack Kirby, a first-generation Polish-Jewish American from Manhattan, these two kind of New York Jews, they understand exactly what this threat from Hitler is, partially because of this Jewish identity, and partially because they're in New York.
I once had 6 Nazis call me up, and they said, well, we're waiting for you downstairs. We're going to beat the daylights out of you, for writing these stories about Hitler. These were New York Nazis, and they had a camp on Long Island. And so I said, hold on, guys, I'll be right down. Of course, I take the elevator down, but there was nobody there. I looked in the street, and of course, they wouldn't be there. And I didn't feel disappointed, and I felt disappointed. It didn't matter to me one way or the other. If they wanted to fight, well, what the heck?
In New York, there's this kind of sense that the United States needs to get involved in this fight. This is especially strongly felt in the Jewish community, among others. And so when they have Captain America jumping through this window, punching Hitler in the face, this is essentially a call to action.
All our myths, all our legends reflect our addiction to create legends. And I feel that's a human quality. I felt that it was time to create a new kind of legend. He did those daring things which Americans dreamt of doing and were on the brink of doing, but we were still biding our time.
And then once the United States is actually into the war, he's actually going to the front line, whereas Superman and Batman actually tend to hang back. So this really legitimizes Captain America, becomes central to his identity as a hero, that he's out there fighting that good fight for democracy. And it seems just kind of fun, fanciful comic stuff to, grab kids and adults' attention, but it's more than that. In many ways, it taps into some of the real anxieties that existed in the United States about this potential for Nazi invasion. And Captain America and these superheroes are kind of the American psychological answer, right? Let's kind of trot these guys out. They're our own super soldiers. They represent our own, best ideals for how we'd like to fight these things, and then offering, a fun message that, hey, we're going to beat these guys. We're going to win. This is going to be great.
When Captain America throws his mighty shield, all those who chose to oppose his shield must yield. If he's led to a fight and the duel is due, then the red and the white and the blue will come through when Captain America throws his mighty shield.
The story of Captain America, here on Our American Stories.
Think you need a new roof? Think again and save thousands.
855 Roof Max.
We'll help you put off the high cost of a roof replacement for at least 5 years. Or 10.
Or sometimes even 15.
855 Roof Max.
We're America's most trusted roofer because we always try to save your roof rather than replace it.
855 RoofMax.
We'll restore your roof for a fraction of the cost of a new one. But don't wait. If your roof loses too much protective coating, it's too late.
So call 855 RoofMax.
Career changers, including veterans and active duty service members. Your transition starts here. Go from GI to IT in a matter of months. Become a certified cyber warrior with training at My Computer Career. Cybersecurity specialists are in high demand, offering IT pros great opportunities and a rewarding lifestyle while protecting our people, liberty, and treasured institutions from cyber threats. Deploy your career in IT today. Learn more at mycomputercareer.edu/CWP. SkillBridge and other VA benefits are available to those who qualify.
You're great at protecting your personal information. You might even use things like two-factor authentication and strong passwords. But as much as you try to control how your info's protected, there are other places that also have it, and they may not be as careful. That's why LifeLock monitors hundreds of millions of data points a second for threats. If your identity's stolen, they'll fix it guaranteed, or your money back. Save 40% your first year with my name Clay as the promo code at LifeLock.com. Terms apply.
Are you tired of watching stock market swings hit your portfolio? Phoenix Energy provides investors with 9 to 13% annual interest rates through corporate bond offerings in the oil and gas sector. Start today and get monthly deposits directly into your bank account. Phoenix Energy conducts offerings pursuant to Rule 506C under Regulation D. Alternative investments are speculative, illiquid, and you may lose some or all of your investment. Securities are offered by Delmore Group, member FINRA SIPC. Delmore Group and Phoenix Energy are not affiliated. Learn more by visiting phoenixenergy.com/iHeart to register for a free investor webinar.
If you're taking a calcium supplement, it's probably not doing what you think it is. That's because you still lose bone density with traditional calcium supplements. That's where calcium from algae comes in. AlgaeCal Plus doesn't just stop bone loss. It's the only supplement ever shown to increase bone density in clinical studies. That's right, AlgaeCal Plus increases bone density, even if you're in your 80s. That's because your bones need more than just calcium and vitamin D to stay strong. There are actually 13 minerals and 3 vitamins needed to build healthy new bone. And AlgaeCal Plus contains all of them, and it's proudly made in the USA. Your calcium doesn't increase bone density. AlgaeCal Plus does. Talk to one of our bone health consultants today and see how AlgaeCal Plus can start increasing your bone density. Call now.
800-395-7074. 800-395-7074. 800-395-7074. That's 800-395-7074.
From the Strait to the Sound, Newsradio KONP, Port Angeles Squim, is celebrating 80 years serving our community. A Radio Pacific station.
From ABC News, I'm Dave Packer. President Trump has set a new timeline for any potential U.S. action on Iran, which continues to exchange missile attacks with Israel. The White House says the president will make a decision within the next 2 weeks. ABC's Mary Bruce has more from the White House.
According to a source, the president is troubled by the deep divisions in his own party about what he should do, hold out for negotiations or join the attack. One key ally who's been urging restraint, Steve Bannon, spotted at the White House. One source telling us Trump is trying to psych himself up, convince himself that whatever he ultimately decides to do is warranted.
One of the options President Trump is considering is what's known as a bunker buster bomb. Another is a 30,000-pound bomb, which has been tested but never deployed in war. ABC News Pentagon reporter Louis Martinez.
The concerns are whether this massive ordnance penetrator can actually destroy that facility. It's never been used in combat. Testing indicates it goes down to a certain depth. The question is, are those Iranian facilities down too deep, potentially, for this penetrator?
In Tenafly, New Jersey.
Welcome home, Don. We are so happy you are here. Woo!
A big welcome home for Adon Alexander. He was believed to be the last living American hostage held in the Gaza Strip, freed from Hamas captivity last month in a deal brokered by the White House. An appeals court Thursday allowing President Trump to keep control of National Guard troops he deployed to Los Angeles following protests over immigration raids. The decision halting a ruling from a lower court judge who found that Trump acted illegally when he activated the soldiers over opposition from California Governor Gavin Newsom. In the NBA Finals, the Pacers resilient, beating the Oklahoma City Thunder 108-91 Thursday night, the ESPN radio call.
And Indiana in a rout wins Game 6, and the best 2 words in sport, we'll have a Game 7.
And that final game of the finals on Sunday. You're listening to ABC News.
Are you over 50 and constantly feeling tired, bloated, or just a little off? Don't ignore it. Those could be signs that your liver is crying for help. As we age, our liver, which is essential for metabolism, digestion, immunity, and detoxification, needs extra support and protection. If neglected, it can leave you feeling sluggish and constantly off your game. That's where Active Liver from New Nordic comes in. Available in easy-to-take tablets or delicious gummies, Active Liver combines powerful natural ingredients like turmeric, milk thistle, and globe artichoke extract to help support healthy liver function. With Active Liver, you're giving your body an essential daily defense against toxins from alcohol, fatty foods, and sweets, helping you reclaim your energy, improve digestion, lose the bloat, and strengthen your immunity so you can look and feel your best again. Protect your liver and give it the support that it deserves by making Active Liver from New Nordic part of your daily wellness routine. Find Active Liver in stores at your local CVS, Meijer Grocery, or online at Amazon or newnordicusa.com.
Gas prices have been on the rise due in part to the unrest in the Middle East. Gas Buddy has prices at their highest level in more than a month in 49 out of 50 states. ABC's Rebecca Jarvis says prices may jump to as much as 15 cents per gallon over the next couple of weeks.
We have seen prices climbing in recent weeks amid rising tensions in the Middle East, and that flows through to the pump. With the national average now $3.20 a gallon, it actually jumped 2 cents just overnight.
More than 100 of Napoleon Bonaparte's personal items, which helped shape empires and broke hearts, are going on auction next week. ABC's Chuck Sievertson.
What is your name?
Napoleon. The 2023 biopic was a big hit and introduced new generations to the French legend. The collection includes personal papers and clothing, including the iconic bicorn hat Napoleon wore in a battle with wings parallel to his shoulders so soldiers and enemies could spot him instantly through the gunpowder haze. The hat is expected to sell for more than $500,000. There's even the divorce papers involving Josephine. The items will be on display at Sotheby's in Paris ahead of the sale on Wednesday.
Ford recalling nearly 200,000 vehicles due to a potential safety issue in the back seat. The recall involves certain 2021 through 2025 Mustang Mach-E's. Government safety officials say there's a risk that the doors may lock, trapping people in the back during an emergency. If the electric vehicle's battery has a low charge, Ford says it's halting sales until a software update comes along. Dave Packer.
KONP News brought to you by McCrory Carpet One. Always priced right, always done right. It's McCrory Carpet One. Washington State Ferry fares set to rise this fall and then again next spring. The Washington State Transportation Commission plans to increase fares 3% on October 1st, another 3% May 1st of next year. Additionally, a summer season surcharge will rise to 35% on all routes next year. And the expiration period for multiple ride passes will be extended to 120 days as a trial starting next spring. Lawmakers also approved increasing the vessel replacement surcharge to $1 per ticket starting in October and adding a new 3% credit card fee in March of next year. Public comments on the proposal are now open through the state through August 5th.
Here's your News Radio KONP forecast brought to you by Olympic Game Farm. Slight chance of rain tonight, otherwise cloudy skies expected. Lows dip down to about 47. Winds out of the west 8 to 15 miles per hour. Cloudy skies expected again tomorrow. Chance for rain. High temperatures reach up to 58. I'm staff meteorologist Jennifer Wojcicki. Right now, 55.
Since 1945, News Radio KONP has been your source for news and community. We are News Radio KONP Port Angeles Squim.
This is Lee Habib, and this is Our American Stories, and we tell stories about everything here on this show, from the arts to sports and from business to history, and we've got a well of a tale to bring you right now. Jesse Edwards can explain.
On November 9th, 1970, a 45-foot-long, 8-ton sperm whale washed ashore on the Central Oregon coast, just outside the town of Florence.
After all these years, it's amazing that this thing has come back to life again. But every once in a while, it pops up.
It's an aroma that still lingers. It was one of the worst smells I've ever encountered.
Words cannot describe the smell. It was in my nostrils for a solid week.
The whale carcass remained rotting on the beach for over a week, and nobody knew what to do about it. It was too big to bury, it stunk too much to cut into smaller pieces, and burning it was out of the question. At the time, Oregon beaches were under the jurisdiction of the state's Highway Division, which, after consulting with the United States Navy, decided to remove the whale using dynamite. George Thornton was the engineer in charge of the operation.
Well, I'm confident that it'll work. The only thing is we're not sure just exactly how much explosives it'll take to disintegrate this thing so the scavengers, seagulls and crabs and whatnot can clean it up.
Is there any chance it might be more than a one-day job?
If there's any large chunks left, and we may have to do some other cleanup, possibly set another charge.
Thornton was chosen to remove the whale carcass because his supervisor had gone hunting that day. A charge of 1/2 ton of dynamite was selected. As word spread across town, crowds began to gather.
I'm thinking we got big trouble here. 20 cases of dynamite.
Walter Umenhofer, a military veteran with explosives training, happened to be in the crowd. He warned the crew that the 20 cases of dynamite was an overkill. 20 sticks would have sufficed. But his advice went unheeded.
This guy says, anyhow, he says, I'm going to have everybody up there on the top of those dunes far away. And I says, yeah, and I'm going to be the furthest SOB down that way. They made a big spectacle of waving their hats, the hard hats in the air, and went clear everybody away and all this, all clear.
The dynamite was buried under the whale on the leeward side so that most of the mammal would be blown towards the sea. The crowds of people that had come to see the whale be blown to bits were pushed back a 1/4 mile to safety. The dynamite was detonated at 3:45 p.m.
All right, Fred, you can take your hands out of your ears.
What you're hearing are the chunks of rotten whale blubber raining down on the spectators.
Here comes pieces of mine.
Walter Umenhofer saw it all happen.
And they touched that sucker off, and let me tell you, that thing went up, and it was the biggest mushroom cloud you ever seen, and it was red and white and black, and it was nothing but guts and blood and gunk.
Carried by strong coastal winds, a cloud of putrid whale fluids moved inland.
So everybody all of a sudden start realizing that, oh my God, here it comes in this mist.
We were covered, we were permeated with redness and the smell.
Those who witnessed the explosion agree that the next few moments seemed to last forever. It soon became apparent that what should have been little pieces of whale turned out to be big ones.
And this stuff starts hitting the ground. Boom, 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 boom. And all of a sudden you realize, my God, I could be killed by whale blubber here.
And I'm watching this one piece. There's a big piece up there. It's kind of flubbering and floating around.
And we ran. We literally ran.
And it just absolutely stopped. And it came flat down. And kapow!
Right on top of Walter Umenhofer's 1969 Oldsmobile.
It was a neat car. I just got it from Dunham's, and it was a Regency. And like I say, the funny thing about their slogan was a whale of a deal. Well, I got a hell of a whale of a deal.
Within 2 days, the state of Oregon wrote Walter a check for the full retail value of his car. The blast blasted blubber beyond all believable bounds, yet only some of the whale was disintegrated. The majority of the whale carcass remained on the beach for the Oregon Highway Division to clean up. Due to damage that was caused to local property, whales that are found beached in Oregon are now buried where they're found. And you may be wondering what happened to the man who decided it was a good idea to use 1,000 pounds of dynamite to blow up the beached whale. George Thornton.
Is there any chance it might be more than a one-day job?
If there's any large chunks left.
In his official report back in 1970, he declared the operation a success, which helps to explain what happened to his career just 6 months later.
He got promoted.
For Our American Stories, I'm Jesse Edwards.
And great job, as always, to Jesse Edwards, who always manages to find these quirky and yet ultimately American stories. And I just loved hearing the voices and the sound effects. My goodness, I just keep thinking about the smell. The exploding whale of Florence, Oregon. That story here on Our American Stories. Lee Habib here, and I'd like to encourage you to subscribe to Our American Stories on Apple Podcasts, the iHeartRadio app, Spotify, or wherever you get our podcasts. Any story you missed or want to hear again can be found there daily. Again, please subscribe to the Our American Stories podcast on Apple Podcasts, the iHeartRadio app, or anywhere you get your podcasts. It helps us keep these great American stories coming.
I love a day on the water with friends, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis sometimes holds me back. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy.
Teaching music is my passion, but my active psoriatic arthritis can limit me at times. Now I'm treating my joint symptoms with Skyrizi.
With Skyrizi, most people with plaque psoriasis saw 90% clearer skin at 4 months.
Or if you are an adult with active psoriatic arthritis, Skyrizi helps you move with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
There's nothing like clearer skin.
There's nothing like better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZI to learn more.
Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at endurancewarranty.com.
In sports, it's the dream team. And if your car is out of warranty, there's a team for that as well. You, the driver, your mechanic, and Endurance to pay for the repair bills. I'm Danica Patrick. In the past 5 years, auto repair costs have gone up over 36%. And if your manufacturer's warranty is expired, you'll have to cover it all. With an Endurance auto protection plan, no matter what the mileage, if your car is under 20 years old, Endurance can get you covered on the engine, electrical system, transmission, AC, and more. Endurance has plans for any budget. Repairs can be done by the certified mechanic of your choice. Plans cover 24/7 towing, battery jumps, fuel deliveries, tire changes, and lockout services. Act now and get the benefits of our Elite Plan, a $2,000 value at no extra cost. With Endurance, you can never pay for covered auto repairs again. So call now for your free quote.
Call 800-291-0342. 800-291-0342. 800-291-0342.
What is the Armstrong and Getty Show?
Well, I'll tell you what it's not. The old style of talk radio where you're always screaming our side's always right and your side's always wrong, or taking a bunch of long, dull calls. Now we take a fast-paced look at the events of the day, the issues, the controversies, with a skeptical eye and a somewhat humorous tongue.
We try to be funny. We'll leave that up to you to determine whether or not you think it's funny. It's the Armstrong and Getty Show.
Catch us weekdays from 9 to noon on Newsradio KONP.
If you like sitting around the porch or dinner table sharing stories with friends, that's what we like to do here at Our American Stories. I'm Lee Habib. We bring to you stories about American love, funny stories about first jobs, this day in history, American dreamers and marriages, and even the stories of music and acting legends. I invite you to sit around the porch with us as we share Our American Stories.
Weekdays from 8 to 10 p.m. and Sunday afternoons from 1 to 3.
And we return to Our American Stories. Up next, a story from Diane Height of Forever Young Veterans, an organization in Memphis, Tennessee that grants wishes for World War II, Korea, and Vietnam veterans. She does it out of love for one of the most important men ever to be in her life. Let's get into the story.
I think I do it for my dad. He loved people. He was very outgoing. He was handsome, and people liked him. And I liked him. He was playful. He loved to go swimming. He liked to play games. I remember him riding my bicycle. He owned his own barber shop. He was very talented. He would have people that would come from long distances to get their hair cut by him. He was an artist. He really was. I enjoyed that part of him. But my dad was known as an alcoholic. It was very humiliating. It was shameful, hurtful. If his lips touched alcohol, he was a goner, and he would be drunk for a solid week, 2 weeks. The longest that he was intoxicated was a month, and that's without stopping. I'm talking about drinking from the moment he woke up till he went to bed, and just did that for a solid month. So we really struggled a lot. And back in World War II, I know this is very hard for people to understand, but they didn't trust banks. It was a new thing. Giving your money to a bank, I mean, why would you take that kind of risk? So he kept all his money in his wallet, which he would have a lot of money in his wallet. Then he would go and start drinking, and what do you think would happen? He would lose all his money. Somebody would take it from him. And then we didn't have anything. I remember several times the church bringing us food. I know my dad did not want to be that way. I know that. I know he hated it. But I don't think he knew how to get out of it. And because they didn't address PTSD back in those days, he was just in a vicious cycle. When my dad went to war, he was 17. I mean, that's just a young, very young man. He had never been anywhere. He was just a country farm boy, and I think he probably had a very tender, soft heart. Well, my uncle got drafted into the Army, and he was in the 1st Cav. He went on the beaches of Leyte, and they gave him the Silver Star Medal. Well, when my Uncle Aaron was drafted, my dad thought, I don't think I would work out too well in the Army. So he joined the Coast Guard. He thought that this would be the safest branch because he thought they would guard the coast. Have you ever heard the saying, a drunk man's words are a sober man's thoughts? That was my dad. He never talked about it, but he did when he was drinking. He was crying. He ended up on a frigate, and they lost people. He had lost comrades. He had been asked to do some things that really devastated him. And because he cared so much about people, it wounded his soul. We were on a trip one time, and one of the daughters said to me, "The Navy's safe." And I said, "Oh, please don't say that." I mean, I knew a man that was on the USS Indianapolis. They all have risk. I know my dad suffered. Our family suffered too. When you have something dysfunctional going on in your family like that, it's really devastating for everyone. But as I began to grant wishes for World War II veterans, something happened that really shocked me. And that was the fact that I found these World War II veterans were suffering just like my father. And their families were suffering as well, just like we did. And I did not expect that, because anytime you go through something like a tragedy or alcoholism, or you have anything like that going on in your life, you think you're the only one. And I really did. I didn't know that other people were suffering the same way. One thing about my dad is he loved America, and he instilled that in me. Where there is great sacrifice, there's great love. It's just like raising children. You know, there's a lot of sacrifice in raising kids, but oh, the love you have for them. And it was the same way with my dad in America. He had sacrificed so much for our country. And oh, the love he had for our nation. So, instilling that in me, I wanted to give back to the World War II veterans, because my dad had never asked for anything from our country. He didn't, for what he had done. I felt like I had a calling. I really had this feeling that I was supposed to do something, and I didn't know what it was. And I got down on my knees and I prayed and I asked God to show me. I had a family. I was always cooking dinner at 5:30 in the evening, so I never watched the national news. And on this day, my children were gone. They were older at this time. My youngest son was a senior in high school. My husband was a pilot at FedEx. So I went in and I turned on the TV. It was the national news. And at that very moment, it showed a gentleman from Indianapolis who was granting a wish for a senior lady. She was 92 years old, and her wish was to ride in a race car at the Indianapolis 500. And I've always had such a love for older people. And when she got out of that race car and she had on racing gear and she just the joy on her face, I thought, this is exactly what I'm going to do. So that's basically how it started, granting wishes for World War II veterans.
And you've been listening to Diane Height share deeply personal stories about her family, about her dad, and about herself in the end, and what it was like growing up with a father who suffered from PTSD due to his service in World War II, and who knows what other trauma he might have experienced before World War II, back before anybody was allowed to talk about such things. It was just not done. Guys came back from World War II then. Well, they just went back to life. See Best Years of Our Lives, the movie, the Oscar-winning movie with Frederick March. Go to Amazon and buy it. That's what that movie's about in the end. One of the first movies to cinematically and in mass ways look at the impact of war on mostly men at the time. Men were the ones at the front lines. Her description of her father's alcoholism, what heart she had. She didn't judge her dad. She tried to understand her dad, despite the havoc he may have wreaked on the family because of his alcoholism, sometimes going on benders for a week, sometimes for a month, the mere taste of alcohol sending him off into a bad place for a long time. And even that description of him having the money on him and getting it rolled when he'd get drunk and coming home with not only no work, but no money. And yet there she is, praying a fervent prayer, wondering what she can do to honor men like her dad, who gave so much to the country and asked for nothing back. I think that's what really struck her, the sacrificial nature of what so many of our soldiers have and continue to do for this country. and ask for nothing. Truly, they ask for nothing. When we come back, more of Diane Height's story, her father's story, and the prayer that was answered. She was determined to grant wishes for World War II, Korea, and Vietnam veterans. More of Diane Height's story here on Our American Stories.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-444-2013. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-444-2013. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-444-2013. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-444-2013 or biglou.com.
You're great at protecting your personal information. You might even use things like two-factor authentication and strong passwords. But as much as you try to control how your info's protected, there are other places that also have it, and they may not be as careful. That's why LifeLock monitors hundreds of millions of data points a second for threats. If your identity's stolen, they'll fix it guaranteed, or your money back. Save 40% your first year with my name Clay as the promo code at lifelock.com. Terms apply.
Are you tired of watching stock market swings hit your portfolio? Phoenix Energy provides investors with 9 to 13% annual interest rates through corporate bond offerings in the oil and gas sector. Start today and get monthly deposits directly into your bank account. Phoenix Energy conducts offerings pursuant to Rule 506C under Regulation D. Alternative investments are speculative, illiquid, and you may lose some or all of your investment. Securities are offered by Delmore Group, member FINRA SIPC. Delmore Group and Phoenix Energy are not affiliated. Learn more by visiting phoenixenergy.com/iHeart to register for a free investor webinar.
We asked parents who adopted teens to share their journey.
There are many times I thought, I can't do this. I mean, what parent isn't worried about? What am I not doing right? What am I not doing enough? And then I realized, wait, that's being a parent.
Don't worry about being perfect. I've had around 3 other mother figures in my life, but only one of them has taught me how a mother loves.
The greatest reward for me is he makes me better every day.
I would tell a family considering adopting a teenager that teenager, whoever it is, needs you, and they need what you have to offer.
Taylor's given me hope. He's our son, and that is what he will always be.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org to learn more. A message brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
The Ramsey Show.
When you're walking around with a little picket in your hand and you're saying, I demand to be paid more, $15, I demand $22 where I was making $10 to work at McDonald's, then the cost of McDonald's goes up to cover your idea of you being worth more, then you don't get to bitch about inflation.
Yeah.
It's about paying more for stuff because you caused it.
Catch The Ramsey Show from 2 to 4 Monday through Friday on your local information station, Newsradio KONP.
ABC News, I'm Dave Packer. President Trump has set a new timeline for any potential U.S. action on Iran, which continues to exchange missile attacks with Israel. The White House says the president will make a decision within the next 2 weeks. ABC's Mary Bruce has more from the White House.
According to a source, the president is troubled by the deep divisions in his own party about what he should do, hold out for negotiations or join the attack. One key ally who's been urging restraint, Steve Bannon, spotted at the White House. One source telling us Trump is trying to psych himself up, convince himself that whatever he ultimately decides to do is warranted.
An appeals court Thursday allowing President Trump to keep control of National Guard troops he deployed to Los Angeles following protests over immigration raids. Hurricane Eric slamming Mexico's Pacific coast as a powerful Category 3 storm. It's the first hurricane to hit Mexico this year. This is ABC News.
Here's your News Radio KONP forecast brought to you by Olympic Game Farm. Slight chance of rain. Tonight, otherwise cloudy skies expected. Lows dip down to about 47. Winds out of the west, 8 to 15 miles per hour. Cloudy skies expected again tomorrow. Chance for rain. High temperatures reach up to 58. I'm staff meteorologist Jennifer Wojcicki. Right now, 55.
And we return to Our American Stories and the story of Forever Young Veterans, an organization that grants wishes for World War II, Korea, and Vietnam veterans. Telling the story is the group's founder, Diane Height. When we last left off, we found out that Diane started the organization because she wanted to give back to people like her father who fought for freedom. Let's get back to the story. Here again is Diane Height.
I was thinking in the beginning that I would grant just some small individual wishes for them. Maybe we could reunite them with a comrade they hadn't seen, or maybe get them a medal that they were promised that they never received. That's kind of what I was thinking. One of our first was a World War II pilot. He just wanted to sit in a cockpit and just talk about the advances in aviation technology. So we arranged for him to do that. FedEx, they were kind enough to let him go into one of their airplanes. And there were several pilots that went in there with him. And in my mind, I'm thinking, oh, this is going to be really nice. He's going to sit in this modern day cockpit and just talk about some of the things in there for 30 minutes. And they were in there for 4 hours. It brought him so much joy. He enjoyed it immensely. But the wishes, they didn't stay small very long, I can say that. I never thought about taking veterans on trips. That never entered my mind. It kind of happened by accident, I say, because I had a veteran that asked me if I would take him to the World War II Memorial in Washington, D.C., and I said yes. And of course, I wasn't going to take a trip with him. What I was doing was arranging for one of my friends who was a Marine in D.C. I was going to fly this veteran there, and he was going to intercept him and take him around to the memorials, and then he was going to fly back. That was my plan. But what ended up happening is I found out seniors do talk. I received a phone call from a veteran, and he's like, hey, I was in the athletic club, and this World War II veteran said that you were sending him to Washington, D.C., and I want to go. I'm a WW2 vet. And I was like, okay. So I took down his name and number. Then the next day I get a phone call, and this man said, we were at church last night, and this vet said that you were taking him to the World War II Memorial. There's 5 of us in our church, and we would really like to go. I said, okay, and I took down his name and phone number, and this just kept happening. And I get a phone call from our local newspaper in Memphis, and they said, we hear that you're taking World War II veterans to Washington, D.C. And I was like, yes. And at this time, I really didn't know how I was going to work all this out. And I said, well, we have 8 veterans on the list right now, so we can only take a couple more. My husband used to be stationed at the Pentagon, and so I asked him, I said, since you're used to driving in D.C., how about if we just take these 8 vets and we will rent a van there and we'll take them to the memorial and we'll just fly back with them? And he's like, that's fine. So I'm thinking about a 15-passenger van. Well, I told the newspaper, I said, you have to put in there that we can only take 3 more. And guess what happened? We had 30 World War II veterans contact us, and they went up to their upper 90s. And I realized then they were not going to be able to go alone. So I went to a travel agency and said, you've got to help me get these guys there. So our first trip to Washington, D.C. was in 2009. We had about 50 of us total. And when we got there, we just saw such healing take place in their lives. It was a perfect trip. Now, in my mind, I was thinking this was a one-time deal, but we got back and within 48 hours, we had 50 more veterans. And each time we went, we would just see God work miracles in their lives. Just even going to DC, just the camaraderie of them being together. It was just amazing to see that so many of them, just like my dad, had never talked about it. Many of them had come home and become alcoholics, or they had dealt with it in their own way. But one thing that they all had in common was they were suffering silently. One thing that happened on one of these trips, we were in Washington, D.C., and one of our veterans, he tapped me on the shoulder and he said, you know what I really want? So what do you really want? He said, will you take me back to Normandy? And I kind of laughed. It's one thing taking 95-year-olds to Washington, D.C. It's a whole nother thing taking them out of the country. I went to church on Sunday and I said to my Sunday school class, I said, I need y'all to pray that God will give me a sign, because if I shouldn't be taking these men out of the country, then I don't want to do this. I had never had anyone asked to go to France or Normandy, not one veteran. Soon as that came out of his mouth, I started having veterans contact me. Will you take me back to Normandy? I don't want to go back to Normandy. Please take me back to Normandy. It was just constant, and I couldn't believe it. Well, that week, a gentleman contacted me. He didn't go to our church. And he said, will you have lunch with me? And I said, yes. So I went to lunch with him, and he said, well, I've heard that you're trying to take some of our veterans back to France. And I was like, how in the world do you know this? And he's handed me a check for $100,000. And he said, you take our boys back to Normandy. I thought, I have a sign. So we took our very first trip to Normandy in 2011. Oh, and as healing and as special as going to DC is, nothing compares to taking them back to where they fought. It hasn't changed there. It's not like being in America where everything's constantly changing. Normandy in Belgium, it's exactly the way it was during the war. We actually had a veteran find his foxhole. I mean, that just would never happen here, but it happened there. Just them being able to walk on Omaha Beach, where they stormed it on June 6, 44, and they had their comrades with them. So many of them had never talked about the war, but here they are together, and it would just flow out of them. So many of their children would say, I've learned more about my dad on this trip than I have living with him my whole life. I've not been in combat. They're not going to share those kinds of things with me, but they will talk to one another. And you would just see them over in a corner and they would just be talking. And that's where a lot of the healing takes place. Taking them back to where they fought is healing, but taking them back together, there just aren't any words for it.
And what a story you're hearing. It starts out with one woman's heart wanting to do something special for World War II veterans, taking them to the World War II Memorial in Washington, D.C. Pretty soon, it turns into taking some vets to Normandy, to Omaha Beach. And a gentleman handing her a $100,000 check and saying, take our boys to Normandy. Take them to Omaha Beach. The story of forever young veterans continues here on Our American Stories.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-444-2013. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-444-2013. That's 800-444-2013. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-444-2013. 800-444-2013.
If you need to hire, you know it takes time. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. You simply pick a time and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day.
Try Zip Intro for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. Zip Intro. Post jobs today. Talk to qualified candidates tomorrow.
Hey, have you heard this? Macy's is previewing our lowest prices of the summer on furniture and mattresses now before the sale starts Thursday. That means early access to July 4th deals on beautiful outdoor furniture sets, customer favorites like the Radley Sectional, and top mattress brands like Sealy, all at 20 to 65% off. So get to Macy's now to save big, beat the rush, and give yourself more time to relax on your brand new furniture from Macy's. Savings off already reduced prices. Exclusions apply.
Ugh, kitchen ants, runaway roaches, a spider. Relax, just use Zevo. Zevo insect killer sprays use a powerful blend of mint and rosemary to eliminate those pests and up to 20 other bug types. Plus, Zevo is safe for use around people and pets when used as directed. Just spray the bugs and wipe them away. Zevo, people friendly, bug deadly.
Okay, raise your hand if you want to make your life a little bit easier. Great. Now raise your other hand if you like to be comfortable. Perfect. Now that you have both hands raised, imagine putting on your shoes. And that, folks, right there is your answer to an easier, more comfortable life. Go hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins. This is footwear you don't need your hands to put on. They can be raised in the air, and you can just step it and go. Why don't you experience what people can't stop talking about? Life-changing Skechers Slip-ins. Get your Slip-ins at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
One of life's greatest mysteries has finally been solved.
Who let the dogs out? Spruce, spruce, spruce.
It's Spruce, the new hard-working, worry-free weed and grass killer that's safe for use around people and pets. When used as directed, spray the leaves for visible results in just 1 hour and dead weeds in just 1 day. You spray, they play. Weeds die by the next day. Find Spruce wherever weed killers are sold.
This is a true, sad story for ADT, the leader in home security systems. My favorite dog, Oliver, was stolen from our garage recently. If I had a camera system installed in my home from ADT, I would have known exactly what car possibly pulled up in my driveway and stole my little friend. If I had a security system from ADT, my dog would still be here. I called ADT this weekend, and they're coming out in a few days to install a camera and a new security system. Unfortunately, it's a little too late for me. Listen, protect everyone you love in your family. Call ADT now. Have them come out and give you a quote to install a full security system in your home. Don't let it be too late for you. Call right now.
Paid for by the Home Security Hotline. 800-561-6198. 800-561-6198. 800-561-6198. That's 800-561-6198.
And we return to Our American Stories and the final portion of our story on Forever Young Veterans. Let's get back to the story. Here again is Diane Height.
Before every trip, I will pray. God, You know what these veterans need. I don't. Give it to them. Whatever it is, give it to them. I've got a couple stories to tell you. One of the veterans, KT Hardwick, he went with us for the 70th anniversary. He was a POW. He got captured in the hedgerows. He told me a story that just broke my heart, but he got captured by the SS. He said that they had stuffed him in a boxcar to take him by train to Germany, and they were stuffed so tight in there they could not move. And if they needed to use the restroom, they had to soil themselves. They couldn't have water or food. He said if it rained, they would just try to get a raindrop on their tongue. And he had suffered greatly. Sometimes people will say to me, how can you take these men back? I mean, isn't that a terrible thing to do, to make them think about this? And my answer is, they're thinking about it every single day. After he went back to Normandy with us for the 70th anniversary, he called me and he said, I have had nightmares about being a prisoner for 70 years. I would dream I was being tortured. I had terrible nightmares, terrible dreams. But an interesting thing has happened. Now that I'm back, I am still dreaming, but instead of dreaming about being tortured, now I'm dreaming I'm coming home. That's healing. That is one of my favorite wishes that we've granted, because there was such a change in his life. And we also have one very similar from a vet that went back with us for the 75th anniversary. He said to me, I know people won't believe this, but every single morning when I wake up, the first thought I have is about D-Day. This was 75 years. He said, I still dream about D-Day, think about D-Day. It's the first thing on my mind when I wake up every single morning. After he came back from there, he said, you're not going to believe this, Diane. This is the first time in my life since the war that I wake up in the morning and I don't have D-Day on my mind. Taking them back does not make them think about it. Taking them back gives them closure. We just see these miracles. Oh, this one just really touched me deeply. We were taking World War II veterans to Washington, D.C., and this lady called me and she said, my husband's a Vietnam veteran. He really needs to go on this trip. And I said, well, this is all World War II. Not that that matters, but I said, you know, we are going to be taking some Vietnam veterans on our next trip. Maybe he would rather go on that one. And she goes, no, please. She had such an urgency in her voice. Please, he needs this. And it was only like a week before we left. And as you know, the airline tickets go up as it gets close. But I thought, she's just pretty much begging me. I can't turn her away. You know, people are more important than money. And so we're gonna get him a ticket and he's coming. When you go on a trip, if you don't know how groups work, so for instance, if we have 50 people on our trip, we make arrangements with the restaurants, and when we go there, they have 50 place settings. So we get to our restaurant at Union train station, and we all sit down. There's an empty seat next to this Vietnam vet, which that just doesn't happen, and I was wondering, why is there an empty seat there? But I didn't say anything. It didn't matter. Everyone had a seat. And then this man walked in, and he's introduced himself, and he said, my dad is on your trip. And I went, oh, really? I said, I didn't know you were coming. He didn't tell me. He goes, oh, he doesn't know I'm here. I just flew in from Arizona. He said, you know how you ask everyone to write letters to their loved one? And I was like, yes. And he said, you see, I couldn't write a letter to my dad. I haven't spoken to him in 15 years. And he said, I have flown here today because we'd given the schedule out to the family, and so his mom had sent it to him, so he knew where we were. And he said, I have come here to ask his forgiveness. And I was like, oh my gosh, there's an empty seat by him. And I said, he's right over there. Well, his dad was in this conversation to his left. I mean, they were really talking. And so his son goes in and slips in that chair beside his dad. His dad didn't even notice because he was talking. And then it seemed like forever. Finally, he looked to the right and he sees his son. And they begin to cry. And in front of everyone, his son says, Dad, please forgive me. It was just so emotional. And after we ate, his dad came up to me and he said, do you mind if I go and stay in his hotel room with him? And I said, of course not. Just be at this place tomorrow morning at a certain time. That's all you have to do. But y'all just enjoy each other tonight. And that changed this veteran's life. He's the one that was struggling so much. And look what God gave him. His son back, and it restored not only their relationship, but look what it did for their whole family. We see God do all kinds of things, even simple things. One World War II veteran, he lived around Nashville, and he would come visit his daughter in Memphis. And when he would get here, he would say to her, please take me to the Naval Air Station. I just want to see if there's somebody there that has my ship on their hat. He so desperately wanted to talk to someone that had been on his ship. And she's thinking, oh, Dad, there's not going to be anybody there from your ship. But she would always take him. Each time he visited, this would be repeated. Please take me to the Naval Air Station. Let me find someone from my ship, the USS Ranger. Well, they were on our very first trip to Washington, D.C. in 2009. And we get to the World War II Memorial, and who is there but a sailor in his original uniform with the USS Ranger on his hat. And it was the original hat where it's embroidered in it. And he saw that, and there wasn't anything that would have meant more to him than to find someone from his World War II ship. Just the joy of them being able to talk and be together. It was just such a beautiful thing to watch. And it was such a simple thing, but it meant everything to him. I do it for my dad. Being able to do this for him in a way as we bring healing and comfort to these veterans, I'm doing it for my dad. And I think he's no longer remembered for being an alcoholic. Now my dad is being remembered for taking his suffering and helping bring healing to his comrades. It changes their families, it changes their communities, because so many of these men and women have never talked about it. They start going to schools, they write books. We've had a lot of veterans write books that weren't even talking about it when they became a part of Forever Young Veterans. So we've seen healing take place. And so it's really changed my dad's legacy.
And a terrific job on the production, editing, and storytelling by our own Monty Montgomery. And a special thanks to Diane Height. And if you would like to help Forever Young Vets, go to foreveryoungvets.org to find out more. By the way, they're going to the 80th anniversary of D-Day next year. And from these stories, can you imagine the healing that will occur? Before every trip, I pray, God, you know what these veterans need. I don't. Give it to them. And my goodness, did God give it to them. Diana Height's story. Her dads and veterans everywhere who've seen battle, up close and personal, here on Our American Stories.
Think you need a new roof? Think again and save thousands.
855 Roof Max.
We'll help you put off the high cost of a roof replacement for at least 5 years.
Or 10.
Or sometimes even 15.
855 Roof Max. We're America's most trusted roofer because we always try to save your roof rather than replace it. 855 Roof Max.
We'll restore your roof for a fraction of the cost of a new one. But don't wait. If your roof loses too much protective coating, it's too late.
So call 855 Roof Max.
Career changers, including veterans and active duty service members. Your transition starts here. Go from GI to IT in a matter of months. Become a certified cyber warrior with training at My Computer Career. Cybersecurity specialists are in high demand, offering IT pros great opportunities and a rewarding lifestyle while protecting our people, liberty, and treasured institutions from cyber threats. Deploy your career in IT today. Learn more at mycomputercareer.edu/CWP. SkillBridge and other VA benefits are available to those who qualify.
You're great at protecting your personal information. You might even use things like two-factor authentication and strong passwords. But as much as you try to control how your info's protected, there are other places that also have it, and they may not be as careful. That's why LifeLock monitors hundreds of millions of data points a second for threats. If your identity's stolen, they'll fix it guaranteed, or your money back. Save 40% your first year with my name Clay as the promo code at LifeLock.com. Terms apply.
Are you tired of watching stock market swings hit your portfolio? Phoenix Energy provides investors with 9 to 13% annual interest rates through corporate bond offerings in the oil and gas sector. Start today and get monthly deposits directly into your bank account. Phoenix Energy conducts offerings pursuant to Rule 506C under Regulation D. Alternative investments are speculative, illiquid, and you may lose some or all of your investment. Securities are offered by Delmore Group, member FINRA SIPC. Delmore Group and Phoenix Energy are not affiliated. Learn more by visiting phoenixenergy.com/iHeart to register for a free investor webinar.
My mom is a veteran and she was injured in the line of duty.
I hurt my leg in a training accident when she was only 2 years old.
She had 7 different surgeries over the span of 9 years, and there were tons of complications.
I couldn't be the mom my kids needed me to be.
She missed so much.
After my last surgery, I got an infection so bad I thought it was going to kill me.
I told her she couldn't leave me yet. There was still so much she had to see. I hadn't even graduated.
I'm doing much better now. I may have lost my leg, but I've gained so much. I'm an active part of my kids' lives.
She can kick a mean soccer ball.
DAV's been there for me and my family. Through thick and thin, they've had our back.
Every year, DAV helps more than 1 million veterans like Sandy get the health and disability benefits they've earned so they can achieve victories great and small.
My victory is getting my life back. I got my joy back.
We got our mom back, thanks to DAV.
Support more victories for veterans. Go to DAV.org.
Thank you for 80 incredible years. This is News Radio KONP Port Angeles Squim, a Radio Pacific station.
From ABC News, I'm Dave Packer. Severe storms hit the Northeast, damaging winds, flooding Thursday night. There were ground stops at airports in Washington, D.C., Baltimore, and Newark. Hundreds of flights canceled, thousands delayed, and at the peak, over 500,000 customers without power. A teenager struck by lightning in New York Central Park.
At the time this happened, there were thunderstorm warnings, loud thunder with that lightning and heavy downpours that chased people right out of the park. That 15-year-old boy is lucky he was not seriously hurt. Again, he is being treated for a burn and he is recovering. He was alert and conscious when he was taken to the hospital.
ABC's Sonia Rincon in New York. And now the heat is on for millions. Extreme temperatures for much of the nation, including parts of California under extreme heat warnings. And the weather is coming this weekend that it could create perfect storms for wildfires to develop with windy gusts and low relative humidity. That means PG&E in California will be instituting public safety power shutoffs to prevent wildfires from power lines that spark. Thousands of customers in 15 counties could lose power, but PG&E spokesman Jeff Smith says that this is less than in the past.
June is really still pretty early, but there are some higher than average wind speeds, particularly for this time of year, which is why we are evaluating the possibility of a PSPS right now.
The White House giving us a timetable on potential Iran attack plans, saying President Trump will make a decision within the next 2 weeks.
All of this is coming as European leaders are expecting to meet with the Iranians in Geneva. One senior official telling us the president hopes this 2-week timeline will, quote, give the Iranians some room to come to their senses. But make no mistake, the president still has this high-stakes decision to make, and he's now given himself a deadline to make it.
ABC's Mary Bruce. In the meantime, 3 U.S. aircraft carriers set to arrive in the Middle East to stage their position. You're listening to ABC News.
If you need to hire, it seems like the whole process can be exhausting. You search resumes, wait for the right candidates to apply, set up initial interviews. It's a lot of time and work. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates for your job the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. Zip Intro is super easy to use. You simply pick a time, and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you can choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day. Best of all, you save time and energy.
Try Zip Intro for free right now at this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. Zip Intro. Post jobs today, talk to qualified candidates tomorrow. Once again, go to ZipRecruiter.com/free to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
The 9-year-old girl who was bitten by a shark off the coast of Florida last week explaining what happened in her own words. Leah Lindell was snorkeling with family when she was bitten in the arm.
I pick up my hand and it's all in blood.
And when she came above the water, her father picked her up and ran with her to shore, where a group of construction workers helped apply pressure to stem the bleeding. In the hospital, doctors worked to save Lindell's hand, and now she's able to move her fingers. Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy in San Diego touring some of the current air traffic control facilities at the San Diego International Airport. Duffy also touting the sweeping budget bill that the House has passed, saying it sets aside billions to upgrade the nation's air traffic control system and predicts that it would take about 3 to 4 years to complete.
We're using 1970s radar. In that money, we get new radar as well. And we're going to have money to upgrade some of the towers, not all of them, and have a new en route facility that's going to be funded.
And a few weeks ago, this would have been unthinkable, but Newark Airport is now not just the number one on-time airport in the New York City area, but the number one on-time airport in America, among the top 15 largest airports. That data from United Airlines. How did that happen? A month ago, it was dead last because of air traffic control glitches and a closed runway and staffing shortages. Getting that runway apparently reopened made that difference. Dave Packer, ABC News.
KONP News brought to you by RE/MAX Evergreen Real Estate. Outstanding agents, outstanding results. 457-6600. Washington State experiencing a significant rise in pertussis cases. The Department of Health reporting 2,261 confirmed or possible cases last year, a 25-fold increase from 87 cases in 2023. As of May 31st, about 1,300 cases had already been reported in our state. Clallam and Jefferson counties, which had no cases in 2023, have seen notable spikes. Clallam's reported 8 cases this year. Jefferson County has had 13 cases so far.
Here's your News Radio KONP forecast, brought to you by All Weather Heating and Cooling. Cloudy skies expected tonight with a slight chance for rain. Lows level off around 47. Winds out of the west 8 to 15 miles per hour. Chance for rain tomorrow. Daytime highs approaching 58. Cloudy skies expected. Rain likely tomorrow night. Lows level off around 47. Cloudy skies expected. Daytime highs approaching 60 Saturday with rain likely. 64, a blend of clouds and sun Sunday. Looking further out, 68 Monday, 70 Tuesday, and 67 on Wednesday. That's a look at your forecast. I'm meteorologist Paul Trombley. Currently, it's 53 degrees.
From the City of Angels near the Pacific Ocean, good morning, good evening, wherever you may be across the nation, around the world. I'm George Norrie. This is Coast to Coast AM. Later tonight, Proof of Heaven. Well, summer begins tomorrow. What a fast year. Wow. Here's what's happening. President Donald Trump's decision to open a 2-week negotiating window before deciding on striking Iran sets off an urgent effort to restart talks that have been deadlocked when Israel began its bombing campaign last week. The hope among Mr. Trump and his advisors is that Iran, under constant Israeli attack and having suffered losses to its missile arsenal, will relent on its hardline position and agree to terms that it previously rejected, including abandoning its enrichment of uranium program. We shall see. 3 deaths and 1 pregnancy loss are being attributed to a listeria outbreak linked to newly recalled ready-to-eat pasta sold at Walmart and Kroger. Take down some notes here. Fresh Realm, which has production sites in California, Georgia, and Indiana, says chicken fettuccine Alfredo products may be adulterated with an outbreak strain and is recalling products produced before June 17th. Very serious. Generation X, millennials, are about 3 times more likely than their parents to be diagnosed with appendix cancer, according to a study. Douglas Mulhall, author of Discovering the Nature of Longevity, is with us here. Douglas, why is this the case?
Well, George, this is a case of one tree telling us what's going on in the rest of the forest. So cancer of the appendix is still a relatively rare condition that only strikes about 1 or 2 in a million people. But that number, you said it's tripled, but actually amongst people between 1981 and 1989 that were born has quadrupled for that group. And the bigger picture, George, is the rising occurrence of other diseases in Gen Xers and millennials. The trend is there with 17 of 34 major cancer types, as well as metabolic and cardiovascular diseases and depression and hyperactivity. And as you asked, the question is why? Researchers are still trying to figure out whether this is a lifestyle-related, food-related, or environmentally related, or a combination of all of them. It isn't explained away by better screening of patients, for example. Now, George, we've talked about this a lot on the show, and maybe we should do a special episode about it, because many conditions seem to be triggered by what's known as total stress load, which is the sum of all the chemical, emotional, and physical stresses in your life. We need a widely recognized set of criteria to measure total stress load and what can be done about it for individual patients. And there's a lot that can be done. All of this is described in my book, Discovering the Nature of Longevity. It's available on Amazon.
Thank you, Doug. You might be right. We might need a program on that. As we reported last night, SpaceX's newest Starship vehicle went up in smoke. The company was testing a Starship upper stage at its Starbase site in South Texas Wednesday night to prepare for the mega rocket's upcoming 10th flight test. But something went very wrong. The vehicle exploded, sending a massive fireball high into the dark Texas skies. Here's Kevin Randall with his weekly report on UFOs. Kevin, what do you got for us tonight?
Well, good evening, George.
Hi, buddy.
I just wanted to mention that Ray Stanford, which was a kind of a controversial character in the UFO field, passed away over the weekend.
Ah, that's sad.
Yeah. And also just last week, I suggested that we were reliving the history of UFO investigations and the attempts by various government agencies, including the Air Force, to discredit witnesses, dismiss evidence, and convince us that there was nothing to the tales of flying saucers. One of the best examples of this was, of course, the claim that a non-existent Project Mogul flight was responsible for the debris found by Mac Brazel and taken to the Roswell Army Airfield. And that's not to mention the 1953 CIA-sponsored Robertson panel that suggested ways of convincing the public that aliens were not visiting Earth. Now, thanks to the Wall Street Journal, we are treated to the latest deception about UFOs. We are told that the Department of Defense spread stories about UFOs and flying saucers to hide the development of the latest weapon systems. We are told that all, and I stress that, all significant UFO sightings are mistaken sightings, institutional misunderstanding, and Cold War pranks. Really? Cold War pranks? Are we dealing with a professional military or a bunch of college boys engaging in hazing pledges? The first sentence of the Wall Street Journal article is, and I quote, "The U.S. military fabricated evidence of alien technology and allowed the rumors to fester to cover up real secret weapons programs," end quote. This is all part of what they called a public disclosure that left out the truth behind some of the foundational myths about UFOs. The Pentagon itself sometimes deliberately fanned the flames in what amounted to the U.S. government targeting its own citizens with disinformation, end quote. So the question that is not answered is, when did all this begin? In 1947, when the idea of flying saucers first burst into public interest, or was it something designed after the CIA's Robertson panel decided that the public should be deceived about UFOs, not as a cover for classified projects, but as a way of diverting interest in the topic? And is this why every chief of Project Blue Book, with a single exception, can be described as hostile to the idea of alien visitation? Probably the most egregious example of this claim, that the 1967 shutdown of a flight of ballistic missiles was part of an experiment to determine the electromagnetic pulse from detonation of an atomic bomb would be able to disable the missiles. We are now supposed to believe that at the height of the Cold War, the Air Force decided to attempt to disable the missiles by an outside source. The artificial EMP took down the whole flight, at least according to what they've said. And while the Wall Street Journal focuses on the report made by former missileer Robert Salas and his testimony about the event, they omit a series of UFO sightings in that area at that time. There were multiple witnesses to an object hovering near one of the missile control centers. The official story now is that Salas was telling the truth about the disabling of the missiles, but it was part of this experiment. According to documents found in the Blue Book files, and I quote, between the hours of 2100 and 0400 Mountain Standard Time, numerous reports were received by Malmstrom Air Force Base agencies of UFO sightings in the Great Falls, Montana area, end quote. There were reports of a landing near Belt, Montana that were made by several witnesses, including Cascade County Sheriff's deputies. The Project Blue Book files contains lists of witness statements, but all the reference to radar reports are missing. In the end, the case investigated by Lieutenant Colonel Lewis Chase, the UFO officer at Malmstrom, was labeled as unidentified. The Wall Street Journal concludes that there was a cover-up, but it wasn't an alien event, but a ridiculous experiment to use an EMP to shut down the active missile flight rather than conduct the experiment away from the Air Force Base where no harm could be done. They failed to mention the UFO sightings in the area at the time of the experiment, or the EMP is nearly impossible to reverse once the missiles have been attacked that way, and it makes them virtually useless. And that's what we have for tonight, George.
All right, my friend, we'll talk to you next week. Kevin Randall with his weekly UFO report. Are there Iranian sleeper cells in the United States? In a moment, Dr. Jeffrey Simon, an expert on terrorism, joins us. We will talk about terrorism next on Coast to Coast AM. You're great at protecting your own personal information. You probably even use things like two-factor authentication, strong passwords, and a VPN. But as much as you try to be in control of how your information is protected, there are lots of places that also have it. They might not be as careful as you are. That's why LifeLock monitors millions of data points every second for identity threats. If your identity is stolen, a LifeLock U.S.-based restoration specialist will help solve identity theft issues on your behalf, guaranteed or your money back. Plus, all LifeLock plans are backed by the $1 Million Protection Package, meaning LifeLock will reimburse you up to the limits of your plan if you lose money due to identity theft. You might not be able to control how others handle your personal information, but you can help protect it with LifeLock. Save up to 40% your first year with promo code GEORGE. Call 1-800-LifeLock or go to lifelock.com. Use promo code GEORGE for 40% off. Terms apply. We're days away from what has been dubbed the Rio Reset, the greatest threat to the U.S. dollar's global dominance in over 80 years. On July 6th, BRICS nations, Russia, China, India, Iran, and more, are expected to unveil their plans to circumvent the U.S. dollar, thus cratering its value. They've already been laying the groundwork as their central banks have been methodically divesting from the U.S. dollar and U.S. bonds in favor of gold. How can you protect your IRA or 401k from the fallout from this landmark shift? Diversify with gold from the Birch Gold Group. Historically, gold has been a safe haven in times of high uncertainty, which is right now. Get a free info kit on tax-sheltered gold IRAs by texting the word COAST to 989898. July 6 marks a monumental shift happening among nations that control one-third of the world's GDP. Arm yourself with information to diversify your retirement savings. Text COAST to the number 989898 and claim your free info kit from Birch Gold. And welcome back to Coast. George Norrie with you. Dr. Jeffrey Simon with us, author of several books on terrorism, including America's Forgotten Terrorists, The Terrorist Trap, and The Alphabet Bomber. His latest book is called The Bulldog Detective. He's a former RAND analyst who has taught at UCLA for 20 years, and he's back on Coast to Coast. Jeffrey, welcome to the show. I couldn't think of a better time to have you on.
Great to be there, George.
What's new with you?
Just staying active, trying to keep writing and keeping up with everything going on. The world of terrorism is always fascinating, exciting, and it's something we just can't ignore.
When you were going to college during your days, were you interested in terrorism then?
No, not really. What happened is I grew up in Brooklyn, and my high school was right across the street from my elementary school, which was right across the street from Brooklyn College. So I decided that I didn't want to walk the same route to college 4 more years, so I went all the way around the country to UC Berkeley in the late 60s. And what was interesting about that is that my first week there, I'm walking around the campus with a sport jacket and short hair, and I hear people saying narc, and I go back to the dorm. I say, what's a narc? I didn't even know what the term meant. So they thought I was a narcotics officer. And then one of my roommates said, if you really don't want to go to class, schedule all your classes for the afternoon, because there's usually rallies and demonstrations, and the National Guard come on campus, and they'll get canceled. So don't schedule any morning classes. But, I wanted to get an education, so I took a lot of morning classes. But what's really fascinating, George, is that there was a brilliant mathematics professor at Berkeley when I was there. And my main regret is that I never took a class from him. And this was Professor Theodore Kaczynski. Now, I had no idea he'd become the future Unabomber.
Oh, my God.
Who would throw mail bombs around the country, or that I would specialize in terrorism. So in Berkeley, my major was in history. And then I went to Indiana for my master's and USC here out, Southern California for my PhD in political science. But it wasn't until I got to the RAND Corporation in the mid-'80s that I started focusing on terrorism.
And Kaczynski died a few years ago, but he was something else.
Oh, totally.
Manifesto turned him in. His brother turned him in, didn't he?
Yes, but what happened was the brother wanted to make sure that it was his, this was his brother's manifesto, and he's a Unabomber, because he knew kind of writings that he had. He had letters. So when the manifesto was published in newspapers, that was one of Kaczynski's demands, or he was going to blow up a plane. The brother recognized it and reluctantly had to turn him in because he didn't want any more people to be killed.
What got you interested in studying terrorism?
When I was at RAND, that was the main focus of the unit that I was working in. And I had always been interested in political violence, international conflict, and terrorism kind of became, kind of the niche, the main focus for my studies and for when I wrote the book, my first book, The Terrorist Trap. And what's interesting about that, George, is that during the late 80s and even sometime in the 90s, we tended to create crises every time there was a hijacking or hostages were taken. And I thought that we really need to sometimes defuse these situations. So I try to bring that out, in the Terrorist Trap book, and that also some of the terminology that we heard in those days, we're in a war with terrorism, wasn't really beneficial, because if you tell the American public we're at war with terrorists, we expect to win that war. And you really can't win a war against terrorism when terrorists could be one person with one bomb and one cause. But what really got me somewhat upset was when my book came out. It was in 1994. I went to a bookstore here in Santa Monica, and I said to the manager there, I'd be happy to sign the book and give a talk. And I remember distinctly what she said. She said, "Oh, no, we don't want to promote terrorism. We don't even want to carry a book about terrorism." And there were people in those days who, if you wrote about causes of terrorism, they felt you're justifying it, or if you write about tactics, you're giving ideas. But you can't ignore this threat.
No, you can't. And there's some talk that there are Iranian sleeper cells in the U.S. What do you think of that?
I don't really know that much about that in terms of whenever we hear that there are sleeper cells, we haven't really uncovered them yet in terms of even in our past. I mean, the Iranians, if they wanted to attack, within the U.S., it wouldn't really be sleeper cells that they would need. We've seen the whole issues of the lone wolf when you have Al-Qaeda, ISIS, and these other groups that, through the internet and other, means, sort of call for action against the homeland. So I just don't really have any evidence about, the sleeper cells.
I'd like to see the former prince of Iran, Reza Pahlavi, the son of the Shah, to go back there and take power.
The situation is so fluid. Nobody knows now what is happening. The Iranian people aren't happy with their regime. They've been suppressed, and, there's not true freedom there. So we're going to see what happens in the next few weeks or even longer.
What happened a few years ago or a month ago? They killed that young Iranian girl because she refused to put her headdress on?
When you even think in Afghanistan, the girls aren't allowed to go to school. I mean, it's just horrendous what's happening in some parts of the world.
Truly ridiculous. Your first book was called The Terrorist Trap. Tell us about that.
It was really interesting because when I wrote that, I wanted to see how different administrations handled terrorism crises, and I interviewed a lot of former government officials, media, even some former terrorists. But as I was doing the research, I learned that one of the major hijackings in history occurred in September of 1970. This was when the Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine hijacked 4 planes on the same day, and that never got repeated until 9/11. Now, one of my high school classmates was on one of those planes and was held in Jordan by the terrorists for several weeks until she was released. So I thought, wow, this would be an interesting anecdote to put in the book. And when I told a friend of mine from high school about that, he said, "Jeff, don't you realize we have another person from our high school graduating class that had an experience with terrorism, only her experience was in becoming a terrorist." It turns out that one of my high school classmates joined the Weather Underground, which was a leftist radical group in the 60s and 70s, and she later got involved in a Brinks armored truck robbery in upstate New York, where 2 policemen were killed, 2 policemen and a Brinks guard was killed, and she was sentenced to long prison terms. Then when I looked at my high school yearbook to make sure, these are the people I remember, I was surprised when I saw that all 3 of us, the terrorists, the hostage, and myself, were together in a picture for the Honor Society. And I don't remember anything we did in the Honor Society except take the picture. And when I told that story once on a call-in show, somebody called in and said, "What was the name of your high school?" Terror High. So it was kind of an interesting story.
My cousin's uncle, not my uncle, his father, who married my mother's sister, was on one of the 9/11 planes.
Oh, no. Wow.
Doug Gowell was his name. He was going to a computer science course put on by Avid Technologies, and he was on the plane.
Oh, that's awful.
Talk about being in the bad place at the worst time, huh?
Exactly. It's just, you just think about the horror, the people on that plane when they saw it was going into the towers. I mean,
how did the episode of 9/11 become so well orchestrated?
Well, they did live secretly in the U.S. for about a year or 2.
Training here.
And just nobody was ready for it. And that's why, when 9/11 occurred, I wasn't really surprised. And here's why. We know from history that terrorists escalate their violence when they perceive that the public and governments have become desensitized to the normal flow of terrorism. So you perpetrate a violent act that causes more casualties than previous incidents or do something different, you're guaranteed widespread publicity for your cause and reaction from different parties. Now, there have already been suicide attacks on the ground, such as car and truck bombings in Lebanon in the 1980s. There was a suicide attack at sea against the USS Cole in Yemen in 2000. So it really was only a matter of time before terrorists were going to escalate their violence to include suicide attacks from the air. But, we just weren't prepared for it.
Our friend is Dr. Jeffrey Simon, author of a number of books, including The Terrorist Trap. His website is linked up at coasttocoastam.com. Do you think 9/11 changed the world?
Absolutely, in many different ways. First, in terms of terrorism, it led here in this country to the creation of the Department of Homeland Security. We didn't have that before. It led to our 2 long wars in Afghanistan and in Iraq. It made combating terrorism, particularly the threat of Islamic extremism, the number one security issue for the U.S. as well as for other countries. It also changed the world of security. All the new measures, devices that were installed at airports and other places were due to 9/11. And it also made people more aware of the threat of terrorism and what terrorism is all about. And it also had an effect on the study of terrorism. Before 9/11, the field of terrorism studies included mostly political scientists, international relations scholars, and historians. But after 9/11, scholars from all disciplines began studying the phenomenon, publishing papers, and today it's truly an interdisciplinary scholarly field.
We still need to take our shoes off going through the airport, Jeffrey, our belts and everything else.
But, I've gone a couple of times they didn't ask me to do that, but maybe because I'm getting older.
That could be. Stay with us, Jeffrey. We'll be back in a moment, and we'll talk more about your work on terrorism. Next hour, we open up the phone lines with Dr. Jeffrey Simon, giving you a chance to ask him a question. I'm George Norrie, and we'll be back in a moment right here on Coast to Coast AM. Don't touch your dial.
Get daily show updates right to your inbox for free with the Coast Zone newsletter. Sign up today at coasttocoastam.com.
Could use a few pounds. Tight pants points hollering out. She was a black-haired beauty with big dark eyes and points all her own, sitting way up high. Way up firm and high. Out past the cornfields where the woods got heavy. Out in the back seat of my 60 Chevy. Working on mysteries without any clues. Working on our night moves. Trying to make some front page driving news. Working on our night moves.
Have you tried hands-free Skechers slip-ins yet? Because if you haven't, you're missing out on technology that changes how you think about shoes. First, these are not just regular slip-on shoes. They're not just a pair of loafers without laces. But what makes them different is the technology inside that lets you just step into them. There's a built-in hidden shoehorn that slides your foot in, so they look, feel, and wear just like a pair of shoes you're used to. Except you don't have to bend down, struggle to put them on, or touch them. Try them at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
Find what you love, love what you find. A total wine and more. There's so much waiting for you. Spirits and beer, thousands of wines. Walk right through the door. It's all here to explore. With guides in the know and prices so low, it just might blow your mind. You're gonna find what you love and love what you find.
Drink responsibly, B21.
My brother-in-law died suddenly, and now my sister and her kids have to sell their home. That's why I told my husband we could not put off getting life insurance any longer. An agent offered us a 10-year, $500,000 policy for nearly $40 a month. Then we called SelectQuote. SelectQuote found us identical coverage for only $18 a month, a savings of nearly $300 a year.
Whether you need a $100,000 policy or a $10 million policy, SelectQuote could save you more than 50% on term life insurance. In a hurry? Don't worry. With SelectQuote, you can get up to $2 million in instant, affordable, same-day coverage with no medical exam.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-637-9116. That's 1-800-637-9116. Or go to SelectQuote.com. That's 1-800-637-9116. Full details on example policies at SelectQuote.com/commercials.
If you've missed the Kim Commando Show, you've missed a lot.
Well, I get that Facebook can't stop all the scams on their platform, but do they have to make it so easy for the scammers? Isn't there any other way to get Facebook to take some kind of action on these fake accounts?
Unfortunately, probably not, because you know what? They just don't give a rat's. They don't care.
America's digital goddess,
Kim Commando.
The Kim Commando Show, Saturdays from 9 to noon on KONP.
ABC News, I'm Dave Packer. Severe storms hit the Northeast, damaging winds and flooding Thursday night. There were ground stops at airports in Washington, D.C., Baltimore and Newark. Hundreds of flights canceled, thousands delayed, and at the peak, over 500,000 customers without power. A teenager struck by lightning in New York Central Park. He's recovering. And now the heat is on for millions. Extreme temperatures for much of the nation, including parts of California, under extreme heat warnings. The White House giving us a timetable on a potential Iran attack plan, saying that President Trump will make a decision within the next 2 weeks.
All of this is coming as European leaders are expecting to meet with the Iranians in Geneva. One senior official telling us the president hopes this 2-week timeline will, quote, give the Iranians some room to come to their senses. But make no mistake, the president still has this high-stakes decision to make, and he's now given himself a deadline to make it.
That's ABC's Mary Bruce. This is ABC News.
Here's your News Radio KONP forecast, brought to you by All Weather Heating and Cooling. Cloudy skies expected tonight with a slight chance for rain. Lows level off around 47. Winds out of the west 8 to 15 miles per hour. Chance for rain tomorrow. Daytime highs approaching 58. Cloudy skies expected. Rain likely tomorrow night. Lows level off around 47. Cloudy skies expected. Daytime highs approaching 60 Saturday with rain likely. 64, a blend of clouds and sun Sunday. Looking further out, 68 Monday, 70 Tuesday, and 67 on Wednesday. That's a look at your forecast. I'm meteorologist Paul Trombley. Currently, it's 53 degrees.
Is Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie.
Next hour, we'll take your calls with Dr. Jeffrey Simon as we talk about terrorism. Much more to talk with him about in a moment on Coast to Coast AM. Well, we're watching the clock tick, 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 because soon we will be in Everett, Washington for our live stage show.
Tick, tick, tick. Yes, we will. A week from this Saturday, Everett, Washington, the historic Everett Theater. We invite you to come on out. It's radio to stage. That's what we call it. It's about a 3-hour show. We have 3 guests on stage. Frank Hoff We'll be discussing Atlantis and Lemuria. Global revolutionist Matthew James Bailey will be discussing AI, artificial intelligence, and Bigfoot field researcher who you heard last night, star of Animal Planet's Finding Bigfoot, Cliff Barackman, will be with us. So that's going to be a lot of fun. We're going to do, what are we going to do? We're going to do so much in the show. We're going to bring in a piano player. George, you're going to sing songs to a piano player, which is different from our shows before where you had a live band. So it's going to be a lot of fun. We're going to do a salute to our country's veterans and our first responders. And, of course, after the show, we do a meet and greet. And, George, those are so fun meeting everybody.
Oh, there's nothing like it. I mean, when you see our listeners up front and personal, it is truly amazing. And I remember the show in Charlotte where my daughter Christy came with us, and she got in line in the meet and greet, and people had a chance to meet her.
Yeah.
Her line was longer than mine.
I brought her over to my table. I know. Yeah, people were enthralled. So it's a lot of fun, folks. Come on out, meet some new friends, have some fun. Go to coasttocoastam.com. We've got all that info right up there for you.
And something for all of you, the Paranormal Podcast Network.
Yes, a lot of free listening for you. Just download the iHeartRadio app on your phone. If you listen on your PC to your podcast, just go to iHeartRadio.com. In the search, either of those, just put Coast to Coast AM. All those shows will pop right up. It's hours of listening, and it's free.
Indeed. And here's something for you to build up that immune system.
HealthyLooking.com and Dr. Alan Millay bring 4 decades of experience in natural products for the exclusive stem cell wellness kit that works with your body's stem cells to assist your immune system. Here's Dr. Millay with more.
Whether it's physical activity, obesity, diet, smoking, low on hormones, stress, sleep disorders, or your age can be supported by reducing inflammation and aiding the body to heal itself appropriately. A stem cell is a cell waiting to be told what it needs to be. If there is inflammation, that inflammation needs to be stopped. High blood pressure, high cholesterol, kidney disease, various types of cancer, depression, autoimmune disorders, osteoporosis, even fatty liver are chronic signs of inflammation and can be aided by supporting the body's ability to protect those cells that it needs. And that is the purpose of ImmuStem and AdaptoStem together, supporting the body to be the best it can be.
Dr. Millay, how will I feel after taking AdaptoStem and ImmuStem?
The ImmuStem is going to have an immediate effect, but I tell you, your immune system is starting to function better after 24 hours. You put AdaptoStem along with it, and most will feel it within 30 minutes.
Order now at HealthyLooking.com. The Stem Cell Wellness Kit from Dr. Millay protects your body's stem cells and will make you feel better faster. The Stem Cell Wellness Kit with AdaptoStem and ImmuStem is only available at HealthyLooking.com or toll free at 800-563-3980. That's 800-563-3980. Don't forget to enter promo code GEORGE for free shipping.
Order now to get your free gift, Mental Clarity, Natural Support for Mental Sharpness. The Stem Cell Wellness Kit at HealthyLooking.com.
Mars Mission 1, the fictional book based on real-world facts, the future you hope never happens. Author Christopher Lee Jones brings you Mars Mission 1, available on Amazon, bringing you real-world facts of what our world will look like if we allow the Kessler effect to continue to develop in a cliff-hanging detective story. The first crew lands on the surface of Mars when a missile blows up a satellite, creating thousands of pieces of debris. That debris sailing along at thousands of miles per hour, destroying more satellites, creating more debris, causing a nonstop chain reaction. The dreaded Kessler effect has begun. All satellites are being destroyed by debris. All cell phones fail. All GPS fails. All power fails. Life on Earth, as we understand it, may never be the same. Mars Mission 1, Surviving the Kessler Effect. You do not want to see it happen. Now available at Amazon. That's Mars Mission 1, Surviving the Kessler Effect. It's a great book. Mars Mission 1, Surviving the Kessler Effect.
Big news. Newsmax just went public on the New York Stock Exchange. And millions like you are joining our news revolution. Newsmax is now the 4th highest rated news channel, just behind CNN. Reuters says we're one of the top news brands in America. 40 million Americans go to Newsmax for shows with Rob Schmidt, Greta Van Susteren, Rob Finnerty, and more. So download our free Newsmax app on your smartphone or TV and start watching. President Trump says Newsmax is truly terrific. Get the free Newsmax app and check out Newsmax shares on the stock exchange. Go to newsmaxinvest.com. That's newsmaxinvest.com. This is not an offer to buy or sell securities, nor shall there be any sale of securities in any jurisdiction in which such an offer would be unlawful.
And welcome back to Coast. George Norrie with you, Dr. Jeffrey Simon with us as we talk about terrorism. One of his books includes The Terrorist Trap. Jeffrey, what got into Osama bin Laden? Here was a guy who had family money into the millions. The mastermind, one of the mastermind of 9/11, definitely the financier. Why would a guy want to do that and ruin everything for himself?
You know, the mind of terrorists is so complex. In this case, with the antagonism he had first against the U.S. in terms of the participation in the first Gulf War, using Kuwait, and he basically had the following during the Soviet invasion of Afghanistan, and he created all these followers, and after they won that war, he decided to turn it against the U.S., and he was among the most dangerous terrorists we have had.
Do you think there was something mentally ill with him?
And, it's always hard to say. A long time ago, many people would always say, terrorists have to be mentally ill. And we do have a number of, especially within lone wolves, a certain percentage that are suffering emotional disorders. But he had his plan, he had his beliefs, and he was able to get all these people to follow him. And so, whether or not there was some mental illness there, I really can't say, but he was just definitely a very manipulative leader.
How does the media, in your opinion, Jeffrey, handle the handling of terrorist stories?
Well, there's the relationship between media and terrorists is what we call a symbiotic relationship. What that means is that each needs each other for mutual benefit. For example, the media would need the drama of terrorist incidents to generate television ratings and increase circulation of newspapers, and the terrorists would need the media to publicize their cause, give extensive coverage to their attacks, make them seem sometimes more formidable than they may really be, and the media coverage can also bring in new recruits and funds for extremist groups. But it's really been changing with the rise of the Internet and social media. Terrorist groups now don't need traditional media as much as they did in previous years. They can just now post things on the Internet. They could put their websites there, and they could call for actions by the lone wolves. So we're really seeing the relationship change where the social media and the Internet has sort of overtaken traditional media in terms of being something that terrorists strive to affect.
And give us your definition of the lone wolf terrorist.
Well, the lone wolf terrorist is really, I think, the most dangerous threat we're facing today, the most serious threat. But I also would extend it to lone wolves who may not fit the traditional definition of terrorism. So basically, a lone wolf terrorist is an individual who perpetrates a violent act in the name of some ideology or religion or social cause, but does not have any support from an organization. So they're basically working by themselves. They can be inspired via the Internet by these groups, but they're really, their own person, their own operation. Now, there are cases where we wouldn't call somebody a terrorist if they don't have a political or religious motivation. But that has always sort of bothered me. So, for example, the worst mass shooting in our history was the shooting in Las Vegas, where all those music-goers were killed by
the guy Stephen Paddock.
Exactly. And we don't call it terrorism because they never were able to uncover a motive. Yet we have to ask, what's the difference? There's still the issue of, him getting all those guns into the hotel, him being able to plan it, and it's almost as though every time there's some violent act, we wait and see. The media will call it, or authorities will say this is terrorism or it's not terrorism. So it's really a gray area. But we only have to look at what happened this past year to see how lone wolf actor violence has really become our major threat. We had the shooting of the healthcare insurance executive in New York last October, and the perpetrator was protesting, quote-unquote, corporate greed. Then we had the driving of a truck into a crowd in New Orleans on New Year's Day by an ISIS-inspired lone wolf. Then we had the explosion later that day at the Trump Hotel in Las Vegas by an active-duty Green Beret who was suffering from post-traumatic stress disorder. Then we've had the arson attacks by a lone wolf in February and March in New Mexico. One was at a Tesla showroom in Albuquerque. The other was against the headquarters of the Republican Party. Then we had the 3 recent attacks by pro-Palestinian lone wolves, the arson attack of the home of Pennsylvania Governor Shapiro, with the shooting of 2 Israeli embassy staff members in Washington, D.C., and the firebombing of a demonstration to free Israeli hostages in Boulder, Colorado. And then, of course, we had the shooting last week of Minnesota lawmakers by an anti-abortion lone wolf. So we see this wide range in types of lone wolves and the wide range of tactics that they use, such as shootings, car bombings, fire bombings, truck rammings into crowd. So this threat cuts across the entire political and religious spectrum. And what's really difficult, George, is that there's no single profile of a lone wolf. Oftentimes they'll have personal grievances, but they'll latch onto an ideology to justify their violence.
Is it true that most of the lone wolves, Jeffrey, commit suicide?
No. About 30% have emotional issues or are mentally ill. Now, some of them, again, in terms of suicide by just waiting to be shot, or they did a suicide attack, but there are a lot of lone wolves who have been caught. We saw the case in Minnesota, right, where the lone wolf has been captured, and there are a number of cases where sometimes they actually do not intend to die, but there are a certain number that do.
Truly, what's their goal? What's their mission? What do they want out of all this?
Well, the ones who aren't fully committed to the ideology, they are having financial difficulty or they have some personal issue, and they just have this urge and this desire to commit violence, and they then get kind of latching on to the ideology. Either it could be an ISIS, Al-Qaeda ideology, it could be right-wing, left-wing, whatever it might be, but it gives them a justification for who they are. And it's really difficult to deal with the lone wolf violence, but there are certain measures that can be taken, and the most important are the early warning signs of potential attack. Many lone wolves exhibit erratic behavior or say something concerning or alarming to family and friends about wanting to commit violence, and that has to be reported to the authorities in order to try to prevent an attack. The monitoring of the Internet and social media while not violating civil liberties and privacy rights is another important strategy that needs to be pursued to reduce these incidents of lone wolf terrorism. Many lone wolves do their talking online by posting manifestos and other things. And also, important strategies are the continued use of detection devices in post offices and other places for explosives and chemical agents that may be being sent through the mail. We've had attacks like that in the past by lone wolves, and we may have more in the future. We also need, of course, the expansion of closed-circuit television cameras in public places, because lone wolves do often pre-incident surveillance, and hopefully we can catch some of them before they commit that act. And finally, the really important thing for everybody to remember is increased public awareness. We have to be alert for unattended packages and bags in crowded areas, and that old slogan, see something, say something, that's the role we all can play in trying to prevent this type of violence.
Jeffrey, would you say that the young kid who goes into a school and shoots up his schoolmates is a lone wolf terrorist?
It's definitely a lone wolf. Now, I would, because I'll use the broad definition of terrorism in terms of the political, social, religious motive, but we can't call them a terrorist because without that motive, it doesn't fit into our understanding of what terrorism is. They definitely cause terror, and they cause, problems. They have this, whatever made them commit that act. But the effect is the same as if they said they did it because they had a political reason to do it. But, yeah, I would view them as terrorists, but we sometimes have to have these, distinctions, because otherwise, somebody who goes into just a convenience store and takes a few hostages there, we don't necessarily always call that terrorism.
What do you expect to happen next, Jeff?
We're going to have more, unfortunately, lone wolf terrorism. I mean, that's really what I see. And the reason, because as I had mentioned, it's such a diverse phenomenon, and anybody can be inspired to be doing these acts. And, you mentioned before the role of, Iranian sleeper cells. Well, most terrorists don't even need sleeper cells anymore because, as we've seen with ISIS and Al-Qaeda, they just post on their message boards or they have on their websites. They're trying to inspire people to do certain violent acts in their homeland. So, unfortunately, we're going to have to be prepared for more of these kinds of attacks, but at the same time, take some of those measures I mentioned just before to try to reduce the number of attacks.
The 9/11 terrorists, of course, all knew that they were going to die in the plane crashes.
Yes.
It was a suicide mission. What makes that mindset?
The religious fanaticism. And actually, there was a guidebook, or I forgot what it was called, maybe a manifesto that was found among some of the hijackers before they boarded the plane. And they had all these procedures where they were to stay together and not lose their nerve, not lose, their mission. And they just believed they were, on a mission to God. And that was, they looked upon their suicide as something that they were welcoming.
Were they tainted since they were kids, you think?
They, sometimes we're surprised at who turns out to be, a terrorist. And it's not always anything that you could see early on, in their childhood. So I think some of the 9/11 terrorists for a long time were very committed to their cause. But I don't know whether or not, as children, they had any experiences or things that were different from other people.
You taught a course on terrorism at UCLA for, 20 years?
George, it was so fascinating. And the reason is that the students in my class came from all parts of the world. And so they had experiences. Some had experiences with terrorism in their families, in their villages. And so when we would get into discussions, it would really, really be interesting to see the interactions among all the students. And so I really enjoyed teaching the class. But what I learned, as you get older, you have to be careful with some of the jokes you say, because sometimes they just won't get it because of the age difference, me as the instructor and these as the young students. I would always say before the 4th of July holiday, because, you have that hot dog eating contest in Coney Island,
yep,
where they eat all the hot dogs. I said, okay,
Nathan.
Nathan's hot dogs. Have a great 4th of July, but don't eat too many hot dogs because it's not good for your cholesterol. So they look at me with a blank face like, what's cholesterol? They don't have to be worried about that. And then
it goes right over their heads.
Totally. But one joke always worked no matter how older I got, and that was I would tell the students on the first day of class that basically I want you to get out of this class an understanding of what terrorism is all about, and that 10 or 20 years from now, you still be able to hopefully talk about it intelligently, because we're still going to have terrorism. But if any of you should take the wrong path in life and become a terrorist, please don't cite this class as your inspiration. So that one always got the laugh.
We're with Dr. Jeffrey Simon. We're talking about his work on terrorism. One of his books includes America's Forgotten Terrorists. Where do we get your books, Jeff?
They're on Amazon and Barnes and Noble, and go to bookstores. I'm sure the bookstore there could order it, but Barnes and Noble and Amazon are easy ways to get them.
Have we crippled Al-Qaeda and ISIS?
No, I mean, we've made great strides against them, and the possibility of another 9/11 is very remote because of all the security now that we have and how we have weakened them. But they're not totally weak. I mean, they are still active in the Middle East, North Africa, Southeast Asia, and they have worldwide networks of followers and subgroups that can attack in many places. And here in the U.S., the threat for us in terms of Al-Qaeda and ISIS is when they make these calls for lone wolves to take any action they can, ramming cars into crowds, shooting and whatever for the cause. So that's why they still remain a formidable enemy.
And there are a lot of sick people on this planet, Jeffrey.
Unfortunately, George.
And they know have access to guns and all this other weaponry, I guess.
Yes, they do.
Do you think what we're doing with Israel and Iran is the right thing?
I have to see, right now, time will tell. Everybody would like to see the capability of Iran with the nuclear weapons to, be totally eliminated. And, President Trump has given a 2-week kind of respite now in terms of seeing if there could be a diplomatic solution. But I don't think anybody has a crystal ball in terms of what is going to happen down the road with this situation.
My concern is that the 2-week reprieve will give the Iranians more time to build what they were working on.
But it takes a longer time, George, to really get the bomb in some kind of a stage. I don't think they're at that point yet, but hopefully not wrong there.
And what we don't know, Jeffrey, is at what point they might be at. We're going to come back and take calls with Dr. Jeffrey Simon, author of America's Forgotten Terrorists.
Never miss a detail on a show or a guest. Sign up for the Coast Zone email newsletter, available for free at coasttocoastam.com.
I was born, 6 gun in my hand, behind a gun.
What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud Phone System. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm, I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Ugh, I gotta get business cards printed for my entire staff, but where do I even...
That was easy.
Oh, okay, Staples. But can I have bigger stuff printed too, like huge signs and banners?
That was easy.
Nice. And what if I had to ship a package?
That was easy.
Have my passport photo taken?
That was easy.
Coffee and snacks?
That was easy.
What about the latest laptops?
That was
easy. Earbuds and headphones?
That was
Office
easy.
chairs?
That was easy.
I think I also need to get some Staples.
Seriously?
I had to ask.
For everything your business needs to get the job done.
Staples. That was easy.
Working as a dedicated Fidelity advisor, I always ask, what's important to you? I'll look at those priorities and goals alongside your full financial picture to build a comprehensive plan designed to help grow and protect your wealth. With proactive portfolio insights and an eye on taxes, I'm here to help you make the most of your money. I'm Laura Maxwell, and I'm a dedicated Fidelity advisor. Learn more at fidelity.com/wealth. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services, LLC, member NYSE, SIPC.
Celebrating 80 years of trusted news and local connections. This is Newsradio KONP Port Angeles Squim, a Radio Pacific station.
From ABC News, I'm Dave Packard. President Trump has set a new timeline for any potential U.S. action on Iran, which continues to exchange missile attacks with Israel. The White House says the president will make a decision within the next 2 weeks. ABC's Mary Bruce has more from the White House.
According to a source, the president is troubled by the deep divisions in his own party about what he should do, hold out for negotiations or join the attack. One key ally who's been urging restraint, Steve Bannon, spotted at the White House. One source telling us Trump is trying to psych himself up, convince himself that whatever he ultimately decides to do is warranted.
One of the options President Trump is considering is what's known as a bunker buster bomb. Another is a 30,000-pound bomb, which has been tested but never deployed in war. ABC News Pentagon reporter Louis Martinez.
The concerns are whether this massive ordnance penetrator can actually destroy that facility. It's never been used in combat. Testing indicates it goes down to a certain depth. The question is, are those Iranian facilities down too deep, potentially, for this penetrator?
In Tenafly, New Jersey.
Welcome home, Midam. We are so happy you are here. Woo!
A big welcome home for Adon Alexander. He was believed to be the last living American hostage held in the Gaza Strip, freed from Hamas captivity last month in a deal brokered by the White House. An appeals court Thursday allowing President Trump to keep control of National Guard troops he deployed to Los Angeles following protests over immigration raids. The decision halting a ruling from a lower court judge who found that Trump acted illegally when he activated the soldiers over opposition from California Governor Gavin Newsom. In the NBA Finals, the Pacers resilient, beating the Oklahoma City Thunder 108-91 Thursday night, the ESPN radio call.
And Indiana in a rout wins Game 6, and the best two words in sport, we'll have a Game 7.
And that final game of the finals on Sunday. You're listening to ABC News.
Offer not valid in all states or where prohibited by law. Loans are subject to lender approval. See website for details.
Honey, the credit card bill came, and we're maxed out.
Maxed out cards, rent is due. We just need some extra cash to help us get by.
Maybe we should go to 27cash.com.
With our bad credit?
27cash.com is one of the largest personal loan networks. They can help people with any type of credit get up to $5,000, and cash can hit our bank account as soon as tomorrow.
When you need extra cash, go to 27cash.com. That's 27cash.com. 27cash.com.
Millions of Americans take medicine like Ozempic and Zepbound. Many of them are overpaying by thousands of dollars a year. These GLP-1 medications for diabetes, weight loss, and more may not always be covered by your insurance, but GoodRx can help. GoodRx helps you save every month on prescriptions at over 70,000 pharmacies nationwide. Best of all, it's free to use. Check GoodRx to save on GLP-1s. Just go to GoodRx.com/GLP. That's GoodRx.com/GLP. GoodRx is not insurance, but can be used instead of insurance, including Medicare and other federal and state-funded programs.
Gas prices have been on the rise due in part to the unrest in the Middle East. Gas Buddy has prices at their highest level in more than a month in 49 out of 50 states. ABC's Rebecca Jarvis says prices may jump to as much as 15 cents per gallon over the next couple of weeks.
We have seen prices climbing in recent weeks amid rising tensions in the Middle East, and that flows through to the pump. With the national average now $3.20 a gallon, it actually jumped 2 cents just overnight.
More than 100 of Napoleon Bonaparte's personal items, which helped shape empires and broke hearts, are going on auction next week. ABC's Chuck Sievertson.
What is your name?
Napoleon.
The 2023 biopic was a big hit and introduced new generations to the French legend. The collection includes personal papers and clothing, including the iconic bicorn hat Napoleon wore in a battle with wings parallel to his shoulders so soldiers and enemies could spot him instantly through the gunpowder haze. The hat is expected to sell for more than $500,000. There's even the divorce papers involving Josephine. The items will be on display at Sotheby's in Paris ahead of the sale on Wednesday.
Ford recalling nearly 200,000 vehicles due to a potential safety issue in the back seat. The recall involves certain 2021 through 2025 Mustang Mach-E's. Government safety officials say there's a risk that the doors may lock, trapping people in the back during an emergency. If the electric vehicle's battery has a low charge, Ford says it's halting sales until a software update comes along. Dave Packer,
KONP News brought to you by McCrory Carpet One. Always priced right, always done right. It's McCrory Carpet One. Washington State Ferry fares set to rise this fall and then again next spring. The Washington State Transportation Commission plans to increase fares 3% on October 1st, another 3% May 1st of next year. Additionally, a summer season surcharge will rise to 35% on all routes next year. And the expiration period for multiple ride passes will be extended to 120 days as a trial starting next spring. Lawmakers also approved increasing the vessel replacement surcharge to $1 per ticket starting in October and adding a new 3% credit card fee in March of next year. Public comments on the proposal are now open through the state through August 5th.
Here's your News Radio KONP forecast, brought to you by Olympic Game Farm. Lows level off around 47 overnight under overcast skies with a slight chance for rain. Westerly winds 8 to 15 miles per hour. Cloudy skies expected again Friday, chance of rain. Daytime highs approaching 58. Overcast Friday night, rain likely 47. Highs level off around 60 Saturday with rain likely 64. Sunshine mixed with clouds at times Sunday. A peek at the extended shows, 68 Monday, 70 Tuesday, and 67 on Wednesday. That's a look at your forecast. I'm meteorologist Paul Trombley. Currently 52.
This magic moment, so different and so new, was like any other until I kissed you, and then it happened. It took me by surprise. I knew that you felt it too, by the look in your eyes, sweeter than wine, softer than the summer night. Everything I want, I have. Whenever I hold you tight, this magic moment, while your lips are close to mine, will last forever, forever till the end of time.
To talk to George Norrie, call the wildcard line at 818-501-4109. The first-time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk toll-free from east of the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies toll-free, call 800-618-8255. Send George a text message anytime at 818-298-6521. This is Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie.
And our special guest, Dr. Jeffrey Simon. We are talking about terrorism. We'll take calls with him this hour on Coast to Coast AM. AT&T is in the news again. Nearly 90 million previously breached customer records have been repackaged and are for sale on the dark web once again. The exposed data posted on a Russian cybercrime forum includes full names, social security numbers, addresses, phone numbers, and email addresses. If exploited, the cyber criminals can use this information to commit identity theft. It is so important to understand how cybercrime and identity theft are affecting our lives. Lots of places can accidentally expose your personal information, and that's why LifeLock monitors millions of data points a second for risks to your identity. LifeLock detects and alerts you to potential identity threats that you may not spot on your own. Loans taken out in your name, crimes committed by thieves pretending to be you. If you do become a victim of identity theft, a dedicated U.S.-based restoration specialist will fix it, guaranteed or your money back. Terms apply. Now it's easy to help protect yourself with LifeLock. Join now. Save up to 40% off your first year with promo code George. Call 1-800-LifeLock or head on over to lifelock.com and use promo code George for 40% off.
Real people, real stories.
I have bruising that's all over my arms. 3 weeks after I was on the carnivore, I noticed, I'm looking at my arms, and I said, gee, I don't have any bruises on my arms, and I'm always full of bruises. I can't put my finger on it, but I know something's happening. I have to tell you, that has to be the carnivore.
I've got a Labrador. She could hardly lift herself up off the floor. I won't tell you what the veterinarian said, but the treatment was chemotherapy. And I said, no way. That's when I said, you know what, this could be the ticket. So I started administering it, and she took to it right away. In 3 weeks, you could tell she was very alert. 6 weeks into the protocol, she seemed like she was 100%. She was going on 5-mile walks. I'm like, my goodness, she is just like prime again.
Call 866-836-8735. That's 866-836-8735. Or visit carnivore.com. That's carnivora.com.
And welcome back. George Norrie with you. Dr. Jeffrey Simon with us as we talk about terrorism. His website is linked up at coasttocoastam.com. Jeffrey, next year, the U.S. is going to be host to the countries for the World Cup soccer matches. Do you anticipate anything bad happening there?
Well, actually, no. It's sort of a myth that, these major sporting events are targets of terrorists. Basically, terrorists don't want to fail, and they want to have a reasonable opportunity in their minds that they're going to penetrate security and perpetrate an attack. But the extraordinary measures that are taken at these major sporting events today really deter most terrorists from trying to launch an attack. When terrorists struck at the Munich Olympics in 1972, they seized Israeli athletes and killed them. There was no security at all. They simply scaled a fence and took the hostages, and this became known as the Munich Massacre. And when we had that bombing at the Atlanta Summer Games in 1996, it wasn't at a secure event. It was at a music concert, so it was easy for the perpetrator to leave the bomb there. So I think the major sporting events give our security the opportunity to really focus on certain venues and be able to deter the would-be terrorists.
Let's take some calls. Let's go to Scott in California, west of the Rockies, to get us started. Hey, Scotty, go ahead.
Hey, George. Hi, Jeff.
Hi.
I have sort of a curiosity that is terrorism just a human thing, or is it also prevalent in the animal kingdom? I saw a documentary on whales not too long ago, and orcas attacked a blue or a gray whale and her calf and killed them both. And they just left their bodies and swam off. And it just seemed so unnecessary and sad. And I'm sure there was a reason and a purpose for why they did it. But my curiosity is your opinion on that.
That's fascinating. I mean, because if you can, come up with explanations and theories on, the animal behavior and, the similarities to certain of the human actions that, we all take, it could be. I mean, that actually would make a fascinating topic in terms of, terrorism in, the animal kingdom. I mean, there's so many other factors that would play into it, but that's something that's really an interesting idea.
The Olympic bomber, of course, was Eric Rudolph, who killed 2 people, injured 100.
Right, and what's interesting, George, is he was able to elude capture for several years because he was a survivalist and he had some people, hiding him, and he was able to get away for a long time. So he was one of those who didn't die, at the scene.
Didn't they think there was a security guard for a while that might have done it?
Yeah, remember there was a Clint Eastwood movie, Richard Jewell, and Jewell was he was trying to prevent it from happening. He saw the package, but he got blamed for it wrongly, and it was really a shame that he had to go through that process of being blamed for the attack when it wasn't him.
Crazy times. What would possess somebody to want to do that?
Well, Rudolph, he had all these different motivations and ideologies, and it was just a mixture of trying to create this violent act and get attention for various causes. But it was never, he was sort of just a very wily lone wolf, and it wasn't just the Olympics where he perpetrated an attack. He also did bombings in different cities.
And got away with it.
Yeah. It took several years until he was caught. And he was caught by a rookie policeman who saw him just trying to scavenge around for food at some convenience store laying outside.
Let's go to Don in Alberta, Canada. International line. Donald, go ahead.
Hi, George.
Hey, Don.
Jeffrey Simon. Going to the 9/11 thing, George, you probably had like 20 guests on that say basically, long story short, is that the Twin Towers weren't taken down by the terrorists involved. Like, because I used to keep archives of all your shows. Like, I don't do it anymore. I just don't have the time. But anyway, it doesn't matter if it's Building 47 was taken down. Like, the thermite used to take down the buildings was nanotechnology. It wasn't basic thermite. There's only one company in the world that makes it, and they make munitions for the U.S. government. Building 47, the planes that went into the building that show up on the video is black, not polished aluminum. It just, the list goes on about the puts and calls. The Israelis were out by the end of the month, and they warned the planes that were, because usually if you go off course in a commercial aircraft, you'll be intercepted by the military within minutes. Like, the list just goes on and on. So my question to you, Jeffrey, is could you write a book with the real truth of what happened at 9/11? And if you need any reference, I have tons and tons of material. I probably listened to hundreds of hours of everything from airline pilots to firefighters to design engineers. I can get you all the information. It's all in George's archives. But could you actually write a book that actually tells the truth? Maybe make it like a storybook, like the one lady that was an airline stewardess for 30 years. She made hers a storybook.
Well, we may never know the truth to all of this, Jeffrey.
No, I think there has been some books out there that did, see the conspiracy theory in terms of 9/11. I have to admit, I'm one who does not see that. I really think it was Al-Qaeda, and that it just was something that we weren't ready for in terms of looking ahead, thinking outside the box that something like this can happen. But I do believe that it was the terrorists who perpetrated that horrendous attack.
John in Wisconsin, take it away, John.
Hello, George. Hello, Dr. Jeffrey. Brief comment and a question, please.
Sure.
Dr. Jeffrey, congratulations on your accomplishments.
Oh, thank you so much, George. Appreciate that.
In my opinion, the COVID outbreak was an engineered social experiment of terrorism. Many scholars stay away from that subject, or they take the easy way out by saying it came from a bat in a wet market, which in my opinion is ludicrous. My question is, would you categorize COVID as a form of terrorism? Thank you again, Dr. Jeffrey, and George, thank you for taking my call.
Or gross stupidity on the part of the Chinese to let the thing leak out of the Wuhan virus.
Yeah, and as we look back, I mean, it's really interesting to think the whole outbreak and everything was like 5 years ago, and in a way, it seems like yesterday, and it seems like a century ago. I mean, it just totally changed so many things in the world.
And now they're talking about new variants popping back up again.
Yeah, it's there's that happens all the time, and it's just something to be concerned about.
I said back in December of 2019, this did not originate from this bat, that it came out of the lab in Wuhan. It was just I don't believe in coincidences, Jeffrey, and it was just too ironic that they had a lab that dealt with viruses in the same area that this thing broke out.
Yeah.
And look what happened.
And we had it back in March of 2020 is when everything got shut down here.
Are any of your books going to be turned into movies?
Not yet, but I'd love to. And actually, if there are any film or TV producers listening tonight, please feel free to contact me. Can I give out my email address, George?
Absolutely.
It'd be jdsimon@futureterrorism.com. JD, D like David, JD Simon at futureterrorism, one word, .com. I think in terms of the latest book, the book that came out last year, The Bulldog Detective, would really make a great movie. The full title is The Bulldog Detective William J. Flynn and America's First War Against the Mafia, Spies, and Terrorists. And Flynn was the head of the U.S. Secret Service and the Bureau of Investigation, which was the forerunner to the FBI in the early part of the 20th century. And he launched the first anti-terrorist program in the United States. He unraveled a German spy network during World War I, and he took down one of the most powerful mafia families in New York. He was nicknamed the Bulldog for his tenacity, and he earned a reputation as one of the most respected and incorruptible law enforcement officials in the country. Yet, for some reason, he became a forgotten man in history, and my book is aimed at sort of telling that fascinating story. And, yes, I think it would make a great movie.
You also think that John F. Kennedy's brother Bobby's get toughness with the mob backfired on all the Kennedys?
Yeah, and that's whole books by themselves, and they've and they've been written. Yeah.
Next up, let's go to Cornelius in Louisiana. Hey, stranger, how you doing?
George, I'm so glad to follow behind John. We talk all the time, and he's going to meet you and Tommy in Everett, Washington.
Yes, he is.
He's coming, and super. George and Jeff, they call me the God Guns and Gold Man, the Bible Bullets and Beans Man down here in Voodoo, Hoodoo, and Udo, Louisiana there. And my question for you, in 79 and 80, I trained with the Military Police Corps at Fort McClellan, Alabama, in what they call NBC training, nuclear, biological, and chemical. And John was right. We were hit with a biological attack with COVID-19. The next attack came chemically with the fentanyl and stuff in our drugs, and the Mexican cartels and the communist Chinese are working together. And then next, we'll be hit with I believe, a nuclear bomb or a dirty bomb. And Uri Geller, when he was on, I was trying to get on with him. And even in some of these programs during the day, they're talking about bringing a nuclear bomb in these container ships because we don't check but 1 or 2% of the container ships. So I want to ask you, Doc, do you believe that the terrorists will use container ships to blow up a port by using a nuclear bomb? God bless you, George, and God bless Coast to Coast AM.
Well, there's always this problem with the container ships in terms of smuggling in of weapons and things along those lines. I've always thought that rather than it be a bomb that, let's say, would be smuggled in and perpetrated, in terms of the real threat for biological weapons, again, are some of these lone wolves who can either be the anthrax spores or things along those lines, biological and chemical weapons that we're also not prepared for. And the potential for terrorists to use biological and chemical weapons, we don't hear as much about it today as we did a number of years ago, but that is something that I don't think we should ignore.
Next up, let's go to Joe, Long Island, New York. Joseph, go ahead.
Yeah, hi, Dr. Jeffrey. 2 questions. The second would be on the smartphone. But just the vulnerability of nuclear reactors, bridges, roads, and dams, given that I don't believe for a second that steering of a large ship into the bridge by Baltimore was not a terrorist attack. I believe that was intentional and a terrorist attack. My second question would be the hacking of the smartphone. I was talking to someone, and she said that she was able to see that the two attempted to get on her smartphone to sign in. And she said it was several countries you could identify that attempted to sign in with a password on her smartphone. So that seems to have a little bit of room for like the lone wolf type terrorism stuff.
Absolutely. And this also leads to when we talk about 9/11 sort of being a game changer in the world of terrorism, the rise of the Internet, and we could put, communications in that same realm, has really changed things. And now criminals and terrorists have so many opportunities in terms of the hacking, whether it be from smartphones or from different databases and the identity theft. And that really seems to be getting out of control, unfortunately.
Indeed, indeed, indeed. Do you give talks on terrorism?
Yes, I do. And I have something coming up that's really interesting, George. After my book, The Bulldog Detective, came out, somebody in an association, it was called the World Association of Detectives, read it and invited me to give a keynote speech at their 100th centennial meeting this September in Chicago. And what's interesting about this group is that it was William J. Flynn, the Bulldog detective, who founded the group and was the first president of the group 100 years ago. So I'm kind of looking forward to that.
How about that? Let's go to Keith in Virginia. Keith, take it away.
Hello there, George and Dr. Simon.
Hi, Keith.
So glad to talk to you again tonight. I would preview this, George, by saying you could just perhaps play a replay of my call with you and Jonathan Emord, because a lot of the information is the same. And I wanted to present some information to prevent future terrorism. One of the ways that is helping that definitely is what the current administration is doing about the past administrations. Personally invited and welcomed very special guests here in the United States, which were criminals, some of which were murderers, already known to be murderers and terrorists. I'm talking about so many illegal alien criminals, and many of them are violent criminals. And so the work that's going on to remove them from the United States or to capture them is one of the most important ways. I was going to say as well, in that category, as well as another one I'm going to mention now, every American is at risk all the time, I don't want to scare anybody, but of murder and violence because of these two categories. The first I just mentioned. The second one is that I think should be added to all continuing education about terrorism.
Well, you're breaking up on me, Keith. You there? They got him. They got him. You know, Jeffrey, every time we have someone controversial on, every time something happens to their phone, it's like somebody's listening and has a device that can clip.
Yeah, we're so used to technology, and, you know, out here in Santa Monica especially, those Waymos, the driverless cars, are everywhere. And I haven't gotten in one yet. Have you, George?
I'm not going to. I'm opposed to driverless cars. I got behind one once, and it's not aggressive.
Exactly. And the thing about it is that, you know, so far, apparently there hasn't, or maybe there has been some major mishaps, but every time if my computer internet connection goes off, or if my cell phone, you know, something breaks up, I think, what happens if that's in one of these driverless vehicles? But I think it's a wave of the future, George, and just more and more people are using it now.
In L.A., it's permissible to make a left-hand turn on a red light as soon as it changes, because if you don't, you'll never get through.
Exactly.
And Waymo will not take a chance. And I got behind one of these things that sat there for about...
you got stuck.
I got stuck there for 20 minutes. Finally, the traffic died down enough where it got through and naturally made its left-hand turn. But the thing wouldn't take a move. It wouldn't move.
Yeah, so it's dangerous for you, exactly. And it's just, you don't... So, I mean, I've spoken to people who've taken it, and they say it's better than drivers, but I'm not convinced yet.
Not me either. Jeff, we're going to take a short break. Dr. Jeffrey Simon with us as we talk about terrorism. We'll be back with final calls in a moment on Coast to Coast AM.
Don't forget to watch our TV show, Beyond Belief, with George Norrie. Just log on to beyondbelief.com.
Wasting all my time, 'cause when you're standing oh so near, I kind of lose my mind. It's not the perfume that you wear, it's not the ribbons in your hair. And I don't mind you coming here and wasting all my time.
Okay, raise your hand if you want to make your life a little bit easier. Great. Now raise your other hand if you like to be comfortable. Perfect. Now that you have both hands raised, imagine putting on your shoes. And that, folks, right there is your answer to an easier, more comfortable life. Go hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins. This is footwear you don't need your hands to put on. They can be raised in the air, and you can just step it and go. Why don't you experience what people can't stop talking about? Life-changing Skechers Slip-ins. Get your Slip-ins at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/policy. That's ethos.com/policy.
Here's Comedians and Skechers Getting Comfortable, presented by Hands-Free Skechers Slip-Ins.
Hey, I'm Bobby Slayton, and I'm here with my pal, comedian, and Skechers ambassador, Mr. Howie Mandel.
Why did it take so long to invent something as amazing as Slip-Ins? I know it seems simple, but it took Skechers to invent a better pair of shoes.
Yep, with Skechers Slip-Ins, you just step it and go. You don't have to touch your shoes. And by the way, Slip-Ins are for the whole family, men, women, and kids, in all your favorite Skechers styles. Find Skechers Slip-Ins at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
Something amazing is happening. Despite a citywide blackout, this company is still up and running. That's because CDW deployed and managed a cost-effective Eaton Triplite Series Smart Pro UPS to safeguard equipment easily and reliably. Keep the power on and protect your IT equipment from electrical challenges. Triplite by Eaton and CDW. Make amazing happen. Find out more at cdw.com/triplite.
The Ramsey Show.
Up to 50% of American families are paying their adult children's bills to an average of $1,482 a month. Wow. I've never seen it like this. 25% of millennials, their parents are paying their house payment, their rent, or they're living in their basement. You pay your kids' bills. Psychologists call that enabling. As a matter of fact, enabling is quite the opposite of loving.
Catch The Ramsey Show from 2 to 4 Monday through Friday on your local information station, Newsradio KONP.
ABC News, I'm Dave Packer. President Trump has set a new timeline for any potential U.S. action on Iran, which continues to exchange missile attacks with Israel. The White House says the president will make a decision within the next 2 weeks. ABC's Mary Bruce has more from the White House.
According to a source, the president is troubled by the deep divisions in his own party about what he should do, hold out for negotiations or join the attack. One key ally who's been urging restraint, Steve Bannon, spotted at the White House. One source telling us Trump is trying to psych himself up, convince himself that whatever he ultimately decides to do is warranted.
An appeals court Thursday allowing President Trump to keep control of National Guard troops he deployed to Los Angeles following protests over immigration raids. Hurricane Eric slamming Mexico's Pacific coast as a powerful Category 3 storm. It's the first hurricane to hit Mexico this year. This is ABC News.
Here's your News Radio KONP forecast, brought to you by Olympic Game Farm. Lows level off around 47 overnight under overcast skies with a slight chance for rain. Westerly winds 8 to 15 miles per hour. Cloudy skies expected again Friday, chance of rain. Daytime highs approaching 58. Overcast Friday night, rain likely 47. Highs level off around 60 Saturday with rain likely. 64, sunshine mixed with clouds at times Sunday. A peek at the extended shows 68 Monday, 70 Tuesday, and 67 on Wednesday. That's a look at your forecast. I'm meteorologist Paul Trombley. Currently 52.
But I can't help falling in love with you. Shall I stay? Would it be a sin if I can't help falling in love with
To talk to George Norrie, call the Wildcard line at 818-501-4109. The first-time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk toll-free from east of the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies toll-free, call 800-618-8255. Send George a text message anytime at 818-298-6521. This is Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie.
I'm dedicating that song to all you wonderful ladies out there, whether you're single, married, with children, a mother. You deserve it. You're the best. Thank you. Have you signed up yet to become a Coast Insider? Now, that's a great deal at 15 cents a day.
Hi, this is Jerry from Pearland, Texas. Loyal listener since 1996. I love being a Coast to Coast Insider because I can download shows to my phone and listen anywhere in Texas, from our Gulf Coast beaches to the mountains of Big Bend.
Hi, I'm Pam from Denver. I've been a Coast to Coast Insider for many, many years and love it. I get to listen whenever I want and get to tap into Art Bell's show vault. You too can get these goodies. Become a Coast to Coast Insider today.
This is Jack. I'm a Coast Insider and I love the show. I can replay the show from the night before or anytime with the show archives. All of the guests are very informative and super entertaining. Sign up and become a Coast Insider today. You'll be glad you did.
You sure will. A couple ways to sign up. You can go to our website, coasttocoastam.com. Right at the top of the homepage, it says Insider. Click that and sign up, and you're in. The other way is to download the Coast to Coast app from the App Store. It's free. Put it on your phone. Through the app, you can sign up as well. And if you live in Canada, like Don does from Alberta, you can sign up to be an insider as well, so take advantage of that. Now, we'll be back in a moment with more calls with Dr. Jeffrey Simon as we talk about terrorism. And next hour, Dr. Eben Alexander joins us to talk about Proof of Heaven and his near-death experiences. Now, here's something for you men and women.
Research shows that testosterone deficiency affects a large portion of men and women at a much younger age than before. Addressing testosterone is crucial for maintaining overall health. Introducing Epic Tea, not a drink, but a 100% natural capsule with amazing results. Here's product creator Dan Putnam.
Epic Tea, it's a testosterone enhancer. It doesn't have any testosterone. It works with the body's natural testosterone, perfectly safe for both males and females. And there's studies showing that it will help increase your testosterone between 300 to 400% with the very first dose.
Wow, that's amazing. What kind of changes are people seeing?
Their hair is growing like they've never seen it before. The differences in their skin, having to cut their nails more than one time per week, losing weight, better mental clarity. So this is a 100% natural product. It optimizes the testosterone that you already have so that when your body's producing testosterone at night, it stays throughout the entire day. And people are starting to see after the first week, the first 2 weeks, massive differences. We've seen anywhere from 200 to 700% increases in the first 90 days. It's recommended that the males actually take the product right before they go to bed, and the women actually take the product in the morning. So anybody who's wanting to reverse that aging process, who again just wants to feel better, feel younger, this is an absolutely incredible product for you.
Epic Tea capsules for men and women from healthylooking.com or at 800-549-9596. Epic Tea capsules at healthylooking.com or 800-549-9596. Promo code George for free shipping from healthylooking.com.
We are days away from what is being called the Rio Reset, the greatest threat to the U.S. dollar's global dominance in more than 80 years. On July 6th, BRICS nations, which consist of Russia, China, India, and Iran, and a few more, are expected to unveil their plans to circumvent the U.S. dollar, thus cratering its value. They've already been laying the groundwork as central banks have been methodically divesting from the U.S. dollar and U.S. bonds in favor of gold. How can you protect your IRA or 401k from this fallout of this landmark shift? Diversify with gold from the Birch Gold Group. Historically, gold has been a safe haven in times of high uncertainty, which is right now. Get a free info kit on tax-sheltered gold IRAs by texting the word COAST to 989898. And July 6 marks a monumental shift happening among these nations that control 1/3 of the world's gross domestic product. Arm yourself with information to diversify your retirement savings. Text COAST to the number 989898 and claim your free info kit from Birch Gold.
Hi, Dave Michaels here. For generations, my family and I lived in the poorhouse, but not anymore. I found a way out, and on the way, I've proved a few things. People who are struggling, people who don't have enough money to enjoy life, don't want to be like that. They don't want to live that way. We just never had anyone to show us how to stop thinking like a poor person. Stop slaving away for a paycheck and take control of your own life. Become your own boss. We don't have to be poor. Get out of debt, repair your credit, plan for your future. It doesn't matter what age you are. I'm teaching my daughter to build her own business. She just bought a car for her mom, and she's only 8 years old. Leave the poorhouse in the rearview mirror. Thank you for listening, and have a fantastic day.
Are you tired of being poor? Do what Dave Michaels did. Change your life for the better and help a lot of people along the way. Check out criticalhealthnews.com for a really good business opportunity. We don't have to be poor. Join our business team and let us show you our path to independence and well-being. New at criticalhealthnews.com. That's criticalhealthnews.com.
And welcome back, George Norrie with Dr. Jeffrey Simon as we talk about his work, America's Forgotten Terrorists and the Alphabet Bomber and the Terrorist Trap. Are you working on any more books, Jeffrey?
Yes, I'm actually doing a little something different now in terms of I'm writing a biography of F. Lee Bailey, who is one of the most famous criminal lawyers, of the last half of the 20th
Sure
century.
was.
Yeah, now his story provides this window really into American culture and society, as Bailey was a central figure in some of the most important trials of that period. And many of them raised issues that are still relevant today, including the right to a fair trial without prejudicial media coverage. Now, this was the Sam Shepard case. Dr. Sam Shepard, who was accused of murdering his wife, was the basis for the Fugitive television series and the movie. And Bailey was also involved in cases that raised the issue of mental illness and the potential for violence. This was the Boston Strangler. He was involved in issues of war crimes and following orders, hostage-taking, Stockholm Syndrome. This was
O.J. Simpson?
Right, the O.J. Simpson case of race relations and everything. So he had such a fascinating life, but it also is almost an American tragedy in that he was very gifted and he rose to the top of his profession, but he basically died penniless and bankrupt and very depressed due to a lot of poor decisions he made in his life. So it's a real interesting story, and I'm excited as I'm writing this.
He was a defense attorney and one of the best, wasn't he?
Yes, absolutely.
Let's go to the phones. Let's go to Ruth in Maryland to get us started. Ruthie, go ahead.
Oh, hi, George and Dr. Jeff. Thank you so much for taking my call. And, George, can I tell you something really quick about what happened last night when Ori was on the phone?
What happened?
Before the last segment, before he even told everybody to get out their watches, and your caller, the last caller, said something about got his clock running again, and I start thinking, what? You can get one running again? They've stopped, but I've never heard of getting one running. And because I was waiting on mine. I was gonna ask him about the spoon bending because I used to do it when I was younger. And anyway, I thought, whoa, and I thought, well, I got a watch in here. My watch doesn't work, And I pulled it out, and I thought maybe it'll start working. Maybe just with him being on the phone or whatever, it'll start working. And I'm telling you, I can't believe it, George. This watch is like 60 years old. And it wasn't working at all. You couldn't even pull the button out, and it's working good. I give all credit to God first, but I thank Yuri, But, I mean, I'm just so happy, and I can't believe it, that the watch is working. But my question for you, Dr. Jeff, is have you ever suspected that any of your students were taking the class because they were actually wanted to become a terrorist?
Fortunately, no. And I hope they weren't. But, no, I never had that suspicion. When you teach, you recognize who are the good students, who are trying to cut rows, who are trying to do certain things that are on the up and up in terms of papers and things like that. But no, fortunately, I never had that suspicion, and I hope people who teach classes on terrorism never have students like that.
Are lone wolves sometimes edged on, Jeffrey, by somebody or some group to do it?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, this is the whole question, and this is where the Internet, was revolutionary in terms of for groups like ISIS and Al-Qaeda and other groups where they can edge on a lone wolf. They don't even know who the lone wolf is by just posting certain things, and even if there might be some email communications and so forth. Now, a lone wolf, when they have these personal problems, they don't even need to be edged on because they just want some fulfillment in their life, and that's when they latch on to the ideology. But no, there definitely is, George, exploitation of some of these lone wolves.
Let's go to Delaware. Jim's with us. Hey, Jim, go ahead.
Hey, George, I became an insider again. Finally.
Oh, good for you. Congratulations and welcome back.
Yeah, and it's like half the price of trying to be a premium member on Rumble, man. I said, no, my choice is being inside. Anyway, I was telling Tommy that 911 may not be a conspiracy theory, but it sure was a catalyst to bring about the police state or surveillance state, because remember George Bush was surveilling Arabic Americans, and the left cried foul profiling, and so when they get in, you got to be consistent, you got to spy on everybody. So they get the Muslim Barack Obama to sign into law about 30 years after 1984, where everybody's surveilled. I say terrorists burn down that surveillance building in the desert there in Utah, and they say no, because nobody's a Jew there, or they're not killing Jews.
What do you think of that, Jeffrey?
Well, it's this whole question of the profiling and surveillance. It's just very explosive and ideological on each different side. And, somebody who, tries to study terrorism and write about terrorism, I try to be, more objective and middle of the road and not really go from one, extreme to the other. But again, that's my basic perspective.
Is it ever going to stop?
Terrorism? No. Because, again, when we think about it, George, one person with one bomb and one cause is a terrorist, and you can never wipe that out. And what we have to do is, and this is hard to accept, we almost have to realize we have to live with terrorism in the sense that we can't always believe, is doomsday when a terrorist strikes, but we have to take action. We have to have good counter-terrorist operations. We have to have, good security measures, but we can never expect terrorism to end, and that is why I never liked the term the war on terrorism, because it does lead people to think, well, if we're at war, we got to win a war. So I think we have to be somewhat reasonable about what we're up against, but at the same time, not throw all hands up in the air and say there's nothing we can do.
Well, and thank God we have dedicated police officers out there risking their lives every day to prevent stuff like this.
Oh, absolutely. They're the front line. There's a front line of defense, and hats off to them.
Next up, let's go to whose turn? Eduardo in Tampa, Florida. Welcome to the show. Hello, Eduardo. You with us? It is not there. Let's
see, George, that's the technology failing in the Waymo. If you get into the driverless cars, it can happen.
That's right. Let's go to Scott in California. Scotty, go ahead.
Hello, George. Hello, Dr. Simon.
Hi.
Hey, Jeffrey, you mentioned lone wolf many times, and that got me thinking about the mass shooter, Stephen Paddock from Las Vegas, a gentleman that had a normal life, didn't show any signs of emotion or had a criminal background on his heinous crime at the Mandalay Bay Casino on October 1st, 2017, by shooting at an open crowd from his hotel room, killing 60 innocent people who wasn't a terrorist. But what was he? Was he someone who wanted to be known for a United States record for killing people at one event? or was he someone that fantasized for doing something so sick, like it was his own video game, or what? The problem is he took his own life to no answers.
Exactly.
So do you have a rough idea about why Stephen Paddock did it? Because the FBI says they have no motive on him, and this is something that could happen again, and he has those. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
This could happen all over again, and how we prepare for it. So thank you very much. I really appreciate your service.
Yeah, that case is so perplexing because the authorities spent over a year to try to find something, and nothing came up. Whether it's suffering from depression or whatever it might be. And for me, that Paddock case is a classic example of that gray area between what we call a terrorist and what we don't. So we can't call him the terrorist because we never found that motive. But in the end, the effect is the same. You have all those unfortunate people who died. You have the question of how did he, able to prepare for these attacks, and what lessons can we learn to prevent that from happening, in the future. But that Paddock case, the worst mass shooting in U.S. history, we have absolutely no idea why he did what he did.
I'm not sure he knew why he did what he did.
Exactly.
Let's go to Michael in Ohio, first-time caller. Michael, go ahead.
Yes, I had a question or a comment.
Okay.
I love your show, George.
Thank you, Mike.
The question is, have you ever seen the DVD called Obsession and Broken Dagger?
I have not. How about you, Jeff?
No, I haven't.
Tell us about it, Michael.
You should check it out. It's very educational.
What's it about?
Terrorism.
How's it put together, though?
Like the first one, Obsession, is from radical Islam, and the second one was like about the 9/11 attack, Broken Dagger.
They did a good job with that?
Excellent. You can order it online.
When was it made? What year?
I got mine, I think it was around 2000 or something.
Okay.
All right, check them out, Jeffrey.
Right, absolutely.
Do you show videos at classes?
Yes, I did. And I would show the videos in terms of different historical periods, and also one of the videos was of these hostages. These were military contractors, U.S. military contractors, who were held in Colombia for several years, and they finally were freed. But one day when I was showing the video in class, it turned out that next week they finally were rescued. But they had to suffer for 5.5 years held by the FARC, which was the revolutionary guerrilla group in Colombia.
We're with Dr. Jeffrey Simon talking about terrorism. He's got a number of books out there, and his website, futureterrorism.com, is linked up at coasttocoastam.com. Next up, Lewis is with us in Pennsylvania. Hey, Lewis, go ahead.
Hello, George. Thank you for taking my call.
Sure thing.
Doctor, you mentioned F. Lee Bailey. If I'm not mistaken, he defended Patty Hearst for the 70s Liberation Army.
Yes, he did. And the Patty Hearst case is so fascinating because, for your listeners who aren't familiar with it, she was taken hostage by the Symbionese Liberation Army, which was really a ragtag group of radicals, and it wasn't even that strong a group. There were maybe 10 members, but they held her hostage, but she then joined the group. And the whole question became, was Patty Hearst brainwashed? Was it part of a Stockholm Syndrome? So F. Lee Bailey was her lawyer, but he wasn't able to win that case. He did prevent her from getting a death penalty for a different incident that she was involved in where somebody was killed in a bank. But the hostage-taking and everything is one of the fascinating parts of the whole 1970s when we had all the radicalism going on.
Can you believe she's 71 now?
That is so hard to believe.
Where has the time gone, Jeffrey?
My God. Turn back the clock, George.
But, when that occurred, and I remember it distinctly, I was wondering if she played the game because they could have killed her if she didn't.
Well, that's just it. Her defense and Bailey's offense was that everything she did, including joining the group, was because she feared for her life, and that she believed that she really had no free will and that she was going to be killed by the SLA if she didn't join and take part of their activities. So she was a 19-year-old college student and just, abducted from her home and just subjected to just such horrendous, crimes, by this group.
Are we going to get to the point where people are calling police on their neighbors because they think there's something wrong here?
Oh, I think there have been some calls like that in the past, and that's a problem. The police are so overworked and underpaid and everything, and that we don't need some false alarms, but we do have those kind of calls from now and then.
Some cities are doing the dumbest thing I've ever heard. They're disbanding their police departments.
Now, that makes no sense.
Oh, my gosh. If I were a criminal, that's where I'd go.
Well, how can you live in some city where you don't have protection? We all want to be protected.
Crazy times. And one more time, tell people where you can get your books.
At Amazon and Barnes & Noble. Those are the best places. They're online, websites.
All right. Thank you, Jeffrey. You take care, and you take emails through your website, futureterrorism.com. Up next, Dr. Eben Alexander joins us as we talk about Proof of Heaven and his near-death experiences. You don't want to miss it on Coast to Coast AM.
Coast Insiders, the new version of the Coast to Coast AM app, is now available for iPhone and now Android 4.0 and above. Listen live or on demand, anywhere, anytime. Go to coasttocoastam.com and download it today.
I met a strange lady. She made me nervous. She took me in and gave me breakfast. And she said, do you come from a land down under? Where women go and men plunder. Can't you hear the thunder? You better run, you better take cover.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group, and I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney, and the truth is I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney or if I look like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. At Wesley, we've helped over 40,000 families cancel their timeshare without me being an attorney. And I want to share with you how we do it. Just give my office a call, and you will not talk to an attorney. And I guarantee if we take you as a client, we'll get you out of your timeshare, or you'll pay nothing.
Call now for your free information kit. 800-714-9090. 800-714-9090. 800-714-9090. Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy. In 2011, I founded Wesley Financial Group with one goal in mind: to help honest folks out of their timeshares permanently. Today, I run Wesley with my two sons, a real family business, treating every client and every employee like we'd want our own family treated. That philosophy has helped us grow into the largest, most trusted timeshare cancellation company in the United States. Fortune magazine even recognized us as one of the best places to work. Why? Because we genuinely care. In fact, some of our former clients were so moved by their experience working with us, they joined our team so they could help others to timeshare freedom. If you're stuck in a timeshare, give us a call. Let our family help your family.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit kit. 800-885-9700. 800-885-9700. That's 800-885-9700.
Newsradio KONP Port Angeles Squim, serving the Olympic Peninsula now for 80 years. A Radio Pacific station.
From ABC News, I'm Dave Packard. President Trump has set a new timeline for any potential U.S. action on Iran. The White House says the president will make a decision within the next 2 weeks, saying there's a chance for a diplomatic solution with Iran to give up its nuclear weapons. ABC's Mary Bruce has more from the White House.
All of this is coming as European leaders are expecting to meet with the Iranians in Geneva. One senior official telling us the president hopes this 2-week timeline will, quote, give the Iranians some room to come to their senses. But make no mistake, the president still has this high-stakes decision to make, and he's now given himself a deadline to make it.
Israel says it struck dozens of military targets in Tehran and around Iran, including nuclear and military production sites. And more missiles coming from Iran are breaking through Israel's defenses. ABC's Ian Pannell in Tel Aviv.
There have been some speculation suggesting that the number of missiles coming from Iran had reduced over the last few days, and perhaps Iran was running low. Well, I think we now know that that certainly isn't the case.
One of the missiles hit a hospital in Beersheba, causing extensive damage. Freed American-Israeli hostage Edon Alexander returned to his hometown of Tenafly, New Jersey today. This neighbor...
He looked really happy, and we were really happy that he was back.
The 21-year-old was captured during the October 7th Hamas attack. He was freed last month after 584 days in captivity in Gaza. Alexander was the last living American citizen still believed to be held by Hamas. Severe thunderstorms in the Northeast this evening, hundreds of thousands without power. A 15-year-old boy in the hospital after being struck by lightning in New York Central Park. Nearly 500 flights canceled along the East Coast, and now comes the heat.
It'll feel like 108 in Omaha, 106 in Minneapolis on Saturday. Blazing heat that spreads into the Northeast over the weekend. We're talking triple-digit feel-like readings in D.C., New York, and Boston.
ABC's Lee Goldberg. You're listening to ABC News.
Offer not valid in all states or where prohibited by law. Loans are subject to lender approval. See website for details.
Honey, the credit card bill came, and we're maxed out.
Maxed out cards, rent is due. We just need some extra cash to help us get by.
Maybe we should go to 27cash.com.
With our bad credit?
27cash.com is one of the largest personal loan networks. They can help people with any type of credit get up to $5,000, and cash can hit our bank account as soon as tomorrow.
When you need extra cash, go to 27cash.com. That's 27cash.com. 27cash.com.
Millions of Americans take medicine like Ozempic and Zepbound. Many of them are overpaying by thousands of dollars a year. These GLP-1 medications for diabetes, weight loss, and more may not always be covered by your insurance, but GoodRx can help. GoodRx helps you save every month on prescriptions at over 70,000 pharmacies nationwide. Best of all, it's free to use. Check GoodRx to save on GLP-1s. Just go to goodrx.com/GLP. That's goodrx.com/GLP. GoodRx is not insurance, but can be used instead of insurance, including Medicare and other federal and state-funded programs.
On this Juneteenth national holiday, President Trump complaining on social media that there are, quote, too many non-working holidays in America. Meanwhile, former President Biden returning to Galveston, Texas for Juneteenth services at the Reedy Chapel AME Church.
Some say to me and to you that this doesn't deserve to be a federal holiday. They don't want to remember, but we all remember, the moral stain of slavery.
President Biden signed the bill into law making Juneteenth a federal holiday. A little girl's life saved after a shark attack near Tampa.
I was just snorkeling, then I went up to breathe, and then something hard bit me.
That something, says 9-year-old Leah Lindell, was a shark trying to take her away right in front of her mother.
She was about 3 to 4 feet away from me.
She describes seeing the fling of her daughter's arm.
And it was like almost completely gone.
Doctors got to work in less than an hour. Surgeon Alfred Hess crediting the nature of the bite.
The shark's teeth are so sharp that the cut through the wrist is clean.
Leah's parents praised the nearby construction crew for getting Leah's arm in a tourniquet. Wayne Cabot, ABC News.
The Dallas Cowboy cheerleaders say they're getting a 400% raise after years battling for a pay hike. Their pay increased from $200 to $400 per game following a lawsuit settlement in 2019. They say this raise is 4 times that amount. One of the veteran cheerleaders calling it life-changing. Dave Packer, ABC News.
KONP News brought to you by RE/MAX Evergreen Real Estate. Outstanding agents, outstanding results. 457-6600. Washington State experiencing a significant rise in pertussis cases. The Department of Health reporting 2,261 confirmed or possible cases last year, a 25-fold increase from 87 cases in 2023. As of May 31st, about 1,300 cases had already been reported in our state. Clallam and Jefferson counties, which had no cases in 2023, have seen notable spikes. Clallam's reported 8 cases this year. Jefferson County has had 13 cases so far.
Here's your Newsradio KONP forecast brought to you by All Weather Heating and Cooling. Lows dip down to about 47 overnight, under overcast skies with a slight chance for isolated rain showers. Westerly winds 8 to 15 miles an hour. Overcast skies again Friday, chance for isolated showers. High temperatures reach up to 58. Cloudy skies expected Friday night. Isolated rain showers likely 47. Highs level off around 60 Saturday with isolated rain showers likely 64. Sunshine mixed with clouds at times Sunday. That's a look at your forecast, powered by weatherology.com. I'm Derek Height. Right now, it's 52 degrees.
Listening to Coast AM with George Norrie.
17 years ago, Dr. Evan Alexander had a near-death experience that changed his life. In a moment, he will tell you about it on Coast to Coast AM. Mars Mission 1, the fictional incredible book based on real-world facts, the future you hope never happens. Our friend, author Christopher Lee Jones brings you Mars Mission 1, available on Amazon.com, bringing you real-world facts of what our world will look like if we allow the Kessler effect to continue to develop in a very cliffhanging detective-type story. The first crew lands on the surface of Mars. This is in the book. And when a missile blows up a satellite, it creates thousands of pieces of debris. That debris, sailing along at thousands of miles an hour, destroy more satellites, creating more debris, causing a non-stop chain reaction. It's called the dreaded Kessler effect, and it's underway. All satellites are being destroyed by debris. All cell phones fail, GPS fails, power fails. Life on Earth as we understand it may never be the same. Mars Mission 1, Surviving the Kessler Effect. You don't want to see that happen. Now available at Amazon.com. That's Mars Mission 1, Surviving the Kessler Effect. It's a wonderful book. Mars Mission 1, Surviving the Kessler Effect.
Real people, real stories.
I have bruising that's all over my arms. 3 weeks after I was on the carnivore, I noticed, I'm looking at my arms, and I said, gee, I don't have any bruises on my arms, and I'm always full of bruises. I can't put my finger on it, but I know something's happening. I have to tell you, that has to be the carnivore.
I've got a Labrador. She could hardly lift herself up off the floor. I won't tell you what the veterinarian said, but the treatment was chemotherapy. And I said, no way. That's when I said, you know what, this could be the ticket. So I started administering it, and she took to it right away. In 3 weeks, you could tell she was very alert. 6 weeks into the protocol, she seemed like she was 100%. She was going on 5-mile walks. I'm like, my goodness, she is just like prime again.
Call 866-836-8735. That's 866-836-8735. Or visit carnivore.com. That's carnivora.com.
And welcome back to Coast. George Norrie with you. Dr. Eben Alexander with us was an academic neurosurgeon for more than 25 years, including 15 years at Brigham and Women's Hospital, Children's Hospital, and Harvard Medical School in Boston. Back in 2008, he experienced a near-death experience during a week-long coma from an inexplicable brain infection that completely transformed his worldview. He wrote a book called Proof of Heaven, a neurosurgeon's journey into the afterlife, and that has changed his life. It has changed the world's. Eben, welcome back. How have you been?
Well, I've been doing great, George. How are you doing?
Good. Look forward to talking to you. Everything's going well. We miss you.
Well, I miss you guys. It was great seeing you in February when I was out there for the
Conscious Life.
Yeah, that was a fantastic session you ran there.
You've got a great crowd following you, too. I'm impressed with what has happened in your career and your life.
Well, luckily, it's a message that I think helps a lot of people, and it's helping this world. So the more I can get it out there, the better.
And I'm glad you're here to talk about it, for crying out loud.
Well, I'll tell you what. You know, the last 16 and a half years since that happened to me, every breath has been just one of gratitude. So I couldn't be more grateful for getting that kind of insight into this beautiful universe. And it's a very reassuring story to tell and share with people.
What happened? Did you have meningitis?
Yeah, I had a case of what's called gram-negative bacterial meningitis. That's probably about the worst kind of meningitis you can have. And it sent me into coma within about 3.5 hours of symptom onset. And really all the medical details of the case, it's clear it really should have killed me. And that's why I think my full recovery over 2 months after awakening is really a remarkable situation. There's a medical case report on my medical records that was written by 3 doctors not involved in my care, but absolutely fascinated by my recovery. And that came out in the Journal of Nervous and Mental Disease in September 2018. And that case report makes it clear that my brain was so damaged from this meningitis that there's no way I could have had any kind of dream or hallucination. And that's why the story is so extraordinary, and it's really grabbed the attention of many in the scientific community who are interested in consciousness, because it is such a violation of our old materialist views of brain creating consciousness that just doesn't work. So we need a much more advanced model, and that's what my case has contributed to.
And Eben, prior to this episode, were you a believer in near-death experiences?
I really had not studied them. I knew they were out there, but I thought they were tricks of the dying brain, hallucinations, so who cares? But you bet my attitude changed dramatically when I had my own, and did it in a situation where, an overwhelming bacterial meningitis was trying to kill me. And meningitis is a perfect model for human death because it attacks the outer surface of the brain, the neocortex. That's the part that makes us human. And by destroying that, it really kind of eradicated my old belief system just by showing me that we live in a far grander universe than I ever would have thought before. And it's not just this simple little material world, but there's a bunch more to it. And it is greatly involved in our kind of awareness and function as souls, as kind of like we're sharing the mind of the universe. I think that's what the modern scientific view would start to suggest.
When we take calls with you next hour, Eben, I'm sure one of our listeners named Jerry